Chapter 1. Am I the carefree master? No, I am Chen Haoyu. In a luxurious hospital room at Kangon Hospital, Chen Haoyu slowly opened his eyes, his mind swirling in a tumult of thoughts. Just moments ago, he had experienced an extraordinarily long dream. In this dream, he had transformed into a Taoist Celestial Master, known as the carefree master from the late Song dynasty to the early Yuan dynasty, living for a full 122 years, to the point where he could scarcely distinguish between his identity as Chen Haoyu and that of the carefree master. If one were to claim it was a fabrication, the centuries' worth of experiences and an abundance of esoteric knowledge had long since entrenched themselves deeply within his mind. He could even sense a powerful current of energy surging within him, unmistakably the magical power cultivated by the carefree master in the dream. Conversely, if it were indeed true, Chen Haoyu distinctly remembered that he had been struck by a car while attempting to save a little girl, and now found himself lying on a hospital bed. What on earth is happening? Chen Haoyu closed his eyes, silently reciting the Cleansing Heart Sutra to restore his tranquility. After about 5 minutes, he touched the prayer beads that he had worn around his neck for years, only to discover that they had completely lost their luster, and he suddenly comprehended the situation. In the dream, the carefree master was an extraordinary talent in the art of cultivation, achieving the title of Celestial Master at the age of 42. In pursuit of ascension, he diligently practiced for another 80 years, ultimately attaining the legendary primordial spirit. He had believed that he merely needed an opportunity to fulfill his aspirations. However, he soon realized that there was no celestial realm in this world. The notion of becoming an immortal or a saint was merely a fabrication propagated by Taoism to promote its own doctrines. The carefree master's mindset shattered entirely, leading him to succumb to madness during a bout of cultivation. In his final moments, he infused his primordial spirit into a bead, which fortuitously fell into Chen Haoyu's possession. After Chen Haoyu was struck by the car, a spurt of blood landed on the bead, and the carefree master's primordial spirit soared out, merging into Chen Haoyu's consciousness. It could be said that Chen Haoyu had now completely transformed into a Taoist Celestial Master endowed with the powers of the carefree master. This carefree master was indeed quite foolish to believe in the possibility of becoming an immortal. Now it seems all the benefits have unwittingly fallen into my lap. Chen Haoyu straightened up, channeling the magical energy within his dantian, letting it circulate through his body. A series of crisp sounds erupted, and he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloping him. "You are finally awake," a gentle and cool female voice reached Chen Haoyu's ears. He opened his eyes and turned to face the speaker, momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a woman in her 20s, a doctor approximately 1.7 meters tall. Even clad in a white coat, her alluring and voluptuous figure was impossible to conceal. Yet, her demeanor exuded a typical icy elegance, complemented by a face so exquisite that it could only be described as breathtakingly beautiful. If this woman were in ancient times, she would undoubtedly be the type to make a king neglect his court duties. Even the so-called courtesans from his dream paled in comparison to her beauty and grace. Regaining his composure, Chen Haoyu inquired, "Who are you? Where's this place?" The beautiful doctor approached his bedside and replied, "My name is Su Yuyao, and I am an internist at Kangon Hospital. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. It was I who hit you with my car, causing you to fall into a coma for a full 100 days. What? 100 days? Chen Haoyu could not suppress an exclamation of shock. He had thought he had only been unconscious for a day or two, never imagining that such a lengthy span had passed. Could this possibly be the legendary 100-day foundation-building period? Indeed, exactly 100 days, Su Yuyao confirmed. Chen Haoyu felt immense gratitude towards Su Yuyao. Had he not risked his life in the rain to save that 6-year-old girl, she might have become a murderer, forever unable to find peace. He looked at Su Yuyao with a playful grin and said, "Dr. Su, it seems I've saved a little girl for you. Shouldn't you express your gratitude?" Su Yuyao nodded, "Of course. Mr. Chen, what would you like?" Chen Haoyu extended 2 fingers, unabashedly stating, "At the very least, give me this amount. In this vast world, the most pressing concern is food. You hit me with your car, so compensation is only just. Not to mention, I save a little girl in the process. Chen Haoyu was currently in dire financial straits and needed a plan for his future. 200,000? Su Yao asked. Chen Haoyu was taken aback before replying, yes. You are responsible for my medical expenses for this 100 days, and then give me an additional 200,000. His two fingers had represented 20,000. Su Yao had completely misinterpreted his meaning. Kangon Hospital truly lived up to its reputation as the premier private hospital in Yanhai, with doctors who were undeniably affluent. Upon seeing Chen Haoyu's audacious demand, Su Yao's brows furrowed, and her impression of him plummeted to an all-time low. Mr. Chen, you're in a luxury ward. The daily rate is 1,200 yuan. Even if you were to discharge today, I would still need to cover 120,000 yuan. Chen Haoyu asked, perplexed, so what? Su Yao replied, I borrowed even the 120,000 from friend. Do you really think I can come up with 200,000? Chen Haoyu was left speechless. Aren't you the attending physician? How can you not even scrape together 200,000? Su Yao explained, I only started working 2 years ago. My monthly mortgage and car loan together exceed 20,000. Being able to come up with 80,000 is already quite a stretch. However, Mr. Chen, I can provide you with an IOU. I promise to repay you as soon as I have the funds. Chen Haoyu lamented, I am so broke, I can't even afford a bond. After 100 days in the hospital, I've exceeded my rental period. By the time you make money, it'll probably have starved to death on the street. Su Yao inquired, what about your family? Chen Haoyu grimaced, I am an orphan. Otherwise, after such a long time, surely someone would have come to visit me. Su Yao quickly said, I'm sorry. Chen Haoyu replied, there's no need for apologies. Since I have no money for food and nowhere to stay, I can only remain in this hospital room. You. Su Yao was left speechless, her frustration mounting. She was now entirely convinced that the so-called hero who had risked his life to save the little girl was nothing more than a scoundrel. Had she known this would be the outcome, she might as well have found a random room to settle him in. This was turning into a significant headache. Chen Haoyu crossed his left leg over his right, gazing at Su Yao with a smug expression, seemingly oblivious to her disdainful glances. However, one could not deny that this woman was exceptionally beautiful. Even in her anger, she radiated an enchanting aura. It was only due to Chen Haoyu's 100 years of resolve as a celestial master of Longhu Mountain that he remained unfazed. Otherwise, he might have already succumbed to her allure rather than demanding money from her. Just as Su Yao and Chen Haoyu faced off, a piercing wail echoed through the corridor. Dad, how could you have died? What a ridiculous hospital. Claiming to be the best in Yanhai, scoff at that. My father died in the emergency room. Within 5 minutes, you were playing with lives. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Su Yao set aside her conversation with Chen Haoyu and turned to leave. Wait for me, Chen Haoyu called, getting out of bed, slipping on his slippers and following her outside. In the corridor stood a considerable number of people, most of whom were patients. A female doctor in a white coat was speaking with a middle-aged man in his 40s who had a noticeable paunch. Beside him sat a frail old man, motionless in a wheelchair, eyes closed. Chen Haoyu uttered a soft exclamation, sensing that the old man's condition was rather unusual. He immediately channeled his magical energy, concentrating it at his brow to activate the legendary Heavenly Eye. In myth and legend, the Heavenly Eye is a skill possessed only by the most exalted deities, with Erlang Shun being the most notable example. His Heavenly Eye not only allowed him to see through the 6 realms of reincarnation and the essence of all things, but could also perform physical attacks. Of course, all of this was mere fiction. In reality, the Heavenly Eye served but one purpose: to assist practitioners in discerning the vital energies of life, death, fortune, and misfortune. Each sect had its own methods for unlocking the Heavenly Eye, requiring profound magical prowess. In today's world, where spiritual energy had dissipated and murky qi permeated, those capable of cultivating magical powers were exceedingly rare, let alone those who could awaken the Heavenly Eye. It was entirely possible that Chen Haoyu was the only person in this world who had achieved such a feat. This old man is indeed still alive. Through the observation granted by the Heavenly Eye, Chen Haoyu discerned that the old man's life force remained intact. His body was merely in a state of apparent death, as long as the foreign object lodged in his throat is extracted and his heart is stimulated, he should be saved. As for the middle-aged man, it is evident that he is a newly affluent individual, currently in dire need of funds. If he were to save this elder gentleman, it would undoubtedly yield a significant profit for himself. With this thought, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Chen Haoyu's eyes. "Qing Jia, what is happening?" Su Yuyao inquired as she stepped forward. The female doctor, named Qin Xingqing, is both a colleague and a close friend of Su Yuyao. This elder gentleman was already devoid of breath upon arrival. I performed emergency procedures, yet was unable to revive him, Qin Xingqing stated. "Nonsense." The middle-aged man erupted in fury, exclaiming, "When my father came to the hospital, he was clearly still breathing. Just before he was taken to the emergency room, he was conversing with me." Qin Xingqing retorted angrily, "You are speaking utter foolishness. The elder has been unconscious for 15 minutes. How could he possibly have spoken to you?" The middle-aged man pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Xingqing, declaring, "You are shirking responsibility. Let me make myself clear. You must provide me with an explanation today, or I will take legal action against you." Su Yuyao stepped forward, first examining the elder gentleman's eyes, testing for breath, and then using a stethoscope to listen for a heartbeat. She shook her head helplessly and said, "Qing Jia, we should report this to the hospital director." "Wait a moment." Before Su Yuyao could finish her sentence, Chen Haoyu interjected, "Sir, may I ask your surname?" The middle-aged man replied, "My name is Dong Hua. And you are?" Standing tall, Chen Haoyu proclaimed, "I am Chen Haoyu, the world's foremost divine physician." Dong Hua was infuriated, stating, "You should return to the neurology department and address your mental issues first." Ha! Ha ha ha! Despite the inappropriateness of the moment, the onlookers could not help but chuckle. Chen Haoyu, undeterred by Dong Hua's rudeness, calmly asserted, "Your father is not dead." Dong Hua was taken aback, asking, "What did you say?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I said your father is not dead. With my intervention, I can bring him back from the brink of death in under a minute." Su Yuyao admonished, "Chen Haoyu, the elderly gentleman has no breath or heartbeat. Do not speak recklessly." Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow, saying, "Dr. Su, the absence of breath and heartbeat does not equate to the absence of life. Mr. Dong, I pose a question. If I revive the elder gentleman, how much will you compensate me?" Without hesitation, Dong Hua responded, "Whatever amount you desire, I shall provide." Chen Haoyu extended a single finger and stated this amount. Dong Hua inquired, 1 million? "No problem." Blimey. Chen Haoyu nearly bit his tongue. This nouveau riche was more generous than Su Yuyao. He had initially mentioned a sum of 10,000, and this man had hiked it up 100-fold. It was as if he did not regard money at all. Deal. Chen Haoyu would not let such a lucrative opportunity slip away, agreeing with a nod and swiftly approaching the elder gentleman. Su Yuyao questioned, "What do you intend to do?" "Naturally, I shall save him and earn a little money in the process." As he spoke, Chen Haoyu extended 2 fingers of his left hand, pressing them against the elder gentleman's heart. A trickle of mystical energy flowed like a stream into the meridians of the patient. Simultaneously, his right hand was not idle. He forcefully patted the elder gentleman's back. Wow! Approximately 10 seconds later, the elder gentleman suddenly opened his mouth and expelled a stream of black blood. Amidst the dark blood was a round object that resembled a dumpling. "I was suffocating," the elder gentleman exclaimed, then began to gasp for air. "Goodness, is this for real? A person who had no breath or heartbeat has been revived. This is simply astonishing. From lifelessness to flesh and bone, could this young man truly be a divine physician?" The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Qin Xingqing looked at Chen Haoyu with an expression of disbelief. As the elder gentleman's attending physician, no one understood his condition better than she did. It could be said that the elder gentleman had been clinically dead for at least 5 minutes. How could he possibly be revived? Su Yuyao also felt a surge of shock. She had just examined the elder gentleman and indeed found no signs of life. Yet, here he was undeniably alive. She was eager to know how Chen Haoyu had accomplished this feat. Moreover, how had he discerned that the elder gentleman was not dead at first glance? In that moment, Su Yuyao, who had initially categorized Chen Haoyu as a scoundrel, was now filled with curiosity about him. Dong Hua was a mix of joy and disbelief, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Father, you have returned to us." The elder gentleman replied, "What do you mean? I was merely choking on a dumpling. How could I possibly meet the king of hell?" Dong Hua nodded vigorously. "Indeed, you are correct." Chen Haoyu cleared his throat and inquired, "Mr. Dong, when shall I receive the 1 million you promised?" "A million?" Dong Hua displayed a look of confusion and inquired, "What million?" Chen Haoyu was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Dong Hua's features. With narrow eyes, a hooked nose, and downward lips, it was evident that this individual was not particularly bright and harbored considerable greed. Dong Hua's father shared a striking resemblance in demeanor. "Mr. Dong, what do you mean?" Chen Haoyu asked. Dong Hua replied, "Brother, one must not be overly greedy. You saved my father, for which I am profoundly grateful. However, 1 million is far too much. I cannot provide that." Chen Haoyu smiled faintly. "Then why did you previously claim you would give me 1 million? Were you merely boasting?" Dong Hua retorted, "I never said I would give you 1 million. Do not wrongfully accuse me." An uproar ensued among the onlookers. This man was attempting to wriggle out of his commitments. Damn, I thought he was a wealthy individual, but it turns out he is just an unashamed scoundrel. The most detestable type is the one who burns bridges after crossing them. Qin Qingqing, deeply appreciative of Chen Haoyu's assistance, interjected, "I overheard you say that as long as this gentleman could save your father, you would agree to give him 1 million." Dong Hua snapped. "What does that have to do with you? I haven't even sought trouble with you. My father is very much alive, yet you all claim he is dead. If I listen to you, will my father not be alive and sent to the crematorium? You all must provide me with an explanation." In this matter, Qin Qingqing was indeed at fault and found herself rendered speechless by Dong Hua's words. "Enough," Chen Haoyu said calmly. "I will forego the money they asked for Dr. Qin's mistake. Do not pursue it further to Mr. Dong. How do you feel about that?" Dong Hua broke into a broad grin and replied, "Agreed. Brother, your medical skills are truly remarkable. I have great admiration for you." Chen Haoyu also smiled, giving him a thumbs up. "Mr. Dong, you are indeed something else. Chen Haoyu, consider myself to have a rather thick skin, yet in comparison to you, I still fall short. There is always someone stronger. Indeed, there are higher mountains." The crowd erupted in laughter at Chen Haoyu's mockery of Dong Hua. Even the aloof Su Yuyao couldn't suppress her laughter. Dong Hua's countenance darkened as he said, "Are you looking for trouble?" Chen Haoyu waved his hand. "Not at all. I merely believe we share a certain rapport. Mr. Dong, since we have met today, I would like to convey a message." Dong Hua inquired. "What message?" Chen Haoyu stated, "Your heart is in serious trouble. I estimate it will act up in about an hour. Western medicine may not be able to save you. Only traditional Chinese medicine can. Fortunately, I am capable of treating this particular heart condition." Dong Hua scoffed, "Are you trying to extort money from me?" Chen Haoyu nodded. "Indeed, I do not ask for much. Just give me 100,000, and I will save your life." From Dong Hua's appearance, it was evident that his financial fortune had recently been abysmal. He seemed to lose money at every turn point. 100,000 was no small sum for him. Had he uttered a few flattering words, Chen Haoyu might not have demanded so much. However, given his audacity to play tricks on Chen Haoyu, the latter naturally would not let him off easily. It is known that throughout history, sorcerers are unique beings. Regardless of whether one is a mere commoner or a wealthy aristocrat, offending a sorcerer seldom ends well, especially for those sorcerers who have attained mastery. A mere visit to your ancestral grave could spell your doom. Who would dare to offend such individuals? Dong Hua huffed. "Fine, I will wait an hour and see how my heart condition manifests." Chen Haoyu coldly replied, "Then I advise you to prepare the money. If I do not see the cash, I absolutely will not treat you." With that, Chen Haoyu turned to leave. An 01 noticed as a talisman, formed from magical energy, entered Dong Hua's body at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. This was the legendary heart-crushing talisman, a type of advanced talisman. As the name suggests, anyone afflicted by this talisman would experience pain in their heart akin to being gnawed at by ants. Typically, creating a heart-crushing talisman would take most sorcerers at least a month, if not longer, to successfully draw. However, due to Chen Haoyu's fusion with the essence of the Master of Leisure, his magical power was pure and potent to an extraordinary degree, having already reached the realm of void talisman creation. Thus, with a mere flick of his finger, Chen Haoyu could complete the heart-crushing talisman. The only drawback was that the durability of talismans formed from magical energy was significantly lower than that of normal talismans. Even the Master of Leisure could maintain such a talisman for only up to 3 days. Chen Haoyu, on the other hand, could manage only a day at most. Nevertheless, that was more than sufficient to deal with someone like Dong Hua. In response to Chen Haoyu's words, not just Dong Hua, but others present also found them hard to believe. Brother Zhang, do you think this young man truly possesses such abilities? It cannot be. He must be saying this to save face. I think so too. To diagnose someone with a heart condition without any instruments and predict it would manifest in an hour. Even a screenwriter wouldn't dare to pen such a tale. Who says otherwise? In the midst of the crowd's discussions, Chen Haoyu returned to the hospital room. Damn it, what kind of creature dares to play games with me, taking me for a fool? After muttering a few curses, Chen Haoyu sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate. Over a century of existence and dreams had profoundly altered his temperament and habits. Once an orphan, though ambitious, he had always carried a sense of inferiority. In the past, faced with someone like Su Yao, a goddess among goddesses, he would have turned beet red, hardly daring to look her way now. However, he could not only converse with her normally, but also tease her without reservation. A testament to how much he had changed. Meanwhile, Qin Qingqing and Su Yao returned to the office. Yuyo, when did Chen Haoyu awaken? He just regained consciousness less than half an hour ago, but that's wonderful. Now that he is awake, he can undergo another examination, and you'll find it much easier. It would be more troublesome. Actually, this person is quite the rogue. Can a rogue bring the dead back to life? Don T joke around that I should be thanking him, but you'd best not get too close to him. Noticing Qin Qingqing's skepticism, Su Yao briefly recounted how Chen Haoyu had asked her for money. Qin Qingqing laughed. This person is rather amusing. Yuyo, how do you think Chen Haoyu discerned that the old gentleman was not dead? Su Yao pondered, her beautiful eyes glimmering. It's possible the old gentleman was in a state of false death. His breathing and heartbeat were so faint that our instruments could not detect them. It was only under Chen Haoyu's strong stimulation that he awakened. As for how he figured out the old gentleman was in a state of false death. I'll ask him once I'm done here. Qin Qingqing glanced at the time. It's almost lunchtime. I'll go buy him a meal as a token of appreciation. Su Yao nodded. All right, we'll go together. An hour later, Su Yao and Qin Qingqing entered Chen Haoyu's hospital room, carrying a sumptuous meal. Ate tea that moment. Chen Haoyu remained in a state of ethereal meditation. His eyes were slightly closed, a smile gracing his lips as he sat cross-legged on the bed. His hands resting on his thighs, thumbs gently touching, exuding an air of profound tranquility and an aura of mystery. Su Yao felt that at this moment, Chen Haoyu resembled the Taisu statue from the Qingping Mountain Taoist temple on the outskirts of Yanhai City. As if awakened by the sound of the door being pushed open, Chen Haoyu slowly opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance flashing within. This was a result of his inability to fully control his magical power, leading to an overflow of energy. Su Yao and Qin Qingqing caught a glimpse of that fleeting golden light, momentarily questioning their own vision. Is this my lunch? Chen Haoyu asked with a beaming smile. That smile dissipated the solemn aura he had just exuded. Su Yao placed the meal on the table, saying, "This was bought for you by Qingjia." Qin Qingqing added, "Mr. Chen, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in saving the old gentleman. Otherwise, I would have made a grave mistake." Chen Haoyu waved his hand. "You need not thank me. I did it for the sake of profit, not out of kindness." Qin Qingqing chuckled. "Even if it was merely a casual act, I must accept this favor." Chen Haoyu opened his lunchbox, eating as he spoke. "You possess more warmth than this Dr. Su. She collided with me and even thought of refusing payment. It's downright absurd." Su Yao furrowed her delicate brows and replied, "I never said I wouldn't pay. I merely suggested deferring it for the time being." Chen Haoyu scooped up a mouthful of rice and remarked, "If you don't pay me, I won't be able to rent a place or even afford meals. What do you propose I do about that?" Su Yao retorted, "If you had no money, how have you managed to survive until today?" Chen Haoyu replied, "In my youth, I begged for food. As I matured, I resorted to fortune-telling, which landed me in police custody over 10 times for allegedly promoting feudal superstitions. It's ludicrous. Our ancient divination practices have endured for millennia. Was there ever a dynasty without a celestial monitoring agency? How have they become mere superstition now? Su Yao observed, "It seems you are quite the regular at the police station." Chen Haoyu boasted, "Of course, I am well acquainted with every police precinct in Yanhai City." Su Yao inquired. "And what happened next?" Chen Haoyu continued, "When fortune-telling became untenable, I opened a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. However, my exceptional skills hindered the income of other clinics, and I found myself arrested. Once more did Su Yao's interest peaked. "On what grounds did they detain you?" Chen Haoyu explained, "They claimed I lacked a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner's license. Consequently, I devoted 2 years to obtaining both a Chinese medicine qualification and a psychology certification. Just as I acquired these credentials, before I could truly embark on my journey, you collided with me. Alas, what unfortunate timing." Su Yao retorted with irritation, "I am the one who has had a stroke of bad luck. That day, a patient urgently needed surgery, and I had to expedite things, only to find myself embroiled in this situation." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "My master once foretold that I would encounter romantic misfortune this year. You crashing into me signifies a connection between us. Who knows, perhaps we might." He winked suggestively. Su Yao scoffed. "Dream on." Qin Xingqing interjected, "Mr. Chen, I advise you to abandon any notions regarding Yao. Do you have any idea how many people are pursuing her? At the very least, they could line up from Qingshi Street to Hongda Plaza." Su Yao lightly nudged Qin Xingqing. "Sister Qing, what are you saying?" Chen Haoyu took a sip of water, suppressing the rice in his mouth. "Thus, I require payment." Qin Xingqing remarked, "You are remarkably pragmatic, Mr. Chen. I have a question. How did you discern that the old gentleman was not dead?" Chen Haoyu responded, "When a person dies, it is akin to a lamp being extinguished. What does an extinguished lamp look like? It is devoid of vitality. Yet, I observed a faint hint of color in the old gentleman's pallid complexion, which led me to conclude he was still alive." Matters as esoteric as possessing a heavenly eye were certainly not something Chen Haoyu could divulge. Even if he did, it is unlikely anyone would believe him. Therefore, he opted to explain using traditional Chinese medical theory. Su Yao asked, "What method did you employ to revive him?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I merely stimulated his heart and resolved the obstruction in his throat, and voila, all was well." Su Yao remarked, "You do possess quite the audacity." Chen Haoyu proudly stated, "How could one practice traditional Chinese medicine without a measure of boldness?" Su Yao retorted, "Unfortunately for you, your strategy fell short, and you still failed to extract money from him." Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and replied casually, "You underestimate me far too much as a renowned master of divination. If I cannot handle a mere nouveau riche, how shall I navigate the world henceforth?" Su Yao queried, "Are you implying that his heart truly has issues?" Chen Haoyu affirmed, "Certain heart conditions are beyond the capabilities of Western medicine and can only be treated by our traditional practices." Su Yao scoffed, "You must be joking." Chen Haoyu's eyes sparkled with mischief. "How about a wager? If this fellow named Dong Hua genuinely seeks my treatment, you shall provide me shelter for 3 months without any rental fee. I promise to vacate regardless of whether I earn money within that time frame. As for the 200,000, you can return it to me within 3 years. Su Yao asked, "And if he does not come?" Chen Haoyu replied without hesitation, "Then I shall discharge myself by noon tomorrow, and we shall consider your collision with me settled." Su Yao agreed. "All right, but words alone are insufficient." Chen Haoyu proposed, "Let us document this agreement." Soon, Su Yao drafted a contract and affixed her signature to thoroughly resolve Chen Haoyu's predicament. She even procured some ink to seal it with her thumbprint. Chen Haoyu scrutinized the contract attentively and, once assured of its accuracy, signed and stamped it as well, finalizing the agreement. Each party retained a copy, and for the first time, a radiant smile graced Su Yao's face. It was a smile as breathtaking as a blooming rhododendron, leaving Chen Haoyu spellbound. Alas, truly a femme fatale. Observing Chen Haoyu's expression, Su Yao quickly concealed her smile and coldly remarked, "What are you staring at?" Chen Haoyu retorted confidently, "If you don't look at me, how would you know I'm looking at you? Besides, with your beauty, are you not meant to be admired? I was merely appreciating your allure." Su Yao huffed. "How shameless." Chen Haoyu countered, "Incorrect, compared to that blabbermouth Dong Hua." My shamelessness is but a fraction. Puffed. Ching, who had been observing the exchange, could no longer contain her laughter. Chen Haoyu had proven to be quite the entertaining character, just as he finished his meal. A series of agonizing screams echoed through the corridor. Ching exclaimed in surprise. That sound seems familiar, as though it's Dong Hua, Su Yao remarked as she turned to Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu shrugged. I knew you had an interest in me. That's why you drew up this agreement for us to live together. You are indeed a modest woman. Su Yao rolled her eyes in exasperation. Even if it is Dong Hua, it does not necessarily mean he is here for your treatment. Chen Haoyu laughed. Let us just wait and see. Moments later, Dong Hua, supported by two nurses, entered Chen Haoyu's hospital room. His face was ashen, beads of cold sweat dotted his brow, and he clutched his heart, grimacing in pain at a crowd of onlookers gathered outside, whispering among themselves, could it really be heart disease? How uncanny, precisely 1 hour later. Is this young man truly a miracle worker? Ching approached. Mr. Dong, what seems to be the problem? My chest hurts as though something is gnawing at it, Dong Hua replied, his voice thick and raspy, with every word. The flesh on his face trembled rhythmically. Ching shot a glance at Chen Haoyu in shock before continuing. Have you ever experienced angina or any history of heart disease? Dong Hua replied. Never. Ching suggested. Then let us conduct an examination. No. Dong Hua struggled to lift his head. Looking at Chen Haoyu, please, help me. Chen Haoyu leisurely replied, I think it would be best for you to get an x-ray and have a Western doctor treat you. It might not even cost 2,000 to resolve your heart ailment. If you want me to treat you, it will cost 10,000. With that, he flicked his fingers. Dong Hua screamed, collapsing to the floor in agony. Su Yao wanted to interject, but upon witnessing Chen Haoyu's icy gaze and haughty demeanor, she swallowed her words. What exactly is Chen Haoyu? How could his aura be even more commanding than my father's? Su Yao was internally astonished. Dong Hua was on the verge of tears as he implored, I beg you, save me. Chen Haoyu inquired, do you have 10,000 ready? Dong Hua quickly replied, I have it in my phone. Chen Haoyu surveyed the room and asked Su Yao, where's my phone? Su Yao retrieved a new phone from the bedside drawer. Your phone was broken, so I bought you a new one. Chen Haoyu nodded. Opened the phone, located his payment code, and approached Dong Hua with a smile. Transfer the money first, then I will treat you. With great difficulty, Dong Hua scanned Chen Haoyu's payment code with his phone and transferred him 100,000 yuan. Chen Haoyu let out a whistle, raised an eyebrow at Su Yao, and declared, I have won. Su Yao pressed her lips together and replied, you should focus on curing him first. Chen Haoyu inquired, do you see a needle pouch? I have one. Su Yao responded, is it that black bag? Chen Haoyu nodded affirmatively, saying, exactly. Su Yao pointed to the drawer below and said, it's in there. Chen Haoyu opened the drawer and retrieved a black cloth bag, intricately embroidered with a dragon in a fierce pose, seemingly alive. Upon opening the pouch, he found meticulously arranged golden needles inside, each as fine as a hair, engraved with peculiar patterns that hinted at their extraordinary nature. Most striking were the 9 golden needles at the top of the pouch, varying in length, each adorned with a lifelike dragon at its tip, exquisite to the utmost degree. Ching's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, so beautiful. Su Yao nodded and remarked, these golden needles must be crafted by a master. Chen Haoyu instructed the nurse to assist Dong Hua to a chair, then rolled up his shirt to expose his rotund chest. Goodness, he is quite overweight, Chen Haoyu muttered, taking an 8-centimeter long golden needle from the pouch and piercing it into Dong Hua's heart area. At the same time, he flicked his fingers, causing the needle to tremble as if it were alive. The once agonizing Dong Hua felt a warm current flow around his heart after the needle was inserted, significantly alleviating his pain, and he couldn't help but emit a sound of comfort. In truth, Chen Haoyu could dispel the talisman with mere thought. The dramatic act of acupuncture was merely to align with traditional Chinese medicine, as talismans belonged to the realm of superstition, and Chen Haoyu had no desire to find himself in trouble with the law again. He wanted to convey to everyone that he had exerted considerable effort to resolve the issue. If it were resolved too effortlessly, it would lead others to believe that Dong Hua's 100,000 yuan was wasted, a notion Chen Haoyu wished to avoid. Mr. Dong, you may speak now. How do you feel? Chen Haoyu asked. Dong Hua replied. I have never felt such comfort. Chen Haoyu continued, aside from the heart issue, there's also cold energy within you to justify this 100,000 yuan. I will help you resolve that as well. Dong Hua quickly responded, all right, thank you. Chen Haoyu flicked the needle, which had nearly stilled, causing it to vibrate once more, sending a gentle warmth circulating within Dong Hua's body. After approximately 2 minutes, Chen Haoyu withdrew the needle and instructed, go to the restroom immediately to expel the cold energy from your body. Upon hearing this, Dong Hua wasted no time and rushed into the restroom. Bang, 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 came a sound of 3 loud noises from within. Moments later, Dong Hua emerged, looking refreshed. Chen Haoyu, with his legs crossed, asked, how do you feel? Do you feel lighter? Dong Hua nodded vigorously, saying, I feel as if I've shed 10 years. Mr. Chen, you are truly remarkable, the greatest divine doctor in the world. Chen Haoyu replied nonchalantly, after all, it was 100,000 yuan. I couldn't possibly let you go at a loss. When you return, make sure to exercise properly and lose at least 30 to 40 pounds. If you continue to gain weight, maintaining normal blood circulation in your heart will likely become a challenge. Dong Hua agreed. Yes, I will definitely work on losing weight. Chen Haoyu handed him a trash bag containing leftover food and said, dispose of this for me. You may leave now. Dong Hua promptly accepted the bag, bowed respectfully to Chen Haoyu, and expressed, thank you, Mr. Chen. With that, he left, looking invigorated. Goodness, that was astonishing. Are these two engaging in a performance? The old man was nearly on the brink of death. How could it be so theatrical? Could this young man genuinely be a divine doctor? What sort of divine doctor is so youthful? After everyone departed, Chen Haoyu closed the ward door, gazing at Su Yuyao with a smile. It seems I have won. Su Yuyao replied coolly. You earned 100,000 yuan and sent him off in high spirits. Chen Haoyu, you truly are impressive. Chen Haoyu's eyes sparkled as he asked, what do you mean? Su Yuyao replied, is his heart truly ailing? Do not assume everyone is a fool that I have encountered traditional Chinese medicine before. Yet I have never heard of anyone resolving heart issues and internal cold energy with a single golden needle in under 5 minutes. Not even the esteemed doctors of Yindu could accomplish that. Su Yao suspected that Chen Haoyu might have employed some unknown technique to induce Dong Hua's heart issue, only to then resolve it himself, thereby venting his frustration and earning 100,000 yuan, a double victory. Isn't it said that beautiful women are often lacking in intellect? This woman is quite lovely, yet she is remarkably astute. Chen Haoyu inwardly cursed but wore a smug smile as he remarked, Dr. Su, regardless, you lost. Starting tomorrow, we will cohabitate. As is customary in online novels, we shall initially encounter various conflicts, after which you will discover my numerous merits, ultimately falling in love with me, leading us to a shameless life together. Haha, this is simply the hallmark of a male and female protagonist. Su Yuyao scoffed. Even if every man in the world perished, I would never develop feelings for you. Chen Haoyu grinned. Those female protagonists in online novels often begin with such declarations. Su Yao huffed. Ching Ching, this man is a rogue. Let us leave. Seeing that they were truly about to depart, Chen Haoyu quickly called out, wait, I want to be discharged. Su Yao halted, stating, no, I will arrange for a physical examination for you this afternoon. You cannot leave until I confirm you are fine. Chen Haoyu exclaimed, I knew it. You care about me. Get lost. Su Yao, thoroughly exasperated, slammed the ward door shut. Back in her office, she seethed, muttering, encountering such a scoundrel is infuriating. Ching 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 chimed in. I find him rather amusing, and you two seem quite compatible. Su Yao could hardly believe her ears, exclaiming, Ching Ching, are you mistaken? Ching 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 replied, Yao, ever since you arrived at our hospital 2 years ago, you have exuded an air of aloofness. Regardless of the situation, you maintain an excessive calmness. Yet today, faced with Chen Haoyu, you exhibited a strong emotional reaction, even becoming quite enraged, indicating you are not entirely detached from the world. Su Yao countered, I simply did not anticipate his shamelessness. Ching 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 remarked, yet you cannot deny this person's medical skills are exceptional. Setting aside other matters, merely the ease with which he inserted those fine golden needles into Dong Hua's body is not something an ordinary practitioner could achieve. Su Yao paused for a moment, then nodded, admitting, I concede he possesses some remarkable skills. Even now, Su Yuyao could not fathom how Chen Haoyu had managed to induce Dong Hua's heart issue within the span of an hour. Qin Qingqing inquired, "What do you plan to do next? Are you truly considering taking him in?" Su Yuyao sighed, "I'm uncertain of what to do." Qin Qingqing pondered and suggested, "How about renting him an apartment?" Su Yuyao responded, "Do you think he would agree?" Qin Qingqing replied, "No, after all, who would turn down the opportunity to cohabit with a goddess like you?" "I certainly wouldn't." Su Yuyao sighed, "We shall take it one step at a time." A full body examination is an exceedingly tedious process. Even with Su Yuyao's insider assistance, Chen Haoyu did not complete all the tests until 8 o'clock in the evening, gazing at the vegetable and tofu soup before him. Chen Haoyu lamented, "The majority of my test results are normal. I am quite healthy. Dr. Su, could you perhaps bring me some meat?" Su Yuyao remarked, "As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, you should be aware that a light diet would be beneficial for you." "What benefits?" Chen Haoyu retorted, tossing his chopsticks aside in anger. "I am determined to indulge in a hearty meal right now." Su Yuyao replied, "I am your attending physician. If you disregard my advice, you will be responsible for the medical expenses for the next 100 days. Upon hearing this, Chen Haoyu's previously furious expression transformed into one of radiant joy as he declared, "For us Taoists, vegetables and tofu are the finest sustenance. I absolutely relish them." Su Yuyao shot him a glance and said, "Then savor them at your leisure. I am on night duty and must attend to my rounds." Chen Haoyu acknowledged, "Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Su." Once Su Yuyao departed, Chen Haoyu disposed of the vegetables and tofu into the trash and promptly ordered a KFC delivery on his phone. 15 minutes later, after sneaking out of the hospital room and finishing his meal outside, he returned, having disposed of all incriminating evidence. "Oh dear!" As he exited the elevator, an elderly voice reached his ears. Turning around, he noticed a silver-haired old man who appeared to have twisted his ankle, leaning against the wall as he slowly sank to the floor. Chen Haoyu hurried over, asking, "Are you all right, sir?" The old man, though advanced in age, possessed a piercing gaze that exuded a commanding presence. Unmistakably a former soldier, "I stepped out for some fresh air and a stroll, only to twist my ankle. I suppose I can no longer deny my age." The old man chuckled ruefully. Chen Haoyu helped him to his feet, replying with a grin, "While one may age physically, one must remain youthful in spirit." The old man gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Well said." Chen Haoyu inquired, "Which hospital room are you in? Allow me to assist you." The old man responded, "Room 2106." Chen Haoyu was taken aback, exclaiming, "What a coincidence." "I am in 2015, the old man continued. "You are the young man who fell into a coma for over 3 months while saving a little girl." Chen Haoyu couldn't help but smile. "Hearing you say that makes me feel quite heroic." "Ha!" The old man laughed heartily. "Your selfless act truly deserves the title of heroic." Chen Haoyu replied, "I appreciate your kind words." Guiding the old man into room 2106, Chen Haoyu made him comfortable and said, "Sir, I will fetch a doctor for you, and no need. This minor twist is nothing. I hardly feel any pain," the old man insisted. "Not feeling pain does not mean all is well. If you trust me, I can take a look," Chen Haoyu offered. "Young man, are you a doctor as well?" "I suppose you could say that," Chen Haoyu replied. The old man chuckled. "What do you mean by suppose?" Chen Haoyu clarified, "I'm actually a Taoist who possesses some medical knowledge." The old man inquired, "A Taoist? One who can predict and calculate?" Chen Haoyu humbly admitted, "I have some skills in fortune-telling." The old man frowned, stating, "Young man, it is best to remain grounded in reality." Him. Fortune-telling equated to deceit. While he initially held Chen Haoyu in high regard, this revelation caused his opinion to plummet. Chen Haoyu glanced at the nameplate by the old man's bedside, which read Su Jiangwo. But he introduced himself. "Mr. Su, allow me to clarify. My name is Chen Haoyu, and I am not a charlatan masquerading as a fortune-teller. If you do not trust me, I shall take my leave." "Wait," Su Jiangwo said, sizing Chen Haoyu up. "Today, I heard about a young patient who revived an elderly man presumed dead by doctors. Could that be you?" Chen Haoyu smiled. "What a coincidence. That would indeed be me," Su Jiangwo remarked. "If you possess such remarkable medical skills, why resort to fortune-telling?" Chen Haoyu's demeanor shifted as he replied, "Mr. Su, our Taoist lineage has been preserved for millennia for a reason. Indeed, I acknowledge that many exploit fortune-telling for fraud, but they do not belong to our sect. Fortune-telling does not equate to deceit. I hope you can understand this. Su Jiangwo, taken aback by Chen Haoyu's boldness, felt a surge of irritation as he retorted, "If you claim fortune-telling is not deceitful, would you dare to give me a reading?" Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu took a seat in front of Su Jiangwo and stated, 2,000 for a reading. If I'm mistaken, I will compensate you 2,000. Su Jiangwo, both amused and irked, replied, "Very well, a straightforward deal." Just then, Su Yao entered the room. "Mr. Su, a patient mentioned you twisted your ankle." "Chen Haoyu, what are you doing here?" Chen Haoyu coolly replied, "I am here to impart a lesson to Mr. Su. A lesson." Su Yao was perplexed. Su Jiangwo smirked. "Quite the audacious claim. Dr. Su, you haven't informed him about my situation, have you?" Su Yao asserted. "Of course not." Su Jiangwo continued, "All right, young Chen, I won't be unfair. Tell me, how many children do I have?" Chen Haoyu scrutinized Su Jiangwo's features, noting his prominent forehead, straight nose, and thick, well-defined eyebrows, indicative of a man who would be blessed with many offspring. The only flaw was the lack of fullness in his lower eyelids, revealing the loss of 2 children. "You originally had 3 sons and 2 daughters, but tragically, your eldest son and daughter did not survive. Thus, you now have 2 sons and 1 daughter." "Incredible," Su Jiangwo exclaimed, standing in shock. "How did you know?" His first pregnancy had produced a set of twins, a boy and a girl, and he had been overjoyed. However, calamity struck when his wife experienced severe complications near her due date, and by the time they reached the hospital, it was too late. Su Jiangwo was left with only his wife, the loss of their 2 children haunting them for life. The fact that Chen Haoyu knew this was simply astonishing. Chen Haoyu remained silent, instead pulling out his phone and displaying a payment QR code, stating 2,000. Despite his age, Su Jiangwo was accustomed to mobile payments and promptly scanned the code, transferring 2,000 yuan to Chen Haoyu. Rising to his feet, Chen Haoyu smiled. "I am in need of funds. Thank you for the 2,000. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Su Jiangwo shot him a glance and remarked, "Do not attempt to play hard to get with me. Let us continue." Chen Haoyu, impressed by the old man's astuteness, resumed his seat and said, "Very well. Let us continue." Su Jiangwo inquired, "What do my 2 sons and daughter do for a living?" Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu replied, "Your eldest son is steady and composed, likely involved in politics, and seems to hold a significant position. Your second son, rather flamboyant in personality, likely caused you some trouble in his youth, but he is now a businessman with a net worth around a modest target. Your daughter is a researcher, contributing significantly to the nation's scientific advancements. Truly, Mr. Su, you have raised an exceptional family." Su Jiangwo appeared incredulous, asking, "You haven't conducted any prior investigation into my background, have you?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I have been in a coma for over 100 days. I awakened this morning, underwent examinations in the afternoon, and only concluded around 8 in the evening. I had no time to investigate you, and besides, a scientist of your daughter's caliber is beyond my reach." Su Jiangwo conceded, "That is true." Chen Haoyu pointed to his phone, stating, "Payment, please." Su Jiangwo promptly transferred another 2,000 yuan, saying, "Proceed with the 3rd question." "Wait," Chen Haoyu interjected, "I only read 3 fortunes per day. You should consider your next question carefully." Su Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough with the chit-chat. Tell me how many grandchildren I have." Chen Haoyu replied instantly, "That is quite simple. Your eldest son has blessed you with a grandson and a granddaughter, while your second son has given you 2 grandsons." "Haha," Su Jiangwo laughed. "You are mistaken." Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow, asking, "How could I be wrong?" Su Jiangwo retorted, "My second son has only given me 1 grandson. Quickly return my money." Upon reaching this point, Su Yao comprehended that the 2 were engaged in a wager. Chen Haoyu had provided a fortune-telling service for Elder Su, declaring the truth, for which Elder Su rewarded him with 2,000. Conversely, should he be incorrect, Chen Haoyu would owe Elder Su the same sum. It was evident that Chen Haoyu had accurately predicted the outcomes of the first 2 divinations, yet he faltered on the 3rd. Previously, when Chen Haoyu mentioned being apprehended by the police multiple times for fortune-telling, Su Yao had presumed he was merely speaking nonsense. Now, it appeared that he truly possessed the gift of divination. albeit with some lack of finesse. With an unusual expression, Chen Haoyu remarked, Elder Su, I've already stated that your second son has a capricious temperament and is a billionaire. Do you truly believe he has only one child? The smile faded from Su Jiangwo's face as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Chen Haoyu, asking, Are you implying he has an illegitimate child? Chen Haoyu responded, Based on his features, the child should be around 5 years old. Su Jiangwo furrowed his brow and retorted, On what ground should I trust you? With a smile, Chen Haoyu suggested, Put the call on speakerphone and inquire. The truth will soon be revealed. Let us do just that. Su Jiangwo replied without hesitation, promptly dialing his second son, Su Hai. Hello, Dad, is something wrong? Su Hai answered that I'm fine. Are you in a position to talk? Su Jiangwo inquired. Yes, I'm alone. You scoundrel, how dare you cause trouble outside and have a child? You've utterly disgraced me. Su Jiangwo scolded angrily. Chen Haoyu gave him a thumbs up. The old man truly played his part convincingly. Dad, what are you talking about? Stop spouting nonsense. Su Hai protested. The child is already 5 years old. And I, your grandfather, am only just finding out. What kind of situation is this? How will you explain this to your wife and children? Su Jiangwo pressed. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Su Hai responded. Dad, how did you know? Damn it. Su Jiangwo cursed, furiously hanging up the phone. Chen Haoyu chuckled and said, Elder Su, the third divination concludes, and you have lost. Su Jiangwo transferred the money to him, questioning, is there truly such a thing as fortune-telling in this world? Chen Haoyu put away his phone and smiled, saying, If it didn't exist, then why is the Book of Changes revered as the foremost classic of the Xia dynasty, the source of the Great Way? Elder Su, behind every aspect of the world lies an unchanging rule. Master this rule, and you shall become divine. Su Jiangwo asked, Have you mastered it? Su Yuyao, who had remained silent, interjected, Elder Su, do you believe that someone who comprehends the rules of the universe could be impoverished to the point of not affording a meal? Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes in exasperation, saying, Beauty Su, I'm merely staying with you for a couple of days. Is it necessary to target me so? Su Jiangwo glanced at Chen Haoyu, then at Su Yuyao. Chuckling, youth is indeed splendid. Realizing that Su Jiangwo had misunderstood her relationship with Chen Haoyu, Su Yuyao was about to clarify when Chen Haoyu burst out laughing. Elder Su, your insight is commendable. Love is truly peculiar. Some people can spend a lifetime together without developing feelings, while others, upon first meeting, instinctively recognize their counterpart as Su Yuyao, and I belong to the latter. Su Yuyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, Chen Haoyu, do you have no shame? Chen Haoyu shrugged and replied, For the sake of love, what is shame? Elder Su, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he raised an eyebrow at Su Yuyao and turned to exit, prompting her to feel an overwhelming urge to kick him. Su Jiangwo remarked thoughtfully, This young man Chen is enigmatic and extraordinary. Su Yuyao suggested, Elder Su, we should check your ankle. Su Jiangwo lifted his foot and moved it slightly, letting out a muffled grunt. Indeed, we should seek medical attention. After arranging for 2 nurses to accompany Su Jiangwo to the surgery department, Su Yuyao entered Chen Haoyu's hospital room. You know who Elder Su is? Chen Haoyu, engrossed in a game, glanced at her and replied, A retired major general from the Yanhai military district. Su Yuyao was momentarily taken aback. If you are aware, why would you dare to swindle him? Chen Haoyu set down his phone, expressing his displeasure. Your choice of words is inappropriate. I provide fortune-telling. He compensates me. Can that be described as swindling? Besides, what of a major general? Since the founding of the nation, there have been at least 2,000 generals of that rank and above. As for me, Chen Haoyu, a distinguished Taoist master, I can count on one hand those like Zhang Sanfeng and Liu Bowen. Who could be compared to me? In contrast, my status is far more exalted. Su Yuyao burst into laughter. Oh, great master, can you summon a ghost for me to see? Chen Haoyu scoffed. The tales of ghosts and deities are merely tricks devised by ancient Taoist masters to elevate their status and standing before the common folk. Intrigued, Su Yao inquired, Are you suggesting that there are no ghosts in the world? Chen Haoyu affirmed, Certainly that if ghosts truly existed, the world would be in chaos. The ghosts described by the ancients are, in fact, the energy of yin and sha. The human body possesses both yin and yang energies, and when they are in balance, one enjoys health and longevity. Should the energy of sha invade the body and disrupt this balance, various ailments will arise. Likewise, an excess of yang energy can lead to similar issues. As Yu Yao pressed further, then why do so many people online claim to have seen ghosts? Chen Haoyu pointed to his head, explaining when the energy of sha invades the brain, it manifests as the terrifying apparitions they imagine, and those with mental issues may even experience hallucinations that, as Yao nodded, I see now. Chen Haoyu continued, in the eyes of accomplished practitioners like us, there is no distinction between nobles and commoners. They are all mere mortals, while we have transcended the mundane. Suddenly, Su Yao pointed to the floor, exclaiming, Oh, whose 1,000 yuan note is this? Where? Chen Haoyu immediately bent down to search the Su Yao erupted into laughter. Chen Haoyu, you truly are above the mundane. Chen Haoyu pressed his lips together, attempting to clarify. In Taoism, one must possess wealth, skills, land, and companions why earning is also for the sake of cultivation, Su Yao, realizing that this rogue was rather endearing. Said understood. Rest well, and I will arrange your discharge tomorrow. The following morning, Su Yao arrived with a group of doctors for rounds. Chen Haoyu, who had been meditating, opened his eyes at the commotion. Upon checking the time, he was astonished to find it was already 7 o'clock in the morning, marveling silently. Indeed, time flies when one is in cultivation. He had felt as though he had only meditated for a brief moment. Yet it had actually been 8 hours. This demonstrated just how remarkable the cultivation method, the carefree classic, created by the immortal Xiao, truly was. That a professor in his 60s reviewed Chen Haoyu's medical examination result from the previous day and exclaimed in astonishment. After 100 days in a coma, you awaken with a physique far stronger than that of an ordinary person. This is indeed peculiar. Young man, have you practiced martial arts? Chen Haoyu straightened his posture and replied, In terms of martial arts, I should be invincible in this world. Boasting again. Su Yao remarked, exasperated. The old professor chuckled. It seems you are quite the wuxia enthusiast. Chen Haoyu stated, a man who doesn't appreciate wuxia is typically lacking in spirit. However, I am not exaggerating. I truly am unmatched. Xiao Yao Zhenren lived for over 120 years, possessing not only formidable magical powers, but also being a master of martial arts par excellence. He was well-versed in the techniques of various schools, essentially lacking knowledge of nothing in the realm of martial arts. However, it is essential to clarify that the martial arts referred to here are not as extraordinary as those depicted in wuxia novels. Devoid of any mystical energies or internal forces, the cinematic feats of scaling walls or delivering a lethal blow from 20 meters away do not exist in this world. The martial arts of ancient times, akin to traditional Chinese martial arts, focused on the cultivation of vital energy and strength, though the delineation of mastery was not as intricate as in traditional martial arts. Chen Haoyu's claim of being an unrivaled martial arts expert is not mere boastfulness. Having inherited the teachings of Xiao Yao Zhenren and wielding a measure of magical prowess, he is akin to the emergence of a grand master like Zhang Sanfeng in the world. Even those who have refined their martial arts to the pinnacle of transformation would likely find themselves outmatched by him in 3 moves. That it is an undeniable fact that magical power resides on a higher plane than mere physical strength. If Chen Haoyu were to acknowledge a second place, no one would dare claim the first. The elderly professor, initially believing Chen Haoyu was jesting, remarked, Very well. This esteemed martial arts master, congratulations, you may be discharged today. Chen Haoyu clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, I appreciate it. The professor reciprocated the gesture, stating, No need for formality. The sight of the elderly professor and the young man, mimicking characters from martial arts films, elicited uncontrollable laughter from the attending doctors. Su Yao cast a disdainful glance at Chen Haoyu, thinking to herself that he was quite the spectacle. After the rounds concluded, Su Jiangwo entered with a middle-aged man. The man appeared to be in his 40s. Standing at around 1.80 m, his hair meticulously styled, resembling Su Jiangwo, but lacking the gravitas, instead exuding a sense of ease and nonchalance. It was evident that this individual was Su Hai, the one with a love child. Old Su, I am about to be discharged. What brings you here? Xiao Chun, this is my second son. Su Hai, that I would like to ask you to divine for him. Old Su, weren't you skeptical of such matters? I am not so narrow-minded. Yesterday, you won 6,000 from me, which indicates your genuine abilities. That my son, now in his 40s, has never put my mind at ease. I am concerned he might encounter difficulties. Hence, I seek your insight. Chen Haoyu turned to Su Hai, who was also scrutinizing him with an expression full of distrust. Kid, you might fool my dad, but you can't fool me. Tell me, how did you know I have a son? Su Hai coldly inquired. Su Jiangwo kicked Su Hai in the rear, sternly commanding, silence. Su Hai, looking aggrieved, protested, Dad, this kid is only in his 20s. How could he possibly be as remarkable as you say? You must have been deceived. Chen Haoyu smirked, replying, why would I deceive the old gentleman? Just for 6,000? Surely you underestimate me. Su Hai scoffed. 6,000 is just the beginning. Once my dad fully believes you, it won't stop there. Chen Haoyu nodded, stating, you are correct that if you wish for me to divine, you must at least offer me 100,000. Su Hai, infuriated, pointed at Chen Haoyu and exclaimed to Su Jiangwo, Dad, did you hear that? This kid has confessed. Be quiet. Su Jiangwo chastised Su Hai, then turned to Chen Haoyu, asking, Xiao Chun, why is that? Chen Haoyu smiled. Old Su, a person's fate is ever-changing, and no one can predict it with certainty. I can only provide a rough estimate. However, in the case of someone as conspicuous as Su, I can discern the impending calamity. If you believe me, grant me 100,000 should you doubt me. Consider it mere bluster, Su Hai retorted. What if you take the money and run? Chen Haoyu replied, that would merely indicate a flaw in your judgment. Su Hai mocked, in my life, I've never encountered someone like you. Chen Haoyu responded, likewise, I have never met a businessman who has been in the industry for 20 years and remains so frivolous and impatient. Su Hai threatened, do you believe I could end you? Chen Haoyu shook his head dismissively. With you? Su, you overestimate yourself. Su Jiangwo frowned. Su Hai, this is not your place to speak. Xiao Chun, I will pay the 100,000 that Chen Haoyu interjected. It has changed. I now demand 200,000. You scoundrel! Su Hai exploded in anger. Chen Haoyu calmly turned to Su Jiangwo, stating, Old Su, I do not have a fondness for your son. 200,000 is your last opportunity. Will you provide it or not? Su Jiangwo, gazing into Chen Haoyu's profound and icy eyes, gritted his teeth and replied, Fine, Dad. Shut your mouth. Su Jiangwo interrupted Su Hai sharply, commanding, Pay the money to Su Hai. Unable to defy his father, shot a resentful glance at Chen Haoyu and transferred the 200,000. Chen Haoyu tucked away his phone and said nonchalantly, Su, do not feel you have suffered a loss. Were it not for the old gentleman's reputation, even if you offer me 20 million, I would not bother with you. Su Jiangwo interjected, Xiao Chun, there is no need for lengthy explanations. Just tell us, what calamity does he face? Chen Haoyu stated, if my calculations are correct, Su should be involved in a municipal project, correct? Su Jiangwo looked at Su Hai, who nodded. It's the Longmen Bridge in Yanhai, set to be completed in half a month. Completed? Chen Haoyu scoffed. You think a shoddy project like that can be completed? What a farce. Su Jiangwo's face paled. Are you implying there are issues with the Longmen Bridge's construction? For a construction company, public works must never falter if problems arise. Not only the Su family, but even families 10 times their stature would find themselves in dire straits. Should the Longmen Bridge indeed be substandard, once discovered, the entire Su family would be doomed. Su Hai frowned, Dad. Do not heed his nonsense. That is impossible. Though I have my flaws, I would never cut corners on public works. Chen Haoyu countered, just because you wouldn't does not mean others would not. I in the face of profit. Not everyone can maintain their principles, Su Hai asserted. The person responsible for the Longmen Bridge is Xiao Hui's elder brother. He is not short on funds. Su Jiangwo inquired. Xiao Hui is the mistress you are supporting? Su Hai faltered. Dad, please do not speak so harshly. She is the mother of your grandson. Chen Haoyu found amusement in Su Hai's foolishness, saying, Su, you must immediately find reliable third parties to inspect the Longmen Bridge. They can ascertain its compliance within 2 hours. Su Hai questioned. What if the results prove you are merely spouting nonsense? Chen Haoyu replied, Not only will the 200,000 be refunded, but I will also give you an additional 100,000. Conversely, if the results align with my prediction, I would appreciate another 100,000. Suhai agreed. No problem. The two exchanged contact information, and Suhai hurriedly departed. Su Jiangwo, now deeply concerned, asked Xiao Chun, "How confident are you?" Chen Haoyu replied without hesitation, "Absolutely 100%. Your esteemed son-in-law is deeply in debt, and he has likely embezzled at least 20 million from the project." Su Jiangwo, astonished, asked, "You can deduce this?" Chen Haoyu responded, "This is just the tip of the iceberg. Su is merely a pawn in the grand scheme. There are greater powers at play behind this incident. Old Su, do not forget, your eldest son is the true core of the Su family." Boom! Upon hearing the last statement, Su Jiangwo felt as if his mind had exploded. Everyone knows that the successor of the Su family is Su Jiangwo's eldest son, Su Jiang, who holds a significant leadership position in another province. At this moment, Su Jiang is at a critical juncture in his ascent. Should the news of Su Hai's involvement in a shoddy project surface, the consequences are unimaginable. It appears they are determined to bring the Su family to ruin. With this thought, a fierce aura of killing intent surged within Su Jiangwo as he asked, "Xiao Chun, can you determine who is behind this?" Chen Haoyu shook his head, saying, "Old Su, I am no deity. How could I possibly know? Su Jiang's adversary is no ordinary individual. Chen Haoyu certainly wouldn't engage in self-destructive behavior." This is also the first lesson of the Xian men, resolutely avoiding any perilous situations. If one finds themselves in an unavoidable predicament, it is imperative to extinguish the danger while it is still in its infancy. Su Jiangwo has completely placed his trust in Chen Haoyu, stating, "Regardless of the circumstances, the Su family owes you a substantial favor. Please, there's no need for that." Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, replying, "I have read your son's fortune, and he has compensated me. We are even now, and there is no debt between you as long as you believe the expenditure was worthwhile. That is sufficient." Su Jiangwo regarded Chen Haoyu with a profound gaze and said, "Very well, I thank you." Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, "You're welcome." An hour later, after completing the discharge procedures, Chen Haoyu departed the hospital alongside Su Yuyao. Inside the elevator, Chen Haoyu surveyed Su Yuyao while marveling. "How did you come to look like this? You are truly stunning." Clad in a white coat, Su Yuyao was already breathtaking. Donning a light blue dress, she became even more extraordinarily beautiful. Particularly, her curvaceous figure was enchanting, with all the right contours accentuated, complemented by her graceful and noble demeanor. One could hardly imagine a mere mortal, let alone a celestial being impervious to her allure. Su Yao remarked lightly, "Your choice of words to compliment women is rather refined." Chen Haoyu chuckled and replied, "Apologies, I did not receive formal education as a child." Su Yao shot him an exasperated glance, choosing not to engage further. Upon exiting the hospital building, they encountered a luxurious sports car adorned with an array of roses parked in front. A dapper gentleman in his 30s, dressed in a tailored suit and radiating an extraordinary aura, stood there, beaming while holding the flowers. Chen Haoyu could surmise with certainty that this man was one of Su Yao's suitors. To avoid any misunderstanding, he promptly stepped back. Unexpectedly, a hand grasped him, pulling him back. "Where do you think you're going?" Su Yuyao inquired with a smile directed at Chen Haoyu. Alas, this woman intends to use him as a human shield. Chen Haoyu quickly comprehended the mischief in her eyes and said, "I suddenly feel the urge to use the restroom, but it's too late for that." Su Yuyao retorted, linking her arm through his, "Since you are staying at my place, you must help me fend off these bothersome individuals. Otherwise, we shall part ways. After all, you're clearly fine now, and I'm not afraid of going to court." Chen Haoyu exclaimed, "Good grief, Su Yuyao, you're quite ruthless." This was the first time Su Yuyao had been scolded, and instead of becoming angry, she found it amusing, her smile broadening as she replied, "A woman's heart can be most treacherous. Haven't you heard?" Chen Haoyu scoffed, "Aren't you afraid of burying yourself in this charade? Many romance novels feature plots where the female protagonist randomly grabs a man to pose as her fake boyfriend, only for them to fall genuinely in love." Su Yuyao countered, "If you possess the charm to make me fall for you, I wouldn't mind if it turned into something real." Chen Haoyu felt a stir in his heart and said, "In that case, don't blame me for acquiring a bit of interest up front." "What do you mean?" Before Su Yuyao could grasp Chen Haoyu's implications, he had already wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Pulling them closer together, Su Yuyao's body quivered, a mixture of embarrassment and frustration coursing through her. This scoundrel dared to take advantage of her. Chen Haoyu squeezed her waist lightly and murmured, "This is truly delightful." Their voices were soft, and with their proximity, smiles adorned their faces. Anyone observing this scene would undoubtedly believe they were a couple, including the handsome gentleman, whose smile had vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor. Who is this man? Why is Su Yao, who usually shows no kindness to men, so close to him? The man's gaze was fixed on Chen Haoyu, and had looks been lethal, Chen Haoyu would have been reduced to a pincushion. "Yao, it's been a while." Upon seeing Su Yao approach, the man quickly stepped forward, his expression transforming to one of warmth. Su Yao frowned slightly and responded, "Mr. Shun, I've mentioned repeatedly not to call me Yao. I wish to avoid any misunderstandings with my boyfriend." The gentleman turned to Chen Haoyu and said, "I am Shun Dong of the Shun Group. May I inquire your surname, sir?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I am honored to introduce myself as Chen." "Chen Haoyu," Shun Dong inquired, "Yao has always claimed to have a boyfriend. I assumed it was merely an excuse, yet it appears to be true." Chen Haoyu's forthcoming response was crucial, and Su Yuyao gently squeezed his arm, signaling him to respond appropriately. "What boyfriend? Mr. Shun, I believe you are mistaken," Chen Haoyu asserted. Su Yao's expression stiffened, her fingers digging into the tender flesh of Chen Haoyu's arm, causing him to nearly cry out in pain. "Haoyu, what are you saying?" Su Yuyao chastised him. Chen Haoyu sighed and said, "Yuyao, I know you have feelings for me, but please grant me some time, as I am genuinely uncertain about my feelings for you." Shindong nearly lost his composure upon hearing Chen Haoyu's words. What does this mean? Su Yuyao is pursuing him, and he is unwilling. This is a plot even a drama script wouldn't dare to write. Su Yuyao was equally taken aback by Chen Haoyu's unexpected response. Yet she steeled herself to continue the act, saying, "Regardless of the circumstances, I am committed to you for life." Chen Haoyu replied, "Yao, I am but a cat. I could never forsake an entire forest for you." Su Yao responded without hesitation. "As long as you are by my side, I am indifferent to everything else. For this period, you shall reside with me." Chen Haoyu sighed. "I am without wealth or power. I truly do not understand what you see in me," Su Yao declared. "I do not care about your wealth. I simply like you for who you are." Chen Haoyu chuckled bitterly. "Very well. Let us cohabit for a time. If it proves unsuitable, we shall part ways." Su Yao nodded happily, saying, "All right." Shun Dong stood in shock, unable to comprehend that the aloof goddess he admired would willingly pursue a man dressed in a mere shirt worth a few dollars. It surpassed his wildest imagination. "Yu Yao, are you truly going to live with him?" Shin Dong asked incredulously. "Of course." Su Yuyao replied, "But Mr. Shun, I sincerely appreciate your affections, but we are truly incompatible." "Haoyu, let us depart." "Very well," Chen Haoyu agreed, wrapping his arm around Su Yuyao as they made their way toward the parking lot. Shun Dong stood dumbfounded for a moment before pulling out his phone and dialing a number. "Investigate Chen Haoyu. I want all his information at that moment." Shin Dong's expression was as dark as a storm cloud. Upon reaching the parking lot, Su Yuyao coldly remarked, "How long do you intend to keep holding me?" Chen Haoyu did not release his hold. Instead, he tightened his grip and declared affectionately, "For all eternity." "You might as well say that to other women," Su Yuyao retorted, stepping sharply on Chen Haoyu's foot. "Ouch!" Chen Haoyu winced, his face contorting in pain as he clutched his foot, hopping about. "Su Yuyao, you are far too ruthless." "Thank you for the compliment," Su Yuyao replied with a triumphant smile. Inside the car, Chen Haoyu sat in the passenger seat, surveying his surroundings. The $220,000 Range Rover was indeed impressive, with an interior far superior to that of other vehicles. However, it surprised Chen Haoyu that such a stunning beauty would choose an SUV measuring over 5 meters instead of sports car. "Su, my beautiful lady, I fail to understand why you would purchase such a vehicle. It seems somewhat mismatched with you. What car do you believe would suit me? A Bentley, a Porsche, or a Maserati? Do you think the space and safety of a sports car surpass that of a Range Rover?" "Certainly not. They fall far short. Precisely why I do not buy them to ASA doctor. My foremost considerations in purchasing a vehicle are safety and practicality. Truly wise. Now I understand why you earn such a high salary yet cannot spare even 20,000. Is it all tied up in car loans? Not to mention rent for my apartment. Chen Haoyu was rendered speechless. After emerging from the hospital, the car traveled approximately 5 kilometers before he suddenly exclaimed. Stop that. Yao furrowed her delicate brows and inquired. What's the matter? Chen Haoyu pointed to a traditional Chinese medicine clinic by the roadside and declared, I wish to go there. Upon glancing over, Su Yao noticed a large sign beside the clinic announcing that the premises were for rent, instantly comprehending Chen Haoyu's intentions. After finding a suitable parking spot, Su Yao followed Chen Haoyu toward the clinic. Just as they reached the entrance, Chen Haoyu abruptly halted, turning his gaze toward the corner of a nearby hotel. Su Yao followed his line of sight and asked, What's wrong? Chen Haoyu chuckled and replied, It's the sharp corner killing. And oh wonder this clinic is up for rent. It appears the negative energy has obstructed the feng shui. Su Yao responded, Then why are you still considering renting it? Chen Haoyu asserted, Of course I will rent a renowned master. I possess countless methods to counteract sharp corner energy. Su Yao remarked. This clinic is spacious and well located. The rent must be quite expensive. Chen Haoyu, brimming with confidence, retorted, I am now a wealthy man. Renting a place is certainly within my means. Upon entering the clinic, a middle-aged man with slightly disheveled hair approached them. Without needing to look closely, Chen Haoyu discerned that the fellow exuded a financial leakage visage. Are you two here to rent the place? The middle-aged man asked directly. Chen Haoyu nodded, stating, Indeed. The man continued bluntly, 2 years, 300,000. No bargaining. Chen Haoyu was taken aback, but chuckled, considering the size and location. 15 million a year isn't exorbitant. However, I fail to understand why it must be a 2-year lease. The middle-aged man explained. I have rented it from the landlord for a total of 4 years, with 2 years and 3 months remaining. The last 3 months are a gift to you. Chen Haoyu suddenly understood. I see that in that case, 28 million, the middle-aged man, exhibiting a distinct personality, responded, I have already stated, no bargaining. Not even a little. Chen Haoyu pressed. Not at all. Then I shall take my leave. And Osin dash off as Chen Haoyu stepped outside. He noticed the man showed no intention of retaining him. Reluctantly, he conceded, Very well, my good sir, you have prevailed. The middle-aged man asked, Are you truly going to rent? Chen Haoyu replied with a grin, 300,000 for 2 years and 3 months is a fair deal. The man inquired, When shall we sign the contract and make the payment? Chen Haoyu promptly placed his ID on the counter, stating, Right now, Su Yao, taken aback by Chen Haoyu's decisiveness, quickly interjected, Aren't you going to check out other properties? Chen Haoyu replied, It is rare to find something I like. The middle-aged man scrutinized him for a moment before retrieving a pre-printed lease contract from a drawer, stating, I hope you do not regret this. After glancing over the contract and confirming its accuracy, Chen Haoyu signed his name, declaring, I, Chen Haoyu, never regret the decisions I make. The entire process from entering the clinic to signing the contract and making the payment took less than 10 minutes. Su Yao was left speechless, deeming it child's play. The middle-aged man handed the keys to Chen Haoyu and showed him around briefly before departing. Chen Haoyu stretched his arms wide and laughed heartily, exclaiming, From this day forth I, Chen Haoyu, shall finally embark on a grand venture. Su Yao muttered, What a fool. Chen Haoyu, ever perceptive, countered, You're the fool. This clinic is splendid, 200 square meters, 3 separated consultation rooms, and the decor is quite nice. 30 million for 2 years, isn't steep? Su Yao queried. Where did you acquire 30 million? Chen Haoyu proudly declared. This morning, I calculated a fortune for Su Lao's son, Su Hai, and earned 20 million. Coupled with the 10 million from yesterday, it's just enough for this clinic's rent, Su Yao remarked. Chen Haoyu, you truly are impressive. Even Su Lao and his son were outsmarted by you. Chen Haoyu retorted, What do you mean by outsmarted? I earn money through skill. Just then, his phone chimed with a notification. Upon checking, he found a message confirming a 10 million payment. Chen Haoyu waved his phone, saying, See, Su Hai has sent me another 10 million, indicating my calculations were accurate. Su Yao, astonished, asked, What exactly did you predict for him? Chen Haoyu grinned mischievously. Would you like to know? Noticing his lewd expression, Su Yuyao replied, "Not interested. You carry on. I'll take my leave." "Wait." Upon hearing this, Chen Haoyu immediately protested. "Su Yuyao, you cannot abandon me." After locking the clinic's door, Shen Dong closely followed Su Yao in Kong and hospital. Su Hai appeared pale, head bowed, silent as a grave. Su Jiangwo's expression was grim. The test results had arrived. Chen Haoyu's predictions were spot on. The Longmen Bridge was indeed a thoroughly shoddy project. Once operational, it was unlikely to last a year before collapsing. Su Jiangwo spoke sternly. "Have all relevant personnel been detained?" Su Hai nodded. "Everyone from the project head to the subcontractors has been apprehended." Su Jiangwo continued. "What about your uncle?" Su Hai replied. "He has also been taken in." "Father, what shall we do?" "According to the agreement I signed with the government, there is only 1 month left to complete the project. If we fail, not only will I earn nothing, but I will also owe a penalty of 50 million. Slap. As soon as Su Hai finished speaking, Su Jiangwo delivered a resounding slap. "What kind of time is this? Are you still thinking about money? Let me tell you, the Su family is at a critical juncture. Even if it means selling everything, you must resolve this matter. Otherwise, your elder brother will be implicated because of your negligence." Su Hai covered his face and asked, "Father, what should I do?" Su Jiangwo instructed, "Report to the authorities, detain those who need to be detained, and compensate those who need compensation. You must ensure the outside world knows that you, Su Hai, are not the one responsible for this shoddy project. Only then can the Su family preserve its reputation." With a sorrowful expression, Su Hai lamented, "Then my construction company will be finished." Su Jiangwo coldly replied, "Better for the company to fail than for you to end up in prison or for your brother to lose his position. After you left, Xiaochen revealed to me that this matter is not simple. The real target is not you, but your elder brother. Do you understand?" Su Hai's expression shifted as he responded, "I understand. Father, how did you come to know Chen Haoyu? He is quite extraordinary." Su Jiangwo explained. "Xiaochen even predicted your illegitimate child situation. How could he not be extraordinary? From now on, whenever you meet him, you must show him utmost respect. A man of such caliber, in ancient times, would be akin to a national advisor." Treated with deference by emperors, Su Hai nodded. "Rest assured, I will cultivate a good relationship with him. Father, I will call my brother and expedite the resolution of this matter." Su Jiangwo acknowledged. "Go ahead." After Su Hai departed, Su Jiangwo stood by the window, pondering Chen Haoyu's irreverent smile. Point 4 predictions, all strikingly accurate. Chen Haoyu's power and mystery shattered Su Jiangwo's previous understanding. Could it be that destiny truly exists? Chen Haoyu took Su Yuyao's car to visit the residence he had previously rented. The infuriating landlord had, upon failing to reach Chen Haoyu, disposed of his belongings. The apartment had been rented out 2 months prior to a pair of university students to avoid any confrontation with Chen Haoyu. She had not discarded his items, but instead stored them in the basement. Chen Haoyu packed his clothes, laptop, and some ancient Taoist texts into a travel bag, discarding the rest as junk. Once back in the car, he caught a glimpse of the still cursing landlord in the rearview mirror, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "What a disgrace, like a dragon in shallow waters being mocked by shrimp, or a tiger in the plains being bullied by dogs. I, a distinguished master, am being insulted like this. It is utterly preposterous." Hu Yao, with a hint of a smile, remarked, "Aren't you quite capable? Why not employ the same tactics you used against Dong Hua to deal with her?" Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes and remarked, "Although this landlord speaks harshly and lacks reason, it must be acknowledged that she has provided me with a place to call home. Moreover, even if I were to vanish for 100 days, she still hasn't touched my belongings. A true gentleman distinguishes between gratitude and grievances, so I certainly cannot retaliate against her at this juncture." Chen Haoyu suddenly realized something was amiss and hastily added, "Besides, Dong Hua has a pre-existing heart condition. It has nothing to do with me." Su Yao cast him a meaningful glance and said, "Is that so?" Chen Haoyu replied, "Indeed." Su Yao responded with an O, and remarked, "If you say so, then it must be." Chen Haoyu felt a pang of annoyance. "Damn it, this woman is far too clever, managing to catch me off guard in such a manner. It seems I must be more cautious in the future." Half an hour later, the car turned into a high-end community named Long Tingju. Chen Haoyu checked and found that this community was less than 7 kilometers from Kangan Hospital, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Had he known that Su Yao needed to take such a long detour, he would not have allowed her to see him off. The environment of Longtingju was quite pleasant, with separated pathways for pedestrians and vehicles, boasting a greenery coverage of 50%. Even in a first-tier city like Yanhai, it was a notable establishment. Su Yao rented room 801, Unit 1, Building 12, which spanned 208 square meters, featuring 4 rooms, 2 living areas, and 2 bathrooms, immensely spacious and luxuriously decorated. Chen Haoyu took a tour and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly impressive. Su, my beautiful friend, your rent for this month must be quite substantial, no?" Su Yao replied, 20,000. Chen Haoyu gave a thumbs up and said, "You women sure are ruthless with yourselves. A car worth over 2 million, paired with a spacious apartment of more than 200 square meters, meant that Su Yao would have to spend at least 35,000 yuan each month on just these 2 items. Although Kangan Hospital is the best private hospital in Yanhai, with attending physicians earning upwards of 50,000 a month, Su Yao's expenses were still quite extravagant," Su Yao stated. "What I value is the privacy and security of Longtingju." Chen Haoyu nodded and remarked, "With your stunning beauty, it is indeed necessary to have better security." Su Yao continued, "Now that a rogue has moved into my home, even the best security at Longtingju is of no use." Pointing at himself, Chen Haoyu asked, "Are you referring to me?" Su Yao inquired. "Who else could it be?" Chen Haoyu indignantly responded, "You are insulting me." Su Yao coolly replied, "If you can't handle it, you are free to leave." Chen Haoyu chuckled and said, "You want me to leave? Not a chance. 3 months, 90 days. I won't miss a single one." Su Yao gestured toward a nearby bedroom and said, "That is yours. The bathroom and shower. We shall each have one." "Understood," he replied. "You cannot enter my room without my permission." "Rest assured, I certainly won't. You should probably buy a washing machine. I don't want to share it, and no need to purchase one. That I prefer hand washing. I don't like using machines. Absolutely no one is allowed to enter here." "Of course," Su Yao confidently declared, speaking at length while Chen Haoyu nodded repeatedly. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, he resignedly suggested, "How about you draft a cohabitation agreement when you have the time? You've said too much at once for me to remember." Su Yao pondered for a moment and said, "All right, you go tidy up your room." Chen Haoyu replied, "There's nothing to tidy. My clothes have grown moldy in the basement, and I'll be buying new ones this afternoon. Also, I need to establish some ground rules with you." Su Yao said, "Go ahead." Chen Haoyu stated, "You may enter my bedroom freely, but you absolutely cannot touch my books." Curiously, Su Yao asked, "Are your books particularly valuable?" "Certainly. These are Taoist texts, annotated by many renowned Taoist masters, outsiders. They may seem worthless, but for those of us on the path of cultivation, they are of utmost importance." Su Yao nodded and said, "Understood, I will remember that." Chen Haoyu extended his hand and smiled, saying, "Then let us enjoy our cohabitation." Su Yao ignored his hand and coldly replied, "Once you leave, I'll be much happier." With that, Su Yao returned to her bedroom, grabbed a change of clothes, and slipped into the bathroom. After working a night shift, she felt utterly exhausted and needed a shower. "You really trust me, don't you?" Chen Haoyu shrugged and placed his suitcase in his own room. After a quick tidying up, he felt a pang of hunger. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 12:30. He entered the kitchen, where he found fish, meat, and vegetables in the refrigerator, and began to busy himself in his dreams. The carefree master was a renowned gourmand. From the imperial palace to the bustling streets, he had tasted it all and learned from it to be by the age of 40. His culinary skills had reached their zenith. Even the most esteemed royal chefs paled in comparison, having inherited the carefree master's legacy, including his culinary prowess. Chen Haoyu, who had previously been a mediocre cook, suddenly felt inspired the moment he picked up a knife. In just half an hour, he produced a dish of Westlake vinegar fish, stir-fried tomatoes with eggs, and a bowl of cabbage vermicelli soup. After finishing her shower, Su Yao emerged from the bathroom. Upon seeing the 2 dishes and soup on the dining table, she exclaimed in surprise, "You can cook?" Chen Haoyu set down the rice and proudly replied, "Of course, allow me to reintroduce myself. Standing before you is the world's greatest chef. Feel free to call me the culinary god." Su Yuyao had long been immune to Chen Haoyu's bravado, merely rolling her eyes and ignoring him. Chen Haoyu, feeling playful, feigned a lecherous grin and said, "Whoa, Su Yuyao, you aren't wearing a bra da." Su Yuyao shrieked, immediately shielding her chest. The aloof demeanor of the goddess vanished in an instant. Chen Haoyu burst into laughter. "Just kidding." Fuming, Su Yuyao gritted her teeth but found herself powerless against him. After a while, once Su Yuyao had dried her hair, she joined him at the dining table. Noticing that Chen Haoyu remained still, she remarked, "Not bad. I must say, you do possess some gentlemanly manners." Chen Haoyu picked up a bowl, took a bite of rice, and said, "Of course, with a beauty like you. I must wait. After all, beauty is to be savored. If it were an ugly woman, I wouldn't eat with her even if you paid me to." Su Yuyao sighed and said, "Chen Haoyu, sometimes I genuinely wish I could sew your mouth shut." Chen Haoyu replied, "Wait until we finish eating to do that. I end this world. One must never neglect beauty and good food." Su Yuyao picked up her chopsticks and said, "Then I shall see if your cooking truly qualifies as gourmet." She picked up a piece of fish, dipped it in the soup, and placed it in her mouth, her eyes widening in delight. She felt the exquisite flavor of the fish melding perfectly with the tangy sweetness of the soup, creating a unique taste that lingered on her palate. Su Yuyao sampled the stir-fried tomatoes and eggs, followed by a sip of the cabbage vermicelli soup, and exclaimed in astonishment, "This is 5-star chef quality." Chen Haoyu smirked and said, "Please don't insult me. Those 5-star chefs could only aspire to be my apprentices. Not to boast, but if the seasonings in your kitchen were of a higher quality, the flavors of these dishes would be at least doubled." Su Yuyao replied, "I believe you. Then I shall leave the cooking duties to you for the next 3 months. Didn't you ask if I was okay with that?" Chen Haoyu suddenly realized and said, "You flatter me and expect me to cook? Su Yuyao, you're dreaming too grandly." Su Yuyao declared, "Then let us alternate days. However, I must warn you, my cooking skills are far inferior to yours." Chen Haoyu replied, "Even if it's dark cuisine, I will still eat it without hesitation." As Su Yuyao ladled soup, she said, "All right then." After finishing her meal, Su Yuyao watched television for a while before retreating for a nap. Chen Haoyu borrowed the car keys from Su Yuyao and drove the Range Rover to the administrative hall to procure a business license for his clinic. It must be said that the efficiency of government departments nowadays is remarkably swift. Once the information was verified, the documents would be ready by tomorrow morning. With the paperwork in order, Chen Haoyu arrived at the antique street in the southern suburbs of Yanhai. There were numerous shops selling ritual implements, and he needed to purchase items such as brushes, vermilion, yellow paper, and jade to create talismans. Previously, Chen Haoyu lacked any magical power, rendering the talismans he crafted utterly ineffective, merely an act of deception that he faced no injustice when he was apprehended for this. However, things had changed. Having received the legacy of the Celestial Wanderer, Chen Haoyu was now fully capable of crafting various types of talismans. After half an hour, he had gathered all the necessary materials and drove to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic he had just rented. Upon closing the door, he picked up a piece of inferior Hitian jade and began to carve. The tools for carving, as mentioned here, were not knives, but rather magical energy. Talismans are generally divided into 2 types: ordinary talismans written with vermilion on yellow paper, and jade talismans painted with various types of jade. The former only requires magical energy, while the latter necessitates profound magical power. The primordial spirit of the Celestial Wanderer was a crystallization formed after over a century of cultivating magical power. Upon merging with Chen Haoyu, it allowed his magical abilities to be nearly on par with those of the ancient Taoist masters. Crafting a jade talisman was naturally no challenge in a brief span of half an hour. Chen Haoyu successfully created several jade talismans with different functions and over 10 ordinary talismans. He placed one of the dispelling talismans on the inner side of the door frame, effortlessly neutralizing the harmful energy emanating from the sharp corners of the hotel across the street. After purchasing a sheet of drawing paper from a nearby shop, Chen Haoyu used the brush to write a few lines. This clinic specializes in treating complex diseases, excluding terminal illnesses. Limited to 3 patients daily. Registration fee 3,000 yuan. Consultation fee 10,000 yuan. Consultation hours are Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. If unable to cure, full refund guaranteed. After reviewing the announcement, Chen Haoyu felt quite satisfied and promptly posted it at the entrance. The shop owner next door, named Zhang Nan, was a middle-aged man weighing at least 200 pounds. Upon seeing Chen Haoyu's announcement, he couldn't help but chuckle. Brother, a registration fee of 3,000 yuan and a consultation fee of 10,000 yuan. Your prices are significantly higher than those of nationally renowned medical experts, in terms of medical skills. I far surpass those experts. Their registration fees are over 1,000. Why should mine be lower? Haha, how bold. But what's this limit of 3 patients about? It's just as it appears on paper. I only accept 3 patients a day. 3 patients at 9,000 yuan, 5 days a week, amounts to 45,000 yuan. Over a month, that's 180,000 yuan, which is nearly equivalent to my annual income. However, I feel it's highly unlikely anyone will come here. If they don't come, that's fine. I don't expect to make a living from this. After chatting with Zhang Nan for a while, Chen Haoyu took his leave. Watching his retreating figure, Zhang Nan shook his head and muttered, "This young man is utterly obsessed with money." On his way back, Chen Haoyu bought a few hairy crabs and returned to the Long Tingju community. Su Yao had already awakened and was sitting on the sofa reading. She wore a V-neck t-shirt that accentuated her flawless figure, paired with denim shorts that showcased her slender, straight legs. If Su Yao had previously given Chen Haoyu an impression of elegance and aloofness, she now exuded an air of sensuality and allure. Chen Haoyu set down the bags and said, "Su, the beautiful lady, I would like to discuss something with you." Without lifting her head, Su Yao replied. "Go ahead." Chen Haoyu continued, "Could you perhaps wear slightly more conservative clothing in the future?" Su Yao frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Haoyu explained, "I am a passionate man, and you are an exceptionally beautiful woman. If you wear too little, I fear I may lose control, which would be quite awkward." Su Yao looked at Chen Haoyu with a teasing glint in her eyes and said, "Do you have the courage to do that?" Chen Haoyu replied, "Of course I do, but I cannot act upon it." Su Yao inquired, "Afraid of getting locked up?" Chen Haoyu shook his head and said, "I'm a member of the mystical realm. What restrains me is not the law, but the heavenly principles." "Chen Haoyu, do you know what the most annoying thing about you is?" Before he could respond, Su Yao stated, "It's her boasting." Chen Haoyu sighed and said, "I finally understand what it means to have a confidant and a kindred spirit is hard to find." Su Yao remarked coolly, "Your confidants and kindred spirits may be found in a psychiatric hospital." Chen Haoyu replied, "No matter where they are, having them is enough. My traditional Chinese medicine clinic opens tomorrow, and this afternoon I wish to dine on hairy crabs to celebrate. Dr. Su, would you do me the honor of joining me?" Su Yao, who adored hairy crabs, replied nonchalantly, "That honor shall be granted." Chen Haoyu smiled. "Great." Seeing Chen Haoyu bustling into the kitchen with the hairy crabs, a radiant smile graced Su Yao's face. She realized having such a humorous and witty companion at home wasn't so bad after all. A hairy crab accompanied by 3 side dishes, Su Yao took out a bottle of red wine, and the two began a drink. After a satisfying meal, Su Yao suggested, "I'm going for a walk in the community. Would you like to join me?" Chen Haoyu made an okay gesture and replied, "Of course, I need to familiarize myself with the surroundings." Both changed into sneakers and strolled through the community. The Long Tingju community was quite expansive, featuring 16 buildings, each with over 200 square meters of space, alongside 20 standalone villas, each valued at around 300 million yuan, a staggering amount. As they reached the villa area, Chen Haoyu surveyed the environment and remarked, "The feng shui here is quite good. It seems to have been guided by a master." Su Yao asked, "How so?" Chen Haoyu explained, "In feng shui, the ideal residence is situated near mountains and water, with the auspicious green dragon and white tiger flanking it." Su Yao, puzzled, asked, "But this is the city. Where are the mountains and water?" Chen Haoyu chuckled, "If there are no mountains and water, then we create them. See, each villa has a swimming pool in front and an artificial hillside behind, with a few large trees on either side for protection. Thus, these villas form a harmonious embrace of mountains and water. While it may not compare to naturally occurring prime feng shui, creating such a layout in the city center is quite impressive." Su Yao looked at Chen Haoyu in astonishment, saying, "You truly understand these matters?" Chen Haoyu replied proudly, "Of course, the 5 arts of mysticism, mountains, medicine, fate, physiognomy, and divination, are all subjects I wish to study. Medicine and feng shui are merely two branches of that tree, Su Yao remarked. If you're so knowledgeable, why are you still struggling? Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Su Yao, you really have a sharp tongue. A smile tugged at the corners of Su Yao's mouth as she said, thank you for the compliment. After walking for over half an hour and preparing to return, they suddenly saw a gathering of 4 or 5 people in a small park ahead. An elderly man in a white lab coat was lying on the ground. Su Yao's expression changed, and she exclaimed, something's happened. Chen Haoyu quickly followed her. Upon reaching the park, Su Yao observed that the elderly man's complexion was flushed, and he had fainted, but a young man in his early 20s. With bleached hair, was anxiously dialing a phone number. Su Yao called out, I'm a doctor. Please step back and allow for ventilation. The crowd quickly retreated 10 meters upon hearing this. After finishing his call, the young man turned to Su Yao and said, my grandfather has high blood pressure and heart disease. He just collapsed when he stood up. Doctor, you must save him. Su Yao checked the old man's eyelids and felt for his pulse, which was extremely weak. Whereas the fast-acting heart-saving pill? She asked. The young man panicked, saying, I didn't bring it. Give me 5 minutes. I'll rush home to get a tea. Su Yao urged, hurry. The young man with yellow hair swiftly turned and dashed towards the villa district. At that moment, the elderly man's face and limbs began to convulse, his already pale complexion turning an even more ghastly shade. Su Yao's expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly loosened the collar of the old man to ensure his breathing remained unobstructed. She then clenched her fists and struck forcefully at the old man's chest. This was a desperate measure employed in the absence of a defibrillator, an act of last resort against cardiac arrest. Just as Su Yao's fists made contact with the old man's chest, Chen Haoyu grasped her wrist firmly. Su Yao exclaimed, what are you doing? With a calm gaze, Chen Haoyu replied gently, let me take over. Furrowing her brows, Su Yao retorted, don't be foolish. Chen Haoyu asserted, I'm confident in my abilities. How about you? Taken aback, Su Yao stepped back 3 paces and conceded, you proceed. Truly, as the attending physician at Kangan Hospital, Chen Haoyu was remarkably decisive. He praised silently and immediately crouched down, placing 2 fingers on a vital point on the old man's chest. A trickle of mystical energy flowed from his fingertips into the old man's heart channel. Swirling before Chen Haoyu lifted his hand and tapped once on the old man's heart. The elderly gentleman sat up as if resurrected from the dead. Excellent, seeing that the old man was unharmed. The crowd erupted in cheers. Su Yao looked at Chen Haoyu in disbelief and asked, how did you accomplish that? Without any tools, he had saved a man from cardiac arrest in less than 15 seconds using merely 2 fingers. Leaving the renowned beauty and medical prodigy of Yindu Medical College, Su Yao, in utter astonishment. Little did she know, Chen Haoyu's mystical energy was the essence of spiritual energy, the finest remedy in the world, far surpassing any quick-acting heart-saving pill. Chen Haoyu took the old man's hand and checked his pulse, smiling as he said, old sir, you are now quite well. Shall we retire to the pavilion for some rest? The old man nodded, replying, young man, thank you. Chen Haoyu assisted him in standing, saying, you are not only indebted to me. The elderly gentleman turned his gaze towards Su Yao, who modestly stated, I did not contribute, so I dare not claim credit. The old man replied, as long as you possess the compassion to save me, I owe you my gratitude. Chen Haoyu chuckled, let us not dwell on pleasantries. Let us first sit in the pavilion. Very well, the old man agreed. Together, Chen Haoyu and Su Yao helped the elderly gentleman to the pavilion, where they sat down. Through conversation, they learned more about the old man's circumstances. His name was Cheng Guangyao, age 72, and he was one of the most renowned antique collectors in Yanhai, operating an antique shop, a veritable man of wealth. The young man who had rushed home for heart-saving pills was his only grandson. Cheng Qinghe, due to the indulgence of his parents, this young man, despite his youth, was wayward, spending his days associating with a group of disreputable friends, which greatly distressed Cheng Guangyao. Chen Haoyu remarked, old Cheng, your recent episode was entirely due to anger. Given your age and health, it would be wise to maintain a balanced mindset and refrain from unnecessary outbursts. Cheng Guangyao pointed at the approaching Cheng Qinghe and said, I was incensed by this rascal. Chen Haoyu laughed. Your grandson may be somewhat headstrong, yet he harbors deep filial piety toward you. Filial piety, Cheng Guangyao retorted angrily. If it weren't for encountering you two, I might have been driven to my demise by him. Upon hearing the term young couple, Chen Haoyu cast a playful glance at Su Yuyao, who shot him a disapproving look and turned her head away. Grandpa, are you all right now? Cheng Qinghe panted, his face filled with joy. Cheng Guangyao scoffed. It would have been better had you caused my demise. Cheng Qinghe quickly pleaded, Grandpa, this was my fault. Please do not hold it against me. Cheng Guangyao inquired, will you still be racing tonight? It turned out the old man's anger stemmed from Cheng Qinghe's intention to race on Pansha Road with a group of wealthy youths, standing tall. Cheng Qinghe immediately promised, I absolutely will not go. You better keep your word. Cheng Guangyao admonished him, then pointed at Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao. I owe my survival to these two as peers. You must express your gratitude to them. Of course. Thank you both for saving me. Cheng Qinghe began, but trailed off, his gaze fixated on Su Yuyao. Previously, in his anxious state, he had merely noted Su Yuyao's beauty without paying much heed. Now, upon seeing her, he was utterly captivated by her breathtaking beauty and elegant demeanor. So beautiful! Cheng Qinghe vowed that in his 20-plus years of life he had encountered many beauties, yet none could compare to Su Yuyao, even the so-called most beautiful diva in the film industry. Luo Beer paled in comparison. Displeased by Cheng Qinghe's unabashed admiration, Su Yuyao had encountered such lecherous gazes before and felt a wave of disdain wash over her. Cheng Guangyao kicked Cheng Qinghe, scolding, What are you gaping at? Snapped back to reality, Cheng Qinghe quickly apologized. I apologize, I simply did not expect Miss Su to be so stunning. Chen Haoyu interjected coolly, whether Miss Su is beautiful or not is irrelevant. What matters is that you are in grave danger. Cheng Qinghe was taken aback, asking, What do you mean? Chen Haoyu gazed deeply at him, stating, Your brow is dark, your eyes dim, and you are beset by misfortune. This portends a calamity, a classic sign of great danger. Su Yao's expression changed, and she quickly nudged him, exclaiming, Chen Haoyu, do not speak nonsense. Chen Haoyu shrugged, I merely speak the truth. Cheng Qinghe, infuriated, pointed at Chen Haoyu. How dare you curse me? Chen Haoyu's words were harsh. And even Cheng Guangyao showed signs of displeasure. With a smile, Chen Haoyu addressed Cheng Qinghe, My divination skills far exceed my medical knowledge. That, if you doubt it, so be it. Let it be. Cheng Qinghe persisted. There is no way matters are so simple. You should apologize, Cheng Guangyao said sternly. Qinghe, Mr. Chen is my savior. While he only acknowledged the act of saving his life and did not insist on an apology from Chen Haoyu, it was clear that Cheng Guangyao was quite vexed with him. Chen Haoyu's smile faded, and he spoke coolly, Old Cheng, my apologies for meddling. Regardless, I did save your life. Should you not express your gratitude? Cheng Guangyao replied, Indeed. How would you like me to show my appreciation? Chen Haoyu raised a finger, stating 100,000. Su Yuyao exclaimed in anger, Chen Haoyu, have you become obsessed with money? To exploit a life-saving favor for monetary gain was utterly beyond Su Yuyao's moral threshold, causing any favorable impression she had of Chen Haoyu to plummet. Chen Haoyu replied, his gaze indifferent, The principles of the metaphysical realm dictate karma, that I wish to avoid entanglement with the Cheng family. Resolving this with money is most suitable. Very well. Cheng Guangyao, somewhat irritated, declared without hesitation, Let 100,000 conclude this matter. I benefit from it. Qinghe, pay him. Chen Haoyu placed his phone on the stone table and opened the payment code. Cheng Qinghe shot him a fierce glare and transferred 100,000, scoffing, Is this sufficient? Chen Haoyu smiled slightly and pulled out a talisman he had crafted earlier that afternoon, saying, 20,000 to help you evade this crisis. Do you wish to purchase it? Cheng Qinghe chuckled, pointing at the talisman in Chen Haoyu's hand. Do you think I'm foolish enough to buy such a thing for protection? Chen Haoyu merely hummed in response, ignoring him, and turned to Cheng Guangyao, asking 20,000 for your grandson's life. Old Cheng, will you buy it? I do not. Cheng Guangyao was just about to refuse when he suddenly caught sight of Chen Haoyu's warm yet profound eyes, causing him to momentarily pause. Having navigated the antique trade for a lifetime, Cheng Guangyao had heard whispers of certain clandestine secrets. He knew that there indeed existed some remarkably gifted fortune-tellers in this world, though most resided abroad, revered as esteemed guests by the elite. Among them, Hong Kong and Southeast Asian countries were particularly renowned. Could this young man before him possess such abilities? With a mindset of better to believe than to disbelieve. Cheng Guangyao swallowed the words that had nearly escaped his lips and said, "I will buy it." Cheng Qinghe exclaimed, "Grandfather, do not be deceived by him." Cheng Guangyao retorted coldly, "Less chatter, just buy." Chen Haoyu gestured towards the phone on the stone table and smiled at Cheng Qinghe. "Transfer the funds." Cheng Qinghe's face turned ashen with anger, gritting his teeth as he said, "Just wait. This matter is far from over." Chen Haoyu replied with a grin, "Let us settle the payment first." With no other choice, Cheng Qinghe begrudgingly transferred another 200,000 to Chen Haoyu. Only then did Chen Haoyu contentedly pocket his phone and hand the talisman to Cheng Guangyao, solemnly stating, "If you wish to avoid the sorrow of burying a loved one, let him wear this for 24 hours. Should he refuse, and something unfortunate occurs, I shall bear no responsibility." Cheng Guangyao nodded, replying, "I understand. Knowing that you two do not particularly favor me, I shall take my leave," Chen Haoyu said with a slight smile as he rose to depart. Su Yao nodded at Cheng Guangyao and promptly followed after him. The journey home was silent. Upon arriving, Su Yao coldly remarked, "In 10 minutes, you made 300,000. Chen Haoyu, you truly are a master at making money." Chen Haoyu retorted, "Why do you not mention that I saved 2 lives in those 10 minutes? Su Yao countered, "True, I concede you saved Elder Cheng, but what about Cheng Qinghe?" Chen Haoyu pointed his own eyes, saying, "I do not misread faces," as Su Yao responded, "even if Cheng Qinghe truly faced a calamity. That does not justify your profit from this transaction. Selling a talisman for 200,000 is bordering on illegal." Chen Haoyu replied, "I am not selling the talisman to you, so why direct your anger at me? Furthermore, why do people purchase talismans? It is for salvation, for prevention. That if this talisman can safeguard Cheng Qinghe's life, do you believe 200,000 is excessive? If I were to sell it to the wealthy, they would gladly pay 20 million. As Yao scoffed, "They would not fall for such tricks. By the way, you just got discharged from the hospital this morning. Where did you procure the talisman?" Chen Haoyu proudly replied, "I crafted it this afternoon." "You are truly impressive," Su Yao said in frustration as she retreated to her own room. Chen Haoyu, however, paid her anger no mind. He whistled, glancing at the 300,000 in his phone. Feeling quite pleased. After taking a hot shower, he returned to his room and picked up a copy of the Zhou to read. An orphan, he had resided in the Sunshine Orphanage in Yanhai since he could remember. At the age of 9, Chen Haoyu was abducted by human traffickers, but fortunately encountered Master Wu Hui. After rescuing Chen Haoyu, Master Wu Hui took him as his disciple. This was somewhat reminiscent of the protagonist in a martial arts novel. Unfortunately, Master Wu Hui was not a transcendent figure. While he possessed some skills, they were sufficient only to defeat a few petty thugs. His knowledge of fortune-telling and medicine was mediocre, yet he always presented himself as a practitioner of the esoteric arts. One moment he claimed to be a descendant of Wudong, the next a disciple of Longhu Mountain. Even now, Chen Haoyu remained unaware of the old man's true origins. They had lived together for 7 years, during which Chen Haoyu learned a myriad of chaotic knowledge from Master Wu Hui. When Chen Haoyu turned 16, Master Wu Hui fell gravely ill. Despite Chen Haoyu exhausting all their savings, 23,000 yuan, he could not save him. Even for the funeral, Chen Haoyu lacked the funds in desperation. He turned to Mama Wu, the head of the Sunshine Orphanage. Without hesitation, Mama Wu assisted Chen Haoyu in organizing Master Wu Hui's funeral. Noticing that Chen Haoyu had nowhere to stay, she took him back to the orphanage. Master Wu Hui left Chen Haoyu 2 possessions, a collection of Taoist texts and a bead containing the essence of the immortal of leisure, which hung around his neck. He often claimed these texts were unique editions, annotated by generations of masters. Foolishly, Chen Haoyu believed him. After Master Wu Hui's passing, in a bid to raise funds for the funeral, he even attempted to sell one of the books at an antique shop, only to be promptly expelled. Later, upon researching online, Chen Haoyu discovered that these books were printed in the 1970s and were, in fact, pirated editions. Though worthless and in tatters, Chen Haoyu could not bring himself to dispose of them. He carried them with him, occasionally flipping through their pages. He felt that reading these books allowed him to glimpse Master Wu Hui's wrinkled face, unattractive yet warm. After an hour of reading the Zhou, Chen Haoyu rubbed his eyes and stood up. His understanding of the text, having inherited the complete teachings of the immortal of leisure, had greatly evolved. If he had once stood at the threshold of comprehension, he now felt he had fully entered the realm of knowledge. What delighted Chen Haoyu most was the emergence of an extraordinary ability. He seemed to possess photographic memory. The annotations within the zhou imprinted themselves in his mind after merely a glance. Punctuation marks included to attest his newfound ability. Chen Haoyu retrieved a medical text, the Ben Chao Gang Mu, which the immortal of leisure had not examined, and began to read. 5 minutes later, he closed the book and silently recited the descriptions of 12 medicinal herbs. Finding he had memorized them flawlessly, astonished and elated, Chen Haoyu realized he had become something extraordinary. Late at night, at Villa 16 of Longting residence, while Cheng Guangyao slept soundly, Cheng Qinghe stealthily slipped out, driving his 3 million yuan Lamborghini at breakneck speed to Pancher Mountain on the outskirts of Yanhai. Pancher Mountain was a favored locale for street racers. The government had constructed a winding road spanning 16 kilometers, where Yanhai's affluent youth frequently hosted racing competitions. Today, a group of daredevils from the neighboring Lingnan city arrived to challenge Yanhai. For the wealthy, while life could be sacrificed and bloodshed, losing face was unacceptable. Cheng Qinghe's racing skills were among the elite in Yanhai, and upon hearing of the event, he immediately agreed to participate. This was precisely why he had come to Pancher Mountain, utilizing his adept techniques. Cheng Qinghe effortlessly triumphed over the challengers from Lingnan, winning 3 million in wagers. After celebrating at the bar for over 2 hours amidst the flattery of his peers, Cheng Qinghe left with his friend Zhang Quan, who lived in the same neighborhood. As they drove, Cheng Qinghe took out the talisman that Chen Haoyu had sold him, saying, "Zhang Quan, do you know what this is?" Zhang Quan examined it closely and burst into laughter. "Isn't this a talisman? Cheng Ge, do you really believe in this stuff?" Fuming, Cheng Qinghe replied, "Don't even mention it. Last night, the old man was duped into spending 200,000 on this worthless talisman, claiming I was in danger. Damn, it nearly drove me mad." Zhang Quan exclaimed, "Is that true? Cheng Ge, can you track that guy down? Let us teach him a lesson together." Cheng Qinghe slapped his thigh. "That's exactly what I wanted to hear. His name is Chen Haoyu, and he lives in Longting residence. Gather a few brothers by 3 this afternoon. I want him to swallow this talisman." Zhang Quan responded, "No problem." Damn it, daring to deceive the old man. This Chen something is simply asking for trouble. As soon as the words fell, an unsuspecting delivery van, traveling on the opposite side, suddenly veered off course, crashing through the guardrail in the middle of the road and violently colliding with the side of Cheng Qinghe's Lamborghini. With a resounding bang, the Lamborghini was flipped over, tumbling 3 times before coming to a halt. Both Cheng Qinghe and Zhang Quan were left bloodied, losing consciousness instantly, just before succumbing to the darkness. Cheng Qinghe vaguely noticed that the protective talisman seemed to emit a faint glow. What? Qinghe was involved in a car accident. Cheng Guangyao was jolted awake by a call from Yanhai First People's Hospital, hurriedly making his way to Cheng Qinghe's room, only to find it empty, his face turning pale as a sheet. The first thought that crossed his mind was the enigmatic visage of Chen Haoyu. A calamity of blood, a portent of great misfortune. All of it had come to pass. Is my grandson unharmed? Cheng Guangyao's voice trembled slightly. Aside from a fractured arm and facial abrasions, Mr. Cheng is largely unscathed. However, the young man who was in the same vehicle perished on the spot. "Doctor, I implore you, I will head over immediately." Half an hour later, Cheng Guangyao arrived at Yanhai First People's Hospital, where he saw Cheng Qinghe receiving an intravenous drip of tea that moment. Cheng Qinghe had completely lost his former elegance, with half of his face swathed in bandages, revealing only his eyes, resembling a mummy. Upon seeing Cheng Guangyao, a glimmer of life returned to his otherwise lifeless gaze. He strained to lift his right hand, revealing the talisman he clutched tightly. Cheng Guangyao quickly took it, opening it to find a third of the talisman burned away. The mysterious symbols written in vermilion completely vanished in that instant. Cheng Guangyao felt a profound gratitude towards Chen Haoyu. He realized he had encountered a true master of the mystical arts. Spending 300,000 to save both their lives was a tremendous fortune for the Cheng family this time. As the sun began to rise, Chen Haoyu stirred from his meditative state. The previous night, he had immersed himself in the compendium of Materia Medica until 2 in the morning. having read the entire volume. This was not to imply Chen Haoyu was exceptionally gifted. Rather, the immortal of leisure possessed profound knowledge of over 90% of the herbs within the text, allowing him to memorize the appearance, characteristics, and functions of the remaining 10% with just a single reading. Most astonishingly, after finishing, he could draw parallels and apply his newfound knowledge to concoct numerous medicinal formulas, showcasing an extraordinary aptitude. Chen Haoyu glanced at his phone, noting the time. It was 5 a.m. This indicated that he had only meditated for 3 hours, yet those 3 hours felt more rejuvenating than 10 hours of sleep. He felt as though he was on the verge of becoming superhuman. Changing into a t-shirt, athletic shorts, and sneakers, Chen Haoyu opened the door to engage in some exercise that a minute later, Su Yuyao emerged from her bedroom. She too was clad in sportswear, her dark hair casually tied back in a ponytail, exuding a relaxed yet breathtaking beauty. Quietly approaching Chen Haoyu's room, Su Yuyao glanced at the compendium of Materia Medica and the I Ching on the table. Muttering, "This guy is quite studious." Not finding any prohibited items, Su Yuyao felt relieved. Rather than jogging, Chen Haoyu made his way to the small square from the previous night. The square was already populated by over a dozen elderly individuals exercising, each radiating vitality and exuding an air of distinction, clearly hailing from affluent backgrounds. This made sense. Only the wealthy could afford to reside in such an area. Chen Haoyu found an unoccupied corner. Stretching his body before closing his eyes, legs apart, arms encircling as if embracing a large sphere. This was the initial posture of Wuji Zhuang. The immortal of leisure was not only an unparalleled sorcerer, but also a martial arts virtuoso. He had synthesized all the martial arts he had collected into a singular form, creating a unique style known as Wuji Quan, symbolizing the infinite nature of existence. Wuji Quan is a practice that harmonizes internal and external strength, enhancing vital energy, muscle, and bone, while possessing immense lethal power, far more formidable than styles like Bajiquan and Xingyiquan a millennium ago. The immortal of leisure had traversed the martial world with this technique, even participating in the anti-Yuan campaigns. Regrettably, the ruling court was feeble, and realizing the futility of resistance, he retreated into the mountains to contemplate the path to immortality. Similar to Taijiquan, Wuji Quan is divided into static and dynamic forms. The former consists of 12 postures, while the latter comprises 36 movements. Chen Haoyu dedicated over half an hour to complete the static postures. To an outsider, his practice appeared to be merely holding a position, motionless for 2 to 3 minutes. Seemingly foolish, some of the elderly could not contain their curiosity, casting glances in his direction. "Old Joe, what is that young man doing? It seems like he's practicing static postures." They say that without practicing the foundational skills, one's martial arts will amount to nothing in old age. The foundational skills refer to the static postures that I heard some martial arts masters practice static postures daily. If that's the case, does that mean this young man is a master? From his silly demeanor, he might just be a beginner. As the crowd murmured, Chen Haoyu finally began to move. Each of his actions was expansive. Yet the speed was heavier and slower than Taijiquan, giving the impression of someone striking with the weight of a mountain, devoid of any elegance. After witnessing a few moves of Chen Haoyu's Wuji Quan, the elderly turned away, disappointment etched on their faces. They had expected a martial arts expert, yet found merely an amateur. Such simple movements were even less impressive than the elderly version of Taijiquan. Little did they know, like Taijiquan, the more fluid Wuji Quan becomes, the more forceful it is in application. Each of Chen Haoyu's movements was infused with formidable power. The slower the speed, the greater the impact. Alas, those who could discern the subtleties of Chen Haoyu's Wuji Quan were exceedingly rare to grasp the essence of his technique. One would need to be a master of energy transformation at the very least. After practicing Wuji Quan 3 times, Chen Haoyu pressed his hands down, exhaling a long breath. This breath was exceedingly prolonged, taking a full 3 minutes to release completely. Upon returning home, he found Su Yuyao, who had already finished a run, in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Chen Haoyu entered and bluntly asked, "Is there any for me?" Su Yuyao placed 2 fried eggs on a plate, replying coolly, "Help yourself." Chen Haoyu grinned. "Thank you. However, you might want to prepare a bowl of noodles for me. This isn't enough to satiate my hunger, Su Yao responded. There is bread and milk on the dining table. Chen Haoyu snapped his fingers, saying, okay. After changing his clothes and washing his hands, Chen Haoyu sat down across from Su Yao to eat. Neither spoke a word. Once they finished breakfast, Chen Haoyu suddenly chuckled, saying, Su Yao, don't you think we resemble a couple who has had a quarrel? Su Yao's brows knitted slightly. I dislike your humor. Chen Haoyu countered, then do not use me as your shield that I am not fond of the unpleasantness that occurred at the hospital yesterday. Su Yao rose, saying, we'll see. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow. Then I shall also observe. Does she truly believe that her beauty grants her license to act as she pleases? How naive. I will not indulge this flaw. Noticing it was already 8 in the morning, Chen Haoyu cleared his throat and chuckled. Su, the beautiful lady, will you be driving today? Su Yao replied. Not in the morning. I have a spa appointment in the afternoon. If you wish to use the car, you shall be responsible for washing all the dishes today. Upon hearing this, Chen Haoyu promptly patted his chest, declaring, no problem, I'll wash the dishes right away that I will return the car before noon. Having finished in the kitchen, Chen Haoyu drove his Range Rover to the administrative hall. After standing in line for half an hour, he obtained the business license on his way back to the clinic. He made a stop at the bank and transferred $300,000 into the account of Sunshine Orphanage. Following the passing of the compassionate monk, Chen Haoyu had spent 2 years at the orphanage. It wasn't until he turned 18 that he ventured out to find work. The primary reason was that the orphanage housed over 30 children, and the meager funds from societal and governmental donations barely sufficed for meals. Chen Haoyu wished to earn money to provide a better life for those little ones. Unfortunately, earning money was no easy feat lacking formal education, capital, and skills in martial arts, fortune-telling, or medicine. He found himself without any specialized talents. Ultimately, he had no choice but to undertake menial jobs at AS and Extra, construction worker, security guard, delivery person, salesman, and fortune teller. He had held over 20 different jobs throughout the years. There was even a period when he juggled 3 part-time positions. Yet, regardless of how hard or arduous his circumstances were, Chen Haoyu consistently deposited $5,000 into the orphanage's account each month. Now that he had money, and was unlikely to lack it in the future, he naturally wanted to ensure that Mama and those little ones had a better life. Upon arriving at the clinic, Chen Haoyu received a call from Mama. Xiaoyu, what have you been up to? How did you come into such a large sum of money? Mama's voice was tinged with urgency. Chen Haoyu chuckled, Mom. I've struck it rich. This $300,000 is merely a trifle from now on. I will be sending $50,000 to the orphanage each month, so please prepare some delicious food for the children. Mama replied. You need to clarify your words. What have you been doing all this time? Why is your phone always off when I call? I went to your residence, but you weren't there. I thought you'd been arrested again. Chen Haoyu's mind raced as he replied, Mom, I was with a group of people extracting agarwood in the mountains of Vietnam. Agarwood? The extremely valuable wood? Yes, we were exceptionally fortunate and unearthed a piece of top-grade agarwood, which we sold for over $20 million. I received $150,000 as my share. Is that true? You wouldn't be pulling my leg, would you? How could that be? I just returned to the country yesterday, and the first thing I did was spend $300,000 to rent this clinic. Intending to practice traditional Chinese medicine, I'm currently at the clinic. If you don't believe me, we can video chat. No need, I believe you. But you're not getting any younger. It's best to save money to marry a wife rather than constantly thinking about the orphanage. We've improved a lot compared to before. Don't worry. I certainly won't lack money in the future. Mom. I must go. Patients are arriving at the clinic. Once I've finished this busy period, I will come to see you and the children. All right, you take care. After hanging up, Chen Haoyu let out a sigh of relief. Aside from the compassionate monk, Mama was the person he feared the most. This was not due to her being particularly formidable, but because she genuinely cared for Chen Haoyu. Having navigated the complexities of society, he had developed a resilient heart. The disdain, criticism, and even insult from outsiders hardly fazed him. It was only those who treated him well that he deeply valued. Thus, he always took Mama's words to heart, for in his eyes, she was akin to a mother. Excuse me, young man, are you the doctor at this clinic? A distinguished middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, entered and inquired. Chen Haoyu nodded and replied, yes. The man continued, I noticed the announcement outside stating that you specialize in difficult and complicated cases. with a registration fee of 3,000 yuan. I am eager to know who the attending physician is. Chen Haoyu was taken aback and said, "This clinic is mine. I'm the only doctor here." The middle-aged man appeared greatly disappointed and said, "I apologize for the intrusion. Wait a moment." Chen Haoyu glanced at the BMW parked outside and remarked, "Sir, you must have just come from Kangan Hospital, correct? If those so-called experts could resolve your issue, you probably wouldn't have stepped into my clinic, would you?" The man acknowledged, "You are right." Chen Haoyu continued, "Isn't it a pity to dismiss a potential opportunity for resolution simply because of my youth?" The man paused for a moment and replied, "My daughter, 15 years old, is suffering from severe depression." Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu said, "Bring her in." The man, astonished, asked, "Can you really treat her?" Chen Haoyu replied, "A doctor does not turn away patients. If you trust me, come in. If not, you may leave." The man sensed that this young individual exuded a rare composure and confidence typically found in those of high standing, igniting a flicker of hope within him. "Please wait a moment." The man quickly exited. Shortly after, he returned with a graceful middle-aged woman and a beautiful girl in her teens. The girl's complexion was poor, her eyes were bloodshot, and her face was pale, indicating she had not rested well for quite some time. It was evident that these two were his wife and daughter. Upon seeing Chen Haoyu, the middle-aged woman furrowed her brows, a glimmer of disappointment flashing in her eyes. After Chen Haoyu inquired about the situation, he learned that the couple's names were Yizuan and Wang Jing. They had been college classmates, married 3 years after graduation, and welcomed their daughter, Yihan. Yizuan owned 3 five-star hotels in Yanhai, and their lives had been quite comfortable. However, 6 months ago, their once cheerful and optimistic daughter suddenly became taciturn, and her academic performance plummeted, since Yihan attended a private school and returned home only once a week. Ziwan and Wang Jing had not been able to detect the issue in a timely manner. When they eventually recognized the severity of their daughter's condition, they became alarmed and took her to the hospital for examination, only to discover she was suffering from moderate depression. After 4 months of treatment at Kangan Hospital's psychiatric department, not only did her condition fail to improve, but it also worsened, with no alternatives. Yivuan had to discharge his daughter. Passing by Chen Haoyu's clinic, Wang Jing inadvertently spotted the announcement outside, which was rather bold. Consequently, she urged her husband, Yivuan, to enter and take a look, leading to the earlier exchange. After listening to Yizuan's account, a spark of insight flickered in Chen Haoyu's eyes as he said, "Every mental illness has its root cause. You mentioned that your daughter suddenly developed depression. Do you know the underlying reason?" Yizuan wore a bitter expression and replied, "We had previously asked her, but Xiaohan didn't respond, only crying incessantly. So we inquired with her teachers and classmates at school, but nothing resembling bullying had occurred. For the past 2 months, Xiaohan has hardly spoken a word." Wang Jing asked, "Dr. Chen, can you treat her?" Chen Haoyu stood up and said, "Let's assess the situation further. Please follow me to the consultation room." Yizuan and Wang Jing exchanged glances and quickly led their daughter to consultation room 1. Chen Haoyu instructed Yihan to sit at the edge of the bed, leaning against her mother's side, and said, "Xiaohan, look into my eyes." Yihan lifted her gaze to Chen Haoyu and was momentarily entranced. She felt as though a vortex within his eyes was drawing her very soul in. Chen Haoyu softly spoke, "Xiaohan, you are weary. Take a nap. When you awaken, everything will pass." Yizuan was astonished to see his daughter, who had struggled with restlessness, actually close her eyes and fall asleep upon hearing Chen Haoyu's words. "This is hypnosis." Yizuan could not suppress an exclamation. Previously, when seeking information about hypnosis from a specialist at Hong Hospital, he had learned that anyone knowledgeable in hypnosis was invariably a master of the mind. Such individuals were exceedingly rare, often serving only the affluent. Yizuan never imagined that this young man before him possessed the ability to hypnotize, filling him with boundless hope. Wang Jing's eyes also sparkled with anticipation. Chen Haoyu glanced at Yizuan and said, "It is merely a simple technique of hypnosis. Is there truly a need for such astonishment? In truth, this is not hypnosis at all, but rather a form of soul-binding technique from the realm of mysticism. In comparison, they exist on entirely different planes. One celestial, the other terrestrial." Yizuan remarked, "I apologize, I got a bit carried away just now." Chen Haoyu responded, "Let the child lie flat on the bed. I have some questions to ask her." "Understood," Wang Jing replied, cautiously placing the child onto the bed. Just as Chen Haoyu was about to inquire, a crucial thought struck him, and he asked, "Have you made the payment?" Yi Zuan, taken aback, responded, "I will do so immediately." "How much?" Chen Haoyu retrieved his phone and opened the payment code, saying, "The registration fee plus the hypnosis fee. Let's start with 20,000 to Y." Yi Zuan promptly scanned the code and transferred 50,000 to Chen Haoyu, saying, "Dr. Chen, I appreciate your assistance." Upon seeing the amount, Chen Haoyu chuckled. "It seems you wish for me to work tirelessly." Why? Yvonne earnestly replied, "Your successful hypnosis has instilled hope in me." Chen Haoyu stated, "I cannot guarantee that I can completely resolve severe depression, but I am absolutely confident in significantly alleviating the child's condition, at the very least, reducing it from severe to moderate, or even mild." Yi Yuan exclaimed joyfully, "If that is the case, it would be splendid." Chen Haoyu instructed, "Now, both of you, please step to the back, and no matter what I and the child discuss, you must remain silent, understood?" "Understood," Yi Zuan and Wang Jing quickly nodded. Retreating behind Chen Haoyu to prevent any external disturbances, Yi Zuan stepped out to close the door to the consultation room. Chen Haoyu sat beside Yi Han, gently touching her forehead with his right index finger, and softly inquired, "Little Han, can you hear me?" Yi Han's brows twitched slightly as she asked, "Who are you?" "I am your guardian spirit." "Really? Are you a night sprite?" "Yes, I am your night sprite." Seeing her daughter, who had not spoken for 2 months, finally utter words, Wang Jing's tears streamed down her face, and she quickly covered her mouth, fearing she might cry out loud. "Night sprite, can you take me to heaven?" "Why do you want to go there? Isn't the world a good place?" "The world is not good at all." "Little Han, I am your guardian spirit. Tell me, who or what has made you feel this way?" "I can help you." Yi Han remained silent for a long while before saying, "My English teacher, Katter, is a bad person." Boom! The moment those words escaped her lips, both Yi Zuan and Wang Jing trembled with shock. Chen Haoyu furrowed his brows and continued to ask, "In what way is Katter bad?" "He often makes me go to his dormitory, takes off my clothes, and photographs me." Click! Chen Haoyu turned to see Yuan's eyes blazing with fury. His fists clenched, veins bulging, clearly enraged to the extreme. However, this was only natural. Anyone hearing their daughter had been molested by a scoundrel would find it intolerable. Yuan managed to restrain his anger, displaying remarkable self-control. With a warning glance towards Yi Zuan, Chen Haoyu asked, "Little Han, when did this start?" "In February of this year." "How many times has it happened?" "Once a week, sometimes twice." "Why didn't you tell your parents about this?" "He photographed me and said that if I told anyone else, he would post the photos online for everyone to see. I was scared, sob." "It's all right now. Little Han, I am your night sprite. You must trust me. I will definitely help you eliminate this scoundrel. Thank you, night sprite." After completing the inquiry, Chen Haoyu stood up and led the tearful Yi Zuan and Wang Jing out of the consultation room. "Scoundrel, I want his life." Yi Zuan slammed his fist onto the table, his face filled with murderous intent. Chen Haoyu sat down and said, "Making threats is futile, as the saying goes. A heart ailment requires a heart remedy. If you cannot deal with that scoundrel, your daughter's depression will never truly heal." The Waizian gritted his teeth and declared, 3 days. Give me 3 days, and I will certainly take care of Katter." Being able to open 3 5-star hotels in Yanhai, Yi Zuan's background is undoubtedly extraordinary, capable of navigating both the legitimate and underworld realms. Otherwise, it would be impossible to survive in the high-end hotel industry. Moreover, Chen Haoyu noticed that Yi Zuan seemed to possess some martial prowess. With one punch, he had managed to leave a small dent in the table in the era of the legendary Xiaoyao Zhenren. This would barely qualify a person as an ordinary disciple of a small sect. Wang Jing tugged at Yi Zuan's sleeve, seemingly reminding him not to speak out of turn. Yi Zuan took a deep breath and said, "Dr. Chen, I apologize for my earlier outburst." Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It is human nature. If I were in your position, I would have gone after that foreign scoundrel tonight." Wang Jing quickly interjected, "Dr. Chen, you jest. We live in a society governed by law." Chen Haoyu replied, "Indeed, we are currently in a society governed by law. What does a legal society emphasize? Evidence. As long as the police cannot find evidence." You could kill 100 people without consequence. Rest assured, I have professional ethics and will keep everything confidential. Heh, it's merely dealing with a beast. How significant is that? Xiao lived a life of aversion to evil and had undoubtedly killed countless wicked beings. If he were to encounter someone like Kader, the outcome would surely be a gruesome demise. Chen Haoyu had experienced everything that Xiao had gone through in his dreams, so he did not take the act of killing to heart. Yuan and Wang Jing exchanged astonished glances, both displaying expressions of surprise. It seemed that this young doctor was not an ordinary individual. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. How could a master of hypnosis be anything less than extraordinary? Wang Jing inquired, Dr. Chen, if that scoundrel receives the punishment he deserves, will my daughter recover? Of course not. My treatment plan consists of two approaches. One more radical, the other more conservative. The former requires a greater financial investment, but saves time, completing the process in about a month. The latter is less costly, but requires at least a year. Will both methods be effective, as long as you help the child eliminate the root of her illness? I am confident of transforming her from severe depression to mild depression. Whether she can be completely cured depends on her resilience. My confidence is at most 70%. Dr. Chen, could you elaborate on these two treatment plans? Chen Haoyu hesitated momentarily before saying, before discussing treatment plans, I have a question for you. Do you believe in Taoism? Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing exchanged glances and nodded in unison, affirming, we do. That makes things easier. The radical treatment involves me drawing a Qingxin talisman to help little Han significantly clear her inner turmoil, restlessness, anxiety, and other negative emotions. Then, she would come to me weekly for me to recite the Qingxin incantation. It would be completed in about 4 weeks. The conservative treatment involves reciting the Qingxin incantation once a week, gradually eliminating those negative emotions, taking roughly a year. Qingxin talisman, Qingxin incantation. Had it not been for Chen Haoyu's demonstrated prowess as a doctor, the couple might have thought they were encountering a fraud. Yvonne inquired in astonishment. Dr. Chen, are you certain you are not joking? Chen Haoyu had anticipated their reaction and replied, to be honest, I do not practice hypnosis at all. That technique is a Western import and hardly holds any prestige. What I just employed was a soul-binding technique from the realm of mysticism, far superior to hypnosis. As for the Qingxin talisman and incantation, they genuinely exist. This couple owns 5-star hotels, possesses extensive connections, and associates primarily with affluent and influential individuals. Chen Haoyu revealing these mystical arts was merely to thoroughly impress them. The goal was simple, to establish the reputation of his clinic. Yvonne suddenly realized, saying, no wonder little Han was able to answer your questions while asleep. It appears there really are such miraculous spells in the world. Dear, let us choose the radical treatment. Wang Jing nodded in agreement, saying, all right. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, the Qingxin talisman costs 200,000 each, and the Qingxin incantation is 5,000 per treatment. Yi Ziyuan replied. No problem. In comparison to the more than 1 million spent at Kangan Hospital Psychiatric Department, this 20,000 is truly insignificant. Having received the payment, Chen Haoyu retrieved the Qingxin talisman he had drawn the previous day from his drawer, stating, then let us commence the treatment now. Wang Jing inquired, may we observe? Chen Haoyu smiled, of course. The Qingxin talisman is a method of treatment that can be completed swiftly upon returning to the consultation room. Chen Haoyu approached the child's bed and firmly placed the Qingxin talisman on her forehead. In truth, the talisman possesses the ability to activate itself in the presence of malevolent entities. However, to achieve the most perfect and striking visual effect, Chen Haoyu deliberately used his magical energy to invigorate the Qingxin talisman. Instantly, the talisman emitted a resplendent glow, cascading like a delicate stream into the child's consciousness. Heavens! Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing were profoundly taken aback, their faces reflecting disbelief. They recognized they had encountered a true master of the mystical arts. The radiance flickered for nearly a minute before gradually dimming. Wei Han seemed to sense something, a faint smile gracing her small face. Chen Haoyu gently remarked, the child has not slept well for an extended period, leading to her extreme lethargy. I have induced a deep sleep in her, akin to replenishing her lost vitality. it would be best for you to allow her to awaken naturally. Yizan, filled with excitement, replied, "Understood, Dr. Chen. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, my wife and I will surely offer our utmost assistance." Chen Haoyu chuckled. "There is no need for such formalities. You have compensated me, and I have provided treatment. We are even to be, by the way. Please do not disclose the method of treatment, as it falls under superstitious practices that, if it becomes widely known, I fear I may find myself in trouble." Yi Ziyuan nodded, saying, "I understand." Chen Haoyu continued, "Moreover, please clean up the clutter promptly and discreetly inform Yihan. With the root of the problem eliminated and the effect of the Qingxin incantation, the probability of her complete recovery will significantly increase." A glint of determination flashed in Yi Ziyuan's eyes. "I will ensure it." Chen Haoyu prescribed a tonic to invigorate the mind and nourish the brain, instructing Wang Jing to prepare it nightly for the child. The couple expressed their deep gratitude and exchanged contact information with Chen Haoyu. Before departing, Yi Ziyuan presented him with a diamond card for the Brilliant Hotel, stating that it grants the holder access to the hotel's highest level of service. Meanwhile, Cheng Guangyao arrived at Su Yuyao's door with a gift, pressing the doorbell. "Who is it?" "Dr. Su." "Hello, this is Cheng Guangyao." Click. Su Yuyao opened the door, looking at Cheng Guangyao with surprise. "Mr. Cheng, what brings you here?" "Please come in." Cheng Guangyao entered the living room, placed the gift on a coffee table, glanced around, and asked, "Dr. Su, is Dr. Chen not at home?" Su Yuyao replied, "He should be at the clinic now, Mr. Cheng. Is there something you need to discuss with him?" Cheng Guangyao said, "I have come to express my gratitude to Su Yuyao." Quick-witted, immediately thought of Cheng Qinghe. Is it that the talisman drawn by Chen Haoyu has proven effective? Cheng Guangyao sighed. Last night, Qinghe sneaked out to race cars. On the way back, he collided with an out-of-control van that a friend who was with him died on the spot. While Qinghe narrowly escaped, Su Yuyao remarked, "But that cannot definitively prove the talisman's effectiveness." "Can it?" Cheng Guangyao produced the half-burned talisman, stating, "Qinghe said that at the moment of the incident he saw the talisman's light. After arriving at the hospital, it ended up like this." Su Yuyao examined the talisman closely, murmuring, "Could it be that he truly possesses such talent in drawing talismans?" "How is that possible?" Cheng Guangyao replied, "Dr. Su, Dr. Chen is indeed a genuine master of the mystical arts that I was blind to his abilities, and I should not have misjudged him. I have come today to apologize, to express my gratitude, and to request another talisman." Su Yuyao set the talisman down and said, "Mr. Cheng, Dr. Chen's clinic is not far from this community. If you wish to see him, I can accompany you." Cheng Guangyao expressed his delight. That would be wonderful. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at Chen Haoyu's clinic. Upon seeing the sign outside, Cheng Guangyao exclaimed, "Indeed, extraordinary individuals engage in extraordinary endeavors." Su Yuyao wore a peculiar expression, softly saying, "I am truly impressed by this old fox." As they entered the clinic, they found Chen Haoyu seated in a rocking chair, engrossed in a book. For some reason, Su Yuyao felt a surge of irritation at the sight of Chen Haoyu's seemingly idle demeanor, exclaiming, "Chen Haoyu, how can you dare to charge a registration fee of 3,000 yuan? Are you not afraid of inspection from the health department?" Chen Haoyu rose from the rocking chair, retorting, "With hundreds of traditional Chinese medicine clinics in Yanhai, if I do not employ some flair, who would seek my services?" Su Yuyao continued, "So, did you have any patients today?" Chen Haoyu raised a finger with a grin, saying, "To your disappointment, there was indeed one. I sold him a Qingxin talisman and earned over 20,000. Su Yuyao pursed her lips, commenting, "What a shrewd businessman you are." Chen Haoyu replied, "If I were a mere businessman, I doubt either of you would come to seek me out. Would you not agree?" "Mr. Cheng," Cheng Guangyao stated, "Dr. Chen, I apologize for my rudeness towards you last night." Chen Haoyu waved his hand, saying, "You paid me, and I saved your grandson's life. Our accounts are settled." Su Yuyao, astonished, asked, "You knew what happened to young Master Cheng?" Chen Haoyu clicked his tongue, of course, that he must have sneaked out to race cars last night, resulting in a car accident on the way home that left one dead and two injured. "Am I correct?" Cheng Guangyao was utterly astounded by Chen Haoyu's insight, exclaiming, "Dr. Chen, did you predict all of this? Does it matter?" Chen Haoyu countered, adding, "What truly matters is whether your precious grandson can learn from this ordeal. If he does not, Even 100 talismans cannot safeguard his life. Chen Guangyao nodded, acknowledging, "You are right, Dr. Chen. I wish to purchase another talisman." Chen Haoyu regarded him intently, saying, "Talisman efficacy is time-limited, lasting at most half a month. After that, it becomes ineffective." Chen Guangyao was taken aback, asking, "Are there talismans with a longer duration?" Chen Haoyu explained, "The longer-lasting ones are jade talismans. The higher the quality of the jade, the more abundant the spiritual energy. And thus, the longer the duration, but it will not exceed 2 years. The most formidable are protective artifacts, which can last for several decades. Unfortunately, the conditions for their creation are exceedingly stringent, making them rare." Su Yao interjected, "Are you implying that those masters selling artifact in tourist areas are all frauds?" Chen Haoyu chuckled. "For a sorcerer, artifacts hold significance akin to the Rui Jingu Bang for Sun Wukong. Do you believe Sun Wukong would sell his magical staff for a few hundred or thousand yuan? That would be a preposterous notion. As for those so-called masters in tourist areas, whether they are con artists or genuine practitioners is for you to discern." Chen Guangyao sighed. "Truly, hearing your words is worth more than a decade of study, Mr. Chen. Can you create top-tier jade talismans?" Chen Haoyu laughed. "Mr. Chen, you might as well give up. Only a celestial master of the highest order can craft such talismans. And there have been only 2 or 3 dozen in the last 1,000 years. Moreover, even if someone like Zhang Sanfeng or Zhang Daoling were to create such a jade talisman, do you think you could afford it? Such items are life-saving treasures, and once they hit the market, even with a mere 2-year efficacy, the price would not be less than $100 million, in reality, possessing the legacy of the carefree immortal. Chen Haoyu could indeed create a top-tier jade talisman should he expend his magical energy. However, there are 3 significant challenges. First, finding a high-quality jade filled with spiritual energy is exceedingly difficult. Second, it would require an immense expenditure of Chen Haoyu's vitality, making it impossible to replenish within half a year. Third, such a precious jade talisman, if widely known, would not only bring trouble to himself, but also endanger the possessor of the talisman. Thus, it would be more prudent to source inferior jade and craft several talismans, offering a better cost-performance ratio. Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's words, Chen Guangyao nodded, conceding, "You are correct. I have been overly ambitious." Chen Haoyu concluded, "Mr. Chen, be it talismans or artifacts, they all have their limits. For instance, that talisman from last night was utterly incapable of warding off blades and blunt instruments at a single thrust to a vital spot. And even if the talisman's efficacy were to be magnified tenfold, death would be an inevitable certainty. Thus, it is clear that, in the pursuit of peace and joy, it is the character of individuals that holds paramount importance." Chen Guangyao sighed, and, with a wry smile, remarked, "This truth is not lost on me. Yet, alas, I am ashamed. I have indulged Qinghe far too much, nurturing the unruly disposition he possesses today, that I can only hope that this lesson will temper his behavior." Chen Haoyu chuckled and suggested, "Perhaps you should send him to the military for a couple of years of training." Chen Guangyao's eyes brightened as he replied, "That is indeed a commendable idea. The military serves as a grand crucible, transforming even the most arrogant and willful individuals." After Chen Guangyao departed, Su Yao said, "You truly have a wicked side, proposing such a dreadful idea to old Chen. If Chen Qinghe were to find out, he would surely take issue with you." Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow, declaring with pride, "That little rascal spoke disrespectfully to me last night. I merely offered him a lesson." Su Yao retorted, "You are rather petty." Chen Haoyu scoffed, "If I were petty, Chen Qinghe would have met his in-long AG. Su Yao inquired, "Did you truly foresee that Chen Qinghe would encounter peril?" Chen Haoyu shrugged dismissively, saying, "The darkness clouding his brow was unmistakable. If I failed to perceive that, it would be quite the embarrassment." Su Yao pressed, "Then what method did you employ to revive old Chen last night?" Chen Haoyu, with a hint of amusement, replied, "Is that the question you have been longing to ask me?" Su Yao's brows knitted slightly as she said, "You can choose to share or not." Chen Haoyu stated, "The hour is late. If you treat me to a fine meal, I shall divulge the method." Without hesitation, Su Yao responded, "It's a deal." After closing the clinic's door, Su Yao drove Chen Haoyu to an upscale Western restaurant. Upon glancing at the menu, Chen Haoyu was taken aback to find it entirely in English. What absurdity is this? Serving an English menu in the land of Xia. He exclaimed indignantly, having never graduated from elementary school. Rendering him utterly clueless about English. Su Yao, admiring his candidness, offered, "Allow me to translate for you." Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. "No need. Just double whatever you order for yourself. And if it's steak, I want it well done." "Understood," Su Yao replied, expertly conversing with the nearby waiter in fluent English. After taking note of the order, the waiter nodded at her, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Haoyu, which irked him greatly. Moments later, a spread of pizza, steak, foie gras, caviar, vegetable salad, and juice arrived at their table. As Yao explained, "I didn't order you 2 servings. Only the pizza is for you, to ensure you don't leave hungry." As Chen Haoyu cut into his steak, he remarked, "Though I'm not fond of your presumption, I must express my gratitude." Su Yao replied coolly, "Should I then thank you for your magnanimity?" Chen Haoyu retorted, "No need for gratitude, that a beauty deserves certain privileges." With that, he placed a freshly cut steak in front of Su Yao. Observing the steak he had prepared, Su Yao commented, "You must eat steak often. You seem quite skilled at it." Chen Haoyu took her portion and began cutting it anew. "To be honest, this is my first visit to a Western restaurant that I used to be so poor that merely filling my belly was sufficient. I could hardly afford to come here as for cutting steak. That's child's play for someone like me who has butchered dozens of cattle." Su Yao gasped in surprise. "You've really butchered cows?" Chen Haoyu boasted, "Of course, I've held many jobs, and working in a slaughterhouse was merely one of them." Su Yao remarked, "You truly are a jack of all trades." Just then, a soft voice called from behind Chen Haoyu. "You go. Is that really you?" He turned to see a lovely girl in a white dress standing there, accompanied by a handsome young man. "Chen, it's been a while. How have you been?" Chen Haoyu stood up, smiling as he greeted her. Such formality. Su Yao noted with growing interest, sensing a special connection between Chen Haoyu and the beautiful girl. Her intuition proved correct. The girl, named Jiang Qian, was a former student of Yanhai University. Chen Haoyu had once assisted her in evading some thugs while delivering food, leading to a brief romantic involvement. One was an academic high achiever, while the other had barely completed middle school. "The outcome was predictable. That I'm doing well," Jiang Qian replied. The handsome young man, sensing an odd tension, quickly interjected, "Qian, who is this gentleman? I've never heard you mention him before." Chen Haoyu extended his hand, introducing himself. "I am Chen Haoyu. Are you Qian's boyfriend?" The young man shook his hand, responding, "Zhang Ming, Qian's fiancé. We're getting married next week." Chen Haoyu chuckled. "Congratulations then." Jiang Qian turned to Su Yao, saying, "This sister is quite beautiful. The Wayuga? Is she your girlfriend?" "Oh, she." Chen Haoyu began to explain, but Su Yao stood up, declaring, "I am Haoyu's girlfriend." A flicker of disappointment crossed Jiang Qian's eyes as she greeted. "Miss Su, hello," Su Yao suggested, "since we are acquainted. Why not share a meal together?" Jiang Qian shook her head. "No, we've just eaten a Wayuga, Miss Su. Goodbye." Chen Haoyu gazed at her intently as he replied, "Goodbye." After Zhang Ming and Jiang Qian departed, Su Yao regarded Chen Haoyu, who was engrossed in his meal, with keen interest. Sensing her gaze, he looked up and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Su Yao elegantly lifted her juice, saying, "What do you think?" Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes and bluntly stated, "Qian was my first love, that we dated for 6 months, and things were harmonious. Unfortunately, the gap in our families was insurmountable, and it ended without resolution." Is that detailed enough? Su Yao nodded. "You have good taste. I can tell she is a very innocent and good girl." Chen Haoyu beamed with pride. "That is for certain. I rarely misjudge people," Su Yao remarked. "You seem to have completely moved on." Chen Haoyu smiled. "Your looks, figure, and demeanor surpass hers. With a girlfriend like you, who could possibly dwell on past loves?" Su Yao retorted. "Chen Haoyu, I was merely trying to help you, all right?" Chen Haoyu shrugged. "We're even now," Su Yao huffed. "Your tongue is quite merciless. No wonder Jiang Qian left you." Yes, as soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them and quickly glanced at Chen Haoyu. A flicker of melancholy crossed his eyes as he sighed. "You are right that a person like me should never seek a girlfriend." Su Yao hurried to clarify. "Chen Haoyu, that is not what I meant. In truth, you are exceptionally capable, surpassing most of your peers." Chen Haoyu looked at her, asking, "Do you truly believe that?" Su Yao nodded. Of course, that a radiant smile broke across Chen Haoyu's face as he said, I think so too. How about you consider me as your real boyfriend? Su Yao was taken aback, immediately realizing she had fallen into his trap, that I was mistaken. I shouldn't have consoled someone as heartless as you. Chen Haoyu laughed. Throughout my life, I have faced countless hardships and trials, reaching a state of mind where nothing weighs on my heart. A mere heartbreak cannot possibly affect my resolve. Su Yao gazed intently at Chen Haoyu, declaring, Your smile is rather feigned. Chen Haoyu took a hefty bite of pizza and calmly replied, At least it's better than crying. At this moment, Su Yao suddenly felt a strong desire to delve into the past life of Chen Haoyu. Witty, charming, vivacious, and enigmatic. These adjectives could all be attributed to him. Yet she could keenly sense that they did not encapsulate the true essence of Chen Haoyu. Behind his smile, there was certainly something more concealed. For many years, Su Yao had never felt such profound interest in a man. After finishing their meal, they stepped out of the restaurant. Su Yao inquired, Can you now reveal how you cured old Cheng? Chen Haoyu had already formulated his response, stating, Qigong, that Su Yao, somewhat irked, retorted, Chen Haoyu, if you don't wish to share, that's fine, but please refrain from bringing up Qigong. It is true that I possess some knowledge of Taoist Qigong. By stimulating old Cheng's heart with it, I can achieve a defibrillating effect. Su Yao questioned, Did you also use Qigong to revive old Dong in the hospital? Clever, he replied. Can I learn it? Of course. When we return tonight, I will teach you. The carefree master of the arts was well-versed in various martial disciplines and was familiar with numerous Taoist breathing techniques. Yet few could master them. Even if one did succeed, the benefits were limited to nourishing the internal organs and enhancing physical health. It was a far cry from the mystical energy depicted in martial arts novels. And it was impossible to transfer one's internal energy to another. Chen Haoyu was certain that Su Yao would never be able to master it. Thus, he falsely claimed it as Qigong. Aren't you going home now? No, I intend to go to the mall to buy clothes. Since I have nothing better to do, I will accompany you as your advisor. Forget it. I have no desire to join you. Why not? You are too beautiful. I fear those lecherous men might take a disliking to me and team up to beat me up. Nonsense. Hurry up and come with me. I will take you to the mall. Perhaps the greatest dread for men around the world is accompanying women on shopping excursions that a woman who would tire after just a few steps would. Once in a mall, walk all day in high heels without feeling fatigued. Su Yao, the aloof beauty, was no exception. It seemed she had taken Chen Haoyu as her model, dragging him through over 10 clothing stores and trying on more than 30 outfits, nearly driving him to madness. Su, I've had enough clothes. Thank you, Chen Haoyu said, his hands laden with numerous bags. They're the high-end boutique over there with some exquisite styles. Let us take a look. I'm just a penniless wretch who usually has no need to frequent upscale venues. I need not purchase such fine attire. Will you accompany me to shop, please? If you agree, this will be the last store, and I will cover the cost of your clothes. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's face broke into a radiant smile. Then thank you, Mr. Chen. Chen Haoyu suddenly felt he might be in trouble. Why had he just agreed to buy her clothes? Surely this woman wouldn't be setting him up? Upon entering the store, Chen Haoyu glanced at the price tags of a few dresses, and he was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? A single dress costs over 3,000. Is this a clothing store or highway robbery? Mr. Chen, you can back out, Su Yao said, waving a purple gown in her hand with a smile. Chen Haoyu patted his chest and declared, It's just a few tens of thousands, a trivial matter. Go ahead and buy. Then I shall not hold back, grabbing 7 or 8 pieces in one go. Su Yao stepped into the fitting room. After a while, she emerged wearing a V-neck purple gown. Wow, stunning, exclaimed the female attendant, her mouth covered in awe. Chen Haoyu was equally taken aback. If Su Yao had previously embodied aloofness, this purple gown bestowed upon her an air of grace and elegance. Why must a woman be so breathtaking? What do you think? Su Yao asked. Chen Haoyu gave a thumbs up, stating, Su Yao, you might have chosen the wrong profession. You should become a star or a model, rather than wielding a scalpel. Su Yao chuckled. Are you complimenting me? To borrow a line from a film, even in the eyes of an enemy, you are she sure. Perhaps even more beautiful than her. The saleswoman chimed in, Miss, your boyfriend is correct. I cannot say how beautiful she sure was, but surely she cannot compare to you. Thank you that I'll go try on other clothes. What defines a true beauty? Chen Haoyu had not fully understood until now, but upon seeing Su Yuyao, he realized that regardless of the style or color of the clothing once donned by her, it radiated breathtaking beauty. It is not the person that enhances the clothing, but rather the clothing that elevates the person. Su Yao delighted in witnessing the astonished gaze of Chen Haoyu. It brought her immense satisfaction. Su Yao, a melodious voice called from behind. Su Yao turned to see a striking woman in her 20s with a curvaceous figure. However, this beauty paled in comparison to Su Yuyao. What was particularly off-putting was that she was linked arm in arm with a middle-aged, portly man in his 40s. The man, with his protruding belly akin to that of a pregnant woman, had small eyes fixed lecherously on Su Yuyao, exuding an aura of unrefined desire. Upon seeing the woman and the middle-aged man beside her, Su Yuyao's good mood dissipated entirely. Han Solon, long time no see, Su Yuyao said coolly. Han Solon was Su Yuyao's university classmate, though their relationship had been fraught with tension throughout their 4 years in college. Su Yuyao was universally recognized for her beauty and talent, inciting jealousy in the self-important Han Solon, especially since the campus heartthrob she fancied had pursued Su Yuyao for 4 years instead of her. Su Yuyao, with her calm demeanor and disinterest in socializing, had never engaged in pretense with Han Solon, resulting in a perpetually strained relationship. Su Yuyao, is this your boyfriend? Han Solon scrutinized Chen Haoyu, particularly his attire and the bags he carried, all of which bore a price tag of less than 500. Her eyes flashing with disdain, Su Yuyao glanced at Chen Haoyu, neither confirming nor denying, simply stating, his name is Chen Haoyu. Han Solon extended her hand to Chen Haoyu, saying, hello, Chen Haoyu. I am Han Solon, Su Yuyao's university classmate, and this is my husband, Zhang Kun, the CEO of Ruifeng Building. Chen Haoyu's expression shifted, instinctively stepping back as if avoiding a snake, and said, hello. Damn it, you a woman afflicted with syphilis. Dare to reach out to shake my hand? What are you thinking? Han Solon frowned, angrily retracting her hand. Zhang Kun, noticing his wife's discontent, frowned and addressed Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu, it seems you lack gentlemanly conduct. Chen Haoyu pointed at Su Yuyao, stating, she is quite particular and has a bit of a cleanliness obsession. She does not allow me to come into close contact with dubious women. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyao's lips curved into a smile. This guy, despite his many flaws, certainly had a knack for standing up for himself. Han Solon fumed. Whom are you calling dubious? Chen Haoyu replied, I apologize. I misspoke. It is mainly because we were previously unacquainted. It is best not to stand too close to avoid making Yuyao suspicious. Zhang Kun scoffed, just a pauper in clothes worth a couple of hundred, acting like a big shot here. Chen Haoyu responded, I may be poor, but I am quite clean. Puffed. Su Yuyao nearly burst into laughter. The nearby saleswoman quickly lowered her head, biting her lip to stifle her laughter, lest she offend the customers. Zhang Kun trembled with rage, pointing at Chen Haoyu, and barked, who the hell are you calling unclean? Chen Haoyu hastily waved his hands, saying, Mr. Zhang, please do not misunderstand. That was not my intention. Han Solon sneered, Mr. Chen, it appears you have placed Su Yuyao on a pedestal. Hee, it seems she hasn't shared certain events from her university days with you. Goodness, this woman has secrets waiting to be unveiled. Chen Haoyu suddenly became intrigued. He glanced at the icy expression of Su Yuyao and asked, what do you mean? Han Solon replied, let me tell you, your goddess had a romantic affair with a junior from the countryside during her junior year, shocking the entire school. She has long lost her purity. Su Yuyao coldly retorted, Han Solon, it's one thing for you to be tainted yourself, but to smear others with your filth is truly shameless. Han Solon shot back, what's done is done. Are you afraid of what others might say? Chen Haoyu chuckled and said, I was wondering what the fuss was about, that it's just a first love, isn't it? I have one too. Miss Han, may I ask what your relationship is with Mr. Zhang? Han Solon proudly declared, he is my husband. Chen Haoyu was taken aback and asked in surprise, you two are married? Han Solon touched her belly and replied, I'm pregnant. We're getting married next month. Zhang Kun's gaze flickered slightly as he said, all right, Solon, let us pick out some clothes. There's nothing to discuss with this pauper. Chen Haoyu rubbed his nose and advised, Miss Han, I suggest you confirm whether Mr. Zhang is divorced. And Mr. Zhang, I recommend taking Miss Han to the hospital for a checkup. Not only to confirm if there's a child, but, more importantly, to ensure there are no unpleasant viruses. Zhang Kun pondered Chen Haoyu's words, while Han Solan understood perfectly. Pointing a finger at him, she scolded, "Daring to slander me. I'll sue you for defamation." Chen Haoyu took 2 steps back, pulling Su Yuyao with him, and hurriedly said, "Miss Han, please don't act impulsively. You should be in the early stages." "Treatment is quite manageable." Su Yuyao, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong with her?" Chen Haoyu replied, "Syphilis." At that moment, the 2 shop attendants instantly distanced themselves from Han Solan by 5 meters. Zhang Kuen's face paled, and he quietly shifted 3 steps to the left. Han Solan was infuriated, exclaiming, "Chen Haoyu, I will sue you for damaging my reputation. Husband, why are you standing so far away? Do you believe what he says?" Zhang Kun hurriedly responded, "Of course, I don't believe it. However, it's better to be cautious." Chen Haoyu looked deeply at Zhang Kun and interjected, "You two are quite the pair. One pretends to be pregnant, juggling several men, one of whom is a foreigner with syphilis. The other pretends to be divorced, while keeping numerous mistresses outside, yet fears leaving his fierce wife at home." That he chuckled, "I advise you both to tread carefully. Do not play with fire, lest it leads to dire consequences." Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's words, the onlookers, including the attendants and several customers, regarded them with amused expressions. Zhang Kun, feeling humiliated, erupted in anger. "You're talking nonsense." Chen Haoyu suddenly shouted, "Your wife is here." "Where?" Zhang Kun, startled, quickly hid behind a clothing rack. Chen Haoyu smiled. "Just kidding. I don't even know your wife." Laughter erupted around them. Han Solan, furious, stomped her foot and turned to leave, warning, "You wait for me." Zhang Kun left a harsh remark and hurried after her. Chen Haoyu called out, "Mr. Zhang, beware of syphilis. Don't catch it, or your wife might just boil you alive." Upon hearing this, Zhang Kun's steps slowed considerably. "Ha ha ha." Chen Haoyu laughed heartily. "What a couple of fools." Su Yao chuckled, "You never seem to draft a script when you deceive people, do you?" "How did you know I was deceiving? Is Han Solan really infected with syphilis?" "Indeed, otherwise, why would I keep my distance from her?" "How did you deduce that?" Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Some people can be diagnosed with just a glance. Also, your female classmate has a protruding intang and wandering eyes. This is a classic sign of bad romantic luck. And not just one blossom. That it's quite normal for someone juggling multiple relationships to contract syphilis. It's serious? Not serious. It's just in the early stages. If she heeds my advice and goes for a checkup, it can be easily resolved. So, she should be thanking you. Forget it. That woman has ulterior motives. I want no entanglement with her. You should steer clear as well. I understand. That moment, a female attendant approached and asked, "Ma'am, would you like to continue trying on clothes?" Su Yuyao replied, "No need. I'll take that purple one." The attendant pursed her lips and said to Chen Haoyu, "Sir, I believe those outfits would make your girlfriend look like a celestial being. Would you like to buy her a few more?" Chen Haoyu smiled. "You certainly have a way with words. All right, please wrap up the several outfits she tried on." Su Yuyao nudged him, saying, "Are you out of your mind? I can't possibly wear all these." Understanding her hint regarding finances, Chen Haoyu laughed. "Consider it my gratitude for you taking me in." With that, Chen Haoyu followed the attendant to the counter. Su Yuyao bit her lip and murmured, "What a price to pay for vanity. Had I known, I would have tried on so many clothes." The total for the 7 outfits amounted to 26,000 yuan, which, compared to high-end brands, was quite reasonable. On the way home, Chen Haoyu chuckled, "I ran into my first love, and you encountered a classmate. What a coincidence today." Su Yao huffed and said, "If you want to ask about my first love, just say so. There's no need for circumlocution." Chen Haoyu gave her a thumbs up. "Clever. I'm curious why you ended it with him." Su Yao replied, "He dumped me." "Tisich," Chen Haoyu scoffed, "if you don't want to talk about it, then forget it." Su Yao glanced at him and asked, "You don't believe me?" Chen Haoyu remarked, "With your striking beauty, how could any man willingly part with you? Few would believe it unless he were blind." Su Yao calmly explained, "He was from the countryside, handsome and charming, and through his hard work, he gained admission to Yindu Medical College. During our time together, I discovered he had an improper relationship with a wealthy woman. After some investigation, I learned that his tuition and living expenses were funded by her, so I returned all his gifts and broke up with him. After hearing Su Yao's account, Chen Haoyu simply responded with an "oh" and refrained from any further commentary. Su Yao expected him to lash out at the man, championing her cause, but his silence surprised her. "What is your take on my first love?" she inquired. Chen Haoyu sighed, a choice made out of helplessness. Su Yao pressed. "What do you mean?" A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Chen Haoyu's eyes as he stated, "Your boyfriend must have come from a very poor background and faced insurmountable obstacles, which led him to resort to that wealthy woman." That Su Yao's expression shifted. "Why do you think that?" Chen Haoyu explained, "A rural boy who manages to enroll in Yindu Medical College demonstrates resilience and determination. The only reason he would willingly become a wealthy woman's kept man is that he needed money, likely to help a family member of immense significance to him, that if it were merely for himself. I believe he would never have resorted to such measures." Thou gazed at Chen Haoyu, who was leaning against the passenger seat, incredulous as she asked, "Did you deduce this, or was it a mere guess?" Chen Haoyu's recent words were entirely consistent with the truth that it was only after their breakup that Su Yao learned of his mother's grave illness, necessitating surgery with expenses exceeding 1 million. For university student reliant on diligent part-time work to cover tuition, such as sums seemed astronomical. In utter despair, he ultimately resorted to selling himself to that wealthy woman. Chen Haoyu chuckled and remarked, "Is there really any need to calculate that? Once you have experienced a similar painful choice, you can truly comprehend the desperation he faced back then." Su Yao remained silent for a long while before asking, "If it were you, would you do the same?" Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu replied. "No." Su Yao replied evenly, "If you don't, your loved ones will perish." Chen Haoyu smiled slightly, stating, "I would venture out to seize money. Saving the person comes first. A true man would never become a kept man," Su Yao countered. "But what if you were caught?" With a sense of pride, Chen Haoyu declared, "Well, if the money is already spent and the surgery is done, then I would simply go to jail. I'm quite familiar with detention centers. Being incarcerated is not much different from going home, and besides, I can even enjoy free food and lodging there. Ha ha ha." Su Yao was not amused by Chen Haoyu's jest. She seemed to sense the underlying helplessness conveyed in his humorous remarks. After spending 2 days together, Su Yao had gained a profound understanding of Chen Haoyu's character. Despite his sharp tongue, he possessed commendable integrity. Yet she always felt that he was shrouded in a thin veil of mystery, obscuring his true nature. While he could be astute, at times he displayed an astonishing naivety, willing to engage in any action for the sake of profit. Conversely, in moments of clarity, he exhibited remarkable shrewdness, demonstrating a depth of insight that was truly impressive. For instance, regarding Su Yao's first love, anyone aware of the situation would unanimously condemn the male counterpart. Only Chen Haoyu could empathically adopt the male perspective and analyze the issue objectively. If Chen Haoyu were an elderly man, it would be understandable. Yet, given his youth, his ability to perceive matters so clearly was far from common. Su Yao was convinced that he was a person with a story to tell in a standalone villa in Yanhai. Yi Ziyuan finished a phone call on the balcony and returned to the living room. Has Xiaohan woken up? He gently inquired upon seeing Wang Jing exit their daughter's room. Not yet. She is sleeping soundly. That's a good sign. It indicates that Dr. Chen's treatment is very effective. Indeed, previously, even when Xiaohan was asleep, her brows would be tightly furrowed. Now, her expression appeared serene. Darling, how do you plan to deal with Kadar? Xiaohan's expression shifted, a glint of severity flashing in his eyes as he replied, You need not concern yourself with this matter. I will not let him go. Wang Jing frowned. If something happens to Kadar, Dr. Chen will surely know it with it. I am somewhat worried. Why? Yuan asked. What do you think of Dr. Chen? Wang Jing pondered for a moment before responding. He is inscrutable. Certainly not an ordinary person. Yi Ziyuan continued. Do you think he could pose a threat to us? Wang Jing shook her head. Since Dr. Chen could draw talismans like the Qingxin Fu, he could undoubtedly create aggressive ones as well. If he wished to deal with us, it would hardly be a challenge. Moreover, I sensed his fierce anger upon learning of Kadar's actions toward Xiaohan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have urged you to take care of him. Yuan concurred. I think the same. This person exudes an aura of mystery and peculiarity. He can only be a friend, never a foe. Besides, our daughter's continued treatment relies on him. Dear, if anything happens, I will take full responsibility. You must look after our daughter. Wang Jing's eyes instantly brimmed with tears as she tightly embraced Yuan, pleading, "Promise me, you mustn't come to harm." Wang gently stroked his wife's hair, assuring her. "Rest easy." That moment, a soft voice emanated from the bedroom. "Mama." Wang Jing trembled and asked, "Dear, did you hear that?" Yi Zuan, filled with joy, replied, "It seems Xiaohan is calling for you." They hurried into their daughter's room. Yi Han had awakened, sitting on the bed, gazing at Wang Jing with drowsy eyes, saying, "Mom, I'm hungry." Upon hearing her daughter request food for the first time in half a year, Wang Jing's tears flowed freely as she exclaimed, "I will prepare something for you right away." Yi Yuan sat at the bedside, embracing Yi Han, and asked, "Sweetheart, did you sleep well?" Yi Han nodded. "I slept very well. Daddy, I had a dream where my guardian, the night elf, appeared. He was so handsome and promised to help me defeat the bad guys." Yi Yuan was taken aback. Could it be that Chen Haoyu had entered Yi Han's dream? How astonishing. "Sweetheart, do you feel any discomfort?" "Right now, my head feels cool, but it's quite pleasant and clear." Yi Yuan realized this was the effect of the Qingxin Fu and exclaimed, "Wonderful. Let us wash our hands and then have a meal." "Okay," Yi Han responded. After half a year, the three of them finally enjoyed a comforting meal together. Yi Han not only refrained from displaying her previous melancholy, but even shared a light-hearted joke at the dinner table, causing Yi Yuan and Wang Jing to erupt in laughter. In that moment, their hearts brimmed with gratitude towards Chen Haoyu. Yu Yao's culinary skills were quite commendable, though they paled in comparison to Chen Haoyu's. It was remarkable for a stunning beauty to reach such a level. After dinner, Su Yuyao pointed to a gift, saying, "This is a token of appreciation from Elder Cheng." Chen Haoyu inquired, "What is it?" Su Yuyao shook her head. Haven Tea looked. Chen Haoyu opened the tote bag to find two boxes, one red and one blue. Inside the red box lay a pair of light red jade earrings, translucent and exquisite. The blue box contained a sandalwood bracelet, whose color, texture, and luster indicated it was of the highest quality. The top-tier sandalwood bracelet was a rare commodity in the market, priced well above 200,000. Chen Haoyu furrowed his brow, stating, "This gift from Elder Cheng is quite valuable." Su Yuyao examined the jade earrings and remarked, "Swarovski brand, ice-type red jade. The price should range between 150,000 to 200,000. Chen Haoyu was taken aback. "You are quite familiar with jade?" Su Yuyao replied, "My aunt is the president of a jewelry company, and I work part-time as a jewelry designer." Chen Haoyu asked, "Since your aunt is the president, why are you still so poor? Can't she lend you a hand?" Su Yuyao shot him a glare. "I have hands and feet. Why should I rely on others' charity?" Chen Haoyu gave her a thumbs up, saying, "Impressive." Su Yuyao questioned, "These two gifts would fetch at least 300,000 on the market, and you intend to accept them just like that?" Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu replied, "Of course not. I have already stated that I owe nothing to the Cheng family. This lavish gift is ostensibly a gesture of gratitude, but in reality, it is merely an attempt to establish a connection with me. Essentially, it is a means of acquiring my protective talisman." Su Yuyao furrowed her brow. "Then what will you do? If you return the gift, it would be a slap in Elder Cheng's face that if you do not return it, and the Cheng family seeks your help in the future, you will find it difficult to extricate yourself." After some contemplation, Chen Haoyu said, "ISNT this old man suffering from heart disease. I'll give him a jade talisman tomorrow." Su Yuyao replied, "Didn't you say that only those grandmasters from the metaphysical sects can create jade talismans?" Chen Haoyu explained, "That refers to top-tier jade talismans. What I'm offering is a health talisman made from inferior Hitian jade. This health talisman possesses limited spiritual energy, but it is beneficial to the body, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, with a shelf life of approximately 6 months. If I were to sell it at my clinic, it would fetch at least 500,000. That old man is in for a significant gain." Su Yuyao expressed skepticism. "Does this health jade talisman really possess such remarkable efficacy? You aren't just boasting, are you?" Chen Haoyu shrugged, "Believe it or not." Su Yuyao inquired, "Could you allow me to feel it first? Just give me a moment." Chen Haoyu returned to the bedroom, retrieved a jade talisman from the drawer, and handed it to Su Yuyao, saying, "This is the health talisman I crafted." If you hold it in the palms of your hands, you should be able to sense a slight coolness. Su Yao placed the jade talisman in her palms, closed her eyes, and concentrated. I don't feel anything, she remarked. Chen Haoyu slapped his forehead, exclaiming, how could I forget something so crucial? Unlike ordinary talismans, this jade talisman requires activation. He took the talisman from Su Yao, laid it in his left palm, and with his right index finger, he channeled a small amount of energy, gently tapping the talisman. Instantly, the talisman emitted a dazzling light, which gradually faded away. Su Yao covered her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, this defies logic. Chen Haoyu returned the talisman to her, saying, beautiful Su, have you not heard the adage, the pinnacle of science is metaphysics? Give it another try. All right, Su Yao eagerly placed the talisman between her hands, and this time she indeed felt a faint coolness, akin to a gentle breeze caressing her face. Chen Haoyu, you truly are a master of the metaphysical arts. The evidence was undeniable, compelling Su Yao to acknowledge the existence of such mystical practices. Chen Haoyu reclaimed the talisman, placing it in a blue box, and remarked, the so-called metaphysical arts are not as extraordinary as you might imagine. Figures like Liu Bowen and Zhang Sanfeng, if they were to traverse to modernity, regardless of their prowess, would simply be met with a few bullets. Thus, you can entirely categorize talismans and divination as alternative sciences. Su Yao chuckled. Did you not claim to be a celestial master of the metaphysical arts? Why this sudden humility? Are you concerned about being subjected to research? Chen Haoyu shrugged, replying, I am primarily worried that you might fall in love with me. Su Yao scoffed. Dream on. Chen Haoyu laughed heartily. I shall dream of it tonight. Here, this earring is a gift for you. Su Yao shook her head, responding, it's too precious. I cannot accept it. Chen Haoyu stated, if you refuse, so be it. This trinket indeed pales in comparison to your worth. Once you become my girlfriend, I shall gift you a pair of imperial green jade earrings. Su Yao shot him a glare, saying, are you done yet? Chen Haoyu hastily replied, yes, I am done. Su Yao continued. You previously mentioned teaching me Qigong. Is that still valid? Chen Haoyu rose, stating, of course it is that I will print out the essentials for practicing Qigong, that if you're interested, you may give it a try. However, I must caution you, those who can successfully practice Qigong are exceedingly rare. Do not become too obsessed, Su Yao acknowledged. I understand. 10 minutes later, a 1,500-word Qigong manual was completed. After studying it for a while, Su Yao found the principles of Qigong too intricate. As a medical prodigy, she struggled to comprehend even 1%. Chen Haoyu spent over an hour explaining it, leaving Su Yao even more bewildered. Chen Haoyu, you are not trying to fool me, are you? If I were to deceive you, may the heavens strike me down and remove me from all realms. No, I trust you. Please refrain from making such oaths. There are two approaches to practicing Qigong. One is external to internal, and the other is internal to external. For instance, the three major internal martial arts, Xingyi, Bagua, and Tai Chi, belong to the former, as they cultivate energy and blood flow to generate hidden strength, making entry relatively easy. In contrast, this Qigong technique belongs to the latter, requiring one to first sense the energy before proceeding with the practice, making it exceedingly difficult to begin. How does one sense this energy? This phenomenon is something that can only be intuitively grasped. No one can articulate it clearly. The two engaged in teaching and practicing, inevitably leading to physical contact, which delighted Chen Haoyu internally. However, the ultimate outcome was a lack of results. Su Yao completely extinguished her desire to practice Qigong. Nevertheless, this experience brought them closer together, at the very least. The typically aloof Su Yao could no longer maintain her icy demeanor in front of Chen Haoyu. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Katter staggered out of a bar, intoxicated. Just as he was about to get into his car, a motorcycle suddenly barreled toward him. The rider abruptly stopped in front of Katter, brandishing a gleaming dagger that gently grazed his neck. After accomplishing the task, the motorcycle sped away. Katter clutched his neck, collapsing to the ground, blood seeping through his fingers. The entire event transpired in under half a minute, clearly indicating that the assailant was an experienced hand. An hour later, the police arrived at the scene. Upon discovering that the victim was a foreigner, they were all left in a state of dismay. The following morning, Chen Haoyu practiced martial arts in the park. Hearing a group of elderly individuals discussing the murder of an English teacher outside a bar, he quickly checked his phone and discovered that the deceased was Katter, prompting a string of expletives. Damn it. Yi Ziyuan must have lost his mind. Regardless of the situation, Katter was still a foreigner. A car accident would have been preferable to such an overt murder. The police are known for solving homicides. If Yi Ziyuan's actions are not clean enough, we could be in serious trouble. After finishing breakfast, Chen Haoyu accepted a ride from Su Yuyao to the clinic. Just as he brewed a pot of tea, Yi Ziyuan walked in, looking troubled. "Good morning, Dr. Chen Dayi. It seems you were not involved in last night's incident." Noticing the pallor on Yi Ziyuan's face, Chen Haoyu expressed his surprise. Yi Ziyuan appeared even more astonished, asking, "How did you know?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I possess some knowledge of divination." Yi Ziyuan sighed in admiration. "Dr. Chen, you are truly remarkable. To be frank, I had also sought assistance. The original plan was to stage an accident, but before we could act, Katter was tragically killed in front of the bar." Chen Haoyu remarked his death was well-deserved. Scoundrels like him deserve nothing less than 1,000 cuts. Yi Ziyuan gritted his teeth, saying, "Indeed, this fate was too lenient for him. Please have a seat." Chen Haoyu invited Yuan to sit down and poured him a cup of tea, saying, "Regardless of the circumstances, the root of the problem is gone, which is beneficial for the child. After your daughter regained consciousness yesterday, has there been any improvement?" Yi Ziyuan responded excitedly. "There has been significant progress. She seems to have returned to her old self, becoming cheerful and optimistic again. During lunch, Xiao Han even told us a joke. Dr. Chen, your Qingxin talisman is simply remarkable." Chen Haoyu was confident that the Qingxin talisman was effective for depression. However, he was uncertain about the extent of its effectiveness. "I initially thought we would need to use the Qingxin incantation for treatment. It appears that may not be necessary. No, I will bring her in a few days. Please check on her again. Yi, I recommend you take the child to the hospital for a thorough examination. While I have little regard for Western medicine, I must admit that it has its unique advantages in certain areas." "All right," Yi Ziyuan said. "Dr. Chen, please accept this small token of my appreciation." He retrieved a check from his pocket and handed it to Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu waved his hand, saying, "I only accept treatment fees, not gratuities. It is the clinic's policy." Realizing that Chen Haoyu was genuinely not being polite, Yi Ziyuan awkwardly took back the check, saying, "Very well then. Dr. Chen, when you have time, my wife and I would like to invite you to dinner." Chen Haoyu replied, "We can discuss it once the child is fully recovered." After Yuan expressed his gratitude once more, he left the clinic. Shortly after he departed, a young couple entered, cradling a wailing child. The child appeared to be only 2 or 3 years old, and Chen Haoyu immediately recognized that the little one was suffering from soul loss. "Doctor, could you please examine what is wrong with the child?" The young woman's face was etched with anxiety. Chen Haoyu approached the child, gently tapping his finger on the center of the child's forehead as a surge of mystical energy flowed forth, dispersing a portion of the malevolent aura. Instantly, the child's cries ceased. This remarkable display left the young couple utterly astonished. For an entire week, their child had been crying and restless during the day and unable to sleep soundly at night. Plagued by frequent nightmares, the couple had visited several hospitals, yet every doctor they encountered prescribed nothing but tranquilizers, all to no avail. Upon noticing the sign outside Chen Haoyu's clinic, which advertised treatment for perplexing ailments, and seeing the exorbitant consultation fee, they decided to give it a try. Chen Haoyu inquired, "May I ask your surname?" The young man replied, "My name is Chu Heng, and this is my wife, Gong Huihui." "Dr. Chen, what on earth is happening? Why did the child stop crying the moment you touched him?" Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "Just a little technique, nothing more. Mr. Chu, think carefully. Have you taken your child to any unsavory places recently?" Chu Heng pondered. "We visited the countryside for ancestor worship last week." Chen Haoyu was taken aback. "You brought the child along?" Chu Heng nodded. "Yes." Gong Huihui interjected, "Dr. Chen, is there a direct connection between ancestor worship and the child distress?" Chen Haoyu explained, "The child is young, with a frail constitution and insufficient yang energy. The location of the ancestor worship is laden with yin qi and malevolent energy. Once it infiltrates the child's body, it can lead to an imbalance of yin and yang." Gong Huihui pursed her lips and asked, "Is this akin to what some mysterious online novels refer to as losing one's soul?" Chen Haoyu affirmed. Indeed. Thump. Gong Huihui struck Chu Heng's arm with a fist, exclaiming, I told you not to take her. For your sake, you insisted on going. And now look, the child has lost her soul. Are you pleased? Chu Heng wore a look of regret. I thought issues like losing one's soul were mere superstitions. I never imagined they could be true. Dr. Chen, if you can discern that the child has lost her soul, surely you can also call it back. Chen Haoyu chuckled. You must have read too many novels that in this world. There is no such thing as a soul-recalling technique. Chu Heng, anxious, asked, What shall we do now? Chen Haoyu waved his hand. Do not fret. Allow me to finish my explanation. As the Taoist saying goes, the two souls of heaven and earth always exist externally, while only the life soul resides within the body. The notion of losing one soul is merely a Taoist expression. In reality, it signifies that malevolent energy has invaded the body and harmed the life soul. Scientifically speaking, it is a matter of psychological distress. Once we dispel the malevolent energy and administer some tranquilizing medication, all will be well. Chu Heng inquired, How do we dispel the malevolent energy? Chen Haoyu replied, I have my methods, Mr. Chu. Shall we discuss the matter of fees? Chu Heng quickly nodded. I apologize. I almost forgot to ask. What is the cost? Chen Haoyu stated, The registration fee is 3,000, and the treatment fee is 2,000, totaling 5,000. Not a problem. Chu Heng promptly took out his phone, scanned the payment code displayed on Chen Haoyu's desk, and transferred the 5,000 yuan. After receiving the payment, Chen Haoyu retrieved a talisman from his drawer, leading Chu Heng and Gong Huihui into the examination room, instructing, Please lay the child flat on the bed. Understood, Gong Huihui replied, carefully placing the child on the bed. As the little one left her mother's embrace, he began to cry once more. Chen Haoyu stepped forward, smiling. Little one, pause for a moment. Crying won't make you look lovely. Perhaps sensing Chen Haoyu's words, the previously wailing child not only ceased crying, but also smiled at him. Chu Heng and Gong Huihui exchanged astonished glances, bewildered by the transformation. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Haoyu had just employed a calming incantation. This so-called calming incantation was not some strange spell, but rather a combination of mystical energy delivered through a special, soothing tone that entered the listener's ears, achieving a tranquilizing effect, the younger the child. The less resistance they had to the calming incantation. Chen Haoyu waved the talisman in front of the little one before placing it gently on his forehead. As the mystical energy flowed forth, the talisman emitted a soft glow. Had Chu Heng and Gong Huihui possessed clairvoyance, they would have seen wisps of dark energy being drawn into the talisman. With each absorption of dark energy, the talisman's brightness diminished. When the dark energy was entirely consumed, the talisman in Chen Haoyu's hand lost its luster, 1/3 of its surface now blackened, as if scorched by fire. Thud. Chu Heng swallowed hard and whispered, Huihui, did you see anything? Gong Huihui, her face a mask of astonishment, replied, It resembles the talisman techniques seen in movies. Discarding the now powerless talisman into the trash bin, Chen Haoyu turned to the couple and said, The child should no longer have any issues. Upon returning home, simply administer some calming medication. Chu Heng was now convinced that the doctor before him was a remarkable figure, and he quickly asked, Dr. Chen, could you prescribe some traditional Chinese medicine? Chen Haoyu replied, Traditional Chinese medicine is too bitter. A child of this size would find it difficult to ingest. It's better to use Western medicine. Chu Heng nodded. Understood. Thank you, Dr. Chen. The couple, cradling their child, expressed their heartfelt gratitude as they departed the clinic. The shop owner, Zhang Nan, observed the family's departure with curiosity and entered the clinic, asking, Brother, so there are indeed people coming here for treatment? Chen Haoyu, now in boastful mode, replied, Zhang boss, running a clinic is much like doing business. The key lies in the allure. Just look at my announcement. Isn't it sufficiently enticing? Zhang Nan acknowledged, the allure is certainly strong. But the crucial question is whether the ailments can truly be cured. Chen Haoyu, brimming with pride, declared, What a coincidence! Standing before you is a miraculous doctor capable of curing all ailments. Zhang Nan gave a thumbs up. Brother, you're impressive. Chen Haoyu chuckled. Oh, it's nothing much, just third best in the world. Zhang boss, come in as a guest, sit down, and have a cup of tea. This tea is from yesterday, quite excellent. Zhang Nan replied, in that case, I will graciously accept your offer. While Chen Haoyu and Zhang Nan enjoyed tea and conversation in the clinic, a young man nearby was live streaming. This man, named Yi Jiahong, known online as Hongguo, was famous for his good looks and sharp tongue, being one of the most renowned internet celebrities in a network company in Yanhai, boasting over 6 million followers. I could see that moment. He Jiahong instructed his assistant, Huzi, to point the camera at the announcement outside Chen Haoyu's clinic. Approximately 30,000 fans were currently watching the live stream that He Jiahong declared, registration fee 3,000, consultation fee 10,000, treating 3 patients a day. If unable to cure, money back. What do you all think of this? The live chat exploded with comments. What a typical gimmick. Is it true that even clinics for healing have resorted to this? What has this world come to? Such audacity. I dare say, no hospital in all of Xia country would dare to make such claims. 3,000 for registration, 10,000 for consultation, and that's not even counting treatment fees. No wonder they limit it to 3 patients a day. If I were in their shoes, even treating 1 patient a day could make me a millionaire. Hongguo, hurry inside and expose him. This is infuriating. He Jiahong, with righteous indignation, proclaimed, clinics are places for healing, not for making money, and I'm going to meet this brash doctor and tear off his false mask. Everyone, send rockets to support me. Whoosh, 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 as soon as he finished speaking. Dozens of rocket emojis surged in the live chat. You guys are amazing. Now let's head in and live stream the expose. With that, He Jiahong strode confidently into Chen Haoyu's clinic alongside Huzi. Which one of you is the doctor? He Jiahong called out. Huzi aimed the camera around the clinic, deliberately avoiding the scene of Chen Haoyu and Zhang Nan enjoying tea. Streaming without permission from others is an infringement of rights. And He Jiahong was not keen on facing legal repercussions. Chen Haoyu rose, surprised, and asked, Who are you? Are you live streaming? He Jiahong replied bluntly, Yes. Please have the doctor step forward. Chen Haoyu responded, I am the only doctor in this clinic. He Jiahong chuckled. You are the doctor? Ha ha ha. Do not jest. This is a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, and judging by your age, you seem to be a few years younger than me, correct? Goodness, what is happening here? Brother Hong is not yet 30. Could it be that this practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine is only in his 20s? Listening to the other party's voice, it indeed sounds remarkably youthful. It is a pity that I cannot capture his visage. Otherwise, I would genuinely wish to see what he looks like. Truly, modern society is comprised of all sorts of individuals, even those who dare to impersonate a practitioner of traditional medicine. The barrage of comments in a live stream is overwhelming. Chen Haoyu frowned and remarked, My age is little bearing on my medical expertise. Moreover, are you here to receive treatment or merely to broadcast? If it is the latter, I kindly ask you to leave. He Jiahong raised an eyebrow and replied, I am here for treatment, and incidentally, for a live stream. Chen Haoyu suddenly understood, saying, I see, you are here to profit at my expense. I could see this moment. Zhang Nan sensed the situation was turning sour, and quickly said, Brother, you continue. I shall take my leave. Chen Haoyu chuckled. Very well. Safe travels, Boss Zhang. Fearing that the camera might capture him, Zhang Nan covered his face as he departed. He Jiahong then inquired, Dr. Chen, if I may ask, would you be willing to join my live stream? Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu replied, I would prefer not to. He Jiahong chuckled lightly. No matter, I've been feeling unwell lately. Could you please assist me? Chen Haoyu scrutinized He Jiahong intently and said, You are here to expose a fraud, are you not? He Jiahong explained, If you genuinely possess skill, then it is not fraud, but rather a promotion of your medical prowess. If you lack ability, it indicates that this profession is not suitable for you. I believe it would be best for you to close your clinic, lest you harm others as well as yourself. Well said. Support Brother Hong. Merely talking is of little consequence. I shall send 10 rockets. The fans in a live stream erupted into excitement once more. Chen Haoyu nodded, understood. The question remains, who will determine the truth? I may say you are ill, while you may claim you are fine. It is all mere words. Who will serve as the judge? He Jiahong replied, Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. The beginning of the live stream. I mentioned my condition. You may examine my pulse. As long as your description aligns closely with my situation, I shall consider you skilled. Chen Haoyu gestured to the payment code on the table, saying, Then it would be appreciated if you could pay 3,000 yuan. He Jiahong was taken aback. You asked for payment before treatment? Chen Haoyu countered, which hospital's expert charges the registration fee only after the consultation? Amused, He Jiahong remarked, well, you are quite ruthless. Producing his personal phone, He Jiahong promptly transferred 3,000 yuan to Chen Haoyu. Goodness, what kind of person is this? This is outrageous that TO demand 3,000 yuan for a registration fee before even a consultation is simply preposterous. I am from Yanhai. Once I expose this person's true nature, I shall smash his clinic. The fans were incensed by Chen Haoyu's actions. Chen Haoyu invited He Jiahong to take a seat, simultaneously checking his pulse while asking, may I inquire your surname? He Jiahong replied, my humble surname is He. My fans call me Brother Hong. Chen Haoyu nodded, kindly extend your other hand. He Jiahong complied. After finishing the pulse examination, Chen Haoyu smiled. Your spleen and stomach are quite weak, likely due to the alcohol you consumed a couple of days ago. You should have had several bouts of diarrhea this morning. It is commendable that, under such circumstances, you still came here to expose a fraud. What? He Jiahong exclaimed, rising abruptly. You are my fan? Chen Haoyu replied nonchalantly, I do not know any of you internet celebrities. How could I possibly be your fan? Haha, judging by your reaction, I must have passed your test, correct? He Jiahong pursed his lips and admitted, you are correct. My goodness, this fellow is impressive. Brother Hong divulged his situation as soon as he entered the live stream. And it perfectly matched what this doctor stated. If I were not aware of Brother Hong's character, I might have thought they were in cahoots. It appears this young traditional Chinese medicine practitioner possesses some genuine skill. At the very least, he knows how to diagnose pulses. The fans in a live stream were astonished by the results of this assessment. Chen Haoyu addressed He Jiahong. Your condition is not severe. Some medication will suffice. However, your assistant's situation is much more serious. He Jiahong's expression changed, and he quickly inquired, what is wrong with Huzi? Huzi is not only his assistant, but also the cousin of his maternal aunt. Having grown up together, hearing that Huzi might have health issues made He Jiahong rather anxious. Huzi furrowed his brow and stated, I just had a physical examination a month ago, and all my indicators were normal. Chen Haoyu replied coolly, just because it was normal a month ago does not mean it is now. Without further ado, He Jiahong scanned the payment code on the table again and sent another 3,000 yuan, saying, please examine Huzi's pulse. After speaking, He Jiahong stood up to grab Huzi's live stream phone. Chen Haoyu interjected, there is no need for an examination. His complexion speaks volumes. You must immediately take him to Kangan Hospital for a gastric examination. If I am not mistaken, he may very well have stomach cancer. Fortunately, it is in the early stages, and a removal surgery should suffice. He Jiahong was incredulous. You can determine Huzi has stomach cancer just by looking at him. And that it is in the early stages? Dr. Chen, are you certain you're not joking? Chen Haoyu waved his hand. If I am wrong, I shall refund you 12,000. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged forth like bamboo shoots after a rain. To ascertain cancer with just a glance, surely even a divine doctor could not accomplish that. His tone suggests he is quite certain. This time, it was the doctor who made the assertion. He must possess some confidence. I cannot believe this is true. Is it not simple enough to verify at the hospital? Yes, Brother Hong. Hurry and take Huzi for a checkup. He Jiahong, understanding the fans' reactions without needing to read the comments, said, Dr. Chen, we shall go for the examination immediately. If what you say is correct, it will be akin to saving Huzi's life, and I will be sure to express my gratitude. Chen Haoyu replied nonchalantly, there is no need for gratitude. You pay me, and I provide treatment. There is no question of who thanks whom. After He Jiahong departed, Chen Haoyu tidied up the clinic and promptly locked the door. Zhang Nan poked his head in and asked, Brother, what is the situation? Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, all settled. I earned 6,000 yuan in registration fees that I am closing for the day. Zhang Nan, initially thinking Chen Haoyu was doomed, was pleasantly surprised to hear he had profited 6,000 yuan and remarked, you truly know how to treat patients? Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and said, did I not mention, I am the world's foremost divine doctor. Farewell, boss Zhang. As he watched Chen Haoyu's retreating figure, Zhang muttered under his breath, are people truly this gullible nowadays? He Jiahong hurriedly brought Huzi to Kangan Hospital. The internal medicine outpatient building was already packed to the brim. He Jiahong immediately grabbed his phone and made a call. Ching, I need your help. I am at the outpatient department, and it is quite busy. If there is something urgent, please speak quickly. Can you help me cut in line? That is impossible. Everyone is waiting. How could you cut in? It will only take a minute. I just want to have a CT scan of Huzi's stomach. What happened? A doctor from the clinic mentioned he might have stomach cancer. Is that true? Quickly bring Huzi to room 206. I will prepare the order for you. After hanging up, He Jiahong and Huzi swiftly made their way to room 206, where they met Qin Qingqing. She apologized to the patient and handed over the CT order she had prepared for He Jiahong, saying, "Go to the first floor hall to pay, and then head straight to the CT room. The results should be available around noon. When you receive them, please call me directly." He Jiahong nodded and replied, "All right, in a critical moment, my wife is indeed reliable. It turns out that He Jiahong and Qin Qingqing are in a romantic relationship. The couple has been together for 3 years and has reached the stage of discussing marriage." Qin Qingqing shot him a glance and said, "Stop wasting time. Hurry up and take Huzi." Just as He Jiahong and Huzi were heading to take the CT scan, Chen Haoyu also arrived at Kong and hospital. This morning, he learned from Suyu Yao that Chengguang Yao had arranged for Cheng Qing he to be transferred to Kong and hospital. Therefore, Chen Haoyu bought a basket of fruit on the way to visit Cheng Qing he and to give a health talisman to Chengguang Yao. Following the room number provided by Suyu Yao, Chen Haoyu quickly met with Chengguang Yao and Cheng Qing. Mr. Chen, what brings you here?" Chengguang Yao asked in surprise. Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, "I came to pay a visit to young Master Cheng." Upon seeing Chen Haoyu, Cheng Qing he had completely shed his previous arrogance and said, "Mr. Chen, thank you for saving my life. I, Cheng Qing he, am clear about my debts of gratitude. If there is anything in the future, feel free to seek me out, and I will do my utmost." Chen Haoyu chuckled lightly and asked, "What business could a clinic doctor like me have?" "Young master, after this ordeal, what are your thoughts?" Cheng Qing he replied, "I have only one life. I will never engage in dangerous activities again. Once I recover, I will help out at the antique shop." Chen Haoyu nodded and said, as the saying goes, "A blessing in disguise. Your ability to think this way is a testament to the second chance at life that fate has granted you." Chengguang Yao interjected, "It was not fate that granted him a second chance, but you." Chen Haoyu responded, "Old Cheng, I have already stated that there are no debts between your family and me. That talisman was purchased by you for 200,000. It has no connection to me. Why must you go out of your way to gift me something?" Upon hearing this, Chengguang Yao immediately understood Chen Haoyu's intention for coming and said, "Mr. Chen, that was merely a token of my appreciation." Chen Haoyu waved his hand, stating, "We practitioners of the mystic arts prefer to avoid entanglements. Originally, I intended to return the item to you, but Suyu Yao advised against it, saying it would be too impersonal. Therefore, I had no choice but to present you with a small token in return." Before Chengguang Yao could refuse, Chen Haoyu took out a blue box and placed it on the table, saying, "Inside is a health talisman. Your heart is not in good condition. Wearing it should prevent any issues for the next 6 months." Chengguang Yao, taken aback, asked, "Mr. Chen, did you not say that the efficacy of talismans is rather short-lived?" Chen Haoyu explained, "This is a talisman I have crafted specifically for you, using Hetian jade and my own spiritual energy. Though its potency is not strong, it is sufficient to maintain your health. Old Cheng, please take good care of young Master Chen. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Chen Haoyu turned to exit. Chengguang Yao hurriedly followed him to the elevator before returning. Once the door closed, Chengguang Yao opened the box to find a piece of jade quietly resting inside. As someone who had spent a lifetime in the antique industry, Chengguang Yao had an exceptional eye and could immediately discern that the quality of this Hetian jade was rather mediocre. However, when he picked it up, he felt a gentle flow of warmth entering his body. The flow was subtle yet undeniably present. What a remarkable talisman! Chengguang Yao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Cheng Qing he inquired, "Grandfather, what does Mr. Chen mean by this?" Chengguang Yao sighed and replied, "I offered him a generous gift in hopes of befriending him. Unfortunately, it seems we have overreached." Cheng Qing he said, "Grandfather, I believe you may be acting a bit hastily. Building friendships should be a gradual process, approached with sincerity, especially when dealing with someone as enigmatic as him. Chen Guangyao paused, nodded, and said, "You are right." "Qing He, it seems you are not without merit." "Cheng Qing," he responded helplessly. "Thank you for your compliment." "Ha." Chen Guangyao laughed heartily. 18 noon. Su Yu Yao and Dong Qing were seated in the staff cafeteria. Having lunch, they noticed that the number of patients today was significantly higher than usual, leaving them feeling somewhat fatigued. Qing, whose ECT scan results are out. "Where are you?" Dong Qing received a call from He Jiahong. "Bring the results to the staff cafeteria on the 6th floor. All right, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Dong Qing stood up and said, "Yu Yao, I'm going to the entrance to meet someone." Su Yao asked, "Are you meeting Hongge? What's going on?" Being close friends, Su Yao was naturally familiar with Dong Qing's boyfriend, He Jiahong. Dong Qing replied, "You might not believe it, but a clinic doctor, without the aid of any instruments, diagnosed that my husband's cousin has stomach cancer, which prompted my husband to rush him for a CT scan. Now that the results are out, I'm going to take a look." Su Yao suggested, "Then let them both come in for lunch." Dong Qing whispered, "That's exactly what I was thinking. You eat first, I'll be back shortly." A few minutes later, Dong Qing returned with He Jiahong. He greeted Su Yao before turning to the serious-looking Dong Qing. Knowing her well, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. "Yu Yao, could you take a look at this? I'm a bit uncertain." Dong Qing handed the film to Su Yao. Su Yao took the film, scrutinizing it carefully under the sunlight, and said, "I strongly suspect it is early-stage stomach cancer, but the range of cancerous change is minimal." Dong Qing nodded. "I think so too." Su Yao added, "As long as the surgery to remove the affected portion is performed promptly, there is over a 90% chance of complete recovery. After all, this is just the beginning of the cancerous change, even earlier than typical early-stage stomach cancer." He Jiahong let out a sigh of relief and said, "We really need to thank that clinic doctor. If we had waited any longer, the situation could have become much more serious." Dong Qing curiously asked, "Which clinic doctor are you referring to? What method did he use?" He Jiahong explained, "It was a young doctor with the surname Chen, younger than me, yet his medical skills are astonishing that I saw the notice he posted stating the registration fee was 3,000 yuan. More than those well-known domestic specialists. So I went in to expose him. I never expected he was indeed remarkable. He didn't even feel the pulse, just glanced a few times and declared that Huzi had stomach cancer. Naturally, we were skeptical, which is why we came for a checkup." Dong Qing exclaimed, "He is incredibly talented to be able to diagnose stomach cancer." Su Yao wore an odd expression and said, "Isn't that clinic doctor named Chen? It's about 3 kilometers away from our Kong and hospital." He Jiahong nodded. "That's right, Dr. Su. Do you know this clinic?" Su Yao glanced at Dong Qing and said, "It's Chen Haoyu." Dong Qing looked incredulous and exclaimed, "This guy is quite the hidden gem. Yu Yao, are you still living with him?" Su Yao replied nonchalantly, "He's like a stubborn plaster. I can't shake him off." He Jiahong was surprised. "So you two know each other?" Dong Qing added, "Didn't I mention it before?" Yu Yao accidentally hit someone with her car. He Jiahong exclaimed, "The person who was in a coma for 100 days and then woke up is Dr. Chen. Wow, what a small world." Dong Qing nudged Su Yao, saying, "Let's invite Chen Haoyu out for dinner tonight." He Jiahong agreed. Qing is right. I must treat him to dinner. I want to express my gratitude properly." Su Yao pondered for a moment and then said, "I'll give him a call." Picking up her phone, Su Yao dialed Chen Haoyu. "Ha, after just a morning apart, you already miss me. Su Deme, are you starting to fall for me?" Dong Qing burst into laughter at Chen Haoyu's words. Su Yao shot her a glare and said, "Chen Haoyu, stop being so cocky. I want to ask you, did you treat someone this morning? Did you say they have early-stage stomach cancer?" To be precise, it's early stage within the early stage, as long as that little assistant undergoes a minimally invasive surgery to remove the affected area. Everything will be just fine. It's only because of my kind heart and benevolent nature that I chose to inform them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered." He grumbled, "How dare they come to my clinic to expose me? It's simply outrageous." Honggu is Dong Qing's boyfriend, and the two are soon to be married. Goodness, this world is indeed small. You suggested that Dr. Dong wear a pair of glasses, and I suspect there may be an issue with her eyesight. She and Honggu are right beside me. Otherwise, would you like to speak with them? Ha. Never mind. It was just a joke. How did you discern that Hu Zi has stomach cancer? This is the experience we accumulate in traditional Chinese medicine. Minor ailments may not be easily detectable, but for serious illnesses, especially those deemed terminal, we can almost identify them at a glance. You truly possess remarkable skills. This evening, Honggu and Qing Jie would like to invite you to dinner. Are you available? It depends on you. If you go, I will go. If you do not go, I will also refrain from attending. This is what one might call a harmonious partnership. Su Yao did not respond to him and directly hung up the phone. Dong Qingqing looked at her with amusement and inquired, Yao, what is the nature of your relationship with him? Is he pursuing you? Su Yao replied irritably that Chen Haoyu is nothing but a scoundrel. Dong Qingqing remarked, Yao, we have known each other for 2 years, and I have never witnessed you speak to another man in such a peculiar tone. Su Yao retorted, he just infuriates me. Dong Qingqing broke into a knowing smile and said, that makes the situation even more significant. You are a natural internist, composed and unflappable in the face of any circumstance. The fact that Chen Haoyu can provoke you so easily indicates he occupies a special place in your heart. Su Yao shot Dong Qingqing a glare and said, we are eating. Please spare me your teasing. Dong Qingqing turned to He Jiahong and said, darling, I will go fetch you some food. He Jiahong waved his hand dismissively and replied, no need. I will take Uzi to enjoy his favorite fried sauce noodles. To comfort him. I will send you the hotel location this afternoon. You and D are you can go together. Dong Qingqing agreed. All right. Darling, please reassure Uzi that it is not a serious matter. He Jiahong made an okay gesture and said, understood. After a busy afternoon, Su Yao drove Dong Qingqing back to her residential complex after work. Chen Haoyu had been waiting at the entrance of the community. Noticing the passenger seat was empty, Chen Haoyu opened the door and sat down. Dr. Dong, it feels like you have become even more beautiful after not seeing you for a few days. Chen Haoyu said with a cheeky grin. Dong Qingqing raised an eyebrow and replied, Chen Haoyu, how long have you been living with our Yu Yao for you to speak so charmingly? Chen Haoyu said, it's mainly due to the excellent tutelage of the magnificent Su Yu Yao replied coolly. If you two do not wish to ride in my car, you are welcome to exit. Chen Haoyu raised his hands in surrender and said, all right, no more words. The steering wheel is in your hands. You are the boss. Dong Qingqing chuckled. Now I understand why our usually composed Yu Yao gets so riled up by you. With that mouth of yours. Anyone would find it unbearable. Chen Haoyu proudly declared, that's called eloquence. Ha! Dong Qingqing laughed heartily. Chen Haoyu asked, Dr. Dong, how did you come to know He Jiahong, that internet celebrity host? Dong Qingqing replied, we are neighbors. After graduating from university, we both worked in Yanhai, and then we ended up together. Why do you ask? Is there something wrong with him? I have heard you can tell fortunes. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, destiny is never static. For instance, Yu Yao, if she had not met me, her future would be fraught with turmoil, and she may never find happiness in her life. But now that she knows me, her fate has changed, and she will surely find lifelong happiness. Dong Qingqing laughed. So you consider yourself Yu Yao's benefactor? Chen Haoyu replied, that's not entirely accurate. I am not only her benefactor, but also her lifelong companion. Dong Qingqing burst into laughter. Gasping for air, Chen Haoyu, you truly possess a thick-skinned, Su Yao chimed in, that is not merely thick-skinned. It's downright shameless. An hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of a 5-star hotel. As Chen Haoyu exited the vehicle and noticed the characters Hui Huang. He paused in surprise. Isn't this Easy Yuan's hotel? While Dong Qingqing was on the phone with He Jiahong, Su Yu Yao quietly asked, is there something wrong with Qing Jie's marriage? Chen Haoyu's eyes flickered. What do you mean? Su Yu Yao explained. Qing Jie has asked you several times about her relationship with He Jiahong, yet you always evade the topic. If it is a good match, you could simply say so. Why the ambiguity? Chen Haoyu raised his thumb in admiration. Your observation is indeed astute. However, I would rather dismantle 10 temples than break one marriage. I do not wish to be cast as the villain. Su Yao locked her beautiful eyes on Chen Haoyu and asked, I want to know if this could harm Qing Jie. Chen Haoyu paused for a moment and replied, I can only say it is a difficult choice. Su Yao was about to press further when Dong Qingqing's voice interrupted. What secretive conversation are you two having? Chen Haoyu chuckled. Since it is a secret, I certainly cannot disclose it to you. Dong Qingqing scoffed. Let us go. My husband has reserved a spot in the West Lake Hall on the 6th floor. The three entered the lobby, and Su Yuyao suddenly linked her arm with Chen Haoyu's. Chen Haoyu was taken aback and asked, "What is going on?" Su Yuyao replied, "Shen Dong is in front." Chen Haoyu looked up and saw Shen Dong waiting for the elevator with several young men and women. From their attire, it was evident they were a group of wealthy second-generation heirs. However, among them, the leader was not Shen Dong, but a dark-skinned man with sharp eyes, that a martial arts master. Chen Haoyu made a swift judgment about the leading man with just one glance. As if sensing Chen Haoyu's gaze, the man turned to look at him. Chen Haoyu offered a slight smile. The man scrutinized Chen Haoyu for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Yuyao, Shen Dong finally spotted Su Yuyao, his face lighting up with joy. However, upon noticing her linked arm with Chen Haoyu, his expression swiftly darkened. The others turned to look, each displaying a look of astonishment. How beautiful! Who is this woman? So stunning. Yet unfortunately, a flower placed on Cao Deng, as Yuyao greeted Mr. Shen. Hello. If one were to encapsulate Su Yuyao's tone in a single phrase, it would be keeping others at arm's length. The wealthy heirs displayed expressions of intrigue, all gazing at Shen Dong. Shen Dong approached Su Yuyao, pointing at Chen Haoyu, stating, "Yuyao, I have already conducted my investigation. This Chen Haoyu is not your boyfriend at all. That a penny saved is a penny earned." Chen Haoyu chuckled and, without hesitation, planted a kiss on Su Yuyao's cheek, boasting, "Mr. Shen, since you have already investigated, you should know we are living together. Put it simply, we are in love at first sight." Su Yuyao was taken aback by Chen Haoyu's sudden advance, her expression stiffening before turning crimson. She lightly swatted Chen Haoyu and chided, "Everyone is watching." Chen Haoyu embraced Su Yuyao's slender waist and said, "I merely wish to dissuade Mr. Shen." Shen Dong gazed incredulously at Su Yuyao's bashful demeanor, utterly stunned. The leading man urged, "Shen Dong, let us go." Shen Dong shot a fierce glare at Chen Haoyu and told Su Yuyao, "Yuyao, I will not give up on pursuing you." Chen Haoyu's expression turned cold as he warned, "Listen well, Shen. Yuyao is mine, that if you dare to disturb her again, I shall not be polite." Although Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao were not in a genuine romantic relationship, to everyone else, they had already become a couple. Shen Dong's unyielding pursuit of Su Yuyao was, in essence, an attempt to undermine Chen Haoyu in front of others. Such a situation would be intolerable for any man. Shen Dong chuckled, a mocking smile on his face. "Chen Haoyu, you are merely a small-town doctor living off a woman. Do you truly think you could be rude to me? Do you possess the gall? The capability?" Chen Haoyu retorted, "Yuyao enjoys having me rely on her. What business is it of yours? Mr. Shen, given your looks, temperament, and abilities, it seems you will never experience such a privilege in your life that I suggest you take some time to exercise, lest you suffer from chronic weakness." Damn it. Shen Dong was consumed by a fit of rage. Lifting his leg to deliver a kick to Chen Haoyu's chest point, 3 kicks, he declared, just as Chen Haoyu was about to retaliate. The leading man swiftly seized Shen Dong. "This is the Huiguang Hotel. Do not cause a scene here." Shen Dong pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Haoyu, gritting his teeth as he uttered, "Just wait. This matter is far from over. You truly overestimate your own capabilities." Chen Haoyu cast a disdainful glance at Shen Dong, then turned to the leading man and inquired, "What is your surname?" The man replied, "Chao Cheng." Chen Haoyu nodded and remarked, "Mr. Chao, in this age of entertainment excess, it is quite commendable that you have honed your skills to the level of Ming Jin." Chao Cheng's expression shifted, and he asked, "You can discern that? I possess some skills myself. Perhaps we could exchange insights on the matter." Chen Haoyu responded, "Any master of national arts who has ascended to a certain level possesses keen senses." From the moment Chao Cheng laid eyes on Chen Haoyu, he felt an aura of mystery and strength emanating from him. However, the extent of that strength remained unclear to Chao Cheng. He retrieved a postcard from his pocket and said, "Mr. Chen, I am the owner of the Shengtian Fitness Center, and I look forward to your visit." The other wealthy heirs were taken aback by Chao Cheng's demeanor towards Chen Haoyu as the eldest son of Chao Lishue. The richest man in Yanhai City, Chao Cheng was undoubtedly a prominent figure in their circle. Ordinary individuals, and even some young heirs from affluent families, were typically beneath his notice. That it was said that while others' arrogance was merely superficial, Chao Cheng's pride ran deep within his bones. That such a haughty individual would hold a clinic doctor in such high regard left those familiar with Chao Cheng bewildered. Chen Haoyu accepted the business card with a smile, saying, "Very well, I shall certainly visit." The two parties then entered separate elevators. Qin Xingqing patted her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. "You nearly scared me to death just now," she said. Chen Haoyu chuckled. "What is there to fear?" Qin Xingqing pointed at the business card in Chen Haoyu's hand. "Oh, you know who Chao Cheng is?" Before Chen Haoyu could respond, she continued, "His father is the president of the Chao Group, with assets exceeding hundreds of billions, and he is also the second largest shareholder of our Kangen hospital. Thankfully, you did not clash with him. Otherwise, the trouble for me and Yu Yao would have been immense." Chen Haoyu replied with a smile, "This Chao Cheng is no ordinary rich heir. Given his character, he is unlikely to seek trouble with you. Everyone knows that mastering martial arts is an arduous endeavor. Yet, despite possessing such favorable living conditions, Chao Cheng chose the path of cultivating national arts, showcasing a level of perseverance and self-discipline far superior to those who resort to martial arts out of necessity." Qin Xingqing glanced at him and asked, "How do you know this?" Chen Haoyu responded, "My eyes possess a certain insight. In the realm of human observation, none surpass me." Qin Xingqing gestured to herself. "Then what does my future hold?" Chen Haoyu smiled gently. "With a friend like Yu Yao by your side, your future is undoubtedly bright." And no sooner had he spoken than the elevator came to a halt. Under the guidance of a staff member, the trio entered the Shihu Hall. He Jiahong immediately stood up and extended his hand to Chen Haoyu. "Dr. Chen, I never expected you to know Qingqing that I must apologize for this morning's incident. It was my fault." Chen Haoyu shook his hand and replied with a smile, "No need for apologies. You even allow me to earn 6,000 yuan. I came out ahead." He Jiahong handed his phone to Chen Haoyu, saying, "I conducted a 10-minute live stream this afternoon, revealing the diagnosis for Hu's eye, and my followers were astonished. Mr. Chen, how did you discern it?" "2 words. Experience." Chen Haoyu replied as he took the phone to review the live stream replay and comments. "Wow, it truly is early-stage stomach cancer. Brother Hong has confirmed it. This person is a miraculous doctor. A doctor in his 20s is simply incredible. If it were anyone else, I would surely think they had colluded beforehand. My cousin is suffering from anorexia and is nearly as thin as a reed. I will take her to this clinic for treatment tomorrow. It's a pity I didn't get to see this miraculous doctoress appearance." The live stream comments soared to over 200,000, illustrating the immense popularity of He Jiahong in the online streaming sphere. "Dr. Chen, would you like me to help promote you?" He Jiahong asked with a smile. Chen Haoyu returned the phone, saying, "I have set a rule for myself. 5 days a week, working 2 hours each day, seeing only 3 patients. If all your followers sought me out for treatment, I would surely be overwhelmed." He Jiahong remarked, "You simply do not wish to be tethered to your work." Chen Haoyu nodded in agreement. "Exactly." Dong Qingqing pulled Su Yuyao to sit down, saying, "Have you two finished your conversation? How long do you intend to stand?" Chen Haoyu expressed his dissatisfaction. "Dr. Dong, shouldn't you be sitting with your husband?" Dong Qingqing wrapped her arm around Su Yuyao's shoulder and kissed her cheek, saying, "Who could compare to our Yu Yao?" Chen Haoyu shrugged and took a seat across from Su Yuyao, conceding, "All right, I admit that." Above the Shihu Hall was the Huiguang Hall, the legendary imperial hall of the Huiguang Grand Hotel. Shun Dong slammed the table, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "That bastard will pay for this." Chao Cheng glanced at him, calmly advising, "Shindong, I urge you not to provoke him." Shindong paused, recalling Chao Cheng's treatment of Chen Haoyu, and replied, "Brother Cheng, I have investigated this Chen Haoyu. He comes from an orphan background. He has been in detention several times. I do not understand why you regard such a rogue with such esteem." Chao Cheng responded, "Did you notice Chen Haoyu's eyes?" Shindong shook his head, asking, "What about his eyes?" Chao Cheng sipped his tea and replied, "They exude calmness, mystery, and depth. That is the impression his eyes leave on me. As the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul. That I refuse to believe he is the worthless rogue you describe." That a wealthy heir chimed in, "Brother Cheng, are you perhaps overestimating him?" Chao Cheng asserted, "I have never misjudged a person in my life. In truth, there was one thing Chao Cheng did not say. He sensed a lingering aura of bloodshed surrounding Chen Haoyu. one that could only be acquired by someone who had taken the lives of dozens, if not hundreds. Chao Cheng's keen intuition told him that Chen Haoyu was an extremely dangerous individual. Someone not to be trifled with. His interest in Chen Haoyu was piqued, hence the offer of his business card. Wishing to forge a connection, Shen Dong, filled with indignation, declared, "Brother Cheng, regardless of the circumstances, I must avenge my grievances over the betrayal." Chao Cheng replied with a smile, "I merely caution you not to underestimate Chen Haoyu. I am not here to protect him. Your personal vendetta is yours to resolve." "Xiao Cheng, whom have you offended now?" Yi Ziyuan entered with a smile. Chao Cheng rose, saying, "Just a minor issue with Shen Dong. Brother Yuan, you appear to be in excellent spirits. Has Xiao Han's condition improved?" It turned out that Yi Ziyuan's father was the renowned Xingyi master Yi Zong. A towering figure in the national arts community, Yi Ziyuan had little interest in national arts as a child, having only learned a smattering, which disappointed Yi Zong greatly, just when it seemed his Xingyi would be lost. Old friend Chao Lishue brought the frail Chao Cheng to Yi Zong, who took him on as a disciple. Chao Cheng's talent, comprehension, and dedication to Xingyi were exceptional, earning him the privilege of being Yi Zong's prized disciple. Thus, a close bond formed between Chao Cheng and Yi Ziyuan. Yi Ziyuan chuckled. "What do you mean by improvement? It should be a significant improvement that I can hardly perceive Xiao Han as a depression patient anymore." "Really?" Chao Cheng exclaimed with delight. "That is wonderful news. That a week ago, I visited my master, and he was still lamenting Xiao Han's depression, that I was considering inviting a psychologist from abroad, but I never expected that in less than a week Xiao Han would recover. Who is this miraculous doctor you have sought?" Yi Ziyuan shook his head and remarked, "There are too many divine doctors in Xi'an Nation. This title is simply unworthy of him." Chao Cheng, somewhat astonished, inquired, "Who are you referring to?" "Someone so formidable." He understood that his elder martial brother appeared quite easygoing on the surface, yet deep down shared the same immense pride as himself. To receive such high praise from him indicates the extraordinary prowess of that physician. Yi Ziyuan felt a stir in his heart and said, "I can introduce you to him." That time. You could ask him to examine Uncle Chao's leg. The wealthiest man in Yanhai, Chao Lishue, had been captured by a local criminal gang while doing business in Southeast Asia during his youth and was imprisoned in a water cell, resulting in chronic leg pain. Over the past 30 years, Chao Lishue had sought the help of countless traditional and Western medicine practitioners, yet none could cure him. Now he could no longer stand and was confined to a wheelchair, often enduring pain that ordinary people could scarcely bear. Chao Cheng's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked, "Can he really cure my father's chronic leg pain?" Yi Ziyuan replied, "If he cannot heal Uncle Chao, then it is likely that no one in this world can." Impatiently, Chao Cheng exclaimed, "Brother Yuan, let us go find him tomorrow." Yi Ziyuan smiled and said, "No problem. Xiao Cheng, you enjoy a delightful meal with your friends while I attend to some other guests." "All right, I'll see you out," Chao Cheng said as he escorted Yuan out of the brilliant hall, confirming their plans to seek out the divine doctor. Just as Yuan was about to leave, he suddenly heard an angry voice from within. "Damn it, brothers, I've decided to smash Chen Haoyu's clinic tomorrow. Who's coming with me?" Yi Ziyuan's expression changed, and he immediately halted. "Xiao Cheng, who just spoke?" "Shen Dong. That guy's taken a liking to a female doctor at Kangan Hospital, but was preempted by a doctor from a clinic. He can't stand it and wants to cause trouble. The clinic doctor named Chen Haoyu? Yes, that we even crossed paths at the elevator on our way upstairs. That Chen Haoyu struck me as quite extraordinary. I haven't offended him, yet Shen Dong almost got into a scuffle with him." "Brother Yuan, do you know him?" "Of course. Chen Haoyu is the divine doctor I want to introduce to you." "What?" Chao Cheng exclaimed in disbelief. "How old is he? How could he possibly possess such remarkable medical skills?" Yi Ziyuan replied, "Do you know how long it took Dr. Chen to cure Xiao Han's severe depression? I tell you, it was less than 10 minutes altogether. With such skill, how could one not be impressed?" Chao Cheng spoke solemnly. "I will warn Shendong not to cause trouble for Chen," Yuan added. "It would be best to resolve this matter once and for all. You can clearly tell him that anyone daring to oppose Dr. Chen should be prepared for the annihilation of the entire Shen family." Seeing that Chao Cheng was about to say something, Yuan waved his hand and said, "I'm not trying to scare him. Dr. Chen absolutely possesses this capability." Each time he recalled the astonishing techniques displayed by Chen Haoyu during the treatment of his daughter. Yizuan felt a profound sense of dread. A master of the mystical arts capable of healing with talismans would surely possess lethal means. Wouldn't they? It would be foolish to think otherwise. If the Shen family were to become enemies with him, Chen Haoyu might very well unleash some bizarre secret technique to bring ruin upon them. There's an old saying in the martial arts community: never offend a divine doctor or a sorcerer. For the divine doctor can heal ailments, while the sorcerer can annihilate entire families. Chao Qing nodded and replied, I understand. Upon learning that Chen Haoyu was dining at the brilliant hotel, Yizuan immediately instructed Wang Jing to bring their daughter over. After finding out from the waiter that Chen Haoyu was in the Shihu Hall, Yizuan took a bottle of top-tier red wine and entered with his wife and child, Dr. Chen. Why didn't you inform me you were coming to dine? I could have arranged a special table with our chef's best dishes for you, Yizuan said with a smile. Chen Haoyu rose and pointed to He Jiahong, saying, the person treating us today is Mr. I only learned he reserved at the brilliant hotel after arriving. He Jiahong then asked, Dr. Chen, who is this gentleman? Chen Haoyu replied, let me introduce you. This is M.R. Yizuan, the owner of the brilliant hotel. And these are Mr. Ye's wife, Wang Jing, and his daughter, Yihan. Upon discovering that Yizuan was the hotel owner, Su Yuyao, Dong Qingqing, and He Jiahong were all taken aback. The brilliant hotel was renowned throughout Yanhai. And as the proprietor, Yizuan's net worth certainly exceeded 3 billion at have such a wealthy tycoon come with his family to toast Dr. Chen Haoyu was quite a testament to the latter's prestige. After introductions, the Yi family settled down in the presence of such a billionaire. Su Yuyao remained composed as usual, but He Jiahong and Dong Qingqing became somewhat reserved. Even though Yizuan was exceptionally approachable, they still felt a bit constrained. Chen Haoyu could naturally discern the reason behind Yihan bringing his family. He glanced at Yihan sitting beside him and noticed the girl gazing intently at him. Prompting him to chuckle, Xiaoan, why are you looking at Uncle like that? Is it because Uncle is very handsome? Yihan replied, I think Uncle resembles my guardian. The knight ELF.Y, Yizuan and Wang Jing exchanged glances. Their expressions tense. Chen Haoyu laughed heartily. Then tell Uncle how the night elf protects you. Y, Yihan responded. The night elf helps me defeat the bad guys. Chen Haoyu looked at Yizuan, who nodded slightly, indicating that the child was already aware of Cater's demise. Is that so? So impressive. Will you still be afraid of bad guys in the future? No, I will learn martial arts from grandfather, so that when I grow up, I can fight bad guys. Good, you have ambition. However, learning martial arts alone isn't enough. You must also go to school. Martial arts strengthen the body, while education enriches the mind, making you even wiser and more intelligent. I want to go, but my parents won't let me. Then that is their mistake. Hearing their conversation, Wang Jing could not help but ask, Dr. Chen, do you think Xiaohan can attend school? Chen Haoyu smiled and said, with Xiaohan's intelligence, I believe she can start school next week. I must say, Xiaohan is truly remarkable, braver and stronger than I imagined. Why, Yizuan and Wang Jing could clearly discern the hidden meaning in Chen Haoyu's words. And they were immediately filled with excitement. Su Yuyao glanced at Yihan, deep in thought. You all continue eating. I will step out to the restroom, Chen Haoyu announced as he stood up, giving Yihan a knowing look. Yihan understood at once and said, I will also take a brief leave. Exiting the Shihu Hall, the two found a secluded corner. Chen Haoyu said, there is no need to visit me anymore. Focus on your meals. Xiaohan is already a normal child. Yihan grasped Chen Haoyu's hand firmly and said, Dr. Chen, I cannot express my gratitude enough. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Chen Haoyu waved his hand, saying, the treatment's success is largely due to Xiaohan's resilience compared to ordinary children that a more fragile child would find it difficult to recover to such an extent. All right, Mr. Yi, focus on your business. If the child exhibits any issues, feel free to contact me directly. Yizuan chuckled. With your assurance, I can rest easy. To Dr. Chen, I have an elder who has been paralyzed due to chronic leg pain. Can you treat such an ailment? Chen Haoyu replied, every person is unique, and so is every illness. Whether it can be treated depends on the specific case. Yizuan cautiously spoke. This elder is Chao Lishua, the founder of the Chao Group. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and smiled, So you are here for Chao Cheng, though Yuan clarified. Not entirely, my father and Chao Lishua have been friends for decades. And later, Chao Cheng learned Xingyi Quan from my father. Seeing his aptitude and diligence, my father took him on as his last disciple. Thus our family share a close bond. Chen Haoyu nodded and said, very well. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, I will accompany you to the Chao family. The consultation fee is 10,000. It seems I'll be earning quite a bit this time. Yuan smiled. Dr. Chen, if you wish for money, wouldn't it be easy for you to acquire? Chen Haoyu replied, a gentleman values wealth, but only through just means that I will only take what is rightfully mine, having indulged in a sumptuous feast. Yuan personally escorted Chen Haoyu and his companions down the stairs. As they exited the hotel, Chao Cheng swiftly approached them. He had already learned from Yuan that Chen Haoyu had agreed to treat his father's chronic leg ailment, which is why he had been waiting outside for the past 10 minutes. Dr. Chen, I will trouble you tomorrow, and no need for formalities. I will do my utmost. However, I cannot guarantee a cure, Chen Haoyu replied. My father's condition has persisted for many years. If it can be resolved, that would be splendid. But if not, we can accept ITAS for Shindong. I've already cautioned him, and I trust he will refrain from bothering you and Dr. Su in the future. Thank you, young Master At the side. He Jiahong and Dong Qingqing exchanged astonished glances, both displaying expressions of disbelief that it was hard to fathom that a billionaire and the son of tycoon would show such respect to Chen Haoyu. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would have never believed it. On the way back, Su Yuyao occasionally glanced at Chen Haoyu, who sat in the passenger's seat. Chen Haoyu yawned and remarked, I know I'm handsome, but you don't need to steal glances at me repeatedly. That if you truly wish to see, I can undress at home for your viewing pleasure. Su Yao had grown somewhat immune to Chen Haoyu's flirtatious remarks and paid him no mind. Chen Haoyu, how do you know Yuan? She inquired. Chen Haoyu nonchalantly replied, his daughter suffered from severe depression, and I cured her. It's as simple as that. This revelation sent shockwaves through Su Yao. The lively and enthusiastic Han at the dinner table had, just 2 days prior, been a patient grappling with severe depression. She could hardly believe it. Staring at Chen Haoyu, she asked in disbelief, you cured that girl's severe depression just 3 days after your discharge. Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes and said, to be precise, it was 1 day. No, it should be 10 minutes. Depression is a mental issue. Once the root cause is identified, everything falls into place. There is nothing extraordinary about it. Su Yao countered. Last year, a professional agency conducted a survey revealing that the global cure rate for severe depression is less than 3%. Chen Haoyu, if you cured severe depression in 10 minutes, it would be a groundbreaking medical miracle. Even the typically aloof Su Yuyao's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. If Chen Haoyu's case were to be publicized, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the global medical community. Chen Haoyu scoffed dismissively. Don't be ridiculous. If miracles were so easily accomplished, they wouldn't be called miracles, Su Yuyao. I think you should find some time to genuinely care about your close friend. Su Yuyao's expression shifted dramatically. I was just about to ask you, what did you see in Qingjia's face? Chen Haoyu replied succinctly, emotional turmoil. Whose issue is it? He Jiahong, but he has a daughter. What? You can't be serious. Su Yao abruptly veered off the road and parked. That if I could deduce that Su Hai has an illegitimate child, do you think I would miscalculate this? He Jiahong was indeed a scoundrel. How could he commit such an act? Moreover, it was not entirely his fault. Fate had played a cruel trick, as he himself was unaware of this daughter's existence. Chen Haoyu, clarify this matter for me. Miss Su, I am not a deity. Being able to ascertain that He Jiahong has a daughter is already quite impressive. How could I possibly know the whole backstory? You previously mentioned that Qingjia would face a difficult choice. That choice is whether to abandon He Jiahong, correct? If it were that simple, I advise you not to disclose this to Dong Qingqing just yet. Revealing such truths prematurely would not bode well for her. Understood. Chen Haoyu, I sincerely hope you are mistaken. Whether I am right or wrong will be evident in 3 days. That Su Yao shot a fierce glare at Chen Haoyu. Listen carefully, Chen Haoyu. Even if we pretend to be a couple in public, you must not overstep your boundaries. If you dare to kiss me again, I will not let it slide. Chen Haoyu chuckled. What one kiss? It won't cost you a thing. Besides, I've already offended Shindong for your sake. You should at least reward me with a little sweetness, Su Yao retorted sharply. Chen Haoyu, I am not joking with you. Chen Haoyu felt a stir in his heart and said, if you agree to one condition, I promise not to kiss you again, and I can be your dedicated boyfriend. At your beck and call. Su Yao regarded him suspiciously. You're so generous? What's the condition? Chen Haoyu explained, I have an elder who treats me exceptionally well. But the only issue is that he frequently urges me to marry in a couple of days. I hope you can act as my girlfriend to help me navigate this situation. Su Yao pondered for a moment and replied, that is fine. In the future, if my family pressures me to marry, you must do the same. Chen Haoyu made an okay gesture and grinned. Deal. Upon returning home, Chen Haoyu freshened up and retreated to his bedroom. He retrieved a piece of low-quality Hutian jade from his drawer and crafted a cold removal talisman in mid-air. As the name suggests, the cold removal talisman is used to expel the cold from a patient's body. This was prepared for Chao Lishu's chronic leg ailment. Given that he was the billionaire tycoon of Yanhai, it would be disrespectful to not earn a few million from him. As for treating the chronic leg issue, Chen Haoyu felt confident that, at the very least, he was certain he could alleviate Chao Lishu's pain from the piercing cold at the Huaguang Hotel. Chao Chen once more warned Shindong before departing. Shindong's expression darkened to the extreme. He could not comprehend why Chen Haoyu garnered such significant attention from Chao Cheng, to the extent that it warranted offending him. Donggu, what shall we do now that Cheng Gu disapproves of targeting Chen Haoyu? If Chao Cheng says no, are we to comply? I, Shindong, am not his dog. Why should I listen to him? Zhang Yuan, gather a dozen members from the Tiger Gang tomorrow morning, and we will go smash Chen Haoyu's clinic. The Tiger Gang is one of Yanhai's underground forces. While they may not be prominent, they are more than capable of dealing with ordinary individuals. Finding a few members for the Tiger Gang is no issue. The key is how to explain it to Cheng Gu. After we teach Chen Haoyu a lesson, I will report back to Cheng Gu. Since the deed is done, I do not believe Cheng Gu would sever ties with me over him. Understood. The following morning, after Su Yao and Chen Haoyu finished breakfast, they headed downstairs to work. Upon seeing Chen Haoyu roll out a brand new motorcycle, Su Yao inquired in surprise, when did you buy this? Chen Haoyu replied proudly, I bought it yesterday afternoon for over 80,000. What do you think? Isn't it handsome? Su Yao replied, whether it's handsome depends on who rides it. With your looks and demeanor, it's just average. Chen Haoyu retorted, Su Yao, you have the audacity to call me sharp-tongued. You are far sharper than I am. Su Yao hopped in her car, rolled down the window, and said to Chen Haoyu, thank you for the compliment. With that, she drove off. Glancing in the rearview mirror, Su Yao caught sight of Chen Haoyu standing there, looking exasperated, which brought a slight smile to her lips. The next day, Chen Haoyu donned his helmet and rode his newly purchased motorcycle to his clinic. At the entrance stood a man in his 30s, quite handsome, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers. Presumably a white-collar worker, he held a frail-looking girl of about 5 or 6 years old in his arms. The girl appeared pale, petite, and as thin as a piece of paper, if it were not for the man holding her. A gust of wind could easily blow her away. Excuse me, are you Dr. Chen? Yes, I am Chen Haoyu. Hello, Doctor, my name is Wang Zedong, and this is my daughter, Wang Miao Miao. A relative of mine watched on Gu's live stream yesterday and learned that you are a remarkable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. So I specifically brought my child here for treatment. Let us discuss this inside. As they entered the clinic, Wang Miao Miao seemed extremely shy, clinging tightly to her father and not daring to meet Chen Haoyu's gaze. Mr. Wang, what seems to be the issue with your child? Chen Haoyu inquired. Wang Zedong replied, Miao Miao has suffered from anorexia for the past 2 years. She refuses to eat anything. I traversed the major hospitals across the nation, consulting countless specialists, yet none could provide a cure. The prolonged inability to feed her has resulted in Miao Miao suffering from malnutrition. At 9 years of age, she appears no older than 5 or 6. My heart aches tremendously at this juncture. Wang Zedong's eyes brimmed with tears, rendering him speechless with emotion. Gently, Wang Miao Miao wiped her father's tears and reassured him, Daddy, please don't cry. Miao Miao will be very good. Wang Zedong planted a kiss on her cheek, a faint smile gracing his lips. Witnessing the father-daughter interaction stirred a profound sense of admiration and envy in Chen Haoyu if he had a daughter. He would go to great lengths to procure even the stars from the heavens for her. Meow meow. Hold your hand? Chen Haoyu asked with a warm smile, extending his hand. Wang Meow Meow hesitated, casting a glance at Wang Zedong. Wang Zedong nodded gently in encouragement. All right, she replied, extending her frail, bony hand to grasp Chen Haoyu's. Seizing the moment, he took her pulse and frowned. She was alarmingly weak, likely due to her prolonged anorexia. Wang Meow Meow's health was in a dire state, her pulse so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Should this continue, her vital organs would undoubtedly face grave complications. Chen Haoyu withdrew his hand and instructed. Meow Meow, look into my eyes. She gazed up at him. She found his eyes profoundly deep, akin to a black hole in the universe, drawing her very soul in 0.10 seconds later. Wang Meow Meow closed her eyes and fell asleep. Wang Zedong, taken aback, inquired, "What's wrong with Meow Meow?" Chen Haoyu explained, "I just utilized a bit of hypnosis." Hypnosis? Wang Zedong was even more astonished. Chen Haoyu continued, "Mr. Wang, please place the child on the bed inside. There's a breakfast stall to the left of the clinic. Procure 3 eggs and a bowl of millet porridge." Wang Zedong replied, "Dr. Chen, Meow Meow never eats eggs or porridge." Chen Haoyu chuckled. If her anorexia were resolved, would she eat? Wang Zedong immediately grasped Chen Haoyu's implication, his face lighting up with excitement as he asked, "Dr. Chen, do you have confidence in curing Meow Meow's anorexia?" Chen Haoyu replied nonchalantly, "If you delay further, I shall withdraw my treatment." "Understood, I shall go at once." Wang Zedong hurriedly placed Meow Meow on the examination bed and dashed off to procure eggs and porridge. Chen Haoyu approached Meow Meow, extending his right hand to draw an imperceptible spirit-cleansing talisman. The talisman gently descended upon her forehead, emanating a soft glow. The radiance rippled like water, extending inward and outward, akin to a divine miracle. In Western medical terms, anorexia is classified as a psychological eating disorder, while the spirit-cleansing talisman is deemed a reliable remedy for alleviating mental afflictions. The glow persisted for approximately 3 minutes before gradually dissipating. When Wang Zedong returned with the eggs and millet porridge, Chen Haoyu snapped his fingers, waking Wang Meow Meow. "Daddy, I'm so hungry." Her eyes sparkled with longing as they fell upon the eggs and porridge. Wang Zedong could scarcely believe his ears, his excitement palpable as he asked, "Meow Meow, what did you just say?" "Daddy, I want to eat eggs and drink porridge," she replied. Tears welled in Wang Zedong's eyes as he exclaimed, "All right, let us eat right away." In a mere 5 minutes, Wang Meow Meow finished the porridge and all 3 eggs. Chen Haoyu advised, "Mr. Wang, Meow Meow's stomach is quite small. Initially, she must consume easily digestible foods, and she should eat small amounts frequently." "Understand?" Wang Zedong nodded. "Understand, Dr. Chen. I cannot thank you enough. What is the treatment fee?" "I shall pay you immediately." Chen Haoyu raised a finger, stating, 1 yuan, 0.1 yuan. Wang Zedong was taken aback. "Dr. Chen, your consultation fee is 3,000. Chen Haoyu smiled. "I have taken a liking to this child, so the 2,009 and the treatment fee shall be a gift for her. I have but one condition. In 6 months, bring Meow Meow back to see me. I hope to witness a chubby little girl." Despite Wang Zedong's white-collar attire, his appearance suggested a modest background. He likely exhausted his savings on his daughter's medical care. For a father who cherished his daughters so deeply, Chen Haoyu held great admiration and naturally wished to spare him further hardship. Wang Zedong understood Chen Haoyu's intention, his eyes reddening with gratitude. He rose and bowed deeply, saying, "Dr. Chen, thank you." Wang Meow Meow timidly added, "Thank you." Chen Haoyu gently ruffled Wang Meow Meow's slightly disheveled hair, saying, "No need for thanks. Let us return home with Daddy," after the father and daughter departed. A radiant smile illuminated Chen Haoyu's face that he suddenly understood why the immortal Xian Yao often descended the mountain to provide free medical consultations to the impoverished. This was a pursuit of inner fulfillment. Observing Wang Zedong's joyful expression brought Chen Haoyu a happiness greater than earning tens of thousands of dollars, of course. He still intended to earn his due. Perhaps he would simply engage in robbing the rich to aid the poor. Just then, a group of thugs clad in brightly colored shirts entered. Behind them were Shun Dong and several wealthy second-generation heirs, all crossing their arms and watching the spectacle. Chen Haoyu's gaze flickered. It appeared that the esteemed son of the tycoon, Chao Chung, held little sway here. "You are Chen Haoyu?" A burly man with a thick beard slammed his hand on the table, speaking in a low tone. Chen Haoyu replied, maintaining his composure, "I am." "And you are?" The man's piercing gaze bore down on Chen Haoyu as he declared, "Listen well, that I am Gu Ming, the leader of the Tiger Gang, that if you wish to operate your clinic in my territory, you must pay me a security fee." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Leader Gu, even the gangsters from Hong Kong movies wouldn't demand protection fees from a clinic, would they?" Gu Ming retorted coldly, "They are they. And I am I. Chen Haoyu inquired, "How much?" Gu Ming held up two fingers, stating, 200,000 a month. "You need to pay me for a year up front. Then there is no room for negotiation." Chen Haoyu replied, standing with his hands behind his back, drawing a ghost talisman in his palm as he addressed Shun Dong loudly. "Shun Xiao, do you find this amusing?" Shun Dong smugly replied, "We're merely here to observe. We have no intention of causing you trouble." Chen Haoyu feigned surprise. "I thought Chao Chung was out of the picture. Turns out he still wields some influence." Shun Dong coldly retorted, "Don't invoke Chao Xiao to intimidate me. Although he is the eldest son of Chao Li Shue, whether he becomes the heir remains uncertain. Chen Haoyu, the Tiger Gang is not to be trifled with. You would do well to tread carefully to avoid dire consequences." Stepping out from behind the counter, Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "Shun Xiao, it seems you know this leader Gu. Given our acquaintance, might you intercede on my behalf?" Shun Dong replied, "Do you think that is possible?" Chen Haoyu, "The woman I desire, you dare to pursue? You are courting death." "Understood." Chen Haoyu nodded, suddenly slapping Gu Ming on the forehead. "What a large mosquito!" Gu Ming shuddered and then exploded with rage, exclaiming, "You're seeking death." As his words fell, Gu Ming raised his massive fist and swung it violently toward Chen Haoyu. "Damn it!" Chen Haoyu feigned panic, quickly retreating 3 steps, then spun around and ducked behind the counter. "Ha ha!" The crowd erupted in laughter at Chen Haoyu's flustered state. Shun Dong spat dismissively. "I thought he was a formidable character. Turns out he's just a coward." One of the wealthy heirs remarked. "A spineless wretch like him dares to compete with Shun Xiao for women. He truly overestimates himself." Others joined in the ridicule. The only one who remained silent was Gu Ming, and one noticed his eyes had turned crimson. Standing frozen in place, the lackey approached Gu Ming, ingratiatingly stating, "Boss, why don't you take a break? This individual, let's deal with him." He originally intended to say to resolve the matter, but before he could utter the word resolve, this subordinate was already petrified by Gu Ming's terrifying crimson gaze. "Boss, you..." Bang! With a single punch, Gu Ming knocked this subordinate unconscious to the ground. Instantly, all laughter ceased, and the crowd was left in stunned silence. Shun Dong shouted, "Gu Ming, have you lost your mind?" Gu Ming turned his head, his eyes now completely bloodshot, glaring at the crowd with a chilling, murderous intent. "What the hell? What is happening?" The boss's eyes are truly frightening. The onlookers displayed expressions of shock. "You demons and monsters, all of you shall perish." Gu Ming charged forward, unleashing a tempest of fury upon his own subordinates. His rise to leadership was primarily due to his brute strength. He was already an imposing figure, but now under the influence of the ghost talisman, he resembled a vengeful spirit. One can only imagine the ferocity of his power. Chen Haoyu had long activated the video recording function on his phone. Sitting comfortably in his chair, he snacked on sunflower seeds, intrigued by the unfolding brawl, a smile adorning his face. The ghost talisman is an offensive charm that transforms an individual into a monstrous being devoid of pain and fear, perceiving all in their sight as demons, instinctively targeting them for attack. If it were a resolute martial arts master, Chen Haoyu would find it nearly impossible to exert control with the ghost talisman. However, Gu Ming was merely a low-level fighter who had trained in Muay Thai for a few months, lacking in willpower, making him easy to manipulate. "Ah!" The clinic echoed with agonizing screams. Gu Ming, like a tiger descending from the mountains, mercilessly battered his subordinates and several wealthy youths, leaving them crying for mercy. "Gu Ming, what are you doing? Stop it right now!" Shun Dong yelled desperately while evading blows. Yet, Gu Ming seemed deaf to his pleas, continuing his relentless assault. Even those already sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain, were not spared from his fists and kicks. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Shen Dong attempted to flee the clinic. Alas, it was too late. Gu Meng delivered a kick to his back. Shen Dong flew through the air like a discarded sack, landing heavily on the ground 3 meters away. But Ji Meng did not relent, charging at him once more. In Gu Meng's eyes, Shen Dong was the greatest demon among them. Just as Shen Dong managed to rise again, he was swiftly knocked down by Gu Meng's kick. When Chao Cheng and Yi Yuan entered, they were both taken aback. They observed Chen Haoyu lounging over the counter, munching on sunflower seeds while watching the chaos, surrounded by a group of battered individuals moaning in pain that a burly man was ruthlessly kicking Shen Dong, who was curled up on the floor, bloodied and wailing. The entire scene was rather amusing. Chao Cheng and Yi Yuan exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of astonishment. They were not fools and quickly deduced the reason for Shen Dong's presence. However, they were puzzled as to why this strong man was attacking him. Soon enough, they would find out. Sensing the presence of newcomers, Gu Meng, who had been mercilessly assaulting Shen Dong, finally paused, lifting his gaze towards the two. "I will kill you," Gu Meng bellowed, charging at them. Chao Cheng furrowed his brow, stepping forward to shield Yvonne. As Gu Meng approached, Chao Cheng lifted his left foot, stepping forward, and unleashed a punch that ruptured the air with explosive force. Employing the renowned Xingyi half-step burst fist. Bang! Gu Meng trembled, staggering back over 10 steps before stabilizing himself. Chen Haoyu's eyes lit up, applauding. "Well done." Just as Chao Cheng was about to speak, Gu Meng roared and charged once again. This man is not in his right state. Observing the feral gleam in Gu Meng's eyes, Chao Cheng silently cursed and swiftly executed his best Xingyi snake step, appearing at Gu Meng's side in an instant. His fingers arched, striking the back of his head. Thud. Ji Meng's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. However, he soon began to rise again. Chao Cheng was taken aback. That strike should have incapacitated anyone, even a skilled fighter, for at least half an hour. Yet Gu Meng regained consciousness in less than 10 seconds. This was utterly unfathomable. As Chao Cheng prepared to strike again, Chen Haoyu called out. Dispersed, Ji Meng's body froze, the crimson hue in his eyes rapidly fading, returning to clarity. However, his injuries were severe, and without the ghost talisman's influence, he could no longer endure. With a final closing of his eyes, Gu Meng collapsed to the ground. Chao Cheng witnessed Gu Meng's condition, his expression one of disbelief. "Dr. Chen, what has happened to him?" Gazing at the grinning Chen Haoyu, Chao Cheng felt an icy chill run down his spine. The ability to transform a person into a demon that attacks everyone is an exceedingly terrifying power, surpassing Chao Cheng's comprehension. Chen Haoyu replied with a smile. "This fellow is the leader of the Tiger Gang, known as Gu Meng, that he was invited here by young Master Shan to cause trouble for me, who knew he would suddenly go berserk, attacking everyone like a madman. It frightened me quite a bit, so I quickly hid behind the counter." "Frightened? You were merely snacking and enjoying the spectacle." Chao Cheng scoffed inwardly. Though maintaining a composed facade, he remarked, "Dr. Chen, you jest. Your prowess has truly opened my eyes." Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. "Just a small trick. Chao Xiao, it seems your warnings have not borne fruit." Chao Cheng's expression darkened as he turned to the battered Shen Dong, coldly stating, "Perhaps my father has not established me as a successor, which is why they do not take my word seriously." Why? Yi Yuan inquired. "Dr. Chen, how do you suggest we handle this?" Chen Haoyu replied, "Given that they have been reduced to such a state by that overly righteous hero, what more is there to handle?" Yi Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow does indeed have a strong sense of justice. Chao Cheng kicked one of the wealthy youths nearby. "Stop playing dead and get them out of here." Upon hearing this, the wealthy youth scrambled to his feet. Soon, everyone helped each other out the door. Chao Cheng addressed Shen Dong. "I sincerely apologize that I did not foresee Shen Dong acting in such a manner." Chen Haoyu waved his hand. "He is merely a clown." Why? Yi Yuan curiously asked. "Dr. Chen, what exactly is wrong with Gu Meng? Why did he seem so insane?" Chen Haoyu did not withhold the truth. He was possessed. In Gu Meng's eyes, everyone appeared as vengeful spirits. Naturally, he had to fight for his life. Chao Cheng and Yi Yuan were immediately engulfed in a wave of shock. They certainly did not believe Gu Meng's possession was a mere coincidence. It was undoubtedly orchestrated by Chen Haoyu. The ability to turn a strong man into such a frenzied state spoke volumes of Chen Haoyu's formidable skills. Chen Haoyu cast a glance at the two, satisfied with their astonished expressions that he shared this information to thoroughly intimidate them. Otherwise, how could he maintain a position of dominance in their future interactions? Compared to Chao Cheng, who had witnessed Chen Haoyu use talismans to treat his daughter's depression, Yi Ziyuan found it easier to accept this supernatural occurrence. Calming himself first, he said, "Dr. Chen, may we go see Uncle Chao about his leg now?" Chen Haoyu nodded, of course, equipped with his golden needles and cold-repelling talismans. Chen Haoyu rode in Chao Cheng's car, heading straight to the Chao residence. Where's the most luxurious villa in Yanhai? Anyone familiar with Yanhai will attest that at least 9 out of 10 would identify it as the Pingdingshan Villa area. The Pingdingshan Villa district comprises 36 luxurious villas, with even the most modest one exceeding 1 billion, making it a veritable treasure trove of real estate. To reside within, one not only requires wealth, but also status and identity. As Yanhai's wealthiest individual, Chao Lishue occupies Villa Number 1 in the Pingdingshan area. On the ascent to the villa, Chen Haoyu gazed through the car window at the individual villas, nodding in silent approval. Nestled amid mountains and waters, with verdant trees providing ample shade, the stunning environment explains the esteemed reputation of the Pingdingshan Villa District. It is indeed a premier residence, a quintessential feng shui haven. Although Suyao's upscale community is commendable, it pales in comparison to the grandeur of Pingdingshan. The car halted at the entrance of Villa Number 1. Flanking the grand entrance were imposing stone lions, exuding a formidable presence. Upon entering, one is greeted by a vast courtyard, centrally adorned with a picturesque pond and fountain. Chen Haoyu recognized that the arrangement had undoubtedly been crafted under the guidance of a feng shui master. As the three entered the living room, Chen Haoyu encountered the illustrious Chao Lishue, the prominent tycoon of Yanhai T62. Chao Lishue possessed a square face and a prominent nose, his hair a blend of black and gray, and he wore black-rimmed glasses, seated leisurely in a wheelchair. His demeanor bore a resemblance more to that of a university professor than a businessman. However, when he lifted his gaze to meet Chen Haoyu's, his piercing eyes and formidable presence immediately conveyed the authority of Yanhai's business leader. Yet, this bravado seemed trivial in Chen Haoyu's eyes. He had encountered numerous emperors in his dreams, rendering Chao Lishue rather insignificant by comparison. In the living room, alongside Chao Lishue, sat a strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman in her 40s and a handsome young man in his 20s. During their journey, Chen Haoyu had already learned from Chao Cheng about their family dynamics. Chao Lishue had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest, Chao Cheng, had lost his mother to illness at the age of 16. Following this tragedy, Chao Lishue married his secretary, Zhang Yaji, who bore him a second son. Chao Hai. 6 years prior, Zhang Yaji gave birth to a pair of twins, named Chao Chuan and Chao Shou. It was evident that the middle-aged woman was Chao Cheng's stepmother, Zhang Yaji, while the young man was likely Chao Hai, who harbored ambitions of contesting Chao Cheng for the family fortune. Upon seeing Chen Haoyu, both mother and son exhibited a hint of disdain, though Zhang Yaji concealed her feelings with greater subtlety. In contrast, Chao Hai's contempt was unmistakable. Chen Haoyu glanced at Chao Hai and then at Chao Lishue, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. How audacious it was, indeed, for someone to dare offend Yanhai's wealthiest man. "Hua Yuan, how is the young lady?" Chao Lishue redirected his attention to Yi Huayan. Yi Huayan replied with a smile. "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Chao. She is fully recovered in the next few days. I will take her to Kangan Hospital for a checkup. There should be no issues." Chao Lishue nodded approvingly. "That is splendid news. Mister, you must be overjoyed." Yi Huayan continued. "We visited home yesterday afternoon, and my father indulged in a bit too much drink." "Ha ha!" Chao Lishue laughed heartily. "That old fellow has a great penchant for alcohol, yet his tolerance has diminished significantly. Xiao Cheng, in a few days, please represent me in inviting your master for a drink. I have recently acquired a bottle of Maodai, aged 30 years, perfect for sharing with him." "Certainly, Father," Chao Cheng replied. "Allow me to introduce this esteemed physician, Dr. Chen Haoyu, who has cured the young lady." Chao Lishue greeted with a smile. "Dr. Chen, I appreciate your assistance." Unlike Zhang Yaji and Chao Hai, Chen Haoyu showed no sign of condescension towards Chen Haoyu's youth. Yet, Chen Haoyu could still discern a glimmer of disappointment in Chen Haoyu's eyes. A master of the business realm for decades, his emotional control was undoubtedly top tier. Chen Haoyu, maintaining a respectful demeanor, said, "Mr. Chao, might I examine your leg?" "Of course," Chen Haoyu replied. Before he could finish, Chen Hai interjected, "Father, this doctor that elder brother has found is far too young. He is likely just an apprentice in the field of traditional Chinese medicine that I believe it is unnecessary to waste our time." Chen Chang frowned. "Chen Hai, are you deliberately seeking trouble for Dr. Chen? Or are you attempting to provoke me?" Zhang Yaji quickly interjected. "Xiao Cheng, Xiao Hai means no harm. He simply thinks you may have been misled." Yi Huayan added, "Annie, do not be deceived by Dr. Chen's youth. His medical skills are extraordinary." My daughter struggled with depression, and after consulting numerous specialists, Dr. Chen resolved her condition in merely 10 minutes, which speaks volumes of his expertise. Chen Hai scoffed, "Brother Yi, he merely stumbled upon a solution by chance. Even without him, your daughter's depression would have resolved itself." Chen Haoyu stood quietly, observing the performance of the mother and son with a hint of amusement. He understood that their theatrics were not genuinely aimed at preventing him from examining Chen Haoyu's leg. Rather, they sought to undermine Chen Cheng's credibility. Should Chen Cheng insist on having him examine Chen Haoyu and fail to resolve the issue, they would undoubtedly ridicule him before Chen Haoyu, leading to disappointment in his eldest son. Zhang Yaji was undoubtedly aware that this charade would not significantly affect Chen Cheng. However, accumulating disappointments, coupled with a whisper of discontent, could yield a markedly different outcome. Ahem, Chen Haoyu cleared his throat. "Have you finished your idle chatter?" Chen Hai was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Chen Haoyu's bluntness, and retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Chen Haoyu raised a finger. "I merely require a minute to ascertain whether Mr. Chao's leg can be treated. Had you not intervened, I would have already completed my examination. Thus, your words are mere superfluous chatter. What purpose do they serve other than wasting time?" Chen Hai's face flushed with anger. "Who knows if you harbor ulterior motives?" Yi Huayan furrowed his brow. "Uncle Chao, Dr. Chen is someone I recommended. I have never intended any harm towards you." "Clever." Chen Haoyu mentally commended Yi Huayan, who expertly sidestepped a direct confrontation with Chen Hai while expressing his dissatisfaction to the key figure. No wonder Yi Huayan had managed to expand the Huiguang Hotel. His emotional intelligence and intellect were indeed remarkable. Chen Haoyu, a man of considerable insight, perceived the underlying tensions and addressed the group with an apologetic tone. "Huang, Dr. Chen, Xiao Hai is merely inexperienced and speaks without thought. Please do not take offense. Indeed, those who thrive in the business world are invariably astute individuals. The archetype of the foolishly arrogant character often depicted in web novels about miraculous doctors simply does not exist in reality. Individuals lacking both intellect and emotional acumen cannot ascend to such heights of status and influence." Chen Hai, however, resembled the typical antagonist destined to be humiliated by the protagonist. As for Zhang Yaji, she was a notch above her son, possessing some degree of shrewdness. Yet her limited perspective and narrow-mindedness revealed her intentions far too easily. In a palace intrigue drama, a character like Zhang Yaji would likely meet her demise within 3 episodes. Chen Haoyu smiled slightly. "Mr. Chao, Xiao's thoughts are clearly written on his face. There is no need for further explanation. I simply wish to inquire if you would permit me to examine your leg." Chen Haoyu rolled up his pant leg without hesitation. "Of course, Dr. Chen, I appreciate your assistance." Chen Haoyu approached Chen Haoyu's wheelchair and crouched down to observe closely, noting that, externally, his legs appeared unremarkable. Typically, after more than 5 years of paralysis, one would expect significant muscle atrophy. It was evident that Chen Haoyu had employed numerous massage masters to maintain his leg's condition. Chen Haoyu placed 2 fingers on the tai chi point of Chen Haoyu's calf, channeling a faint stream of energy into his meridians. Chen Haoyu seemed to sense this warmth, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Could this be the legendary true chi? Originally, Chen Haoyu had merely viewed this as a desperate gamble. But now he found himself harboring a glimmer of confidence in Chen Haoyu. After examining the meridians in Chen Haoyu's legs, Chen Haoyu withdrew his hands and stood up, noticing the furrowed brow and silence of Chen Haoyu. Chow Hai scoffed. I told you, it's a waste of time. Chow Lishue retorted sharply. Silence yourself. Zhang Yaji tugged at Chow Hai, who lowered his head, daunted into silence, though his eyes brimmed with resentment. Chow Chung inquired. Dr. Chun, can my father's leg be treated? Chen Haoyu pondered for a moment and replied succinctly, very difficult. Chow Hai snickered. I knew it would come to this. However, Chow Cheng's eyes lit up as he said, Dr. Chen, you said it's difficult, but that doesn't mean it's impossible, right? Chen Haoyu nodded. Indeed. Young Master Chow, your intelligence far surpasses that of your brother. Yi Huayuan chuckled softly, thinking that this Dr. Chen was certainly no pushover. Yet, recalling his unfathomable skills, Yi Huayuan found that reaction quite understandable. Chow Hai pointed angrily at Chen Haoyu. Say that again. Chen Haoyu shrugged. My apologies. I retract my previous statement. Not only is your intelligence lacking, but your emotional intelligence is also woefully deficient. That I have already stated that I can treat your father's leg, yet you continue to act arrogantly before me. Oh, you think your brain has been kicked by a donkey? Zhang Yaji interjected. Dr. Chun, can you truly heal my husband's leg? Chen Haoyu did not respond directly, but instead asked with keen interest, Ms. Zhang, do you wish for me to heal Mr. Chow's leg? Without hesitation, Zhang Yaji replied, Of course. Chen Haoyu regarded her intently and said, Then I must ask you to escort young Master Chow out of the living room. He is truly bothersome. Chow Hai retorted, You're asking for a beating. Chow Chung, with a commanding tone, said, Your repeated doubts about Dr. Chun's medical skills stem from the fact that I brought him here, correct? Now that there's finally hope for my father's recovery, why do you persist in creating discord? What do you truly want? His rebuke echoed like thunder, causing everyone's ears to ring. Chow Cheng's piercing gaze and formidable presence rendered the atmosphere in the hall palpably tense. A furious warrior spills blood in 5 steps. As a master of martial arts, Chow Cheng was no gentle lamb. Zhang Yaji and Chow Hai habitually slandered in front of Chow Lishue, engaging in petty schemes. Chow Cheng was not oblivious, merely choosing to disdain their petty squabbles. Now, however, they had escalated their antics to the point of threatening even the doctor they had invited, which was utterly unreasonable. Faced with Chow Cheng's murderous and fiery glare, Chow Hai's face turned pale, retreating 3 steps before collapsing onto the sofa. Chen Haoyu scoffed, his eyes filled with contempt. Such pathetic individuals still dared to vie for the assets of the Chow family. It was laughable. Seeing her son's disgraceful demeanor, Zhang Yaji was infuriated but feigned calm, saying, Xiao Cheng, we are all family. Let's not give others a reason to laugh at us. Chow Cheng's anger subsided slightly as he coolly replied, Then I would appreciate it if Aunt Zhang could manage Xiao Hai properly. The priority now is to treat my father's ailment, not to engage in petty machinations. Chow Lishue glanced at Zhang Yaji and Chow Hai, a shadow of melancholy flickering in his eyes. Chow Cheng was a martial artist with a pure heart. Although he struggled to express himself verbally, he could distinctly feel his eldest son's concern for him. In contrast, Chow Hai was consumed by thoughts of the family fortune, yet lacked the talent to realize his ambitions. When compared, the disparity in character and acumen was stark. Chow Lishue stated, Dr. Chun, Yaji is my wife, and Xiao Hai is my son. Even if my ailment remains untreated, I cannot cast them aside, and I hope you can understand this. Chen Haoyu smiled faintly. I was merely jesting. My annoyance stemmed from your son's repeated questioning on my medical expertise. Mr. Chow, let us prioritize the matter at hand. If I manage to heal your leg, alleviating you from that inhumane suffering and allowing you to stand like a normal person, how much would you be willing to compensate me? Without hesitation, Chow Lishue replied, Whatever you ask, I shall provide. Chow Cheng added, Dr. Chun, please state your price. Chen Haoyu grinned. I have heard that your family is the 2nd largest shareholder of Kangan Hospital. Is that correct? Chow Cheng nodded. Indeed, we hold 22% of the shares. Chen Haoyu continued, I wish to serve as your equity agent. For 3 years, I will have full control over Kangan Hospital. After 3 years, I shall return the shares to you. Of course, the dividends will still belong to you. I shall take none. Yi Huayan immediately grasped Chen Haoyu's intent and smiled. Mr. Chen, you propose this condition for Dr. Suyue, correct? Chen Haoyu scratched his nose. A graceful lady deserves a gentleman's favor. Mr. Yi, please refrain from stating it so bluntly. It makes me feel rather embarrassed. Chao Lishua laughed heartily, saying, I see. Dr. Chen, I accept your terms. Xiao Cheng, please proceed to Kongan Hospital to handle the necessary paperwork. Chao Cheng replied, certainly. Dr. Yi, do you have any other conditions? The second condition pertains to the treatment fee. Chen Haoyu extended a single finger without a hint of embarrassment. I require this amount. Chao Cheng's expression shifted. 100 million? Chao Hai shouted angrily. Have you lost your mind? Chao Lishua furrowed his brow, somewhat displeased with Chen Haoyu's exorbitant demand that he was wealthy, but not a fool. 100 million for treatment was indeed staggering. Chen Haoyu clarified, I was not referring to 100 million, but rather 10 million. I may be poor, but I am not mad. Mr. Chao's cold poison has infiltrated his meridians and marrow. Extracting it requires some unique methods. Only I can accomplish this. You think 10 million is excessive? Chao Hai was left speechless by the rebuttal. Chao Cheng looked to Chao Lishua, who smiled and said, it appears to be a misunderstanding. 10 million is acceptable. That if there are any other conditions, please state them. Chen Haoyu shook his head. None. Chao Lishua asked, when shall we commence treatment? Chen Haoyu replied, now. Young master, please transport Mr. Chao to a quiet bedroom. No one is to enter but you. Chao Cheng responded eagerly, understood. Once in the bedroom, Chao Cheng drew the curtains and locked the door. Chen Haoyu instructed Chao Lishua to sit on the edge of the bed and roll up his pant legs. Exposing his legs, Chao Cheng asked, Dr. Chen, how may I assist? Chen Haoyu produced a talisman he had crafted, saying, embrace your father and ensure he remains still. Chao Cheng immediately sat beside Chao Lishua, wrapping his arm around his shoulder. Upon seeing the jade talisman, Chao Lishua asked in astonishment, Dr. Chen, what is that jade you hold? Chen Haoyu smiled. Have you heard of using talismans for healing? Chao Cheng's eyes brightened. Zhiyu Shu. He had once heard his master mention that there were indeed individuals in the martial world capable of healing through talismans. This method was referred to as Zhiyu Shu. Chen Haoyu replied, that is one way to describe it. This jade talisman is called the Quan Shu, which, as the name suggests, is designed to expel cold from the body. I exerted considerable effort to create it last night. Regardless of what occurs, you must not disclose the existence of this talisman to anyone outside. I wish to avoid trouble. Both Chao Lishua and Chao Cheng nodded in understanding. Understood. Very well. I shall commence treatment now. Chen Haoyu channeled his energy, and the Quan Shu flew from his hand. The talisman emitted a soft glow as it spun, hovering 5 centimeters above Chao Lishua's left leg. Witnessing this incredible spectacle, both father and son were utterly astounded. They realized they had encountered a true master of the age. The 10 million was indeed worth it. In truth, Chen Haoyu did not need to expend any magical energy to create such a flamboyant spectacle. However, in order to thoroughly intimidate the two individuals, he opted for the most visually impressive method of healing that, in hindsight, his choice proved to be astute, where the light of the cold-repelling talisman shone. Chao Lishua felt an overwhelming warmth. Yet, it was not long before a chill seeped in, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Sensing his father's tremor, Chao Cheng tightened his embrace. After a full 10 minutes, the cold-repelling talisman finally ceased its glow. At that moment, the jade talisman had completed a full rotation, and Chao Lishua's legs were already soaked, a consequence of the cold energy expelled from his body. With a crack, the cold-repelling talisman returned to Chen Haoyu's hand. Now broken into 2 pieces, having lost all efficacy. Chen Haoyu casually discarded the talisman into the wastebasket and inquired, Mr. Chao, how do you feel? Chao Lishua replied, I have never felt more comfortable. Chao Cheng wiped his father's legs and said, Dr. Chen, you must be from a mystical sect, am I right? Chen Haoyu nodded with a smile. Indeed. How did you come to hear about us? Chao Cheng explained, my master once encountered several remarkable masters from the mystical sect. Unfortunately, due to the promotion of science in the mainland, these extraordinary skills were relegated to the realm of superstition, leading all the masters to emigrate abroad. That it is truly a stroke of fortune for us to meet you today. Chen Haoyu remarked, that why not inform you that I also use talismans to treat Xiaohan? Chao Cheng responded, Brother Yuan only mentioned that you resolved Xiaohan's severe depression in 10 minutes, but did not elaborate on your methods. Chen Haoyu chuckled. Mr. Yi is indeed a man of his word. Chao Cheng asked, Dr. Chen, what is the condition of my father's legs? Chen Haoyu replied, The cold-repelling talisman has extracted most of the cold poison. To fully remedy the issue, 2 more treatments will be needed that I will return next week. Chao Cheng expressed his delight. That is wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Chen. Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. I am merely being compensated for providing medical care. In reality, he could have resolved Chao Lishua's chronic leg pain today. However, such ease would have lacked the gratitude from the Chao family. Human nature is such. The feelings associated with accomplishing something effortlessly are entirely different from those derived from enduring great hardships to achieve the same result, with the latter being far more moving. Chao Lishua lifted his leg, astonished, and exclaimed, I believe I can control my leg now. Chen Haoyu noted the massage therapists are quite skilled, and your muscles have not atrophied, which is very beneficial for your recovery. I will prescribe a regimen for you to soak in a bathtub daily. By next week, I am confident you should be able to walk normally. Chao Lishua nodded, saying, Dr. Chen, I cannot thank you enough. If there is ever anything you need from the Chao family, please do not hesitate to ask. Chen Haoyu replied, I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Chao. As they exited the bedroom, Zhang Yaji, Chao Hai, and Yihuan immediately approached. Chao Hai eagerly asked, Dad, how do you feel? Chao Lishua pointed to his own face and laughed heartily. Just look at my rosy complexion. You should know the outcome. Chao Cheng added, in no more than a week, Dad will be able to stand again. Zhang Yaji beamed with joy, exclaiming, That is wonderful. Dr. Chen, I sincerely apologize for doubting your medical skills. Chao Hai, why don't you apologize to Dr. Chen? Chao Hai bit his lip and said to Chen Haoyu, I'm sorry. Chen Haoyu remarked, Young Master Chao, I am not fond of insincere apologies. You? Chao Hai nearly erupted in frustration. Zhang Yaji tugged at his sleeve and said, Darling, I will go instruct the kitchen to prepare 2 extra dishes so we can properly show our gratitude to Dr. Chen. Chen Haoyu waved his hand. Thank you for your generosity, but I must decline. I have other commitments this afternoon. Chao Cheng offered, Dr. Chen, allow me to escort you. Chen Haoyu smiled. There's no need. Mr. Yi, could you please give me a ride? Yi Huayuan replied, certainly. As they departed, Chao Cheng handed Chen Haoyu a check for 10 million, saying, I will bring the shareholding agreement for Kongan Hospital to you tomorrow morning. Chen Haoyu responded with a smile. That would be much appreciated. On the way back to the clinic, Yi Huayuan praised. Uncle Chao's chronic leg pain has stumped countless experts both domestically and abroad, yet you managed to achieve results so swiftly. Dr. Chen, I dare say your medical skills are unparalleled. Chen Haoyu chuckled. As for being the best in medicine, I cannot claim that title. However, as for being the best in divination, I can certainly accept that. Yi Huan, being astute, asked, Dr. Chen, have you discerned something? Chen Haoyu replied with 4 words. Disaster arises from within. Yi Huayuan's expression shifted. Uncle Chao is exceptionally wise. He shouldn't have let this happen. Chen Haoyu wore a peculiar expression and said, even heroes often fall prey to the allure of gentle affection. That Zhang Yaji is no ordinary woman. It is quite possible that the Chao family may be undone by her. Yi Huan furrowed his brows. What of Chao Cheng? What will become of him? Chen Haoyu shrugged. That is something he must ponder himself. Furthermore, let me share another secret. Chao Hai's features differ significantly from those of the Chao family. Yi Huayuan was taken aback, utterly astonished. Dr. Chen, are you certain you are not joking? I can tell at a glance if they are biological siblings. Why do you not also see it? If you were to speak such words in the Chao family, you likely wouldn't be able to leave now. It is quite simple to ascertain the truth. Have Chao Cheng bring their hair to a discreet hospital for testing. I will mention it to Chao Cheng.as for whether he believes it or not. That is his concern. After all, this is a family matter for the Chao family. It is prudent for us outsiders to keep our distance. Astute. After escorting Chen Haoyu back to the clinic, Yi Huayuan left with a heavy heart. Upon closing the clinic door, Chen Haoyu rode his motorcycle to the bank. Gazing at the additional 10 million in his account, a radiant smile spread across Chen Haoyu's face. Hello, young Master Chao, is there something you need? At 4 in the afternoon, Chen Haoyu's phone rang. Opening it, he saw it was a call from Chao Cheng. Dr. Chen, I would like to meet with you. Then come to my clinic. All right, thank you. Upon arriving at the clinic, Chen Haoyu met Chao Cheng at the entrance. His expression was as grim as ever. Chen Haoyu surmised that this fellow must have already conducted tests on Chao Lishua and Chao Hai. Indeed, as soon as he entered the clinic, Chao Cheng handed a test report to Chen Haoyu. stating, Dr. Chen, you were correct. Chao Hai is indeed not my father's son. Chen Haoyu glanced at the report and asked, what do you plan to do? Chao Chung replied solemnly, to be honest, I am in utter turmoil and do not know how to proceed. Chen Haoyu pondered for a moment and said, your second brother is not your biological brother, but your 6-year-old brother and sister are indeed yours. If you were to dispose of Zhang Yaji, it would be excessively cruel to those 2 young children. Chao Chung responded, I am also troubled by this matter, Dr. Chen. I cannot comprehend. The reason my father married Zhang Yaji was because she was pregnant with Chao Hai. After Chao Hai was born, my father underwent a paternity test, and there were no issues whatsoever. How could it have changed now? Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu replied, there are 2 possibilities. One is that your hair or blood was taken for testing against your father's, and the other is that the results were directly tampered with. There should be no other options. Chao Cheng's expression changed. Are you suggesting that Zhang Yaji's lover is likely someone close to my father? Chen Haoyu affirmed, that probability is quite high. Regardless, the first step is to convince Mr. Chao that Chao Hai is not his son. Otherwise, you cannot proceed with anything. Chao Chang suggested, I intend to bring my father to your clinic tomorrow, claiming you will perform acupuncture for faster recovery. What do you think? Chen Haoyu made a gesture of counting money and said, as long as that is in place, I have no objections here. Chao Chung managed to muster a faint smile and said, Dr. Chen, you have saved the Chao family. Once everything settles down, I will certainly express my gratitude. He continued, by the way, this is the equity proxy agreement for Kangan Hospital. As long as you sign it, for the next 3 years, you will be the representative of the Chao Group at Kangan Hospital. You are quite swift, Chen Haoyu remarked, taking a pen and signing his name on the agreement. After securing both copies, Chao Chung hurriedly left. Chen Haoyu, on the other hand, did not dwell on the troubles of the Chao family, but he went to the market to purchase some ingredients, intending to prepare a meal to celebrate earning 10 million today with Su Yuyao. However, despite completing the dishes, Su Yuyao had yet to return. Seeing that it was already 7 o'clock, Chen Haoyu decided to give her a call. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, he sensed something was amiss and called Qin Qingqing instead. Upon learning that Su Yuyao had been in the operating room since 3 in the afternoon and was scheduled for a night shift, he placed the food in a thermal container and rode his motorcycle to Kangan Hospital. Dr. Qin, has Yuyao come out yet? Chen Haoyu inquired. Qin Qingqing replied, this surgery is exceedingly complex. If all goes well, she should be out shortly. Chen Haoyu, puzzled, asked after 4.5 hours in surgery. She must be utterly exhausted. How can she still be on night duty? The greater the surgical difficulty, the more focus the doctor requires. After several hours, even a robust male doctor would be drained. In such circumstances, it was outrageous for the hospital to schedule Su Yuyao for a night shift. Qin Qingqing closed the office door and whispered, this was arranged by the internal medicine director, Huanggin's attending physicians. We are not typically required to work night shifts, but Yuyao is an exception. Chen Haoyu's eyes flickered as he asked, why? Qin Qingqing sighed, saying, Huanggin is a notorious lecher. From the very first day Yuyao joined the hospital, he had his sights set on her. He attempted to engage in unethical practices with her on multiple occasions. But Yuyao naturally refused. Last year, at a departmental gathering, Huanggin tried to get Yuyao drunk, only to be met with a resounding slap that left him humiliated. Ever since that day, he's been making things difficult for her, including assigning her night shifts. Chen Haoyu furrowed his brow. Has Yuyao not protested? Qin Qingqing replied, that silly girl seems to enjoy the night shifts, claiming it frees up her days for pursuits she loves. Sigh. I'm a loss. Chen Haoyu nodded. I understand. I will help her deal with Huang Yan. Qin Qingqing quickly cautioned, do not bring trouble to Yuyao. Huang Yan's brother-in-law is our hospital's vice president. Ma Ruliang, that if you take on Huang Yan and provoke Ma Ruliang, it will create significant trouble for Yuyao. Chen Haoyu smiled. Rest assured, I am fully aware of the implications. At that moment, the office door swung open, revealing a weary Su Yuyao, clearly exhausted. Qin Qingqing hurriedly poured her a glass of water, asking Yuyao, are you all right? Su Yuyao took a sip and smiled. Everything went smoothly. Chen Haoyu, what brings you here? Chen Haoyu pointed to the thermal container, saying, I brought you some food. Su Yuyao felt a wave of warmth and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Qin Qingqing noted Su Yuyao's heartfelt response and said, I initially wanted to take you out for hot pot, but it seems that one tea be necessary now. Su Yao replied. Didn't tea, I already mentioned, you don't have to wait for me. Ching laughed. How was I to know your gallant protector would show up? From now on, if you ask me to wait, I certainly want tea to well then. I shall not disturb you any further. Farewell. Su Yao waved and said goodbye. After Ching left, Chen Haoyu set the food on the table and handed her a pair of chopsticks, saying, You must be starving. Eat while it's hot. Su Yao took the chopsticks, eyeing him suspiciously. Why are you being so nice to me today? Do you have ulterior motives? Chen Haoyu chuckled. If desiring to marry you counts as an ulterior motive, then I will gladly admit Su Yao rolled her eyes. Here we go again. Chen Haoyu responded, If you don't want to hear it, then let us cut the chatter and eat the. Su Yao took a bite of sweet and sour pork, and the delightful taste captivated her palate, filling her heart with sweetness. Since her falling out with her family, it had been a long time since she felt cared for by anyone. Although many men pursued her, she could easily discern their insincerity. Chen Haoyu, however, was different. The concern hidden in his eyes was genuine. Seeing Su Yao enjoy the meal brought Chen Haoyu immense joy. Once she finished, he began tidying up and proudly declared, As the saying goes, to win a person's heart, one must first win their stomach. Su May, do you think my culinary skills have won you over? Su Yao replied, The soup was a bit salty. Perhaps you should strive for better next time. Come on, Chen Haoyu retorted, Your greatest flaw is being insincere. Su Yao laughed. The cooking is average, but your gestures are genuinely touching. Chen Haoyu perked up. So you mean you were moved? Su Yao stated, Consistency is key. That if you keep bringing me meals like this, I would undoubtedly be touched one day. Chen Haoyu scoffed, Spare me. You can pull that with others, but one tea work on me. Just then, a middle-aged man suddenly pushed the door open. Su Yao's expression immediately soured. Su Yao, who is this? The middle-aged man asked, glancing at Chen Haoyu with a frown. Su Yao replied coolly, My boyfriend, Chen Haoyu. Is there a problem? The middle-aged man retorted, Of course, there is a problem. This is a hospital, not a place for romantic rendezvous. Chen Haoyu scrutinized him and asked, And who might you be? The man replied, I am Huang Geyin, the director of internal medicine at Kangan Hospital. Oh, Chen Haoyu feigned an exaggerated expression and eagerly shook Huang Geyin's hand, exclaiming, So you are the illustrious director Huang. My heavens, I have finally met my idol. Su Yao recognized that Chen Haoyu was about to pull a prank, so she watched the scene unfold with amusement. Huang Geyin, taken aback, asked, What do you mean by that? Chen Haoyu responded, Director Huang, are you not aware? The whole of Yanhai is abuzz with rumors about a Director Huang at Kangan Hospital, both greedy and lecherous. If you pay him, he will do anything unscrupulous, but if you don't pay, do not seek him for surgery, lest the scalpel might just end up in your belly. Su Yao couldn't help but laugh. Huang Geyin, realizing Chen Haoyu was deliberately mocking him, became furious and shouted, Chen Haoyu, do you even know who you're talking to? Chen Haoyu continued to smile. Then please enlighten me, who exactly am I speaking with? With each word, he tightened his grip on Huang Geyin's hand. Eventually, Huang Geyin's face turned pale, and he bent over, pleading, Let go of me, let go. What's wrong? Chen Haoyu feigned innocence while twisting Huang Geyin's hand. Ouch! Huang Geyin yelped, collapsing to the ground. Chen Haoyu quickly released his grip. Astonished, Director Huang, what happened? There's no need for such grand gestures on our first meeting. Huang Geyin, clutching his hand and rising from the floor, threatened, Chen Haoyu, Su Yao, you are both finished. Chen Haoyu chuckled, delivering a slap to Huang Geyin's face. Since you're finished, I might as well enjoy myself first. Fearing trouble, Su Yao hurriedly grasped his arm, urging, Don't stir up trouble. Chen Haoyu reassured her, Don't worry, I'm quite experienced in this. He'll only feel pain. I assure you he won't be harmed, that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Huang Geyin first retreated to the doorway of the office, then pointed at Chen Haoyu and Su Yao, gritting his teeth as he said, You two wait, I will make you pay the price. Chen Haoyu, now the second largest shareholder of Kangan Hospital, dismissed his words with disdain, replying, That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. After Huang Geyin stormed off in a fury, Su Yao sighed and remarked, Trouble is coming my way again. Chen Haoyu countered, No, it is his trouble that is approaching. Su Yao, Given the circumstances, challenged, "Dare you skip work and go home with me?" Su Yao shook her head and replied, "I must be responsible for my patients." Chen Haoyu laughed, saying, "I heard from Qin Qingqing that doctors at your level do not need to work night shifts. You are merely being targeted by Huang Guiyan." Su Yao suddenly understood, exclaiming, "No wonder you treated Huang Guiyan that way. It turns out it was Qing who informed you." Chen Haoyu gazed intently at Su Yao and asked, "Do you trust me?" Su Yao did not respond directly but stated plainly, "Let us go home," but a radiant smile spread across Chen Haoyu's face as he said, "Su Yao, while your beauty is undeniable, how is it that your character is equally charming?" Su Yao gave him a flirtatious eye roll before heading to change her clothes, just as the furious Huang Guiyan arrived with security. The pair had already exited Kangan Hospital. The following morning, as Chen Haoyu was about to head to the clinic, he received a call from Qin Qingqing. "Did Yu Yao not work the night shift last night and come home with you?" "Yes, I even had a confrontation with Huang Guiyan that you've caused a significant problem for Yu Yao." This morning, Huang Guiyan reported her absence to the hospital, and they are preparing to take action against her. In an hour, Ma Ruliang will come to our department for a meeting. Don't worry, I will handle it." Just after hanging up, Chen Haoyu saw Su Yao emerging from the bedroom. The previous night's surgery had exhausted her, and she had only just woken up. "Why the rush? Aren't you off work today?" "The hospital has matters that require my attention." "What matters? They're not planning to discipline you, are they?" "Of course not." "Perhaps there is an important surgery." The hospital was about to hold a disciplinary meeting, yet she was still in the dark. This woman was truly cold on the outside, but warm within. Were it anyone else, they would have surely complained by now. Chen Haoyu's gaze softened as he looked at Su Yao and said, "Breakfast is on the table. Eat before you leave," Su Yao replied. "I don't have enough time." Chen Haoyu asserted, "Even if time is short, you must eat breakfast. Your stomach is not in good condition. Don't think I don't know." Su Yao was taken aback, asking, "You noticed?" "Indeed. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking, especially with issues related to the internal organs. I can see them at a glance." "Hurry, eat your meal," Su Yao conceded. "All right." After finishing her breakfast, Su Yao took her bag and left the house. Chen Haoyu pondered for a moment, called Chao Cheng, changed his clothes, and then went out. When Su Yao entered the internal medicine conference room at Kangan Hospital, all the doctors were already present, sitting beside Qin Qingqing. Su Yao inquired, "What is going on?" Qin Qingqing whispered, "Huang Shirun has gone to summon Ma Ruliang." "Yu Yao, didn't Chen Haoyu come with you?" Huang Shirun was a stage name given to Huang Guiyan by everyone. "What is he here for?" "He told me he would resolve this matter for you." "Did you call him?" "I did this morning." Oh, upon hearing that Chen Haoyu was aware of her impending reprimand, yet had not come to face it with her, Su Yao felt a tinge of disappointment. After a while, Ma Ruliang entered the conference room accompanied by Huang Guiyan and 3 or 4 senior hospital officials. At T55, Ma Ruliang had eyebrows like swords, a rugged face, and wore gold-rimmed glasses. He appeared to be a stern teacher, but at heart, he was a rogue. Unlike Huang Guiyan, he was avaricious but not lecherous. Casting a glance at Su Yao, Huang Guiyan's lips curled into a smug grin. Once everyone was seated, Ma Ruliang surveyed the room and fixed his gaze on Su Yao's face. It was undeniable that Su Yao was exceptionally beautiful. Even he found himself somewhat captivated by her enchanting visage. "Dr. Su Yao, where were you last night?" Su Yao replied coolly, "At home." "Are you aware that you were scheduled for a night shift?" "Yes." "Then why did you return home?" "I performed surgery for over 4 hours. I was utterly exhausted and unable to fulfill my shift." "Did you complete the leave request procedures?" "No." Ma Ruliang chuckled and stated, "Dr. Su, according to hospital regulations, your unexcused absence from the night shift warrants disciplinary action." "You have no objections, do you?" Su Yao responded, "It was not an unexcused absence. I was simply too fatigued from surgery to work. I hope Vice President Ma can speak with more precision." Bang. Huang Guiyan slammed the table, his voice rising sharply. "Su Yao, watch your tone." Su Yao cast him a disdainful glance and retorted, "You truly are repugnant." Puffed. The crowd could not help but laugh. That it was not that her statement was particularly humorous, but rather that no one had anticipated the usually aloof Su Yao would suddenly utter such words. Enraged, Huang Guiyan shouted, "Su Yao, clarify your remarks." Su Yao replied, "Director Huang, Have you forgotten why I doused you in alcohol? The audience exchanged knowing glances. Huang Guiyan stammered. I was just drunk. Su Yao coldly countered. Being drunk gives you the right to act like a scoundrel. Does it permit you to commit murder? Qin Qingqing interjected. In all of Kangen Hospital, no attending physician is required to work night shifts. After Dr. Su doused Director Huang in alcohol, she went on to work the night shift the following day. This raises suspicions that some individuals are taking personal revenge at this moment. Qin Qingqing openly sided with Su Yuyao, clearly opposing Huang Guiyan and the power behind Ma Ruliang. This left Su Yuyao feeling grateful towards her friend. Sensing the situation was spiraling out of control, Ma Ruliang quickly interjected. If Dr. Su is unwilling to work night shifts, she could submit a request in advance, rather than being absent without notice or leave for an entire night shift. Su Yao queried, Vice President Ma, I would like to know what sort of punishment I will face. Ma Ruliang replied, according to hospital regulations, your salary will be docked by 10,000 yuan. Su Yao nodded and said, that is acceptable. Now, in front of all my colleagues in internal medicine, I formally request not to work night shifts, and I hope Vice President Ma will approve it. Well said. Qin Qingqing internally praised her friend with a thumbs up. Ma Ruliang cleared his throat and remarked, this is an internal matter for your department. Su Yao retorted coldly, my absence last night is also an internal matter for the department. Ruliang frowned, stating, the nature is different. Su Yao replied, if even internal matters require the Vice President's intervention, what purpose does the director serve? Just to take up space. Huang Guiyan's face turned ashen with anger as he exclaimed, Su Yao, you are being outrageous. Su Yao countered, Director Huang, which of my statements is incorrect? Is it wrong to accept punishment, or is it wrong to submit a request? Huang Guiyan snapped, it's your attitude towards leadership. Su Yao retorted sharply, I have always maintained this attitude. Enough. Ma Ruliang interjected sternly, Dr. Su, if you do not wish to work night shifts, you may submit a request for approval from Director Huang, who will then arrange for someone else to cover the night shift. My primary purpose for being here today is to emphasize the importance of disciplined AS doctors of Kangen Hospital. Just then, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was the hospital director calling, Ma Ruliang hurried outside to take the call. Qin Qingqing whispered, Yu Yao, your fighting spirit today is truly remarkable. Su Yao replied, Qing, you shouldn't have stepped in. This will surely make Huang Guiyan remember you. Qin Qingqing scoffed, I'm not afraid of him. After a while, Ma Ruliang returned and announced in a clear voice, the second largest shareholder of our Kangen Hospital is on his way to attend the meeting. Everyone, please rise and prepare yourselves. The crowd exchanged glances and promptly stood up. 2 minutes later, a young man entered, accompanied by several bodyguards. The meeting room erupted with enthusiastic applause. Only Su Yuyao and Qin Qingqing refrained from clapping, their faces etched with disbelief, for this so-called second largest shareholder was none other than Chen Haoyu, someone they knew all too well. Unlike his usual carefree demeanor, today Chen Haoyu donned a white shirt and black trousers, complemented by a pair of stylish shoes. His previously disheveled hair had been neatly arranged, making him appear quite spirited. Most amusingly, he wore glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of sharpness and seriousness. Embodying the archetype of a domineering CEO, Qin Qingqing whispered, Darling, what is going on? Su Yao shook her head and replied, I have no idea. Qin Qingqing commented, I must admit, he looks rather handsome in that outfit. Upon Chen Haoyu's entrance, a radiant smile spread across Ma Ruliang's face as he said, Welcome, Mr. Chen, to our inspection. Chen Haoyu shook Ma Ruliang's hand and remarked, So, you are Vice President Ma. Your reputation precedes you. Ma Ruliang seemed oblivious to the sarcasm in Chen Haoyu's tone and responded, It is merely a name without substance. You flatter me, Mr. Chen. Chen Haoyu then turned his attention to the visibly shaken Huang Guiyan. Extending his hand with a smile, Director Huang, good to see you again. Huang Guiyan trembled as he shook Chen Haoyu's hand, forcing a smile. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize for not recognizing you earlier. Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. A minor misunderstanding. No need for concern. Now, everyone, please take your seats. Once seated, Chen Haoyu assertively took the main position. Vice President Ma, has your meeting concluded? Ma Ruliang replied, "Yes, it has." Chen Haoyu responded, "May I say a few words?" Ma Ruliang quickly affirmed, "Of course." Chen Haoyu began, "Allow me to introduce myself, and my name is Chen Haoyu, and I am a recent addition to the family of shareholders at Kangan Hospital. It is a pleasure to meet all of you." With that, he stood and bowed to the audience. The room was filled with resounding applause, captivated by his sharp and composed demeanor, coupled with an unparalleled aura. Chen Haoyu continued, "Last night around 7 o'clock, I conducted a brief research visit to our department and happened to encounter Dr. Qin Xingqing. Through our conversation, I learned she worked until 5:30 but was still busy at 7, which deeply touched me. She mentioned that overtime is almost a norm for the entire internal medicine department, yet there is not a hint of complaint among the staff. This dedication and spirit of selflessness command my utmost admiration. Thus, my primary purpose for attending today's internal medicine meeting is to express my respect for all of you present that I propose we applaud together, not for anyone else, but for ourselves." The applause grew even louder. "Well said," echoed through the room. "Thank you, Mr. Chen." The praise from Chen Haoyu filled everyone with joy, prompting cheers of approval. Qin Xingqing, while clapping, whispered to Su Yao, "Rain Yao, your man sure knows how to stir emotions. I feel a bit moved myself." Su Yao, witnessing this serious side of Chen Haoyu for the first time, fixed her beautiful gaze upon him and remarked, "This is a classic case of raising expectations only to dash them. I suspect he's about to stir up trouble." Indeed, Chen Haoyu's subsequent words took a sharp turn that, of course, where there are positives, there are also negatives. There are numerous rumors circulating that Huang Guiyin, our internal medicine director, has been brazenly accepting red envelopes from patients' families and indulging in unsavory practices. Director Huang, would you care to clarify these matters before everyone? Huang Guiyin stood up immediately, exclaiming, "This is a blatant slander. Mr. Chen, I have never accepted any bribes, nor have I engaged in any unethical practices." Chen Haoyu pressed his hands down, signaling him to calm down. "Please sit. There is no need for such agitation." Huang Yin, gritting his teeth, responded, "Mr. Chen, who dares to say such things? I would confront them directly." Chen Haoyu picked up Ma Ruliang's notebook from beside him and slammed it onto Huang Yin's face, stating, "I am the one saying it." Everyone was taken aback by Chen Haoyu's sudden display of aggression. Qin Xingqing murmured, "Refreshing." Ma Ruliang frowned. "Mr. Chen, regardless of the situation, Huang Guiyin is our internal medicine director. While he may not have achievements, he has put in effort. Don't you think your actions are a bit excessive?" Chen Haoyu scoffed. "A scoundrel like him deserves no credit for effort." "Vice President Ma, have you had too much to drink?" At that moment, a bodyguard wearing sunglasses placed a thick stack of red envelopes in front of Chen Haoyu. "Zhang Xian, 5,000 at Luo Zhijing, 8,000 at Xiaomingyang, 6,000 at Zhang Yake, 8,800 at Chen Haoyu," casually read off a few names from the envelopes. Turning to the pale-faced Huang Guiyin with a cold gaze, "Director Huang, do these names ring a bell? Still claiming slander and wanting to confront someone. How can you even utter those words?" The room erupted in chaos. "Luo Zhijing is my patient. I recall Zhang Xian is a heart patient assigned to me by Director Huang. Truly, there's no smoke without fire. Director Huang is in serious trouble. This was not merely trouble. It was criminal, a matter that could lead to imprisonment." Huang Guiyin swallowed hard, stammering, This isn't mine." Chen Haoyu replied coolly, "If it isn't yours, why was it found in your office cabinet?" Huang Guiyin retorted sharply, "What authority do you have to enter my office and open my cabinet?" Chen Haoyu responded, "You are welcome to report me to the police for invading your privacy. I will accept whatever punishment comes my way. Now, please explain the origin of these red envelopes." Huang Guiyin insisted, "These are red envelopes given to me by patients' families. I was planning to return them one by one." Chen Haoyu feigned surprise. "I had initially intended to handle this internally. Since Director Huang is so principled, I'll involve the police to investigate your situation. After all, over 100,000 in red envelopes is no small matter." With that, Chen Haoyu took out his phone, ready to call the police. Huang Guiyin, unable to withstand the scrutiny, hastily exclaimed, "Wait." Chen Haoyu sneered, "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" Huang Guiyin, "Have you forgotten that there are a few discs in your cabinet? Those discs contain videos of you bullying female doctors and patients' relatives. You pervert, do you dare to argue here? I suspect you want to end up in jail." The revelation was explosive. Huang Guiran was finished. The crowd looked at Huang Guiyan with contempt. A Ruliyang slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Huang Guiyan's nose. Huang Guiyan, you better explain yourself. What exactly is going on? Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the furious Ma Ruliyang, his expression a blend of amusement and disdain. Huang Guiyan, knowing he could not deny the truth, hung his head in shame. I am sorry, Vice President Ma. I betrayed your trust. You scoundrel. Ma Ruliyang kicked Huang Guiyan to the ground. Huang Guiyan fell, bowing his head in silence, too frightened to rise. After confronting Huang Guiyan, Ma Ruliyang turned to Chen Haoyu and said, Mr. Chen, I never imagined such a rogue could exist within Kangan Hospital. It is simply outrageous. Chen Haoyu inquired, Vice President Ma, how do you think Huang Guiyan should be dealt with? I hear his sister is your wife. Ma Ruliyang replied, It is precisely because he is my brother-in-law that I trusted him so much that I never expected this, Mr. Chen. Can we have a moment to speak privately? Chen Haoyu spoke softly. There is nothing that cannot be shared with others. We have all been colleagues for many years. We are all on the same team, and there is no need to conceal anything from each other, Ruliyang replied. What I mean is that if the matter concerning Huang Guiyan is reported to the police, it would have a severely detrimental impact on our hospital that IT would be best to handle internally. How about this? I will report to the dean, and we can convene a meeting in the hospital conference room in an hour. Chen Haoyu regarded him with a deep gaze and said, Very well, go speak with the dean. All right, Ma Ruliyang agreed. Leaving in a hurry, Chen Haoyu gently tapped the table with his fingers and added, Everyone except Huang Guiyan may return to their duties. Qin Qingqing rose and inquired, Mr. Chen, will Huang Guiyan still serve as the head of our internal medicine department? Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, Dr. Qin, what are you thinking? How could someone like him continue to work at Kangan Hospital? He faces two possible outcomes. If he complies, he merely needs to return the money and resign. If he resists, he may find himself in prison for 10 or 20 years. Qin Qingqing remarked. During the previous meeting, he and Vice Dean Ma intended to penalize Dr. Su 10,000 yuan for not attending her night shift last night. Chen Haoyu replied, I am aware of that. Dr. Su performed a 4.5-hour surgery yesterday afternoon and was utterly exhausted. Forcing her to take a night shift would be akin to committing murder. She returned home with my consent. If a penalty must be imposed, I will have the finance department deducted from my monthly dividends. Dr. Qin, are you satisfied? Qin Qingqing smiled. I am satisfied. Chen Haoyu stated. I still need to have a close conversation with Director Huang. You may all leave now. Once everyone departed, Chen Haoyu instructed the bodyguard to guard the door and turned to Huang Guiyan, who lay on the floor, that I possess the evidence of your crimes. Do not believe your brother-in-law can save you. Huang Guiyan had completely lost the demeanor of the head of the internal medicine department and pleaded desperately. Mr. Chen, I was in the wrong. I should not have harbored inappropriate thoughts about Su Yue. Please have mercy. Chen Haoyu sneered. If you wish to avoid prison, you must demonstrate sincerity. Huang Guiyan lifted his head and asked, What sincerity? Chen Haoyu replied coolly, I know that your brother-in-law, Ma Ruliyang, has embezzled a considerable sum. If you can provide me with the evidence, I can guarantee you will not go to prison, but we must act decisively. Targeting Huang Guiyan alone would only infuriate Ma Ruliyang further, making Su Yue's situation even more precarious. Therefore, it is imperative that I take down Ma Ruliyang as well. Huang Guiyan's pupils contracted sharply as he said, You intend to deal with my brother-in-law? This response immediately informed Chen Haoyu that Huang Guiyan likely possessed evidence of Ma Ruliyang's corruption. Otherwise, he would have denied it outright rather than respond with such a tone. Chen Haoyu pulled out his phone, fixing a cold glare on Huang Guiyan. I do not wish to hear any nonsense. You have 1 minute to consider. Either hand over the evidence of Ma Ruliyang's wrongdoing, or you will find yourself in prison. With that, Chen Haoyu set a timer, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes to rest. Huang Guiyan felt as though he were losing his mind, with two voices clashing within his head. One urged him to protect himself, while the other insisted he wait for Ma Ruliyang to save him. Chen Haoyu seemed to have anticipated Huang Guiyan's thoughts and said, I am with the Chao group. Do not delude yourself into thinking Ma Ruliyang can rescue you. Upon hearing this, Huang Guiyan fell into despair. 10, 9, 8, 7 The countdown from Chen Haoyu's phone echoed like a death knell. striking Huang Gian's heart and causing cold sweat to break out. 432 before the countdown could reach 1. Huang Gian finally cracked under pressure, saying, "There's a transaction video between him and the equipment supplier on my computer." A radiant smile spread across Chen Haoyu's face as he replied, "You have made a wise choice in the internal medicine office of Kangen Hospital." Qin Xingqing pulled Su Yue into a secluded corner, excitedly exclaiming, "So impressive! Yue, what exactly is Chen Haoyu's identity? How did he suddenly become a shareholder in our hospital?" Su Yue pondered for a moment before responding. "Do you remember how Ma Ruliang introduced Chen Haoyu?" Qin Xingqing thought for a moment and replied, "As the second largest shareholder." Su Yue nodded, saying, "Exactly, we all know the second largest shareholder is the Chao Group." Qin Xingqing's eyes lit up with realization. "I see now. He sought assistance from the Chao family, specifically Chao Cheng, to bolster your position." That Su Yue affirmed. "That should be the case." Qin Xingqing remarked with a grin, "But you must admit, Chen Haoyu truly exudes the aura of a significant figure. His commanding presence and piercing gaze are even more imposing than those of government officials." Reflecting on Chen Haoyu's recent demeanor, Su Yue agreed that he was indeed impressive. Were it not for her knowledge of his background, she would have thought she was in the presence of a patriarch from a prominent family. Qin Xingqing nudged Su Yue and whispered, "Have you considered developing a relationship with Chen Haoyu? Apart from his background, I believe he surpasses those so-called wealthy young masters." Su Yue remained silent for a long time before saying, "Sister Qing, do you know? It feels as though there's a layer of white mist surrounding Chen Haoyu, preventing anyone from getting close. The more I interact with him, the less I can understand him. I sense that his heart is entirely closed off, and even his smile seems somewhat insincere." Qin Xingqing replied, "Yue, your greatest flaw is your excessive pride and cool demeanor. When you like someone, why must you fully understand them? I recall a book that stated the essence of love is emotional, as long as there is rational thought. It cannot be entirely pure. If you were to completely see through Chen Haoyu, what would be left of him?" Noticing Su Yue's silence, Qin Xingqing gently patted her shoulder and asked, "Tell me honestly, do you enjoy being around him?" Su Yue admitted, "I do not dislike it." Qin Xingqing laughed. "In the past 2 years, the only man who has received such a compliment from you seems to be Chen Haoyu. Yue, you and Chen Haoyu are alike in that your hearts are also closed off. You should see if you can find a way to open yours." Su Yue nodded thoughtfully. Qin Xingqing chose not to pursue the topic further. She stretched her arms and declared, "At last, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Now that Huang Shuren is gone, my mood has improved significantly." Su Yue reminded her, "Do not forget, behind Huang Shuren lurks the even more formidable Ma Ruliang." Qin Xingqing raised an eyebrow. With Chen Haoyu as a major shareholder, how dare Ma Ruliang bully us? Just then, Luo Jiar, a new addition to the hospital, rushed in, exclaiming, "Dr. Su, Dr. Qin, come quickly. Something big has happened." Qin Xingqing asked, "What is it?" Luo Jiar replied, "That Mr. Chen has obtained evidence of Vice Dean Ma's embezzlement through Huang Gian. Now Vice Dean Ma is finished." Su Yue and Qin Xingqing exchanged astonished glances. Realizing that Chen Haoyu had intentionally diverted them from Ma Ruliang to interrogate Huang Gian, Qin Xingqing excitedly exclaimed, "I understand now. This guy intends to solve all your problems in one fell swoop." "Wow, that's incredibly impressive. Once these two villains are gone, we will be in the clear," Su Yue murmured. "He truly has a devious mind." As they exited the office, they caught sight of the hospital's disciplinary committee staff dragging the pale Huang Gian and Ma Ruliang away. Chen Haoyu stood beside Dean Zhu Jingwu, casually reaching into his pocket while observing the scene with a cold, unfeeling gaze. His eyes were devoid of warmth, exhibiting a chilling indifference. Zhu Jingwu, who was 62 years old and one of the most renowned internal medicine specialists in the country, founded Kangen Hospital. Thus, he served as both a dean and a major shareholder. Never did he expect that Kangen Hospital harbored such parasites. "This is my responsibility," Zhu Jingwu said solemnly. Chen Haoyu reassured him. "Dean Zhu, in a vast forest there are all kinds of birds. You need not take it to heart. However, I believe the lessons that must be learned should indeed be heeded." Zhu Jingwu nodded, saying Mr. Chen is right. "I am getting old, my energy is waning, and I lack interest in management, that I plan to hire a professional manager from outside to oversee the hospital's operations." What do you think? In order to alter the management approach of the hospital, Zhu Jingwu must secure the approval of the board of directors. Chen Haoyu currently stands as the second largest shareholder of Kangan Hospital, and as long as he has no objections, the matter is likely to be settled. If that is the case, I suggest you recruit several more managers to conduct in-depth research within the various departments of the hospital, subsequently drafting a comprehensive management proposal. The individual with the best plan should be appointed as the administrator here. That indeed sounds like an excellent strategy. I shall convene the board meeting tomorrow to discuss this matter. At that time, I kindly ask for your support. Chen Haoyu gestured towards Qin Qingqing and said, I have matters to attend to tomorrow. Let Dr. Qin represent me at the board meeting. Zhu Jingwu chuckled. Mr. Chen, may I inquire about Dr. Qin's relationship to you? Chen Haoyu was aware of Zhu Jingwu's misunderstanding regarding their relationship, but chose not to clarify. Simply stating, a friend. Zhu Jingwu acknowledged this with an O, and remarked, since the internal medicine department is in need of a director, I propose that Dr. Qin serve as the interim head. What do you think? Chen Haoyu replied with a smile. That is a matter for the hospital to decide. You may proceed as you see fit. Director Zhu, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Zhu Jingwu responded, very well, surrounded by several bodyguards. Chen Haoyu reached into his pocket as he made his way toward the elevator. His air of noble aloofness and commanding presence was reminiscent of an ancient monarch. As he passed by Su Yuyao, Chen Haoyu whispered, I will be waiting for you at the hospital entrance. As Su Yuyao subtly nodded an acknowledgement point 10 minutes later, she parked her car at the hospital entrance. Chen Haoyu, who had been waiting, promptly opened the passenger door and climbed in. Su Yuyao inquired, Is the Chow family assisting you? Chen Haoyu raised his thumb with a grin and replied, Astute observation. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Seated beside you is Mr. Chen Haoyu, the newly minted millionaire and representative of the Chow family's equity in Kangan Hospital. In other words, I am now one of your employers. Su Yuyao. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Yuyao's eyes as she asked, What have you done to receive such benefits from the Chow family? Chen Haoyu replied proudly, It's quite simple. I can cure the chronic leg condition of Chow Li Shue, the wealthiest man in Yanhai. Allowing him to stand once more, Su Yuyao had heard of Chow Li Shue's paralysis and remarked, If that is the case, then 1 million is hardly excessive. Chen Haoyu, now that you have wealth, should you not consider moving out of my home? Chen Haoyu retorted, Not a chance that I've come to realize that you possess a fortune-attracting aura. As long as I remain in your company, I stand a chance at great prosperity. I would be a fool to let go of such a good omen. Su Yuyao turned a glance at the carefree Chen Haoyu, struggling to reconcile him with the icy, commanding figure she had just encountered in the hospital. Chen Haoyu, your acting skills are quite impressive. If you pursued a career in performance, I believe you would undoubtedly win an Oscar. You can forget that notion that I've been an extra before .su domain, having helped you deal with those two incompetent leaders. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? How should I show my gratitude? How about treating me to lunch today, accompanying me to buy a car in the afternoon, and taking me somewhere tomorrow? Sounds good. Where to now? To the clinic. The Chow father and son are likely already there, waiting for me. For the leg treatment? That's for next week. Currently, I'm assisting Chow Chung in the pursuit of family assets. Once accomplished, I anticipate earning a substantial sum. Su Yuyao exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? How could you dare to meddle in such affairs? Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. Fear not. I am aiding the Chow family, not harming them. Once this is resolved, Chow Li Shue will only be grateful that Su Yuyao gazed deeply into Chen Haoyu's eyes, saying at times, I truly wish to open your head and see what lies within it. It had only been 4 or 5 days since Chen Haoyu's discharge from the hospital, and Su Yuyao had already been astonished by him numerous times. His culinary skills rivaled those of a 5-star chef. His fortune-telling was enigmatic, and he possessed medical expertise capable of reviving the deceased. Just these 3 attributes alone were enough to make any peer feel inadequate. Now he had forged a connection with the wealthiest individual in Yanhai and secured 1 million from him. If she did not know that Chen Haoyu had previously led a rather unremarkable life, she would have doubted the authenticity of his claims. Upon arriving at the clinic, Su Yuyao noticed a luxurious, extended Lincoln parked at the entrance before driving away. Chen Haoyu smiled at Chow Chung and said, Thank you for your assistance with the matters concerning Kangan Hospital. It turned out that the news of Chen Haoyu becoming the second largest shareholder of Kangan Hospital had been communicated to the hospital by Chao Cheng, and the bodyguards had also been arranged by him to lend support. Chao Cheng remarked, "I have heard about the developments at Kangan Hospital that Mr. Chen, your swift actions have effectively dealt with two pests. One cannot help but admire your prowess. In truth, we shareholders ought to express our gratitude to you." After exchanging pleasantries, Chao Cheng instructed the bodyguards to carry Chao Lishue from the vehicle. Chao Lishue glanced at the notice posted at the clinic. He chuckled, "Extraordinary people conduct extraordinary affairs. Dr. Chen, this announcement is bound to attract numerous patients who have long suffered from persistent ailments." Chen Haoyu replied, "The primary reason I established such a rule is to avoid exhausting myself. Life is but a fleeting few decades. Indulging in enjoyment is of utmost importance." Chao Lishue nodded in agreement, saying, "Dr. Chen, you possess a remarkable degree of detachment. If I could turn back the clock several decades, I might have made the same choice as you." Chen Haoyu smiled and remarked, "Mr. Chao, one's character shapes their destiny. You are not the type to settle for mediocrity. If you were to return to your 20s, you would undoubtedly strive even harder." Chao Lishue sighed and replied, "Perhaps." Upon entering the clinic, Chao Lishue instructed the driver and bodyguards to leave, saying, "Dr. Chen, Xiao Cheng, what is so crucial that it cannot be discussed at home and must be addressed here?" Chen Haoyu chuckled, "I knew it would be impossible to keep this from Mr. Chao." Chao Cheng produced a paternity test result and handed it to Chao Lishue, saying, "Dad, please take a look." Chao Lishue took the document, and upon reading the final line, his expression shifted dramatically, a spark of astonishment flashing in his eyes as he asked, "Whose is it?" Chao Cheng replied, "Yours and Xiao Hai's." Chao Lishue's face turned ashen. His piercing gaze fixated on Chao Cheng as he demanded, "Why the sudden need to test the paternity between me and Xiao Hai?" Chao Cheng glanced at Chen Haoyu, who stated, "It was I who suggested he do this." Chao Lishue frowned and said, "Dr. Chen, I require a reasonable explanation." Chen Haoyu replied nonchalantly, "As practitioners of the metaphysical arts, we not only draw talismans, but also possess the ability to discern fortunes. Just yesterday morning, I realized that Xiao Hai is not your son at all. Normally, I would not involve myself in such family matters, but this individual insisted on causing me trouble, so I mentioned it to Yi Huayan." Chao Cheng added, "When Brother Yuan informed me, I too found it hard to believe. Thus, I took your and Xiao Hai's hair for this expedited paternity test." Wretched woman, Chao Lishue's face flushed with anger, his chest heaving. Any normal man would find it intolerable to be cuckolded by his wife, let alone Chao Lishue, the wealthiest man in Yanhai. Nevertheless, having weathered many storms in the business world, Chao Lishue took a deep breath and quickly regained his composure. "How can I trust you too? I previously conducted a paternity test that yielded no discrepancies." Chao Cheng responded, "Dad, who did you send to conduct that test back then?" Chao Lishue pondered for a moment and replied, "Zhang Chao. Are you suggesting he tampered with the results?" Zhang Chao was the current CEO of the Chao Group and had once rendered significant service to Chao Lishue, even risking his life for him on 2 occasions. If anyone were to earn Chao Lishue's unwavering trust, it would undoubtedly be Zhang Chao. Chao Cheng countered, "It shouldn't be Zhang Shu. He and Xiao Hai bear no resemblance, and if he were involved, the Chao Group would have been in jeopardy long ago." Chen Haoyu interjected, "As long as Zhang Yazi speaks up, identifying this individual shouldn't be difficult." Chao Cheng asked, "Dr. Chen, do you have a plan?" Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, "Isn't it simple? Just give Zhang Yazi a call." Chao Lishue immediately grasped Chen Haoyu's intent, stating, "You wish to deceive her." Chen Haoyu nodded, affirming, "Precisely." Chao Lishue took a deep breath and said, "Then I shall trouble you with this matter." Chen Haoyu retrieved his phone and dialed the number as instructed by Chao Lishue. Before long, the call was answered. "Who is this?" came the voice of Zhang Yaji. Chen Haoyu cleared his throat and replied, "Is this Ms. Zhang Yaji?" "Yes, who are you?" "You need not concern yourself with my identity. I merely wish to inform you that your secret can no longer be concealed." "What do you mean?" "If Chao Lishue were to discover that Xiao Hai is not his biological son, do you believe he would hesitate to eliminate you? What nonsense are you spouting?" "Ms. Zhang, you should comprehend my implication quite clearly. I have not disclosed this to Chao Lishue. I confide in you in the hope of exchanging this secret for a sum of money. Should you refuse to pay me, I will promptly inform Chao Lishue. After all, it is merely a paternity test, and the truth can be easily uncovered. Zhang Yaji fell into a prolonged silence before responding. I did not understand what you were saying. Chen Haoyu coldly stated, I shall grant you 10 seconds to consider. After 10 seconds, I will immediately call Chao Lishue. Point 10, 9, 8, 7. Beside him, both Chao Lishue and Chao Cheng exhibited signs of tension. When Chen Haoyu reached 2, Zhang Yaji finally succumbed to the pressure and asked, How much do you want? Bang! Chao Lishue's expression darkened to an extreme as he could not help but strike his wheelchair. A palpable aura of menace emanated from him. Zhang Yaji's admission undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to Chao Lishue. Nothing is more infuriating to a man than such a revelation. Ignoring Chao Lishue, Chen Haoyu continued, I demand an unendorsed check for $10 million from Citibank. How shall I deliver it to you? At 10 o'clock tonight, I will send you a text message with the location for the transaction. I have no one. What a jest. If you had no one, how would you have given birth to Chao Hai? Very well, I understand. After hanging up, Chen Haoyu turned to Chao Lishue and inquired, Mr. Chao, what are your intentions? With gritted teeth, Chao Lishue replied, I shall eliminate that wretched woman. Mr. Chen, since Chao Hai is not my son, what about Xiao Chuan and Xiao Hui? His voice trembled slightly at the mention of the latter 2 children. Chen Haoyu responded, Your countenance reveals that you have 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter. Chao Lishue exhaled deeply, uttering, Heaven has eyes, perhaps due to the joy of having children in his later years. Chao Lishue adored the 2 little ones, Chao Chuan and Chao Xiaohui, to an extraordinary degree that if they were not his children, he might have wished for death. Chao Cheng interjected, Dad, it is precisely because of Xiao Chuan and Xiao Hui that I dared not inform you of this matter at home. Chao Lishue fixed a penetrating gaze on Chao Cheng and asked, What do you intend to do? Chao Cheng shook his head and replied, Dealing with Zhang Yaji and Chao Hai is not difficult. The challenge lies in how to explain it to Xiao Chuan and Xiao Hui. They are too young, and suddenly losing their mother might cause psychological issues for the 2 little ones. Chao Lishue expressed his relief, saying, Xiao Cheng, your concern for your younger siblings truly pleases me. Chen Haoyu cleared his throat and said, Gentlemen, do as you see fit regarding Zhang Yaji and Chao Hai. I have an appointment with a lady, and the clinic needs to close. Thank you, Dr. Chen, Chao Lishue said. Chen Haoyu rubbed his fingers together and remarked, A wealthy man of Yanhai will not merely express gratitude with words. Will he? Chao Lishue instructed, Xiao Cheng, please prepare a bank check for Dr. Chen in the amount of $5 million. Understood. Chao Cheng promptly produced a checkbook and issued a $5 million check to Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu flicked the check and smiled broadly, saying, This is indeed a delightful arrangement. Chao Lishue regarded Chen Haoyu with a profound gaze and proposed, Dr. Chen, I would like to offer you an annual salary of $30 million to serve as the chief advisor for our family. What do you think? Behind every affluent individual lies a council of advisors. Chao Lishue was no exception. The success of the Chao Group can largely be attributed to the over 30 advisors he has hired at great expense. Through these interactions, Chao Lishue had become convinced that Chen Haoyu was an exceptionally formidable figure in the realm of metaphysics. Perhaps he could not assist him in business, but in other matters. He could undoubtedly ensure the well-being of both himself and the entire Chao family. Chen Haoyu accepted the check and confidently stated, Mr. Chao, money is merely a material possession. Enough is sufficient. I do not mean to boast. But if I desire to amass wealth, there are countless ways to do so. The reason I operate this clinic is simply to experience life that I in this world. No one can employ me. 30 million is insufficient. Even 3 billion would not suffice. Observing the arrogance reflected in Chen Haoyu's gaze, Chao Lishue realized that this individual could not be swayed by monetary offers and quickly apologized. I apologize for my rashness. Chen Haoyu chuckled. No worries. You are now my esteemed clients. Should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. Provided it does not contravene the laws of nature, I shall do my utmost to help. Chao Cheng, feeling inspired, inquired, Dr. Chen, as a practitioner of metaphysics, you must have ways to handle Zhang Yaji and Chao Hai, correct? Chen Haoyu was well aware of Chao Cheng's implication and replied, I have already stated, I will not act against the laws of nature. Although Zhang Yaji's morality is questionable and Chao Hai is driven by greed, neither has committed any egregious acts. thus I cannot acquiesce to your request. The refusal did not stem from an inability to comply. Both Chao Lishue and Chao Cheng had silently elevated their perception of Chen Haoyu's potential threat to the highest level. In the car returning to the villa, Chao Lishue said in a low voice, "Xiao Cheng, Dr. Chen is a true marvel. You should engage with him more often, ideally becoming friends." Chao Cheng replied, "Dad, rest assured, I know what to do." Upon returning to the villa, Zhang Yaji greeted them with a beaming smile, showing no signs of unusual behavior. Chao Lishue nonchalantly stated, "Yaji, please hand me your phone. I need to use it." Zhang Yaji instinctively sensed something amiss and responded, "I'll go fetch it." Chao Lishue pointed to the phone on the coffee table and said, "Isn't it right there? Xiao Cheng, please bring it to me." Of course. Chao Cheng complied and handed the phone to Chao Lishue. He instructed Zhang Yaji to unlock the phone with her face. Upon examining the call history, Chao Lishue discovered Chen Haoyu's number, along with an unfamiliar number above it. He promptly dialed it. Zhang Yaji's expression shifted dramatically as she asked, "Husband, what are you doing?" Chao Lishue cast a cold glance at her, remaining silent. Soon, the call connected, and a familiar voice came through. "Yaji, did I not advise you against contacting me so frequently to avoid drawing Chao Zong's attention?" Chao Cheng's pupils dilated. He recognized the voice of Liao Boda, the captain of the Chao Group's fleet. Liao Boda had been Chao Lishue's driver for over a decade before being transferred to the fleet 2 years prior. Zhang Yaji's face drained of color, and she shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Bang! Chao Cheng kicked Zhang Yaji to the ground, angrily rebuking her, "Wretched woman, you have brought disgrace upon our family." Liao Boda, hearing the exchange between Zhang Yaji and Chao Cheng through the phone, immediately hung up. Chao Lishue fixed Zhang Yaji with a gaze as cold as death and stated, "The call this morning was made by me." Zhang Yaji opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately fell silent, fully aware of her impending fate. Chao Lishue calmly declared, "I require an explanation." Zhang Yaji, realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed, laid bare the entire situation. Over 20 years ago, before Zhang Yaji wed Chao Lishue, she had become entangled with Liao Boda. Subsequently, Zhang Yaji became pregnant and gave birth to Chao Hai. Chao Lishue, under the impression that Zhang Yaji was wholly his, arranged for Liao Boda to conduct a paternity test for himself and the child. Liao Boda, fearful of revealing the truth to Chao Lishue, resorted to fabricating a false certificate. Once it was confirmed that Chao Hai was his son, Chao Lishue married Zhang Yaji. Initially, their union was one of necessity, but as Chao Hai matured, Liao Boda and Zhang Yaji began to strategize for the benefit of the Chao group. Thus, Zhang Yaji started to sow discord before Chao Lishue and undermine Chao Cheng. Just as their machinations began to bear fruit, the affair between herself and Liao Boda was exposed, plunging Zhang Yaji, who was well aware of Chao Lishue's ruthless nature, into utter despair. "Husband, I beg you, for the sake of Xiao Chuan and Xiao Hui, spare me and Xiao Hai," Zhang Yaji pleaded desperately, kneeling on the ground. Chao Lishue replied icily, "Were it not for these 2 children, do you think I will allow you to live until now?" "Xiao Cheng, confine her." Xiao Cheng responded, "Understood." 2 bodyguards entered, flanking Zhang Yaji and escorting her away. Zhang Yaji cried out, "Husband, please do not harm Xiao Hai. You once cared for him deeply." Chao Lishue, his eyes closed, wore a face of grim determination. That very night, Chao Hai, racing with a group of wealthy youths, lost control of his vehicle and plummeted off a cliff, dying instantly. On her way to the hospital, Zhang Yaji was involved in an accident, struck by a truck, and fell into a vegetative state. Meanwhile, upon learning of the exposure, Liao Boda fled Yanhai and met his demise a month later in the East Japan. 1 cannot overlook that Chao Lishue's rise to become Yanhai's wealthiest individual was not without justification. His decisive and ruthless nature is unparalleled. However, that is a tale for another time. After leaving the clinic, Chen Haoyu rode his motorcycle home, as Su Yao had long awaited him in the underground parking lot. Once he was in the vehicle, Su Yao inquired, "Have you resolved matters concerning the Chao family?" Chen Haoyu replied with pride, "Indeed, I have. Would you care to know how much I earned?" Su Yao responded bluntly, "Not interested." Chen Haoyu was momentarily taken aback, retorting with irritation, "Su Yao, You ought to thank your mother for bestowing upon you such beauty. Otherwise, with that mouth of yours, you would surely face a fair share of beatings." A charming smile graced Su Yuyao's lips as she replied, "You flatter me. Chen Haoyu, your expression suggests you've made quite a profit from the Chow family. I desire a seafood feast this noon." Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu agreed. "No problem. My only condition is not to choose the best, but to select the most expensive. Haha, I now possess 15 million. I am indeed a wealthy man and must indulge once." Su Yao exclaimed, "Did you swindle the Chow family out of 5 million again?" Chen Haoyu shot her a glare, saying, "What do you mean by swindle? I saved the Chow family. All right, I'll share this with you. Chow Hai, the second son of the Chow family, is a bastard born from Chow Lishua's wife's affair with another man. They sought to seize the Chow family's assets, and I helped Chow Lishua resolve this matter. He rewarded me with 5 million. I asked that too much?" Su Yao furrowed her brow, asking, "How did you uncover this secret?" Chen Haoyu replied smugly, "It was all thanks to my skills and physiognomy. Upon seeing the resemblance between Chow Lishua and Chow Hai, I knew they couldn't possibly be father and son." Si Yao merely responded with an "oh" and chose not to elaborate further. After spending these days together, she had grown accustomed to Chen Haoyu's character. Compliment him once, and he would immediately enter boastful mode. Hence, remaining silent was the best approach to deal with him. Indeed, upon noticing Su Yao's silence, Chen Haoyu felt a wave of boredom wash over him and remarked, "Su Yao, you are exceedingly dull." Su Yao cast him a bemused glance, a smile tugging at her lips. During this period, she had lost count of how many times she had laughed, compared to her previously somber life. Having this lively companion felt rather delightful. The two arrived at the most renowned seafood restaurant in Yanhai, where they indulged in a lavish meal, costing a staggering 12,000 yuan. Of course, it was primarily Chen Haoyu who feasted, as Su Yuyao's appetite scarcely reached 1/5 of his. After their seafood banquet, they drove straight to the Ford dealership at Yanhai Auto City. Su Yao was perplexed by Chen Haoyu's choice of the Ford Raptor F-150. She couldn't fathom why he would opt for a pickup truck. Upon entering the Ford dealership, Chen Haoyu scanned the surroundings and noticed that there were not many customers present. Compared to other brands, the sturdy yet somewhat fuel-inefficient Ford vehicles evidently no longer met consumer demands. Chen Haoyu selected the Ford Raptor F-150 primarily for its capacity to haul more cargo. A young and attractive saleswoman promptly approached them, smiling as she said, "Hello, I am Zhang Xiao. How may I assist you today?" Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu inquired, "Do you have the Raptor F-150 in stock?" Zhang Xiao's eyes lit up as she responded, "A week ago, we imported a high-spec Raptor F-150, though it is somewhat pricey." Chen Haoyu waved dismissively, stating, "Price is not a concern. Performance is what matters most." Zhang Xiao stifled her excitement and said, "Please follow me." Soon, a brand new blue Raptor F-150 appeared before Chen Haoyu. With its imposing exterior, tech-savvy interior, exceptional performance, and robust power, coupled with a towing capacity of up to 3 tons, it was undeniably Chen Haoyu's ideal choice. After Zhang Xiao finished her introduction, Chen Haoyu decisively declared, "I'll take it. What's the total cost?" Zhang Xiao replied, "I can offer you a 10% discount, bringing the price to 1,200,000, which is 40% more than the standard version." Chen Haoyu asked, "How long will the paperwork take?" Zhang Xiao responded, "At most 2 hours." Chen Haoyu said, "Let's proceed with the invoice." A radiant smile spread across Zhang Xiao's face as she replied, "Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment. For a vehicle priced at 1,200,000, her commission alone would amount to 12,000 yuan, making Zhang Xiao nearly leap for joy. After completing the payment, Chen Haoyu, with time to spare, invited Su Yao to a nearby CF for coffee. Su Yao remarked, "Do men particularly enjoy flaunting their wealth?" Chen Haoyu nodded, "Of course. Women crave vanity, while men cherish their pride. It is a universal human flaw that no one can remedy. You know what I regret the most." Su Yao took a sip of her coffee, asking, "What?" Chen Haoyu lamented, "There were too few people at the Ford dealership. According to the plots of online novels, when I buy a car, there should be a wealthy individual mocking me for my inability to afford it, only for me to pay and slap him in the face." Su Yao was instantly amused by his words, asking, Chen Haoyu, how old are you? Is this amusing? Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow, responding, of course it's amusing. At least it feels satisfying. Su Yao rolled her eyes and suddenly noticed a middle-aged man entering, prompting her to laugh. Look, an old acquaintance has arrived. Chen Haoyu turned to see that the newcomer was none other than Zhang Kun, the president of Ruifeng Building. However, he was no longer accompanied by Han Solon, but rather a middle-aged woman dressed like a socialite. Upon spotting Chen Haoyu and Su Yao, Zhang Kuen's expression shifted noticeably. The middle-aged woman followed Zhang Kuen's gaze, and upon seeing Su Yao's angelic beauty, her countenance darkened instantly as she snapped, "Have you seen enough?" "What?" Zhang Kuen casually asked, only to quickly realize the gravity of the situation. He hastily added, "I wasn't looking at her." In the depths of his conscience, he feared most that Chen Haoyu and Su Yao would divulge matters concerning Han Solon, leaving him little time to appreciate the beauty of Su Yao. The middle-aged woman was none other than Zhang Kuen's wife, named Zhulan. The Ruifeng Building was, in fact, her property, with Zhang Kuen holding a mere 10% stake. Zhulan let out a cold snort, firmly grasping Zhang Kuen's arm and guiding him to a table beside Chen Haoyu, where she ordered 2 cups of unsweetened coffee from the waiter. Chen Haoyu cast a knowing glance at the perspiring Zhang Kuen and remarked with a smile, "Mr. Zhang, you seem well." Zhang Kuen visibly flinched, feigning ignorance of Chen Haoyu, and retorted, "Young man, who might you be?" Chen Haoyu replied, "Mr. Zhang, it seems the affluent often forget the faces of those who aid them. I am Chen Haoyu, the one who saved your life." "Have you truly forgotten your benefactor?" Zhu Lan shot a cold glance at Zhang Kuen and said, "Stop pretending. With such a stunning beauty present, how could you possibly forget? Mr. Chen, I am curious to know how you rescue my husband." Zhang Kuen gave Chen Haoyu a pleading look, to which Chen Haoyu smiled lightly and said, "Perhaps it would be best if Mr. Zhang recounted the tale himself." Clearly, Zhang Kuen was a practiced liar. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "I remember now. The last time I went to collect a debt, I was cornered, and it was this brother Chen who saved me. However, it was too dark for me to discern his features." Chen Haoyu and Su Yao exchanged glances, both expressing admiration for the swift response of this middle-aged, greasy man. Zhu Lan questioned suspiciously, "Is that true?" Chen Haoyu interjected, "False. All I did was shout that the police were coming. How could I possibly have the ability to rescue Mr. Zhang from 5 or 6 ruffians? What truly leaves me speechless is that Mr. Zhang promised to reward me with 50,000 yuan for my assistance. Yet that sum remains unpaid, quite lacking in propriety. Indeed, Su Yao nearly spat her coffee out. Chen Haoyu's deft maneuvering was nothing short of masterful. She had thought Zhang Kuen was already quite adept, but he paled in comparison to Chen Haoyu. Zhang Kuen cursed inwardly, yet his face feigned embarrassment as he said, "Brother, it was a tense moment. I simply forgot to take your contact information." Chen Haoyu replied, "Now that we have met, shouldn't you fulfill your promise?" Zhang Kuen was on the verge of exploding with rage, stammering, "This? What this?" Zhu Lan snapped, "Is your life not worth even 50,000 yuan? How miserly you have become with age." "Mr. Chen, allow me to cover this amount. Thank you for rescuing my husband." Chen Haoyu promptly retrieved his phone, found the payment code, and smiled, "Not at all, my lady. Please forgive my forwardness. I have been somewhat strapped for cash lately, which is why I had the audacity to bring up this 50,000 yuan again. Rest assured, once I am financially stable, I shall repay you." Zhu Lan transferred the money and remarked, "You are quite forthright. Is this your girlfriend? She is truly beautiful." Chen Haoyu replied, "One of my greatest achievements in life is having found a celestial being like Yu Yao as my girlfriend, despite my lack of wealth and influence. She has steadfastly chosen to be with me. Do you not think I should cherish and love her for a lifetime?" Zhu Lan nodded emphatically, "Absolutely. You two share a true love." Observing how effortlessly Chen Haoyu had won Zhu Lan over, Su Yao felt a profound admiration for him. And oh wonder he had dared to set up a fortune-telling stall in the past. With such eloquence, it was likely that anyone he encountered would be easily swayed. Meanwhile, Zhang Kuen felt increasingly uneasy, praying that Chen Haoyu would not reveal the matter concerning Han Solon to Zhu Lan, for the consequences would be dire. As the conversation between Chen Haoyu and Zhu Lan grew more engaging. A sense of camaraderie blossomed between them. Finally, when Zhu Lan excused herself to the restroom, Zhang Kun gritted his teeth and asked, "What is it that you want?" Chen Haoyu replied nonchalantly, "Mr. Zhang, Sister Lan is a generous and magnanimous person, possessing a spirit that rivals any man that I admire her character and wish to genuinely befriend her." Zhang Kun replied sternly, "Enough with the pleasantries. How much do you want to keep my secret?" Chen Haoyu stated, 50,000 yuan is the amount you owe me for saving your life. I have no interest in your sordid affairs." Su Yuyao could not help but interject, "Mr. Zhang, your wife loves you dearly. Do you not feel that your actions are a betrayal of her?" Zhang Kun seethed quietly. "Loves me dearly. Do you have any idea how domineering she is? Do you know the humiliation I suffer at home?" Chen Haoyu chuckled softly. "If she is indeed so domineering, yet you can still manage to find several women. Then if she were gentler, would you not have a harem of 3 palaces and 72 concubines?" Zhang Kun retorted, "She cannot even bear me a son. Why should I not seek companionship elsewhere?" Chen Haoyu's gaze sharpened as he said, "With the multitude of women you have pursued, besides your lust, is it not true that you also desire a child?" Zhang Kun's expression darkened as he admitted, "Yes, the hospital has long provided a diagnosis. Zhu Lan is unable to conceive." Chen Haoyu regarded him deeply and said, "Zhang Kun, for over a decade with so many women unable to bear you a child, do you not ponder where the real issue lies?" Zhang Kun's countenance shifted. "What do you mean?" Chen Haoyu replied, "Do you not grasp it? The inability to conceive is your issue, not hers. Sister Lan knows of your longing for a child, and to spare you heartache, she arranged for someone to alter the diagnosis." "How could that be?" Zhang Kun could hardly believe his ears. Rising abruptly, his finger trembling as he pointed at Chen Haoyu. "Are you lying to me?" Chen Haoyu responded, "If I can discern that Han Solan suffers from syphilis, then I can surely deduce whose fertility is in question between you two. If you doubt me, go to the hospital for an examination. When the results come in, you will comprehend Sister Lan's heartfelt intentions. At that point, should you continue in your ways, you would be lower than a beast." Zhang Kun's eyes reddened as he declared, "I will go now." Just then, Zhu Lan returned and noticed Zhang Kun's unusual demeanor. Asking, "What is wrong?" Zhang Kun replied curtly home. Zhu Lan turned to Chen Haoyu, who smiled and said, "Sister Lan, I specialize in treating difficult ailments. Should you and Mr. Zhang have any health concerns, do not hesitate to call me. I am confident I can help you achieve your desires." Zhu Lan did not grasp Chen Haoyu's insinuation, but Zhang Kun understood all too well, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Can you truly do that?" Chen Haoyu rubbed his fingers together and replied, "As long as the payment is sufficient, I can cure anything except terminal illnesses." Zhang Kun nodded, "I will remember that." After they departed, Su Yuyao stirred her coffee gently, murmuring, "If what you say is true, then Zhang Kun has truly betrayed Zhu Lan's deep affection." Zhu Lan, unable to bear children, not only refrained from remarrying, but also fabricated a grand lie out of concern for his well-being. Such loyalty stirred Su Yuyao's heart. Indeed, it was hard to argue otherwise. Chen Haoyu sighed, recalling the beloved of the carefree immortal from his dreams, Eugene Xin. Like Zhu Lan, Eugene Xin was a woman unafraid to love fiercely. For the carefree immortal, she risked her life, adamantly refusing to marry a prince, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Although the carefree immortal later wreaked havoc upon the prince's household in his fury, the beloved was lost forever, leaving him helpless in grief. It was the memory of that precious love that kept the carefree immortal from ever remarrying. With this thought, a wave of desolation swept over Chen Haoyu as he asked, "If it were you, would you do the same?" Su Yuyao answered without hesitation. No. Chen Haoyu sipped his coffee and replied softly, "Thus, you shall never be Zhu Lan. You are far too composed and rational. When the day comes that you lose your cool and reason entirely for a man, then you shall know that you have truly fallen in love." Su Yuyao gazed at Chen Haoyu in astonishment, noticing the profound sorrow and tenderness etched in his eyes, causing her heart to tremble fiercely. The deeper the love, the greater the pain. She yearned to discover who could have inflicted such heartache on this seemingly carefree man. Could it be Jiang Qian? Su Yao's delicate brows knitted slightly as an uncomfortable sensation unexpectedly washed over her. The two remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. After a moment, Chen Haoyu shook his head. Roused from his reverie, damn, who would have thought that the experiences of the carefree immortal in my dreams would impact my reality? I must be more cautious in the future, he mused silently. Just then, Su Yao's phone rang. Hello, Qingjia. What's the matter? On the other end, Qin Qingqing's voice trembled with tears. Yu Yao, he Jiahong has a daughter. The worry that had plagued Su Yao for days had finally come to pass. She shot Chen Haoyu a fierce glare, leaving him bewildered. What the hell? Why should I be the target of her ire because he Jiahong has a daughter? Qingjia, are you certain? Absolutely certain. Where are you now? I'm at the hospital. I'll pick you up for dinner this afternoon. We need to have a proper chat. After hanging up, Su Yao felt a wave of headache wash over her. You were spot on with your calculations. Chen Haoyu replied smugly. If I, a renowned celestial master, cannot predict such trifles, how could I maintain my standing in the realm? Su Yao retorted, Master Chen, what do you suggest I do to assist Qingjia? It's quite simple. Just share a drink with her, and by tomorrow, everything will be fine. Su Yao replied, exasperated. What kind of ridiculous solution is that? Chen Haoyu shrugged. Some matters are beyond the help of outsiders. As I said, it's up to Dr. Qin's own choices. That an hour later, Chen Haoyu drove his newly purchased Ford Raptor F-150, while Su Yao followed closely behind as they returned to the community. In the afternoon, Su Yao went to the hospital to pick up Qin Qingqing for dinner. What? That woman has a terminal illness and is about to die. Su Yao's face expressed shock upon hearing Qin Qingqing's words. At that moment, she finally comprehended why Chen Haoyu insisted on awaiting Qin Qingqing's own choice. Once that woman is gone, the child will undoubtedly be with He Jiahong. If Qin Qingqing still chooses to marry He Jiahong, she will become the stepmother to the child, a reality that no woman could easily accept. She is currently lying in a hospital room here. It's uncertain if she can last 3 more days. What does He Jiahong mean by this? He has already promised to raise the child at her bedside. That I end this situation. He has no choice. Yes, I have no grounds for complaint. That woman raised the child alone for 5 years. And it was only out of desperation that she informed Hong Ge. Hong Ge feels guilty towards me and proposed a breakup. Yao, what do you think I should do? Su Yao was a loss for words and could only offer her quiet consolation. After dinner, Qin Qingqing insisted on having Su Yao accompany her to a bar for drinks. Xiao disliked the noisy atmosphere of bars, yet seeing her friend in such distress, she felt compelled to risk her life to accompany her friend. At the Crown Bar, a scruffy-looking young man pointed at Su Yao and exclaimed, Young Master Wang, look! A stunning beauty has arrived. My heavens, she is more beautiful than those big stars. The man, referred to as young Master Wang, was in his 20s, tall and slender, sporting a typical trader haircut, with a long face and prominent nose, making him somewhat handsome, albeit with a demeanor that felt quite unrefined. Following the direction his subordinate pointed, Wang Jianxing's eyes lit up upon spotting Su Yao, his face instantly transforming into a lecherous grin. With her lustrous black hair, exquisite features, and alluring figure complemented by an elegant aura, Su Yao could only be described as the embodiment of a perfect woman. What is a flawless woman? This is it. Those so-called beauties he had encountered in the past paled in comparison to Su Yao. Damn, truly a gem among gems, Wang Jianxing murmured. One of the ruffians chimed in. Young master, with your charm, it's a sure thing you'll win her over. Of course, Wang Jianxing replied, adjusting his attire, raising his glass, and striding towards Su Yao and Qin Qingqing. Tea that moment, Qin Qingqing was already quite inebriated. Unable to manage her, Su Yao called Chen Haoyu, requesting him to come and pick her up. After half an hour had passed with no sign of Chen Haoyu, Su Yao grew increasingly anxious. If she drank any more, Qin Qingqing would truly be in trouble. Beautiful lady, I'm Wang Jianxing, the CEO of Jingshang Real Estate. May I ask your name? Wang Jianxing approached Su Yao, revealing a self-assured smile. In just 1 hour, Su Yao had already turned down 5 men who attempted to strike up a conversation, and naturally, she had no intention of being cordial with Wang Jianxing. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, but I'm accompanying a friend. Beautiful lady, don't be so distant. I simply wish to get to know you and befriend you. Su Yao stood up decisively, coldly stating, I have no interest in knowing you. Nor do I wish to befriend you. Do you understand? Wang Jianxing clutched his chest, saying, Lady, your words are rather hurtful. Su Yao, uninterested in engaging in idle chatter with him, supported Qin Qingqing, saying, Qingjia, let us go. Qin Qingqing. Her face flushed, shook her head vigorously, insisting, I want tea leave. I want to drink at a drink can alleviate 1,000 woes. Wang Jianxing interjected immediately, exactly. Beautiful lady, I'll drink with you. Cheers. Qin Qingqing, her eyes hazy, looked at Wang Jianxing and asked, Who are you? Do I know you? I'm from Jingshang. Wang Jianxing began, but before he could finish, Qin Qingqing abruptly vomited all over him. Su Yao's expression shifted, realizing the trouble that was about to ensue with this wealthy, second-generation heir. As expected, Wang Jianxing pointed at his stained clothes and said, Lady, your friend just threw up on me. What do you propose we do about this? Su Yao replied, I apologize. How much were your clothes? I'll compensate you. Wang Jianxing raised an eyebrow and said, 300,000. Su Yao, astute and quick-witted, recognized that Wang Jianxing was deliberately provoking her. So she replied, That works. That my friend will arrive shortly, and he'll pay you. Wang Jianxing countered, This isn't merely a monetary issue. You've made me feel utterly disgusted. I deserve some compensation for emotional distress. Su Yao remained silent, merely watching him with a cold gaze as he continued his tirade. Wang Jianxing, sensing her lack of engagement, rambled on, I don't want money. I just want your friend to drink a toast and apologize to me. Su Yao stated, She can't drink. Wang Jianxing smugly replied, Then you shall have to drink in her stead. With that, he waved his hand, summoning 5 or 6 lackeys. One of them handed Wang Jianxing 2 glasses of brandy, laced with something. Wang Jianxing offered 1 glass to Su Yao, saying, Beautiful lady, drink this, and we can forget about your friend's misdeed. Su Yao, fully aware of Wang Jianxing's ill intentions, replied coolly, What if I refuse to drink? Wang Jianxing's expression darkened as he said, Then I'll have to make your friend drink in your place. And sooner had he spoken than Qin Qingqing snatched the glass from Wang Jianxing's hand and downed it in one go, exclaiming, What's the big deal about alcohol? I'll drink with you. With that, she collapsed onto Su Yao. Wang Jianxing, seeing that Qin Qingqing had consumed the drink, grew irate and said, Who told you to drink? That doesn't tea count, Su Yao retorted. Why doesn't tea count? Wang Jianxing stubbornly insisted, You could drink 1 glass, but she must drink 3. Su Yao was furious but felt utterly powerless. Wang Jianxing said, If you don't wish to drink, you can accompany me to KTV for an hour of singing, and this matter will be settled. Su Yao scoffed, pulling out her phone to call Chen Haoyu. But one of the ruffians suddenly snatched it away. Beautiful lady, our young master is speaking with you, and you're trying to make a call. I sent tea that a bit rude. Su Yao fumed. Give me back my phone. Wang Jianxing chuckled. See, she is truly a breathtaking beauty. Even in anger, she remains stunning. Perhaps it would be best if I handled this matter. Just as Su Yao was at a loss for how to proceed, Chen Haoyu finally appeared by her side. Upon seeing him, Su Yao felt a wave of relief wash over her and reproached, Why did you take so long to arrive? Chen Haoyu shrugged and replied, There was a traffic jam, so I had to ride a shared bicycle over. Has Qingjia had too much to drink? Su Yao explained it was manageable at first, but after 1 glass of brandy he offered, she passed out completely. Chen Haoyu nodded. First, let us help Qingjia sit comfortably. Give me 5 minutes, and I will take care of this. All right, perhaps it was the mysterious and formidable demeanor Chen Haoyu had exhibited in recent days that made Su Yao feel entirely at ease. Trusting that he would resolve the situation adeptly, Wang Jianxing, noticing that Chen Haoyu seemed utterly dismissive of him, was incensed and retorted, Who the hell are you? Chen Haoyu pointed at Su Yao and said, My woman, can't you tell? Su Yao shot him a glare, pretending she hadn't heard. Wang Jianxing sneered, Kid, spare me the theatrics. If you want to play the hero saving the damsel, you'd better make sure you have the ability to back it up. Chen Haoyu glanced at the wine glass in Wang Jianxing's hand and remarked, You've mixed something in there. Haven to you? Wang Jianxing scoffed, What makes you think I put something in? Chen Haoyu smiled and said, With a wife as beautiful as mine, if you didn't tea-spike her drink to incapacitate her, then you're not much of a man, are you? You. Hearing Chen Haoyu's words, Wang Jianxing was momentarily rendered speechless. Chen Haoyu continued. Which school do you belong to? Bajiquan, Xingyiquan, Taijiquan, or Bagua? Wang Jianxing, once again caught off guard, replied, I am the CEO of Jingshang Real Estate. Chen Haoyu was taken aback. CEO? You're a businessman, not a rogue? A thug nearby mocked. What era do you think this is? Are we still in the world of martial arts? Have you read too many wuxia novels? If he was a rogue, then this would be easier. Chen Haoyu moved with lightning speed, snatching the wine from Wang Jinxing's hand, then pinching his mouth shut with one hand while pouring the spiked brandy down his throat with the other. The entire process was swift and seamless. Before Wang Jinxing could react, Chen Haoyu had completed all his actions. Wang Jinxing was furious, bellowing, You're asking for death. Brothers, beat him up? Asking for death. Chen Haoyu pulled a handgun from his pocket, pressing the barrel directly against Wang Jinxing's heart. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he said coldly, Kid, if you dare to lay a hand on my woman, you truly must not fear death. Oh my God, he has a gun. Wang Jinxing's lackeys hurriedly stepped back, their faces drained of color. The other patrons in the bar gasped in shock. Wang Jinxing looked down at Chen Haoyu's gun, trying to sound brave as he said, Who do you think you're scaring with a toy gun? Chen Haoyu's voice was devoid of warmth as he stated, I will count to 3, and you will apologize to my woman. Otherwise, I will let you experience firsthand whether this gun is real or not. 1.2. Click. Just as Chen Haoyu was about to say 3, Wang Jinxing finally buckled under the pressure, saying, Miss, I apologize. I didn't know you were this gentleman's woman. Please, let bygones be bygones. Su Yao could hardly believe that Chen Haoyu would possess a real gun, saying, Honey, this ice and tea overseas. Chen Haoyu shot Wang Jinxing a cold glance, patting his cheek and saying, Kid, you're lucky that if news of my gun reaches the police, I will take your entire family's lives. Do you understand? Wang Jinxing, drenched in cold sweat, nodded fervently, I understand. Chen Haoyu turned his attention to Wang Jinxing's lackeys, who were now retreating several steps in fear. Damn it, a bunch of cowards. Chen Haoyu holstered his gun, lifted the unconscious Qin Qingqing, and departed the Huangqiao bar with Su Yao. Wang Jinxing let out a sigh of relief, muttering, Make sure to investigate this kid thoroughly for me. Or, I swear. Before he could finish, the effects of the drug suddenly hit him, causing him to sway and collapse into the arms of one of his lackeys. Once outside the bar, Chen Haoyu placed Qin Qingqing in Su Yao's car and asked, Shall we take her back to her place or ours? Su Yao replied, With Qingjie in this state, I can't leave her alone. Chen Haoyu made an okay gesture and said, All right, then I'll drive, and you can look after her in the back. Su Yao nodded and climbed into the car. On the way, Su Yao inquired, When did you buy that replica toy gun? Chen Haoyu, knowing he couldn't hide it from her, replied, I bought it tonight. How did I do as a rogue assassin? Su Yao remarked, Not even close. Your true identity could be uncovered by Wang Jinxing with just a little digging. Chen Haoyu chuckled, Well, that depends on whether he is clever enough to figure it out. If this kid dares to trouble me, I wouldn't mind showing him why the flowers bloom so beautifully. Su Yao said, Didn't you claim your skills were unmatched? I assumed you would handle them decisively. Chen Haoyu scoffed, As a distinguished celestial master, why would I lower myself to brawl with a bunch of thugs unless absolutely necessary? Su Yao eyed him skeptically. You're not afraid of getting beaten up, are you? Chen Haoyu retorted, With those thugs, I could take on 100 alone to Su Day body. Why couldn't you have chosen a quiet sake bar to enjoy a drink with Qingjie instead of heading to Huangqiao bar? Do you realize how many predatory types like Wang Jinxing are on the prowl there? Su Yao replied, It was Qingjie who brought me. I'd never been to a bar before, so how would I know about a sake bar? Chen Haoyu was left speechless. Fine, UWI and Su Yao asked. Chen Haoyu, aren't you supposed to be able to predict the future? What do you think Qingjie will choose? Chen Haoyu answered, A person's fate is in constant flux. Especially for women, their thoughts change so rapidly that even a celestial being would struggle to predict them. Su Yao huffed, Did you already know that child's mother was terminally ill? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Chen Haoyu replied, What could you have done about it? It would only serve to add to your worries. Su Yao sighed, You're right, that I truly cannot do anything. I can only keep her company to alleviate her distress. Upon returning home, Su Yao settled Qin Qingqing into the guest room. However, it wasn't long before she was violently ill. Su Yao spent over an hour tending to her before finally managing the situation. After tossing the soiled sheets and clothes into the washing machine, Su Yao noticed that Chen Haoyu's bedroom door was wide open and curiously stepped inside. She found Chen Haoyu engrossed in a book. Intrigued, she asked, "What are you reading?" Chen Haoyu didn't look up, replying, "The Grandmaster Liu Bowen's annotations on the Spirit Chess Classic. Can you even understand it?" Of course. Legend has it that Liu Bowen severed 99 dragon veins for the sake of the Ming dynasty, leaving only the one at Changbai Mountain, which ultimately led to the downfall of the Ming dynasty at the hands of the Qing. Is there any truth to this? Of course not. Where do such nonsensical dragon veins come from? If there were truly 100 dragon veins, wouldn't that imply that after the Ming dynasty, 100 more dynasties would emerge? How could that be possible? Thus, it seems that you so-called cultivators are not nearly as miraculous as legend suggests. Cultivators are simply those who have learned a bit more than ordinary people. Take Liu Bowen, for instance. He was indeed impressive, yet in the end, he couldn't even retire in peace and lived only into his 60s. Chen Haoyu turned to look at Su Yao. Momentarily rendered speechless, Su Yao was clad in a delicate silk nightgown, which completely showcased her flawless figure. In fact, under the illumination of the lights, Chen Haoyu could faintly perceive the allure beneath the nightgown. Upon noticing the look of unabashed admiration on Chen Haoyu's face, Su Yao suddenly realized that her attire was excessively provocative and revealing. With a sharp gasp, she hurriedly fled, her cheeks flushed. Chen Haoyu exhaled deeply, calming his racing heart. What a femme fatale! A woman like that would surely cost a man a decade of his life. Yet, on the other hand, even if it meant losing 20 years, countless men would likely line up for a chance. The following day, after completing his morning classes, Chen Haoyu busied himself in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Just as he finished, Qin Qingqing and Su Yao emerged from their slumber. Upon seeing the spread of egg pancakes, millet pumpkin porridge, stir-fried greens, and pickled vegetables on the table, Qin Qingqing gave a thumbs up and remarked, "Chen Haoyu, you truly are a model husband." Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes, responding with irritation, "Dr. Qin, if you aren't skilled at complimenting, please refrain from forced flattery." Qin Qingqing chuckled. "All right then. Yu Yao fill me in on last night's events." "Thank you." Chen Haoyu replied. "Is that all?" "A mere thank you seems rather insincere, and to the very least, a generous red envelope would suffice." Qin Qingqing shrugged, saying, "I have neither money nor a life to spare." Chen Haoyu scoffed, "Then stop rambling and hurry up and freshen up." After breakfast, everyone returned to their respective homes. Qin Qingqing laughed. "Are you trying to shoo me away?" Chen Haoyu retorted confidently, "Of course, with such a glaring light bulb around, how can Yu Yao and I enjoy our time together?" "Get lost," Su Yao curtly shot back, eliciting a hearty laugh from Qin Qingqing. While washing up, Qin Qingqing nudged Su Yao and whispered, "Darling, Chen Haoyu is really quite remarkable." Su Yao paused in contemplation and replied, "Let's see how fate unfolds." Upon hearing this, Qin Qingqing sensed a glimmer of hope. "Chen Haoyu, did Yu Yao mention that you had already predicted Hong Ji's daughter?" Qin Qingqing inquired while eating breakfast. Chen Haoyu shot a fierce glare at the reticent Su Yao and remarked, "Some people are not very good at keeping secrets." Qin Qingqing interjected, "Don't blame Yu Yao. I pressed her for the information." "Chen Haoyu, I know you possess great insight. If you were her shoes, what would you do?" Chen Haoyu replied nonchalantly, "Since you've already made a decision, why ask me?" Qin Qingqing gazed intently at Chen Haoyu and said, "I genuinely want to know." Setting down his chopsticks, Chen Haoyu earnestly stated, "There's a saying, in life, one must know how to hold on and how to let go. Holding on is about responsibility, while letting go speaks to one's vision. Dr. Qin, ask yourself, what is it that you cannot let go of?" Qin Qingqing fell silent and replied, "I do not know." Chen Haoyu continued, "Did he Jiahong deceive you? No, did that woman steal your beloved? No, the root of your distress is simply the presence of that unexpected little girl, standing between you and he Jiahong. Dr. Qin, you must understand that in this situation, both of you had choices. The only one without a choice is that little girl. She has lost her mother. If her father were to abandon her for you, could you both live peacefully after marriage?" He paused before adding, "Of course, as long as you can genuinely let go of this relationship, you are free to step away." Su Yao coughed lightly. signaling to Chen Haoyu. What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes and said, I am merely speaking the truth. Suddenly, Qin Qingqing burst into laughter. Chen Haoyu, I think you have a knack for being a relationship expert. Chen Haoyu replied proudly. You have discerning taste, to be honest. I've already qualified as a psychological counselor. Qin Qingqing raised her thumb, exclaiming, impressive. I attempted to take the exam once, but unfortunately, it was too difficult and I did not pass. Chen Haoyu chuckled. What can I say? You still have a way to go compared to this genius. Qin Qingqing and Su Yuyao exchanged glances, both bursting into laughter. After breakfast, Chen Haoyu drove his newly purchased pickup truck to the market, where he wholesale purchased 50 boxes of poultry, fish, and meat, as well as 12 boxes of fruits and snacks, including over 30 watermelons. Once everything was settled, he returned to the community and called for Su Yuyao to join him. At that moment, Qin Qingqing had already departed. I in the car. Chen Haoyu asked, Is Dr. Qin all right now? Su Yuyao replied, Yes, she has decided to marry He Jiahong and co-parent that child. She made a wise choice. Chen Haoyu, I must say, your words were quite impactful. Chen Haoyu replied, Of course. This psychological counselor of mine is not all talk. Stop boasting in front of me. Tell me, with all these goods, where are you taking me? Su Yao queried. To my home. Sunshine Orphanage. Chen Haoyu responded. Sunshine Orphanage? Su Yao was taken aback. Looking at Chen Haoyu in astonishment, at that moment, she suddenly comprehended why Chen Haoyu had purchased a pickup truck. It was to transport more supplies for the children at the orphanage. Sensing Su Yao's gaze, Chen Haoyu chuckled. Could you not look at me like that? You're making me blush. Su Yao snapped back to reality, saying, You have a thick skin. It's not so easy to embarrass you. Now, tell me about the situation at Sunshine Orphanage. Why do you want me to pretend to be your girlfriend? Who are we putting on a show for? Chen Haoyu explained, The head of the orphanage is named Wu. I refer to her as Mom. She has no children of her own and treats me like her own son that I hope you can help me win her over. Su Yao nodded. Understood. I will have a good conversation with Mom and ensure you don't get exposed. Hearing Su Yao's address, Chen Haoyu gave her a thumbs up. You've adapted to the role quite quickly. Your acting skills are commendable, almost on par with mine. Su Yao rolled her eyes, replying, Thank you for the compliment. Sunshine Orphanage is located on the outskirts of Yanhai, established over 20 years ago from a private kindergarten. The headmistress, Wu Xiaofang, is a woman who has endured great hardship. In her late 30s, she lost her husband and 2 children in a tragic car accident, leaving her all alone. Despite having lost the ability to bear children, Wu Xiaofang did not succumb to despair. Instead, she founded Sunshine Orphanage and has since adopted 216 children, with Chen Haoyu being one of them. Now 67 years old, she still cares for 30 to 40 orphans. In Chen Haoyu's heart, Wu Xiaofang is not only his mother, but also the person he respects most in his life. Parking the car in front of Sunshine Orphanage, Chen Haoyu took out 4 packs of cigarettes and approached the security booth, chuckling, Uncle Liang, are your eyes getting blurry? Still reading? The Uncle Liang mentioned by Chen Haoyu is named Liang Aigua, a 65-year-old former soldier who has been on guard duty since retiring from a garment factory 5 years ago. Xiaoyu, it's been a while since you last visited. Wow, have you struck it rich? Liang Aigua exclaimed. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow, boasting, I've been dealing in agarwood abroad lately, making millions that I'm officially a wealthy man now. Liang Aigua laughed heartily. I knew you would succeed. Chen Haoyu placed the 4 packs of cigarettes on the table, saying, Uncle Liang, this is a little something for you and Uncle Shun. 2 packs each. Quite generous, wouldn't you say? Liang Aigua's eyes sparkled as he replied, Absolutely, this is more than enough. Chen Haoyu chuckled, then hurry up and open the gate. I have a truckload of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. In this scorching weather, if we don't put in the cold storage soon, it will spoil. Liang Aigua stood up and glanced at Chen Haoyu's truck. Noticing a stunning beauty seated in the passenger seat, he exclaimed in surprise, Xiaoyu, have you found a girlfriend? Chen Haoyu replied, Indeed. Her name is Su Yuyao, a doctor from Kangan Hospital. What do you think? Beautiful, right? Liang Aigua gave a thumbs up, saying, You really are fortunate. Chen Haoyu quipped, What can I say? It's mainly due to my handsome looks and irresistible charm. Get lost. Stop boasting to me, Liang Aigua retorted playfully. Liang Aigua chuckled and playfully scolded, picking up the remote control and pressing a button. The door to the orphanage slowly creaked open. Chen Haoyu said, "I'll chat with you later. I need to get busy." Liang Igua waved his hand and replied, "Go ahead." Watching the vehicle enter the orphanage, Liang Igua revealed a faint smile and remarked, "This lad is quite commendable. He hasn't forgotten his roots." Sunshine Orphanage is modest in size, consisting of a dilapidated 4-story building and a small playground. The building was once a kindergarten classroom, which was later converted into dormitories for the children. The kitchen and dining hall are situated on the first floor. 6 years ago, due to a lack of fresh vegetables, the orphanage experienced a collective gastrointestinal distress incident to ensure such an occurrence would not happen again. Wu Xiaofang spared no expense in constructing a cold storage facility adjacent to the playground, albeit a meager 20 square meters. Chen Haoyu parked the vehicle in front of the cold storage and alighted with Su Yuyao. A few boys playing football on the playground spotted Chen Haoyu's car and immediately rushed over. "Brother Yu, where have you been? We've missed you so much." The leader of the group, a boy named Huzi, leaped onto Chen Haoyu, beaming with joy. The other children gathered around Chen Haoyu, bouncing with delight. Chen Haoyu set Huzi down and teased, "Cut it out. I see you're all just after some treats, aren't you?" Huzi chuckled, "If you brought some delicious snacks, that would be even better. You little rascal are asking for a beating." Chen Haoyu said, lifting his leg to playfully kick at him. Huzi quickly dodged, sticking out his tongue and making a face. One little boy asked, "Brother Yu, who is this big sister? She's really beautiful, just like a fairy from a painting." Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, "This is my girlfriend. You can call her Sister Sue." The children chorused, "Hello, Sister Sue." Gazing at the delightful children, Su Yuyao's face lit up with a radiant smile as she greeted, "Hello, everyone." Chen Haoyu then said, "Huzi, I have a task for you. Go fetch my mother as quickly as you can. I brought back quite a few items that need to go into the cold storage." Huzi stomped his right foot and saluted Chen Haoyu, declaring, "Yes, Brother Yu, I will accomplish this mission." With that, he dashed off, and the other children clamored to follow him. Chen Haoyu chuckled, "These little rascals are even more mischievous than I was at their age." Su Yao inquired, "Do you come back often?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I come back nearly 2 or 3 times a month. By the way, if my mother asks about our relationship, just say we've been dating for 6 months and officially established our relationship last week. Also, make sure to tell her nothing about my hospitalization. Just say I've been digging agarwood in the mountains of Vietnam for the past 3 months. Understood?" Su Yao nodded. "Got it. Chen Haoyu, I want to ask you a question." "What question?" he replied. Su Yao fixed her penetrating gaze on him and asked, "Have you ever felt that your previous smiles were rather insincere?" Chen Haoyu was taken aback and responded, "What do you mean?" Su Yao explained, "When you see the children, your smile is pure and genuine. I can feel it comes from the heart. Yet, when you interact with me or others, your smile is entirely different. It's as if you wield your smile as a weapon to conceal your true emotions." Chen Haoyu, do you harbor a sense of wariness towards everyone? Chen Haoyu laughed. "Sister Sue, are you misinterpreting my demeanor?" Su Yao sighed. "Look, your insincere smile has returned." Chen Haoyu touched his nose and said, "In any case, I hold no reservations regarding you." Su Yao countered, "You do. I can sense it." Chen Haoyu was left speechless, conceding, "Fine. If you say so, then so be it." After a while, an elderly lady in her 60s approached. Surrounded by a throng of children, a radiant smile spread across Chen Haoyu's face. "Mom, I miss you so much," he exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Wu Xiaofang and planting a hearty kiss on her cheek. Wu Xiaofang wriggled free from his embrace, wiping her face and expressing her disdain. "How dirty!" Chen Haoyu clutched his heart and lamented, "Mom, your words wound me deeply." "Oh, hush!" Wu Xiaofang shot him a glare, then turned to Su Yuyao, exclaiming, "My goodness, is this a fairy descended from heaven? Xiaoyu, aren't you going to introduce her?" Without delay, Chen Haoyu positioned himself beside Su Yuyao, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, and proudly declared, "This is your future daughter-in-law." Su Yao, an internist at Kangan Hospital. Although her medical skills may not surpass mine, she is exceptional in her own right, certainly among the top tier of her peers. That Wu Xiaofang playfully smacked him, saying, "What nonsense! Hello, Annie, I'm Su Yao, Haoyu's girlfriend." Su Yao greeted Wu Xiaofang with poise. Wu Xiaofang, took Su Yuyao's hand, scrutinizing her closely. My dear, how many good deeds must Xiaoyu have done his past life to be with you? Chen Haoyu interjected. Mom, your son is quite impressive too, you know? Wu Xiaofang replied with a hint of exasperation. Fine, I admit you are exceptional. Is that satisfactory? Chen Haoyu chuckled. Now we're getting somewhere. Mom, hand me the keys. I bought a lot of things that need to go into the cold storage. Wu Xiaofang handed the keys to Chen Haoyu, saying, you and Huzi can unload the items. I'll take you out to my place to cool off. Chen Haoyu gave an okay gesture. No problem. After Wu Xiaofang and Su Yuyao left, Chen Haoyu led the children to start unloading. Upon seeing the abundance of treats, the children were overjoyed and worked energetically. Once finished, Chen Haoyu instructed, Huzi, grab 8 large watermelons and distribute them for everyone to enjoy. Huzi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he responded, yes. One child gulped and pointed at a box of shrimp chips. Brother Yu, I want to eat shrimp chips. Chen Haoyu replied, no way. All snacks can only be eaten after lunch. Mom will distribute them then, understood? The children chorused, understood. Chen Haoyu waved his hand. Let us go eat watermelon. Yay! In a chorus of cheers, the 8 larger children each grabbed a watermelon and eagerly followed Chen Haoyu toward the dormitory. Soon, all the children had gathered in the dining hall. Chen Haoyu instructed the chef to cut the watermelons and distribute them to the children. He took a few pieces of watermelon and made his way to Wu Xiaofang's office. Mom, Yuyao, what are you two chatting about? Chen Haoyu placed the watermelon on the table and asked with a smile. Su Yuyao replied, we were talking about you. Chen Haoyu took a bite of watermelon and said, what is there to talk about? Su Yuyao continued, Mom mentioned that you were quite a reserved child. Very introverted. Chen Haoyu chuckled. Do you find that hard to believe? Su Yuyao responded, to be precise, it's difficult to comprehend. Chen Haoyu shrugged. A person's character can change with their environment. Don't let my current chatterbox persona fool you. I was once a melancholic, elegant youth. Wu Xiaofang and Su Yuyao exchanged glances and burst into laughter. After eating a couple of pieces of watermelon, Chen Haoyu said, take your time. I'm going to help Uncle Zhao in the kitchen. Wait a moment, Wu Xiaofang interrupted. I need to speak with you about something. Chen Haoyu inquired. What is it? Wu Xiaofang pulled out a bank card from the drawer, saying, Xiaoyu, you're no longer alone. It's time to consider your future with Yu Yao as well. This 300,000 is what you transferred the other day. I've withdrawn it. Take it back and use it for a down payment on a house. Su Yuyao felt a stirring in her heart, and a trace of surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes. Just a few days ago, Chen Haoyu had not yet become acquainted with the Chao family, and he likely possessed only this 300,000 that nevertheless, he still donated the money to the orphanage, which clearly indicates that Chen Haoyu is not a greedy person. This revelation stands in stark contrast to the impression he usually gives her. In that moment, Su Yuyao suddenly realized that she may have never truly understood Chen Haoyu, or rather, she had only glimpsed his surface. Perhaps only at the Sunshine Orphanage could one witness the real Chen Haoyu. Mom, I may need to reintroduce myself to you, he declared. That Wu Xiaofang was taken aback and asked, what do you mean? Chen Haoyu stood up, feigning an air of bravado, and said, Mom, I'm no longer the person I used to be. Now, I'm a multi-millionaire. A mere 300,000 is insignificant to me. Wu Xiaofang responded in astonishment. Is that true? You're not just bragging, are you? Su Yuyao laughed and said, Mom, it's true. Haoyu has been treating Mr. Chao Lishue, the richest man in Yanhai, for his leg, and Mr. Chao gave him 15 million. Chen Haoyu took out his phone and showed Wu Xiaofang his account, saying, what do you think? Impressive, right? Wu Xiaofang exclaimed joyfully. Impressive, Chen Haoyu continued, so you can spend that 300,000 freely. Next month, I will give you another million. Wu Xiaofang playfully hit him and chided, you're acting like a nouveau riche. Now that you have money, you should quickly buy a house. Only with a house can you settle down in Yanhai. Chen Haoyu hastily replied, got it. Don't worry, there will be bread, and there will be a house. Realizing the time, he rushed to the kitchen to help. After he left, Wu Xiaofang shook her head and remarked, this boy will never grow up. SEO interjected, Mom, he only acts this way in front of you. Wu Xiaofang sighed and said, Xiaoyu is a good child. Over the years, he has endured countless hardships for the children at the orphanage. Today, he has finally seen a glimmer of hope. Su Yuyao asked, Haoyu has never shared his past with me. Could you tell me about it? Wu Xiaofang nodded and replied, Haoyu has been working since he was 18. often sacrificing his own needs. Every month, he would send 5,000 to the orphanage. Later, I heard that during his hardest times, he worked 3 jobs just to survive, with hardly any time to sleep. After hearing Chen Haoyu's story, Su Yuyo's eyes reddened, and she was filled with shock. It was hard for her to imagine that the cheerful and humorous Chen Haoyu she knew had endured such hardships over the past few years. Yet, despite everything, he continued to strive tirelessly to support the orphanage and ensure the children had good meals. Such a Chen Haoyu was beyond Su Yuyo's imagination, embodying the brilliance of human kindness. Upon introspection, Su Yuyo realized she could never match Chen Haoyu's selflessness. After finishing the story, Wu Xiaofang suddenly turned to Su Yuyo and asked, "You and Xiaoyu aren't dating, are you?" Su Yuyo was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, "How could that be?" Wu Xiaofang chuckled, "You can't fool me. Xiaoyu can't stand my nagging. So he asked you to pretend to be his girlfriend to placate me." Haha, this scenario has appeared in many movies, and I never expected this boy to use it in real life. Su Yuyo, not one to lie, could no longer maintain the facade and confessed, "Mom, I'm sorry, we deceived you. Haoyu just didn't want you to worry about him, which is why he sought my help." Wu Xiaofang waved her hand and said, "I understand his thoughts very well. On the surface, Xiaoyu appears carefree and indifferent, but in reality, he is meticulous and deeply sensitive about emotions. The fact that he brought you to the orphanage already indicates his trust and even fondness for you. And your willingness to come shows that you don't dislike him either. Therefore, I genuinely hope you two can truly be together." Su Yuyo's face flushed as she said, "We've only known each other for less than a week." Wu Xiaofang smiled. There's no rush. At noon, Wu Xiaofang and Su Yuyo arrived at the dining hall. Chen Haoyu, donning a chef's hat and carrying a large iron pot, was serving dishes to the children one spoonful at a time. Today, he had prepared a dish of braised ribs with cabbage and a cucumber salad with pig ears, making the children salivate with delight. Watching Chen Haoyu's beaming smile, Su Yuyo's gaze softened. After the meal, the children all took their afternoon nap. Chen Haoyu quietly retrieved the toys he had bought from the supermarket the previous night and placed them at the children's bedside. The boys received a toy gun, while the girls received a lovely doll. This was Chen Haoyu's surprise for them. Having completed everything, Chen Haoyu bid farewell to Wu Xiaofang and Su Yuyo. Wu Xiaofang pulled Chen Haoyu aside and advised, "Yuyo is a remarkable girl. You must not let her slip away." Chen Haoyu patted his chest and assured Mom, "Don't worry, we'll be just fine." Wu Xiaofang displayed a peculiar expression and said, "I hope so." On the way home, Su Yuyo kept looking at Chen Haoyu, as if she were meeting him for the first time. Chen Haoyu sighed and remarked, "Su, I know I'm quite handsome, but you don't need to look at me like that." Su Yuyo replied, "Wu Mama told me a lot about you, and you seem like a completely different person from my impression of you." Chen Haoyu, intrigued, asked, "What was your impression of me?" Su Yuyo replied, "Sly and cunning, greedy for money. You use flattery to make a profit, with no moral compass. In summary, you're not a good person." Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Wow, your judgment is as sharp as your words. Quite cutting." Su Yuyo smiled and said, "But now I have a somewhat different view of you." Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do tell." Su Yuyo said, "Despite your many flaws, you possess a strong sense of conviction. That alone sets you apart from the majority. Chen Haoyu, many have left the orphanage and established their own lives, yet you are willing to toil for the orphanage. Even when your own life is in disarray. I am curious, what drives you?" Chen Haoyu chuckled. "Do you feel I am particularly noble?" Su Yuyo met his gaze earnestly and said, "I am asking you seriously." Chen Haoyu's smile faded, and a hint of sorrow and melancholy crossed his eyes. He took a deep breath and calmly replied, "I was picked up by Wu Mama from a trash bin one winter and grew up in the Sunshine Orphanage. When I was 9, I was kidnapped by human traffickers and endured a year of unspeakable torment. Later, I wandered the world with my master, Wu Hui Taoist, until I returned to Yanhai, where I finally settled down. When I was 16, my master fell ill and soon passed away. Tragically, at that time, I had no money even for food, let alone to handle his funeral. I stayed by his side for 3 days without eating or drinking. And finally, in desperation, returned to the Sunshine Orphanage to borrow money from Umama. Thankfully, it was winter. Had it been summer, my master would have stunk. I remember the day of his burial. Snow was falling heavily, and I knelt before his gravestone, silently vowing to repay Wu Mama's immense kindness that I know that in her heart, the Sunshine Orphanages are only emotional refuge. Thus, when I turned 18, I went out to work and earn money, hoping to provide a better life for those little ones that, if they thrive, then Mama can thrive too, which is my way of repaying her kindness. At this point, Chen Haoyu chuckled and said, "Why do you ask me this? It only brings sadness. Oh dear, why are you crying? It's not that serious, is it?" Su Yio snapped back to reality and wiped her tears from the corners of her eyes, saying, "I was moved by your story." Chen Haoyu laughed heartily. "I'm not as pitiful as you think, nor do I consider myself pitiable. Isn't there a lyric that goes, 'We live like mayflies, yet we strive to live passionately'?" Su Yio nodded earnestly. "You are absolutely right." Chen Haoyu's strength and optimism profoundly impacted Su Yuyao, elevating her impression of him significantly. "Hello? Who is this?" Just as they were about to return to the community, Chen Haoyu's phone rang. "Dr. Chen, this is Zhang Ku and T turned out to be President Zhang. Have the test results come in?" "Yes, they have. The one unable to conceive is me, not Zhu Lan. I am sorry to him." After saying this, Zhang Kun broke down in tears over the phone. S.E. Yao felt a pang of sympathy, thinking, this person still has hope. As his sobs began to subside, Chen Haoyu remarked coolly, "On Monday, come to my clinic and I will help you resolve your infertility issue." Zhang Kun, filled with mixed emotions, asked, "Dr. Chen, can you really cure my condition?" Chen Haoyu replied, "Your infertility stems from damage to the Chomai, one of the 8 extraordinary meridians as traditional Chinese medicine states. The blood sea refers to the Chomai. Men store essence, and women nurture embryos. Infertility and irregular menstruation are issues of the Chomai. Once we address the problem with the Chomai, I will prescribe a remedy for you and Lan Jie, ensuring that you will hold your child by next year. Mr. Chen, if I truly have a child, you will be my reborn parents." Zhang Kun responded, his voice trembling with excitement. Chen Haoyu coldly stated, "President Zhang, some matters are orchestrated by man, but observed by heaven. Lan Jie's feelings for you have moved even me greatly. If I hear of you having ambiguous relationships with other women, I assure you, the consequences will be dire." Zhang Kun vowed, "I swear to treat my wife well from now on." Chen Haoyu replied, "I hope you remember your oath." After hanging up, Chen Haoyu muttered, "This Zhang Kun is truly not a good person." S.E. Yao inquired, "Then why do you still want to help him?" Chen Haoyu shook his head and said, "I'm helping Lan Jie. This woman appears grand, but she is foolish beyond measure." S.E. Yao remarked, "Indeed, if I were her, I would never continue with Zhang Kun." Chen Haoyu chuckled and said, "That is your character." Su Yao gazed intently at Chen Haoyu and asked, "What about you?" Chen Haoyu was taken aback and replied, "What do you mean?" Su Yao pressed, "Would you betray your future wife?" Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu declared, "No." S.E. Yao scoffed, "Such a straightforward answer must surely be a lie." Chen Haoyu explained, "As a disciple of Taoism, I must hold a Taoist wedding to you know our wedding vows." Su Yao shook her head and replied, "No, please tell me." Chen Haoyu recited, "A marriage certificate presented to the heavenly court, reported to the 9 heavens, echoed in the underworld, announcing to all saints, communicating across the 3 realms, witnessed by the celestial ancestors, heaven and earth as witnesses, sun and moon in harmony, that if I betray the beloved, it would be deceiving heaven, that if the beloved betrays, it would defy heavenly will. The sin of deceiving heaven results in death and the fading of the Tao. Exiled from the 3 realms, eternally devoid of reincarnation." S.E. Yao was hearing the vows of a Taoist wedding for the first time and was utterly shocked, exclaiming, "That is exceedingly harsh." Chen Haoyu's expression was grave as he responded, "Harsh? I do not think so. If I were to have a wife in the future, I would love her alone for my entire life. Even if she were to die, I would never remarry." At this point, Chen Haoyu turned to Su Yuyao and asked, "Do you think that woman could be you?" His words struck Su Yuyao like a bolt from the blue. Her heart raced, leaving her momentarily speechless. Observing her bewildered expression, Chen Haoyu broke into a radiant smile, saying, "No need to speak. I already know the answer." Given Su Yao's aloof nature, if she harbored no feelings for Chen Haoyu, she would have immediately rejected the notion. However, Her nervousness and hesitation indicated that she had feelings for him, at least suggesting the possibility of further development. Hsiao, being exceptionally astute, quickly grasped the underlying implications and forced an explanation. I was just contemplating how to refuse you without hurting your pride. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow, grinning. Understood. Hsiao's face instantly flushed crimson as she playfully pinched his arm, causing Chen Haoyu to grimace in pain and hastily plead for mercy. Upon returning to the community, Su Yao took out her keys, ready to unlock the door. Chen Haoyu suddenly pulled her back, whispering, "There's some noise inside." As Su Yao paused, asking, "A thief? Let's take a look first." Taking the keys, Chen Haoyu pulled Su Yao behind him and gently opened the door. Inside stood a girl in her 20s, clad in a white dress, radiating youthful energy, who gazed at him in surprise. Both the girl and Chen Haoyu spoke simultaneously. Su Yao felt the voice was eerily familiar. Peeking out, she exclaimed, "Xiaoran, when did you return from abroad?" The girl, namely Xiaoran, was the daughter of Su Yao's aunt. They shared a close bond, and Xiaoran often visited to spend time with Su Yao. Su Yao handed her one of the spare keys that I returned yesterday. "Sis, who is this handsome guy?" Xiaoran asked playfully. Chen Haoyu stepped inside and gave Xiaoran a thumbs up, saying, "You have a keen eye, beauty. I am indeed your sister's future boyfriend." "Future boyfriend?" Li Xiaoran laughed at Chen Haoyu's words. "So, you mean you haven't officially started dating yet?" Chen Haoyu closed the door, changing his shoes while replying, "Since you've already called me handsome, it's only a matter of time before it becomes official." "Ha ha!" Li Xiaoran burst into laughter. "Handsome guy, you are too confident, but I like you." Chen Haoyu responded, "But I do not like you. I only like your sister." Puffed. Li Xiaoran laughed even harder as Su Yao playfully hit Chen Haoyu, saying, "Stop joking with my sister." Chen Haoyu shrugged, feigning innocence that Li Xiaoran, intrigued, observed the dynamic between the two. She knew her sister's typically frosty demeanor. Such casual behavior was reserved for those with whom she shared close bond. Additionally, she had already sensed that a man was staying in the bedroom near the entrance. Initially, she assumed it was a relative, but now she found herself face to face with a handsome stranger, prompting thoughts of cohabitation to flood her mind. "Sis, care to explain what's going on?" Li Xiaoran asked with wide, curious eyes. As Su Yao replied, "This is Chen Haoyu. A little over 3 months ago, I accidentally injured a pedestrian with my car. He is that person." Li Xiaoran exclaimed, "Oh my, I thought he would be a vegetable for life. I didn't expect him to recover." Chen Haoyu rubbed his nose, saying, "I find your phrasing somewhat inappropriate." Li Xiaoran waved her hand dismissively. "No need to mind those details. What I really want to know is why you two are living together." Su Yao glanced at Chen Haoyu, who explained, "It's simple. I am broke and have nowhere to stay. Your sister took pity on me and agreed to let me stay for 3 months. Therefore, my goal is to make your sister fall in love with me within this time frame. That way, I won't have to move out. I Xiaoran laughed, ambitious brother-in-law. "I support you." Chen Haoyu dramatically shook his arm, exclaiming, "That brother-in-law title is empowering." The two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter simultaneously as Su Yao, with a hint of exasperation, lightly tapped her forehead. When two lively spirits collided, trouble was bound to ensue. Li Xiaoran, the quirky and enchanting young lady, evidently held a keen interest in Chen Haoyu, engaging him in animated conversation. Ultimately, while Chen Haoyu gleaned little information about her, he managed to extract details about her family. It turned out that Li Xiaoran's father was named Li Jinan, the deputy director of the Yanhai Police Department, and her mother, Ling Qing, was the CEO of Qingyan Jewelry Company. According to government regulations, a family member of an official was not permitted to engage in business. However, Qingyan Jewelry Company was established by Li Xiaoran's maternal grandfather, Ling Shanlin, prior to the marriage of Li Jinan and Ling Qing. Thus, it did not constitute a violation. The company primarily dealt in diamonds and jade, boasting a market value of around 2 billion, which, while significantly lower than first-tier jewelry firms, was still respectable. Curiously, Chen Haoyu inquired, "Xiaoran, what do your sister's parents do?" Li Xiaoran paused, responding, "Did my sister not tell you?" Chen Haoyu shook his head, replying, "No." Li Xiaoran continued, "Since she hasn't mentioned it, I certainly won't either. However, I can tell you this plainly. If you wish to become my true brother-in-law, you may find it quite challenging to gain approval from the Su family ate tea that moment. Su Yao emerged, remarking, Li Xiaoran, are you getting a bit too cheeky? Li Xiaoran stuck out her tongue and retorted, I'm merely speaking the truth, not fabricating anything. Chen Haoyu chuckled. Miss Su, it seems your family is quite formidable. Su Yao's eyes sparkled as she asked, what? Are you afraid? Chen Haoyu scoffed dismissively. In my dictionary, the word fear does not exist. Su Yao challenged, then would you dare to accompany me to obtain a marriage certificate next week? Chen Haoyu's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief as he exclaimed, are you out of your mind? Su Yao replied coolly, if you're afraid, that's fine. Amused, Chen Haoyu remarked, first, we pretended to be a couple, and now you want to feign marriage. Miss Su, who exactly are you putting on this performance for? Su Yao settled into a chair, playfully saying, guess. After a moment's thought, Chen Haoyu speculated, following the typical plot lines of online novel authors, could it be that your family is pressuring you to marry into another family? Perhaps an arranged marriage? Before Su Yao could respond, Li Xiaoran gasped, heavens, brother-in-law, you're astoundingly accurate. Goodness, Chen Haoyu muttered, utterly taken aback by Li Xiaoran's words. He glanced at her and then back at Su Yao, incredulously stating, I was just rambling. Please don't tell me that's true, as Su Yao calmly confirmed. I did indeed flee from an arranged marriage to come to Yanhai. Chen Haoyu slapped his forehead, exclaiming, this is utterly ridiculous. You wish to obtain a marriage certificate to escape a betrothal. For families of such stature would never permit their offspring to marry a divorced woman, correct? Su Yao nodded. Exactly. Chen Haoyu continued, then, does my current cohabitation with you imply that I have entered their line of sight? Su Yao acknowledged, that is a possibility. However, it's not too late for you to withdraw. Chen Haoyu, intrigued, asked, why are you revealing this to me? If I continue living with you, even without marrying, upon hearing this news, your family would likely refrain from marrying you off due to familial reputation, thus achieving your goal. Su Yao countered, but it would endanger you. Chen Haoyu chuckled, are you genuinely concerned for my well-being? Su Yao stated bluntly, yes. Chen Haoyu, through our time together, I admit I have developed feelings for you that if we continue down this path, I might indeed fall completely in love with you. Today, I share this to bring closure. To avoid complicating matters further down the line, I end the car. Chen Haoyu's unexpected revelation made Su Yao realize her feelings for him had indeed transformed. Su Yao had never been one to dither. Having confirmed this, she began contemplating the prospect of a union with the He family's heir. Ultimately, Su Yao decided to leave the choice in Chen Haoyu's hands. Li Xiaoran, meanwhile, was left dumbfounded. She had not anticipated Su Yao's approach to matters of the heart would be so composed and resolute. Akin to performing surgery, it was truly impressive. She was practically her idol. Chen Haoyu gave Su Yao a thumbs up, exclaiming, Miss Su, if we were in ancient times, I dare say you would be a figure akin to Hua Milan. Su Yao retorted, I have no interest in idle chatter. Chen Haoyu nodded, then listen closely. I will not be leaving here. Furthermore, starting today, I will actively pursue you, striving to win your heart. Su Yao warned. You will encounter significant trouble. Chen Haoyu queried. Will they send someone to kill me? Su Yao replied. That is unlikely. However, publicly, they will exert comprehensive pressure on your career. Chen Haoyu chuckled. The prerequisite is that I actually have a career. As for that small clinic, if they wish to suppress it, so be it. They can close it down. Su Yao paused. That is a valid point. Chen Haoyu grinned. So, does this mean we're now in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? Su Yao clarified. To be precise, we are in a relationship of pursuer and pursued. Chen Haoyu expressed his dissatisfaction. Did you not say you have feelings for me? Su Yao smiled slyly. I have feelings for many people. Li Xiaoran burst into laughter. Brother-in-law, you are in a pitiable position. Chen Haoyu dramatically lamented. Su Yao, I, a dignified celestial master, have been toyed with in such a manner. It is utterly absurd. Su Yao inquired, what do you wish to do? Chen Haoyu stood up, stating, I do not wish to see you right now. With that, he retreated to his bedroom. Slamming the door behind him, Li Xiaoran asked, Sister, do you think brother-in-law is genuinely angry? Su Yao smiled knowingly. He is quite pleased. The exchange between Chen Haoyu and Su Yao had, in reality, been a revelation of their sentiments. If Su Yuyao did not harbor feelings for Chen Haoyu, why would she allow him to pursue her? Conversely, if Chen Haoyu was indifferent to Su Yuyao, why would he risk offending a powerful family to win her over? It was a mutual romantic pursuit, albeit expressed somewhat obliquely. Chen Haoyu returned to his bedroom merely to provide the two sisters with a space to converse. Li Xiaoran quietly asked, "Sister, do you truly wish to be with brother-in-law?" Su Yao nodded affirmatively. "Yes. What about aunt and uncle?" "I fear grandpa. Su may not consent," Su Yao resolutely replied. "My marriage is my own decision. I do not require anyone else's approval." Li Xiaoran exclaimed, "Sister, I truly admire you. That I hope brother-in-law can withstand the pressure from both the Su and Yi families." Reflecting on Chen Haoyu's mysterious and formidable demeanor, Su Yao reassured, "Do not worry. Chen Haoyu is no ordinary person. He likely does not regard the Su and Yi families with much concern." Li Xiaoran questioned, "Is he truly that impressive?" Su Yuyao affirmed, "More formidable than you can imagine." Li Xiaoran chuckled. "It seems love truly blinds the EY. Su Yuyao playfully tapped her forehead, saying, "First, Chen Haoyu is not yet my lover. Second, he is not a beauty of legend. Now, tell me, what would you like to eat this afternoon? Food is of little importance. What matters is having fun. Sister, this evening at 8:30, there's a jadeite rough stone auction at the brilliant Grand Hotel, featuring about 45 stones, all sourced from Yamar's old pits, with exceptional quality. Shall we go check it out? What about aunt? You know she only buys jade, not rough stones. Oh, you have an invitation?" "None. Without an invitation, how can we get in?" "As long as you mention it to my mother, she will surely help you obtain one." "I thought you were genuinely here to see me. Turns out you had ulterior motives." Li Xiaoran wrapped her arms around Su Yuyao's neck and playfully exclaimed, "Sister, of course I came to see you. The invitation was merely a formality." Su Yuyao scoffed, replying, "I find that hard to believe." Li Xiaoran clutched her heart dramatically and said, "Sister, your words wound me deeply." Su Yuyao retorted, "Spare me the theatrics. By the way, did you just mention that the auction will be held at the Glorious Hotel?" Li Xiaoran nodded, "Indeed. What of it?" Su Yuyao gestured toward Chen Haoyu's bedroom, saying, "He has a very good relationship with the owner of the Glorious Hotel." "That's splendid." Li Xiaoran cheered, rushing to Chen Haoyu's door to knock and call out, "Brother-in-law, come out quickly. I need to speak with you." Chen Haoyu opened the door, inquiring, "What is it?" Li Xiaoran ushered him into the living room and briefed him on the jadeite auction. Chen Haoyu remarked, "As far as I know, jadeite raw stones are quite pricey. Do you have that kind of money?" Li Xiaoran pouted, "I'm primarily looking to broaden my horizons as brother-in-law. You wouldn't refuse to help me a little, would you?" Chen Haoyu replied, "Considering you've been calling me brother-in-law, I'll give Yuan a call. But if it doesn't work out, don't blame me." Li Xiaoran nodded, of course. Chen Haoyu took out his phone and dialed Yuan. Before long, the call connected. "Dr. Chen, what a coincidence. I was just about to call you." "What's the matter?" "I'm in the underground parking lot of Kong Hospital. I just took the kids for a comprehensive checkup in the psychiatry department, and all the indicators are normal." "That's wonderful. Congratulations. I owe you my gratitude." "Oh, please don't mention it." "Mr. Yi, is there an auction for jadeite raw stones happening tonight at the Glorious Hotel?" "Indeed." "Why? Is Dr. Chen interested in gambling stones?" "A little." "Oh, you have an invitation. I'd like to take Yu Yao and her sister to witness it." "Dr. Chen, didn't I give you a diamond card for the Glorious Hotel?" "Just present that card, and you'll be granted entry." "Wow, I didn't realize the diamond card had such benefits." "It states that all activities organized by the Glorious Hotel allow diamond members to bring up to 3 guests." "Understood. Thank you." After hanging up, Chen Haoyu signaled an OK to Li Xiaoran, saying, "It's all set." "That is fantastic," Li Xiaoran exclaimed, leaping with J. "Oh, why?" Su Yuyao inquired. "Did why he give you the diamond card for the Glorious Hotel?" Chen Haoyu nodded, "Yes." "What of it?" Li Xiaoran gasped, "Brother-in-law, do you have any idea how precious the diamond card for the Glorious Hotel is?" Chen Haoyu shrugged. "Not really." Li Xiaoran slapped her forehead in exasperation, saying, "I can't believe you. The Glorious Hotel is recognized in Yanhai as the premier 5-star hotel. Even after over a decade, with dozens of renowned international 5-star hotels opening nearby, none have shaken the Glorious Hotel's standing. This illustrates just how impressive the Glorious Hotel is." Chen Haoyu asked, "Can we get to the point?" What does this have to do with the diamond card? Li Shaoran explained, the Glorious Hotel has 3 types of cards: regular membership, gold membership, and diamond membership. Legend has it that fewer than 10 diamond cards have been issued. Those who possess this card are at the pinnacle of their respective fields. That to receive one is simply extraordinary. Chen Haoyu was taken aback by the significance of the diamond card Yu Ziwan had casually given him and asked, "What kind of discount does it offer for meals?" Puffed. Su Yuyao burst into laughter. "Exactly. That's the Chen Haoyu I know. Practical." Li Shaoran gazed at Chen Haoyu, feeling utterly defeated by his peculiar reasoning. A card symbolizing status was somehow associated with meal discounts. Li Shaoran was at a loss for words. "Hey!" Chen Haoyu waved his hand in front of Li Shaoran, saying, "I'm asking you a question. That is there a discount for meals?" Li Shaoran gritted her teeth and replied, "Yes, a 30 discount." Chen Haoyu exclaimed, "Wow, what a generous discount. Then we won TB dining at home tonight. I'll take you both to the Glorious Hotel for a feast. Had I known the diamond card offered such a discount, I would have visited numerous times by now." Li Shaoran flopped back onto the sofa, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, you truly are unbeatable. I am in awe of you." "Ha!" Su Yao laughed heartily. Like at T6 in the evening, Su Yao drove Chen Haoyu and Li Shaoran to the Glorious Hotel. Presenting the diamond card at the front desk, the trio immediately received the hotel's utmost hospitality. Hotel manager Xiao Shengrong personally came out to greet them and escorted them to a private dining room that could accommodate over 20 guests, leaving Chen Haoyu feeling somewhat embarrassed. After ordering 6 dishes, Chen Haoyu handed the menu to Xiao Shengrong and inquired, "Manager Xiao, on which floor is the jadeite auction taking place? After dinner, we'd like to go see it." Xiao Shengrong replied, "The auction is in the Glorious Exhibition Hall on the 12th floor. I can take you and the 2 ladies there once you finish your meal." Earlier that afternoon, Yu Ziwan had specifically instructed that Chen Haoyu was his most important guest and must be treated well. Having served as the manager of the Glorious Hotel for 5 years, it was the first time Xiao Shengrong had seen Yuan so serious. Thus he treated Chen Haoyu with utmost respect. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "Thank you." After Xiao Shengrong left, Li Shaoran marveled, "Brother-in-law, you are simply amazing. This is the first time I've experienced such exceptional treatment at the Glorious Hotel." Chen Haoyu sighed. "Such high hospitality isn't necessarily a good thing." Li Shaoran asked in confusion. "Why not?" Su Yao interjected. "With such high hospitality, how can he feel comfortable coming here for a free meal in the future?" Chen Haoyu gave Su Yao a thumbs up, saying, "Miss Su, you truly understand me." Li Shaoran shook her head. "Brother-in-law, you're truly beyond help." With an hour remaining until the jadeite auction, Xiao Shengrong knocked and entered. "Mr. Chen, the raw stones have been placed in the exhibition hall. We can go now." Chen Haoyu paused, asking, "Didn't you say it starts at 8:30? Li Shaoran explained, "Brother-in-law, 8:30 is the auction time. We need to enter an hour early to observe the raw stones. Otherwise, how will you know which one to bid on?" Chen Haoyu suddenly understood, saying, "All right, let us go." Following Xiao Shengrong, the 3 arrived at the Glorious Exhibition Hall. My goodness, the hall was enormous, and Chen Haoyu estimated it to be at least 3,000 square meters. Adorned in lavish decorations, various jadeite raw stones of different sizes were neatly displayed on tables, each accompanied by a sign indicating its number, weight, and reserve price. Many people had already gathered in the hall, diligently examining the semi-gambling material with flashlights. Chen Haoyu glanced at raw stone number 45 and gasped. It weighed only 8.3 kilograms, yet had a reserve price of 2 million. Given that a fully gambled raw stone was so expensive, one could only imagine the terrifying prices of the others. Su Yao and Li Shaoran seemed quite knowledgeable, pulling out a flashlight from their bags to inspect an unobserved piece of material. Chen Haoyu looked at the sign and gasped again. Number 6. Weight 14.6 kilograms. Reserve price 32 million. 32 million. That was just the reserve price. This jadeite raw stone was extraordinarily expensive, certainly not something an ordinary person could afford. With 15 million in savings, Chen Haoyu thought of himself as somewhat wealthy, but here he felt utterly insignificant. "Can you two make sense of this?" Chen Haoyu asked curiously. Su Yao replied, "As long as we can make sense of it. That's enough. Only the gods can determine the worth of stone. Until it's opened, no one can be certain it will yield jade." Chen Haoyu responded, "Oh, I see. Well, take your time. I'll wander around." Su Yeo extracted a flashlight from her bag and inquired, "Do you require this item?" Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Never mind, my understanding of jadeite rough stones is confined solely to online novels. This is my first encounter in reality, not to mention discerning whether there is jade within. Even if jade were to be revealed, I would remain oblivious to its value. Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude for your thoughtful preparation of this flashlight." I knew you, the illustrious Su, would treat me the best." As Yeo shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Had I known, I would not have prepared it for you." The jadeite rough stone auction was a grand affair, with nearly all the top 10 jewelry companies from Yanhai in attendance. In recent years, the supply of jadeite has dwindled, while its prices soared. Over 90% of jewelry companies are grappling with a severe shortage of jadeite. Take the Qingyan Jewelry Company, owned by Li Xiaoran, for instance. Their inventory falls far short of consumer demand, particularly in the realm of high-end and top-tier jadeite jewelry, where the scarcity is particularly acute. Chen Haoyu held no interest whatsoever in the semi-speculative rough stones. The reason was simple. Even if he were aware that a certain piece of rough could yield the finest jadeite, he simply could not afford it. Thus, he focused his attention on those that were fully speculative. Upon reaching the 38th rough stone, Chen Haoyu's magical energy suddenly stirred. What is happening? Chen Haoyu thought, somewhat perplexed. He attempted to channel his magical energy into the 38th rough stone and immediately sensed an extraordinarily pure aura of spiritual energy. Wow, this could lead to fortune. He was astonished that his magical energy could detect the spiritual aura within the rough stone. To validate his hypothesis, he conducted several more experiments, but yielded no results. Could it be that the aura of jadeite must reach a certain intensity to provoke a reaction from my magical energy? With this thought in mind, Chen Haoyu made his way directly to the first rough stone. The first rough stone was a semi-speculative piece, weighing an astonishing 62 kilograms, with a starting price of 88 million. The price was so steep because the vivid green hue was visible to the naked eye at the cut, and it was almost certain that this green was a rare glass-type imperial green. What everyone was gambling on was the size of the imperial green jadeite contained within. The crowd had already gathered around the rough stone, each individual peering through magnifying glasses, occasionally offering their opinions. Chen Haoyu squeezed his way to the side of the rough stone and touched it. His magical energy finally exhibited a fluctuation. However, the purity and concentration of the spiritual energy inside were both inferior to that of the 38th rough stone. A faint suspicion began to form in his mind. After inspecting the first rough stone, he continued to examine the second through the 10th stones, aside from the third stone, which provided a slight spiritual energy response. The others elicited no reaction from his magical energy whatsoever. The commonality between the first and third stones was that both had confirmed glass-type imperial green jadeite at their cuts, while the other 8 semi-speculative stones contained jadeite. But none were of the imperial green variety. This led him to conclude that his magical energy only reacted to the remarkably spiritual imperial green jadeite. Other types of jadeite perhaps lacked the purity of spiritual energy, resulting in his inability to detect them. If this were indeed the case, did it imply that the 38th rough stone harbored a piece of imperial green jadeite larger than that of the first stone? With this thought, Chen Haoyu returned once more to the 38th rough stone and glanced at the adjacent description. Serial number, 38. Weight, 8.2 kilograms. Starting price, 3.6 million. Chen Haoyu's heart leapt with joy. With 15 million at his disposal, the likelihood of acquiring this rough stone was considerable. So it is you scoundrel. Just as Chen Haoyu was reveling in his thoughts, a voice laden with resentment emanated from behind him. Turning to face the source, he could not help but chuckle. The individual was none other than Wang Jinxing, the CEO of Jingshang Real Estate Company, whom Chen Haoyu had intimidated with a toy gun the previous night. After being forcibly fed a glass of drug-laced brandy by Chen Haoyu, he had slept for a full 12 hours. Upon waking, his first action was to have Chen Haoyu investigated, only to discover that the man was not a killer, nor possessed any background, merely a doctor from a small clinic. Wang Jinxing was nearly apoplectic with rage, vowing silently to teach Chen Haoyu a lesson. Little did he expect to encounter him here, which gave Wang Jinxing the sensation of having stumbled upon a windfall. Chen Haoyu could certainly surmise that Wang Jianxing had investigated him thoroughly and smiled as he remarked, "Young Master Wang, did you sleep well last night?" Wang Jianxing's eyes seemed to blaze with fury as he replied, "Deliciously well, exceedingly well. It has been years since I have enjoyed such a restful sleep. All thanks to you." Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks. Assisting others is the essence of joy. It is merely my duty." Wang Jianxing snorted, retorting, "Chen Haoyu, you are merely a doctor from a clinic that I am quite curious how you managed to gain entry to such an event. Surely, you did not sneak in." Chen Haoyu responded, "What does that have to do with you?" Wang Jianxing replied, "It has everything to do with me. How do I know you are not a thief?" Chen Haoyu shrugged and said, "If I were a thief, you would be the first on my list." Wang Jianxing scoffed and seized the security personnel from the Huiguang Hotel, pointing at Chen Haoyu as he declared, "I suspect he has entered without an invitation, intending to commit some nefarious act. Please investigate." The security personnel paused, scrutinizing Chen Haoyu, and noticing that his attire did not resemble that of a wealthy individual. His gaze became sharp as he stated, "Sir, may I see your invitation?" Chen Haoyu produced the diamond card gifted to him by Yi Ziwan, stating, "I am a diamond card member of your esteemed Huiguang Hotel. I believe I need not an invitation to partake in any of your events." Diamond card? Wang Jianxing laughed heartily, exclaiming, "You, a mere clinic doctor, possess a diamond card from Huiguang Hotel. Are you attempting to deceive us?" Upon hearing Wang Jianxing's words, the crowd turned their gazes toward the two at Suyo, and Li Xiaoran also noticed that Chen Haoyu was in trouble and hurried to his side, the brother-in-law. "What is happening?" Li Xiaoran inquired. Chen Haoyu waved the card in his hand and said, "This fool does not believe my card is genuine and wants the security to apprehend me." Li Xiaoran, upon hearing this, immediately began to berate Wang Jianxing. "Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Do you truly believe someone would present a fake diamond card to Huiguang Hotel? Or do you assume the staff at Huiguang Hotel are as foolish as you, unable to discern the authenticity of a diamond card?" Wang Jianxing, furious, pointed at Chen Haoyu and proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, this man is Chen Haoyu, a doctor with a clinic near Kangan Hospital, given such an identity and status. Do you all believe he is qualified to possess a diamond card from Huiguang Hotel? Should I not be suspicious? Doctor from a clinic? Is that true?" The crowd murmured, noting Chen Haoyu's attire was indeed unimpressive. The diamond card from Huiguang was immensely valuable. How could it possibly be in the hands of a mere doctor? He was indeed worthy of suspicion. Amidst the murmurs, Chen Haoyu smiled slightly and remarked, "Wang Jianxing, if you are foolish, you are truly foolish. Whether the diamond card is real or not can easily be verified. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? If it turns out to be genuine, where will you hide your face?" Li Xiaoran chimed in precisely. "This security brother, we were personally brought here by manager Xiao Shengrong, that if you do not believe us, you may call to confirm." Very well. The security personnel retrieved a walkie-talkie. Just as a calm voice interjected, "What is happening here?" Turning to the source of the voice, the security personnel saw Yi Zhan, the owner, accompanied by hotel manager Xiao Shengrong. Wang Jianxing, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Mr. Yi, Mr. Xiao, this doctor named Chen Haoyu is causing a scene. Claiming he possesses a diamond card from Huiguang Hotel, I implore you to expose his deceit." Xiao Shengrong softly introduced, "Mr. Yi, this is Wang Jianxing, the son of Wang Fenglin, the CEO of Jingshang Real Estate Company, and also a golden member of our hotel." Why, Yvonne understood Xiao Shengrong's intent, which was merely to advise him not to offend this young master, and thus smiled as he said, "Young Master Wang, you may have misunderstood that Mr. Chen holds this diamond card, which I gifted him a few days ago. Xiaoran immediately became smug and said, "Did everyone see that? Some people just have a lowly view of others." Wang Jianxing angrily retorted, "Who are you referring to?" Li Xiaoran shot back, "Whoever wronged us, that's who I'm talking about. You." Wang Jianxing's face turned red with rage. Zhou Yichuan, the president of Xin Yuan Jewelry Company, frowned and said, "Mr. Yi, I've been a regular at the Brilliant Hotel for over a decade, spending nearly 30 million. Yet, I am still merely a gold member. I am quite curious as to how this young man in his 20s qualifies as a diamond member." Wang Jianxing added, "Indeed, I too am curious about the criteria for becoming a diamond member at the Brilliant Hotel." The crowd turned their gazes toward Yvonne. "Why, Yvonne, Unfazed, replied Mr. Zhou. Young Master Wang, I sincerely appreciate your continued support for our brilliant hotel. The reason I presented Dr. Chen with this diamond card is that he once saved my daughter's life. The saying goes, a drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain. Thus, I believe it is not excessive to express my gratitude with a diamond card for such a life-saving grace. Zhou Yichuan responded, I see that Mr. Yi, you have done nothing wrong. This is indeed appropriate. The others nodded in agreement. Wang Yuan clasped his fists in gratitude toward Zhou Yichuan and the crowd, saying, Thank you all for your understanding. Wang Jinxing scoffed and said, I wonder if it's even genuine. As soon as those words were uttered, the atmosphere in the room plummeted to a freezing point. Wang Yuan furrowed his brow and asked, Does young Master Wang require me to take an oath for you to believe me? Despite Wang Jinxing's lack of intelligence, he was not foolish enough to demand such a public spectacle from a figure like Yi Ziyuan. Hastily saying, Mr. Yi, you jest. I believe you. Yi Ziyuan replied, Thank you. Thus the storm was effortlessly quelled by Yian. Yao softly remarked, No wonder Yi is able to elevate the brilliant hotel to the pinnacle of Yanhai. Just look at his adept handling of this situation. Chen Haoyu chuckled. If he couldn't manage such a minor issue, the hotel would have shut down long ago. After everyone departed, Yizan approached Chen Haoyu and said, Dr. Chen, I apologize for any distress caused to you. Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. I underestimated the diamond card you gave me. You handled that situation very adeptly, maintaining face for the other party while resolving the matter. Yichuan inquired, Dr. Chen, did you offend Wang Jinxing? Chen Haoyu glanced at Su Yuyao and sighed. A beauty brings disaster. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyao playfully pinched him. Yichuan smiled and remarked, Dr. Chen, having a confidant like Miss Su must evoke envy in countless men. Incidents like that with Wang Jinxing are likely to recur. You best get accustomed to it. Chen Haoyu gave a thumbs up and said, Your subtle complimenting skills are quite extraordinary. It's just a pity your judgment is lacking. Yi Ziyuan curiously asked, Why is that? Chen Haoyu pointed to himself and said, Because with a boyfriend like me, her future rivals will only multiply. Yi Ziyuan laughed heartily. You speak the truth. That Li Shaoran chimed in. Brother-in-law, you truly have no shame. Su Yuyao shook her head. He has always been this self-absorbed. Chen Haoyu stated, I'm merely speaking the truth. Mr. Yi, there are plenty of guests. You should attend to them rather than specifically accompany us. Yuan replied, Very well. Dr. Chen, should you need anything, please feel free to reach out to me or Manager Xiao. Chen Haoyu made an okay gesture and said, Got it, thank you. After Yuan departed, Chen Haoyu said, Yu Yao, Shaoran, I come across an exceptionally fine raw stone. It is sure to yield jade. I would appreciate your counsel. I Shaoran asked in surprise, Brother-in-law, didn't you say you know nothing about stone gambling? How can you tell it will produce jade? Chen Haoyu replied, Who said I could see it? I just have a feeling. Haven't you heard? Even deities cannot discern a fleeting jade. Since no one can see it, I must rely on my instincts. Li Shaoran was rendered speechless. Brother-in-law, do you often trust your instincts? Chen Haoyu replied without hesitation, Of course, they are accurate. Su Yuyao asked, Which stone have you set your sights on? Chen Haoyu pointed to raw stone number 38 and said, This is Su Yuyao, and Li Shaoran approached to examine it closely. After a while, Li Shaoran pursed her lips and said, Brother-in-law, based on my experience, the likelihood of this raw stone yielding green is quite low. Even if it does, the quality won't be exceptional. Chen Haoyu chuckled. Shaoran, how old are you? What experience do you have? Su Yuyao chimed in. Shaoran has been learning about stone gambling since she was 16. And to date, she has opened over 30 pieces of jade worth more than 300 million from an investment of 12 million. Chen Haoyu exclaimed. No way. Is that true? Li Shaoran proudly replied. Of course it is true. My mother says I am a genius in the world of stone gambling. Unfortunately, she never gives me money. Otherwise, we would be rich solely from stone gambling. Chen Haoyu remarked. I didn't realize you were so impressive. I stand corrected. But on what basis do you believe my stone won't yield green? Li Shaoran explained. While it is true that even deities cannot discern fleeting jade, one can still glean insights from experience. This raw stone, while it has some fine patterns, has an uneven distribution and is sparse in quantity. Most importantly, the few green threads are too faint. If the stone had good water content, those threads could illuminate the whole stone. Moreover, the fog and blemishes beneath its skin are subpar. All in all, this raw stone is not promising. Chen Haoyu touched his nose and asked Xiaoran, "Can your experience ever be wrong?" Li Xiaoran smiled. "Of course it can be wrong that I once missed out on a piece of ice-type emerald, and I regretted it deeply." Chen Haoyu straightened his back and said, "Then I can rest easy. This raw stone feels different to me than the others. I remain optimistic about it." Tita, Su Yao asked, "Chen Haoyu, do you know why its number is 38? Before Chen Haoyu could respond, Su Yao provided the answer. It's because many experts in the stone gambling field do not hold it in high regard. Li Xiaoran added. Exactly that, brother-in-law. The reason those top-ranked raw materials are often half-gamble or windowed is that experts have over 90% certainty that those spots will yield green. In contrast, fully gambled raw materials are those where experts cannot pinpoint a cutting location, hence they dare not act. Chen Haoyu scoffed, "I have never bought into that expert nonsense if they were truly capable. They would be billionaires by now, not needing to show others their stones." Su Yao asked, "Are you certain you want to buy it?" Chen Haoyu replied without hesitation, "Absolutely, if even the experts do not favor this raw stone. Then should it yield jade, it would only serve to highlight my uniqueness. Haha, I relish in proving others wrong. It grants me immense satisfaction," Su Yao retorted. "I worry your face might end up bruised." Chen Haoyu suddenly had an idea and said, "Miss Su, do you dare to make a bet with me?" Su Yao inquired, "What shall we wager?" Chen Haoyu replied playfully, "If this raw stone does not yield jade, I will unconditionally grant you one request. If it does yield jade, my demand is simple. You will give me a 2-minute French kiss." That Li Xiaoran, eager for entertainment, excitedly urged, "Sister, accept his challenge. You are sure to win. Then make him run outside in the nude." Puffed. Chen Haoyu nearly spat out his drink. Li Xiaoran, "You are truly vicious." Li Xiaoran dismissed him. "What's that? I haven't even reveal my most vicious ideas." Chen Haoyu was left speechless. "All right, you and Su Yao. Give me a straightforward answer. Will you bet or not?" Su Yao replied, "Fine, I accept this wager." Chen Haoyu extended his hand, and with a clap, the bet was sealed. At 8:30, the auction officially commenced. A middle-aged auctioneer, donned in glasses and exuding an air of composure, took the stage. He began with a brief self-introduction before stating, "Thank you all for attending the Jade Raw Stone auction hosted by the Brilliant Hotel. It is well known that due to the excessive mining of raw jade from Myanmar, the availability of jadeite in the market has dwindled significantly. Even during last year's public auction in Myanmar, only a handful of top-grade jade pieces were unveiled. Today, I am delighted to announce that we have procured 45 pieces of old pit raw jade from a company in Myanmar, each meticulously selected by over 10 experts, with the potential to yield exceptional jadeite. Particularly, the first 3 pieces are almost guaranteed to reveal top-tier jade. That I am confident that these jade stones will not disappoint you. That I hereby declare the auction open. We will begin with the 45th jade stone, starting at a base price of 880,000, with minimum increments of no less than 10,000. I encourage everyone to bid enthusiastically. The auctioneer is undoubtedly of the highest caliber, his fervent demeanor even stirring a sense of excitement in Chen Haoyu. However, it was baffling that as the first raw stone entered the auction process, an eerie silence enveloped the entire venue, with not a single bid placed, creating an awkward atmosphere. Chen Haoyu leaned closer to Su Yao and whispered, "What is happening?" Su Yao, feeling uncomfortable with Chen Haoyu's proximity, felt her ears flush crimson but maintained her composure, replying, "The uncertainty associated with betting on raw materials is immense. The chances of unearthing exceptional jade are exceedingly slim. Rather than squandering money on such speculation, it would be wiser to purchase jade directly once it has been revealed." Chen Haoyu's eyes brightened as he remarked, "If that is the case, then I could acquire my 38 stone for the base price." Su Yao furrowed her brow, turning to face him but quickly stepping back due to their closeness, stating, "The base price for that stone is 360,000. That are you truly intent on purchasing it?" Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu declared, "Of course, for that kiss of yours, I must secure it." Su Yao sighed, "Having just acquired a bit of money, you are recklessly spending it, behaving like a nouveau riche." Chen Haoyu chuckled. "As the saying goes, wealth lost can be regained. The sole purpose of money is to be spent. Otherwise, it is no different from worthless paper. Miss Su, Our aim should be to master our finances, not to become enslaved by them, Su Yao retorted. Well, it is your money. Spend it as you wish. The auctioneer called for bids several times, yet no one raised a paddle. The first jade stone was thus passed over, setting a poor precedent for the auction. It seemed that the impact of the 45th stone had affected the 44th and 43rd, both of which also went unsold. It was not until the 42nd stone that two companies engaged in competition. But unfortunately, the final price was disappointingly low, below 300,000, and was acquired by one of the companies. Observing the situation, Yi Yuan frowned deeply, feeling disheartened. The Huiguang Grand Hotel had prepared for this auction for a full 6 months, and such results were far from satisfactory. 10 minutes later, it was finally time for the 38th stone. After the auctioneer provided an overview of the stone, he announced, the base price is 360,000. With minimum increments of no less than 50,000. Bidding is now open. Chen Haoyu promptly raised his paddle, proclaiming 360,000. The auctioneer's eyes lit up. Excellent. This young gentleman bids 360,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 400,000, came a voice from the back. Turning around, Chen Haoyu was dismayed to see Wang Jianxing, the affluent scion, smirking at him. Damn it, that bastard, Chen Haoyu cursed inwardly. Raising his paddle once more. 410,000, 420,000, 430,000, 440,000. The two engaged in a fierce back and forth, drawing the attention of others, who watched with amusement. Chen Haoyu was acutely aware that his actions were foolish. However, the possibility of imperial green jade within the 38th stone compelled him to press on. 480,000. Wang Jianxing raised his paddle. Chuckling, Mr. Chen, allow me to offer you some advice. As a small-town doctor, saving money is no easy feat. Why must you strive to save face? If this stone yields no jade, you may find yourself on the streets. Chen Haoyu retorted, Young Master Wang, I advise you to stop leeching off your father. All my money is earned through my own efforts, while yours is merely inherited. You are not lacking in limbs. So why play the parasite? The most ridiculous part is how confidently you present yourself. That I am curious. From where does your bravado stem? Your thick skin? The audience erupted in laughter at Chen Haoyu's jibe, while Wang Jianxing, unable to match Chen Haoyu's verbal prowess, turned red with anger, exclaiming, What purpose does all this talk serve? If you dare continue bidding, everyone is watching. Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu raised his paddle again, for 190,000. Young Master Wang, the ball is in your court. Wang Jianxing tossed his paddle aside, revealing a smug grin. For 190,000 for a worthless stone? Mr. Chen, you truly are foolish. Chen Haoyu, unfazed, replied, A mere 490,000 is nothing to me. Unlike certain rich heirs who boast grandly, yet offer nothing of substance. Wang Jianxing laughed heartily. I have wealth, but I am not foolish like you. If this stone does not yield jade worth more than 490,000, I will eat dung live on stream. Chen Haoyu scoffed, If you enjoy dung, that is your business. Please do not discuss the rest of us. The venue erupted in laughter, with Li Xiaoran laughing the loudest. Sister, brother-in-law is amazing. He can insult better than me. Su Yao sighed. In this regard, both of you are quite impressive. Noticing the situation was spiraling out of control, the auctioneer quickly interjected. Mr. Chen has bid 490,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 490,000. Going once. 490,000. Going twice. 490,000. Sold. Congratulations, Mr. Chen, having secured the stone for 130,000 above the base price. Chen Haoyu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Su Yao glanced at him, asking, Was this worth the pride? Chen Haoyu replied, Had it not been for our wager, I would not have been foolish enough to compete for this worthless stone. The implications of using magic to detect the spiritual energy of imperial green jade were far too daunting. Should this information leak, it could spell trouble for Chen Haoyu. Thus, he resolved to keep this secret to himself, revealing it to no one, including Su Yao. Su Yao remarked, Boring. Chen Haoyu gazed at Su Yao's ethereal beauty and chuckled. Once I unveil the jade, it will no longer be dull. Su Yao, understanding his intent, felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Turning away from him. 15 minutes later, Wang Jianxing again made his move, competing with several jewelers for the 30th jade stone. This particular stone was the best performing all-bet raw stone, weighing 19.2 kilograms, with a base price of $870,000 after a fierce battle. The price skyrocketed to $14 million. Chen Haoyu initially considered causing a stir for Wang Jianxing. However, once the price surpassed $10 million, he promptly withdrew that it was simply too expensive. Ultimately, Wang Jianxing acquired the stone for $15 million at auctioneer. "I wish to cut the stone live," he proclaimed with exuberance. The auctioneer responded with a smile. "Certainly. The personnel and equipment are just next door. Once Mr. Wang settles the payment, they can commence work." Wang Jianxing wore a peculiar expression, stating, "No rush to Mr. Chen. Dare you take a gamble with me?" Upon hearing this, the crowd sensed Wang Jianxing was seeking trouble, each displaying a knowing smirk. Chen Haoyu felt a surge of indignation. Standing up abruptly, "What do you want?" Wang Jianxing remarked, "This is the jadeite rough stone auction. Naturally, we are here to gamble on stones. We will cut the stones on-site and see whose jadeite holds greater value." Chen Haoyu let out a scoff and replied, "What nonsense! Your rough stone is priced 3 times higher than mine. If I were to agree to this wager, what would be the difference between you, the fool, and me?" The crowd erupted with laughter at Chen Haoyu's words. Wang Jianxing huffed and said, "Rest assured, I shan't take advantage of you. If the jadeite I unveil is valued at 3 times more than yours, then I win. Conversely, I lose if it is not that we have expert for various jewelry companies here who can easily assess the jadeite's worth. Damn it, my stone holds imperial green. To challenge me is akin to courting disaster." Chen Haoyu asked nonchalantly, "How do we determine the outcome?" Wang Jianxing replied, "The loser must not only surrender the jadeite they unveil to the winner, but also compensate the winner with 5 million. You just placed a bid. I know you have the means." Yu Yao grabbed Chen Haoyu's hand and shook her head, concerned. Wang Jianxing's rough stone appeared far superior to Chen Haoyu's, increasing the likelihood of an 80% chance of loss for him. Noticing Yu Yao's gesture, Wang Jianxing sneered, "Chen Haoyu, your girlfriend seems to lack confidence in you." He chuckled. "Since you prefer to cower, let us dismiss this wager." Chen Haoyu exchanged a reassuring glance with Yu Yao and retorted to Wang Jianxing, "Your provocation is quite effective. I accept your wager." Wang Jianxing replied, "Excellent. Manager Xiao, please prepare a betting contract for us and have the 2 stones unveiled on-site." Xiao Xingrong looked to Yi Ziyuan, who cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Wang, unveiling the stones on-site might not be appropriate, as it could disrupt the auction's proceedings and waste everyone's time." Wang Jianxing countered, "Mr. Yi, these 2 rough stones are not large. They could be unveiled in no more than half an hour. I believe no one will object. Mr. Wang is correct. I support the on-site unveiling. Such a splendid spectacle must be witnessed in its entirety. Half an hour is a trivial wait for us," the crowd chimed in. "Mr. Yi, please concede to Mr. Wang. Do not concern yourself with US." Wang glanced at Chen Haoyu, who smiled and said, "If someone is intent on seeking trouble, I shall oblige him. Mr. Yi, I appreciate your assistance." Yi Ziyuan nodded. "Since everyone agrees, let us proceed with the unveiling promptly." Within merely 5 minutes, 2 sets of stone-cutting equipment were brought onto the stage. Xiao Xingrong handed the freshly printed betting agreement to Chen Haoyu and Wang Jianxing. After confirming its accuracy, both signed their names. Wang Jianxing smugly stated, "Chen Haoyu, I have unfortunate news for you. The rough stone from the 30th lot has been validated by 6 stone gambling experts, which is why I dare to wager with you." You are bound to lose this time." Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, "I only hope you won't weep bitterly when you lose." Wang Jianxing retorted, "Being defiant is futile. Let us wait and see." After signing the agreement, the staff guided the 2 to discuss the initial cutting position. Chen Haoyu, lacking knowledge in this area, called upon the eagerly shower An for assistance. Yu Yao pulled Chen Haoyu aside, her face etched with concern, and asked, "Do you have confidence?" Chen Haoyu chuckled. "Of course that I observed Wang Jianxing's features. He possesses the typical traits of one prone to financial loss. Thus, in this wager, I am certain I shall prevail." Yu Yao pondered for a moment and asked, "What if the rough stone he purchased is of low value? Even if he wins against you, it might not be worth 1.5 million, leading to his financial misfortune." Upon hearing this, Chen Haoyu feigned ignorance and replied, "Your imagination is quite expansive. However, there is some truth to it, for I can calculate the heavens, the earth, and all beings, yet I cannot foresee my own fate. Therefore, if I too embody the traits of one destined for loss, the outcome remains uncertain. Su Yao retorted. If you lose, you will have no one to blame but yourself. On the stage, Li Shaoran finished discussing with the stone-cutting worker and marked a line on the rough stone. Zhi. The machine whirred to life as the worker cut along the line. For those who gamble on stones, the most exhilarating moment is always the unveiling as Chen Haoyu's stone was sliced open. The crowd could not help but rise to their feet, their eyes fixated on the cut surface. After washing it clean, a vibrant green mass appeared at the center of the rough stone's cut. My goodness, it's green! The venue erupted in jubilation. Li Shaoran and Su Yao rushed forward to examine it closely. Li Shaoran exclaimed, Sister, this could very well be imperial green. Su Yao nodded. It should be. The cutting worker was equally exhilarated, stating, This is indeed the color of imperial green. I have seen it twice before and shall never forget. Their words ignited a fervor among the attendees. Imperial green? Is this for real? After so many years in this industry, I have never witnessed anyone unveil imperial green jadeite. Wow, this is truly an eye-opener. The crowd buzzed with excitement. This is impossible. Wang Jianxing, who had just marked his line, rushed to Chen Haoyu's side, examining the cut surface of the rough stone, his expression suddenly darkening. As a wealthy second generation with a penchant for thrill-seeking, he had engaged in stone gambling for 4 to 5 years and had previously uncovered impressive jadeite. However, he had never encountered such a rich green before. Damn it, that bastard's luck is just too good. Zhi. On the other side, Wang Jianxing's rough stone was also being cut by the worker. Look, the stakes have risen. Wang's stone has also revealed green. Now, the show is truly on. The likelihood of these rough stones yielding jadeite was astonishingly high. Would the remaining half of the betting materials not be snatched up in frenzy? No one anticipated that Wang Jianxing's rough stone would also yield green after Chen Haoyu's. Haha, I have not lost yet. Wang Jianxing danced with joy as he returned his stone. Li Shaoran, utterly speechless, remarked, This is just too dramatic. 2 pieces of jadeite revealed at once. Su Yao remained calm, stating, Now we must consider the quality and size of the jadeite. As long as the opponent's jadeite is not imperial green, our chances of winning will be 90%. Li Shaoran fervently prayed, Heaven bless us. May our imperial green jadeite be of glass quality, large enough to craft a bracelet. Su Yao let out a long sigh of relief. Glancing at Chen Haoyu, who stood idly by, unable to suppress her laughter. This guy has truly struck it rich. He knows nothing, yet has unveiled imperial green jadeite. It's simply unbelievable. Zhi. The 2 machines operated at full capacity, cutting the rough stone. To ensure everyone could clearly see how the jadeite was unveiled, Yizuan arranged for the entire process to be projected onto a large screen, allowing all to observe it in detail. Compared to Wang Jianxing's rough stone, Chen Haoyu's was half its size, making the unveiling considerably quicker. Approximately 15 minutes later, a fist-sized piece of imperial green jadeite appeared before everyone. Its rich hue, delicate texture, and transparent clarity, devoid of impurities, perfectly reached the glass quality level. Li Shaoran, seizing the opportunity, grasped the glass quality imperial green jadeite with an enamored expression and said, Sister, look at how beautiful it is. Su Yao patted her head with a smile, saying, Control your drool. Once we return home, you can admire it as long as you wish. Li Shaoran eagerly nodded. I will sleep with it tonight. Chen Haoyu approached and inquired. This jadeite is yours to do with as you please. I merely wish to know its worth. Who won this wager? Su Yao, exasperated, replied. Chen Haoyu, I am truly in awe of you now. Li Shaoran added. Brother-in-law, this piece of imperial green jadeite can easily be fashioned into 2 bracelets, each worth approximately 1.5 million. Other components can be fashioned into pendants or ring faces, amounting to no less than 8 million. Chen Haoyu calculated and stated, that means its total value is 38 million. What about Wang Jianxing? I just heard them mention that this fellow has produced an icy yang green jadeite, which is more than twice the size of mine and seems to be of considerable worth as well. Li Shaoran chuckled and remarked, Icy yang green jadeite is indeed quite rare in the market, but compared to glass-type imperial green jadeite, it falls short by at least 2 tiers, and at most. It is worth only 30 million. Chen Haoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared. So, this wager means I have won. Wang Jinxing's icy yang green jadeite is now mine, correct? Li Xiaoran nodded and affirmed. Indeed. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Haoyu complained, crossing his hand behind his back as he strode over to Wang Jinxing's side and deliberately spoke loudly. Wang Xiao, my jadeite is about to be revealed. You might as well not look, lest you be heartbroken. Wang Jinxing trembled with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury at that moment. Li Xiaoran grasped Chen Haoyu's intention and commented, Sister, is my brother-in-law not in his right mind? A nearly 40 million imperial green jadeite would have had anyone else overjoyed. Yet here, my brother-in-law remains indifferent and rushes to taunt his opponent instead. Is this matter more significant than the jadeite itself? Su Yiyo smiled and said, You will find that after spending time with him, he is indeed an oddity, his mind not quite aligned with others. Li Xiaoran praised, faced with a 40 million jadeite. His heart remains unperturbed, and why brother-in-law's spiritual realm is certainly unparalleled. And no wonder you have taken a liking to him. Su Yiyo shot her a glare and retorted, I never said I liked him. Li Xiaoran shrugged, thinking to herself how long she could maintain that facade. 5 minutes later, Wang Jinxing's icy yang green jadeite was also revealed. There were 3 pieces in total, 2 of which were similar in size to Chen Haoyu's imperial green jadeite, while the other was 1/3 larger. Yvonne approached the stage, examined both parties' jadeite, and said, Wang Xiao, I regret to inform you that you have lost. According to the terms of the agreement, your icy yang green jadeite now belongs to Mr. Chen Haoyu, and you are also required to pay him 5 million. Wang Jinxing's face darkened to the point of nearly dripping with anger. He pulled out a check from his pocket and flung it onto the ground, stating, This is a 5 million check. I, Wang Jinxing, accept defeat gracefully. Until we meet again. Chen Haoyu bent down to pick up the check, lightly flicked it, and chuckled, Wang Xiao, do mind your manners. Your father is worth billions. A mere 40 million is but a drop in the bucket for the Wang family. Is it truly necessary to be so incensed? Wang Jinxing merely snorted and left without a backward glance. A jeweler stood up and called out, Mr. Chen, will you sell these jadeites? I am willing to offer 60 million. Zhao Zong, do you jest? 60 million for the imperial green and icy yang green jadeites? That is preposterous. I offer 70 million. I bid 75 million. I make a flat offer of 80 million? The crowd erupted with bids. Chen Haoyu turned to Su Yiyo and Li Xiaoran. Li Xiaoran clutched the imperial green jadeite tightly, her face displaying a pleading expression. Chen Haoyu immediately understood her intent and addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, but my girlfriend's family owns a jewelry company, so I will not be selling these 2 jadeites. Furthermore, let us not forget that these are merely raw materials from the gambling lot. There are still 29.5 more raw materials, and I believe we will surely unveil more imperial green jadeites. Yizong, I apologize for delaying your auction. Why? Yvonne smiled and replied, Mr. Chen, you needn't say that. I should be thanking you instead. With the unveiling of the imperial green jadeite, I am confident that the remaining jadeite stones from this batch will fetch even better prices. Chen Haoyu responded, Then I wish everyone good luck. Upon returning to the audience, Chen Haoyu requested a password box from Yi Ziyuan and placed the imperial green jadeite and the 3 icy yang green jadeites inside. Li Xiaoran noticed Chen Haoyu casually setting the box at his feet and immediately became displeased, promptly cradling it in her arms, perhaps inspired by the events between Chen Haoyu and Wang Jinxing. The remaining raw materials were fervently contested. A base price of 20 million for the raw stones remarkably soared to 50 million, bringing Yi Ziyuan substantial profits. The most impressive was the number 1 raw stone, which skyrocketed to 240 million, acquired by a prestigious jewelry company from Hong Kong, who chose to unveil it on the spot. This raw jadeite bore a similar aura to that of the 38 number raw stone, leading Chen Haoyu to believe the opposing party had suffered a severe loss. To his surprise, upon unveiling, they not only obtained a piece of glass-type imperial green jadeite, but also 3 pieces weighing a total of 8 kilograms of ice-type imperial green jadeite, and over 10 other jadeite pieces of varying sizes. They not only avoided losses, but made a profit exceeding 100 million, much to the delight of the representative from that jewelry company. Additionally, Chen Haoyu realized that his abilities could only detect glass-type imperial green jadeite. He could not assess other types and qualities of jadeite. However, he did not feel disheartened. Every morsel and sip is predestined. If he were to possess the ability to see through all raw stones like the protagonists in those online novels, it might not be a boon for Chen Haoyu on the way back. Li Xiaoran retrieved the imperial green jadeite from the password box, continually admiring it as she said, "It's so beautiful. If I could have an imperial green bracelet, no, even just an imperial green pendant, I would be utterly satisfied." Chen Haoyu, unconcerned, replied, "I senti it just a pendant. I'll give it to you." Li Xiaoran's face lit up with surprise as she exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, an imperial green pendant is worth 2 to 3 million. Are you truly so generous?" Chen Haoyu scoffed. "What is there to be stingy about? The reason I was able to unveil jadeite worth tens of millions and win 5 million from that foolish Wang Jinxing is all thanks to you bringing me to this jadeite auction. One could say that without you, there would be none of these jadeites. A mere imperial green pendant feels like a slight to you," that Li Xiaoran excitedly declared. "Brother-in-law, you are truly loyal. From today onward, you are my only recognized brother-in-law." Chen Haoyu chuckled. "Li Xiaoran, how can you be so endearing? In that case, I'll give you a pair of imperial green earrings." Li Xiaoran let out a high-pitched scream, joyfully exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, I adore you." Su Yuyo coolly interjected, "Xiaoran, don't celebrate too soon that if you wish to accept jewelry worth millions, you'll have to get past uncle." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoran's previously exuberant mood was instantly dampened. Su Yuyo's uncle is Li Jinan, the deputy director of the Yanhai Public Security Bureau, a position equivalent to that of a vice-ministerial cadre, to A.S.'s daughter. If Li Xiaoran were to accept such an expensive gift from Chen Haoyu, it would undoubtedly be seen as condoning bribery. Should this information fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, it could be used to attack Li Jinan, leading to significant troubles. Li Xiaoran sighed dejectedly. "Sister, can't you let me be happy for a bit longer?" Su Yuyo sighed. "Xiaoran, you must understand, even if you possess these jewelry pieces, you cannot wear them in public, that if someone captures a photo of you and posts it online, uncle will certainly be implicated." Li Xiaoran lamented. "I am so unfortunate." Chen Haoyu suggested, "This matter can be easily resolved. Simply find a wealthy man to marry, and you can wear whatever jewelry you desire." Li Xiaoran huffed. "Am I the sort of person who would sell myself for jewelry?" Chen Haoyu quickly clarified, "You mustn't misunderstand. That was not my intention." Su Yuyo inquired, "Chen Haoyu, what do you plan to do with these jadeites?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I haven't decided why do you have any suggestions?" Su Yuyo turned to him and glared, "You're just pretending not to know." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Just kidding, as long as your aunt is willing to accept them. I will definitely sell these jadeites to her." Li Xiaoran remarked, "That's too expensive. My mother's Xinyan Jewelry Company simply cannot afford such a sum." Chen Haoyu laughed, "That's simple. Let your mother write me an IOU. Once you all turn these jadeites into top-tier jewelry and sell them, you can repay me, and everything will be resolved." Su Yao spoke in a low voice. "You must think this through, that if you proceed, you will have to wait at least 6 months to receive this sum." Chen Haoyu replied, "Don't mention 6 months. Even 3 to 5 years would pose no issue to." Li Xiaoran exclaimed joyfully, "Brother-in-law, you are truly impressive. Our Xinyan Jewelry Company is in dire need of top-tier jadeite. This will finally alleviate our urgent situation. I have rendered your company such a significant service. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal?" Chen Haoyu was about to make a jest when he suddenly noticed an SUV trailing them in the rearview mirror. He vaguely recalled seeing its license plate when he exited the Brilliant Hotel. Upon noticing Chen Haoyu's altered expression, Su Yuyao inquired, "What is it?" Chen Haoyu responded, "It seems we have a tail." Li Xiaoran gasped. "Do not turn around," Chen Haoyu urgently cautioned as Li Xiaoran instinctively turned. Su Yuyao, having spotted the SUV in the rearview mirror, asked, "What should we do?" Chen Haoyu chuckled, "What else can we do? We might as well play with them at the next traffic light. Let us switch places. And I will drive." Taking a deep breath, Su Yao agreed. "All right." Chen Haoyu's calm demeanor helped soothe the initial anxiety of both Su Yuyao and Li Xiaoran as they approached the red light. Chen Haoyu swiftly exchanged seats with Su Yuyao. When the green light illuminated, the other vehicles moved forward one after another, while Chen Haoyu remained still, ignoring the incessant honking from behind. as the red light timer counted down to 3. Chen Haoyu instructed. Hold on tight. We're off. Both Su Yuyao and Li Shaoran grasped the handles within the car. The moment the yellow light appeared, Chen Haoyu pressed the accelerator. The vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow as the green light flickered to life. Ha ha! Chen Haoyu laughed triumphantly. How about that? Isn't my driving skill remarkable? Su Yuyao retorted. Don't get too cocky. They're catching up. Good grief! Chen Haoyu exclaimed, glancing at the SUV in the rearview mirror, astonished. They dare to pursue even at a red light. It appears this vehicle is indeed after U.S. Su Yuyao took out her phone, declaring, I'm calling the police right now. However, before she could dial, the SUV surged forward. Clearly, the occupants realized that Chen Haoyu had detected their pursuit and decided to abandon pretense. As the window rolled down, a scar-faced man brandished a handgun, aiming it directly at Chen Haoyu. Oh no! They're armed, Chen Haoyu shouted, immediately slamming on the brakes. With a loud bang, a bullet struck the side of the car's bumper. Su Yuyao and Li Shaoran turned pale with fear. Having never encountered such a scenario before, they were utterly terrified. These were indeed two desperate criminals. Chen Haoyu quickly assessed the situation, sharply turning the steering wheel to the left while pressing the accelerator. Colliding forcefully with the side of the assailant's vehicle, Su Yuyao's car, a robust Range Rover, was built with durability and safety in mind, while the adversary's SUV was merely an ordinary model, considerably lighter. The collision resulted in a decisive victory for the Range Rover. The opponent's vehicle crumpled upon impact and spun across the median, rotating 3 times before coming to a halt, just as Chen Haoyu was about to celebrate. Their vehicle was violently struck from behind by a van. Damn it, they have accomplices, Chen Haoyu shouted, quickly stabilizing the steering wheel and accelerating forward that a police station lay 10 kilometers ahead, if they could reach it. The trio would be safe. Unfortunately, reality proved far less accommodating than their hopes. Bang, 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 several shots rang out, puncturing the tires of the Range Rover. The vehicle's speed diminished rapidly as the assailant's SUV and van encircled them. Refusing to surrender, Chen Haoyu spotted an underground parking lot of a nearby supermarket and decisively swerved, flooring the accelerator to crash through the right-side SUV, racing into the parking structure at full speed. Taking advantage of the momentary confusion, Chen Haoyu halted the vehicle and instructed, I'll draw their attention. You two hide behind that white van immediately, Su Yuyao asked. What about you? With a confident smile. Chen Haoyu replied, without the two of you as liabilities, dealing with these minor thieves will be a breeze. Don't waste time. Hurry. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Su Yuyao acknowledged that she and Li Shaoran would only hinder Chen Haoyu. She decisively declared, Shaoran, let's get out. Chen Haoyu, be careful. Opening the door, Su Yuyao and Li Shaoran swiftly concealed themselves behind a nearby white van. Chen Haoyu turned the car around and sped off in another direction. At that moment, the two pursuers' vehicles had caught up. Chen Haoyu led them in circles, and after rounding a corner, he positioned the vehicle horizontally to block the road. He flung open the door and dashed forward. Bang! A tremendous noise reverberated from behind. Turning back, Chen Haoyu's face broke into a grin as he observed the opposing van, unable to evade, crashing into the Range Rover. Seizing the opportunity while they were distracted, Chen Haoyu veered right, sprinting for over 10 meters before hiding behind a BMW. Within half a minute, a somber voice echoed nearby. With those two women around, they can't have gone far. Lao San. Lao Zhang, search the right side. Do, you, and I will check the left. Remember, we have no more than 10 minutes of I Shaoran must stay alive. The other two are expendable. Understood? The other 3 chimed in unison. Understood. Hearing their conversation, Chen Haoyu finally comprehended that their target was indeed Li Shaoran. No, their true aim was her father, Li Jinan, the deputy director of the Criminal Investigation Department in Yanhai. These 4 must have committed a crime and intended to capture Li Shaoran to coerce Li Jinan. Unfortunately for them, they had crossed paths with him. Lao San, yes, over here. Just then, a booming voice reached Chen Haoyu's ears. Peering out, Chen Haoyu cursed under his breath. A burly man in his 30s was kneeling on the ground, gazing at the red van beside him. This man was undoubtedly Lao Zhang, displaying unexpected acumen. With a flick of his finger, Chen Haoyu launched a golden needle that struck Lao Zhang's neck with barely visible speed. With a pained cry, Lao Zhang collapsed. The moment the needle was released, Chen Haoyu charged forward by the time Lao Zhang hit the ground. Chen Haoyu was already upon the remaining assailant, delivering a powerful kick. Propelled by Chen Haoyu's immense strength, Lao Zhang's hefty frame, weighing at least 180 pounds, hurtled toward the man known as Lao San. Bang! Lao San instinctively fired a shot, hitting Lao Zhang's arm. Only thereafter did he realize he had shot his own comrade. Damn it! Lao San, experienced in combat, swiftly sidestepped Lao Zhang and aimed his gun directly at Chen Haoyu, with his marksmanship at a distance of 6 or 7 meters. Chen Haoyu would surely meet his end. Yet, Lao San had missed the optimal moment to fire, for Chen Haoyu was already in front of him, seizing his arm. With a sharp crunch, Lao San's wrist bone shattered under Chen Haoyu's grip, causing the handgun to drop. Lao San let out a scream, lifting his leg to deliver a fierce kick toward Chen Haoyu. Quick reflexes, Chen Haoyu silently praised, his figure swayed, deftly evading the third brother's leg. And his right palm, imbued with a gentle force, lightly struck his chest. Puff! The third brother's complexion turned pale, his bones feeling as fragile as noodles, collapsing to the ground. After subduing the third brother, Chen Haoyu suddenly felt a surge of intense unease. His body instinctively twisted to the left as a bullet whizzed past his eyes. He could even sense the airflow created by the bullet's friction with the air, had it not been for his senses being heightened to an extraordinary degree. He might have already been struck down by that bullet. How swift! The assailant was none other than the scar-faced man Chen Haoyu had encountered in the C.A.R.T. that moment. The scar-faced man's eyes were filled with disbelief. The distance between them was less than 10 meters, yet Chen Haoyu had managed to evade his bullet, leaving the usually accurate shooter in a state of shock. Reacting with remarkable speed, Chen Haoyu crouched down, retrieving the handgun that had fallen from Lao Zhang's grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired a shot towards the scar-faced man. Unfortunately, his marksmanship was lacking, and he failed to hit his target. Bang, bang, bang. The scar-faced man and another ruthless bandit named Da Huai simultaneously opened fire on Chen Haoyu, forcing him to take cover behind a car, too afraid to show himself. Just then, the sound of police sirens echoed in the distance. The scar-faced man's expression shifted, and he commanded, Da Huai, forget about Lao Zhang and the third brother. You must leave at once. Da Huai replied in a low voice, but what about you, brother? The scar-faced man coldly responded, I have my own means of escape. Hearing their exchange, Chen Haoyu's heart stirred. He immediately removed his t-shirt and shouted, None of you will escape. With that, he tossed the shirt to the left and dashed out from the right side. The two bandits, indeed fooled, fired at the T-shirt by the time they realized their mistake. It was too late. Bang! Chen Haoyu shot Da Huai in the leg, causing him to groan and collapse, blood gushing forth. Chen Haoyu aimed at the scar-faced man again, only to discover that his gun was out of ammunition. Damn it, he cursed, unleashing the renowned Shio step, a technique from a millennium-old master, and charged towards the scar-faced man with lightning speed. They were merely a dozen meters apart, and in the blink of an eye, Chen Haoyu stood before the scar-faced man. You shall die. The scar-faced man roared in fury, aiming his gun at Chen Haoyu. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a sudden pain shot through his thumb, causing the handgun to drop to the ground. It was then he realized that a fine golden needle had been inserted into his wrist without his notice. Pulling out the needle, the scar-faced man understood he was facing a formidable opponent and wasted no time in unleashing the 8 Extremes fist he had trained in for over a decade, launching a powerful punch at Chen Haoyu. The force of his punch stirred the air, creating a cacophony of sound. Such explosive power! This man must be a master of the hidden strength technique. Chen Haoyu swiftly assessed the scar-faced man's abilities and boldly met the challenge. In an era where martial arts had declined, a master of hidden strength was undoubtedly a significant figure in the realm of national arts. Even in the Republican era, such a person would be highly regarded. Figures like Hui Yuanjia and Wang Feiheng were merely practitioners of hidden strength. What a pity, such exceptional skills wasted on a life of banditry. Truly a squandered talent. Bang! Chen Haoyu's palm collided with the scar-faced man's fist, producing an astonishing sound. The scar-faced man felt as though his strength vanished in a thin air upon contact with Chen Haoyu. Tai Chi, he exclaimed as he staggered back 3 steps, his voice heavy with disbelief. Wrong. This is Wujikwan. Come again. Chen Haoyu's form flowed like the wind, his strength surging like the sea, as he unleashed a palm strike, layering force upon the scar-faced and in truth. With Chen Haoyu's prowess, he could have easily subdued the scar-faced man with a single move. However, he had no desire to end the encounter so quickly. In modern society, the opportunity to encounter a master of national arts was exceedingly rare. Even when such an encounter occurred, the other party would not likely engage in a life-and-death struggle for no reason. Therefore, the scar-faced man was a rare opportunity for Chen Haoyu to hone his skills. The previous clash was merely a demonstration of 1/10 of his power. Otherwise, the scar-faced man would not have only retreated 3 steps, faced with the overwhelming force of Chen Haoyu's palm strike. The scar-faced man felt his breath hitch, and his complexion paled. Could it be that this young man had already attained hidden strength? Otherwise, how could his power be so formidable? But how old could he possibly be? As the scar-faced man's thoughts raced, his movements remained unhesitant. He stomped his right foot and lunged forward, sweeping his iron elbow towards Chen Haoyu's chest with a fierce gust of wind. This was a mutually destructive tactic, relying on the assumption that Chen Haoyu would not dare to exchange blows. Not bad, Chen Haoyu complimented, swiftly transitioning from offense to defense, blocking the iron elbow. The scar-faced man seized the advantage, his momentum soaring as he unleashed a thunderous roar, his iron fists raining down on Chen Haoyu like a tempest. The explosive force of his punches created a series of sonic booms, the surrounding air whistling with ferocity. Were an ordinary person to face such an onslaught, even with 10 lives, they would likely be obliterated by the scar-faced man's might. Yet, Chen Haoyu remained unperturbed, executing the bagua step with grace, his palms dancing as he used the gentle force of Wujikwen to counter the explosive power of his opponent's strikes. He had hoped for the scar-faced man to fully unleash the 8 Extremes fist, allowing for a spirited battle, and the current situation unfolded precisely as he desired. As the saying goes, literature brings peace through Tai Chi. While martial arts shake the heavens with 8 extremes, the power of the 8 Extremes fist could reach far and wide. Especially since Chen Haoyu was on the defensive, the scar-faced man felt liberated to unleash his full arsenal. His muscles bulged, and his arms coiled like serpents as he unleashed a barrage of 8 elbows, 6 legs, and 12 punches upon Chen Haoyu in less than a minute. Yet no matter how fierce the scar-faced man's momentum, how swift his speed, or how mighty his strength, upon reaching Chen Haoyu, all his power was effortlessly diffused by Chen Haoyu's palms. Most terrifying of all, Chen Haoyu did not retreat. Instead, he spun in a small circle, as if drawing the scar-faced man into a relentless assault. He is using me to practice. The scar-faced man finally realized Chen Haoyu's intention, his face twisting with intense anger. Among martial artists, one could kill but not insult. Chen Haoyu's actions had inflicted a deep humiliation upon him. "You shall die," the scar-faced man bellowed, executing the Iron Mountain technique, charging at Chen Haoyu like an enraged elephant. Sensing the scar-faced man's fury and hearing the police sirens drawing nearer, Chen Haoyu sidestepped the attack, saying, "Apologies. You are a martial artist. I will ensure you perish beneath my fists." With that, he concentrated 30% of his strength in his right palm and thrust it forward. The force surged through the air, whipping the scar-faced man's clothing in a wild flutter. In his ears, it felt as if a chorus of wailing spirits echoed. What an overwhelming force! The scar-faced man was shaken to his core, realizing he could not evade it. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength and threw a punch. The fist and palm collided, shattering the scar-faced man's bones. Chen Haoyu's bare hands penetrated his defenses, striking his chest. Bang! The scar-faced man's body flew back like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. "What style is that?" He coughed up blood, the remnants of his internal organs staining his mouth. Uttering his final question, Chen Haoyu solemnly replied, Wujikwen. A smile crept across the scar-faced man's lips as he closed his eyes. "What a pity," Chen Haoyu sighed once more. "Chen Haoyu, where are you?" Upon hearing the urgent cries of Su Yuyao, Chen Haoyu regained his senses and hastily leaned against a nearby vehicle. Closing his eyes and remaining utterly still, he resembled a lifeless figure. After being set down by Chen Haoyu, Su Yuyao, and Li Xiaoran immediately dialed the emergency services. The authorities had already received reports from passers-by regarding a fierce collision involving 3 vehicles, reminiscent of a Hollywood blockbuster, with gunfire even erupting. Following the call, the police rushed to the scene, led by none other than Li Xiaoran's father. Li Jianan, this deputy chief of the Yanhai Police Department, had not returned home for several days due to a gang-related shootout case. After finally pinpointing the culprits, he had lost them during a pursuit last night, resulting in the deaths of 2 officers and serious injuries to 6 others. The entire Yanhai Police Department had been subjected to severe criticism from superiors, and Li Jianan, as the direct leader, was particularly overwhelmed at such a critical juncture. When gunfire erupted outside, the first thought that crossed Li Jianan's mind was the group of bandits who had seized police firearms. It was evident that his suspicions were entirely accurate, as the gunfire indeed came from those very criminals. However, he never anticipated that the victims would be his own daughter and niece. Hiding behind a vehicle, Su Yuyao and Li Xiaoran dared not move. Approximately 5 minutes later, they heard a series of gunshots in the distance. Su Yuyao knew that Chen Haoyu must have been pursued by the bandits. An overwhelming sense of despair drained her of all strength. Li Xiaoran, covering her mouth, was in tears. After the gunfire, the police finally arrived. Li Jianan, upon spotting Su Yuyao and Li Xiaoran, was taken aback. Simultaneously, he realized that the assailant's target was undoubtedly his daughter. Soon after, the police located Chen Haoyu's vehicle alongside those of the bandits. Ignoring the warnings, Su Yuyao emerged from the car, calling out Chen Haoyu's name. "Over here!" shouted an officer. The crowd immediately rushed over. They found all 4 bandits sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. Chen Haoyu sat with his head bowed, eyes closed, leaning against a vehicle, utterly motionless. Su Yuyao dashed over, embracing Chen Haoyu tightly and repeatedly calling his name. Seeing that he remained unresponsive sent Su Yuyao into a panic. She extended her trembling fingers to check for Chen Haoyu's breath, then leaned down to listen for his heartbeat, only to find herself frozen in disbelief. No breath, no heartbeat. The man who had always been so carefree was dead. A wave of profound sorrow surged through Su Yuyao's heart, and tears streamed down her face. Li Xiaoran, with red-rimmed eyes, asked, "Sister, what happened to brother-in-law? Speak to me." Su Yuyao lifted her head, her gaze vacant, murmuring, "He is dead." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoran burst into inconsolable tears. Su Yuyao pressed Chen Haoyu's head firmly against her chest, letting her tears fall upon his face. In that moment, she finally recognized the secret buried deep within her heart. She had long since fallen for this Li Jianan assessed the condition of the 4 bandits, arranged for his subordinates, and hurried over. "Xiaoran, Yao, what happened?" Li Xiaoran, tears streaming down her face, replied, "Dad, brother-in-law is dead. He sacrificed himself to save us, drawing the bandits here alone." Li Jianan frowned, saying, "1 bandit is dead, 3 are seriously injured. Logically, he shouldn't be in any danger. Yuyao, check if he is wounded anywhere." Li Jianan's words. Chen Haoyu, who was lying in Su Yuyao's embrace and relishing her warmth, inwardly cursed. "Couldn't you have come a bit later? Whether I live or die is none of your business. Why must you interfere?" Realizing that Su Yuyao was shifting his head away from her embrace, he knew he could no longer maintain the pretense. With a groan, he slowly opened his eyes. Su Yuyao was instantly filled with joy, exclaiming, "You're not dead. I knew you wouldn't go so easily, you rascal." Li Xiaoran chimed in with excitement. "That's wonderful. Brother-in-law, you just scare me to death." Chen Haoyu, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, exclaimed, "Damn, that Scarface guy has some serious skills. He hit me once, and I almost bit the dust up. By the way, where's the Scarface guy?" Li Jianan fixed a sharp gaze on Chen Haoyu, saying, "He is dead." Chen Haoyu was taken aback. "You guys killed him? I vaguely heard police sirens before I passed out." Li Jianan replied gravely, "You killed him." Feigning surprise, Chen Haoyu exclaimed, "I killed him? Impossible. His skills were better than mine. Though I landed a hit on him in the end, I also took a punch from him. Wait, could it be we both fell?" Li Jianan gestured toward a nearby surveillance camera, stating, "A review of the footage will clarify everything." "Damn," Chen Haoyu thought, unable to suppress an internal curse. His act of feigning death was not only a test of Su Yuyao's feelings for him, but also a ploy to deflect the police's attention. After all, he had just killed the scar-faced man in self-defense. Although it was justifiable, it was still a life lost, and he had hoped to evade accountability. To his dismay, there was surveillance footage capturing the entire incident. Su Yao looked at Chen Haoyu with suspicion, asking, "I couldn't detect your breath or hear your heartbeat. Your pulse wasn't even beating. How did you suddenly wake up?" "Chen Haoyu, you're not acting. Are you?" Chen Haoyu explained, "I might have been knocked unconscious and entered a state of suspended animation." Su Yao appeared somewhat skeptical. "Really?" With a resigned expression, Chen Haoyu replied, "Sister, if you had just experienced a gunfight in a brawl, would you still feel like acting?" Su Yao nodded, conceding, "That's a point. Come on, I'll take you to the hospital." Chen Haoyu waved his hand. "No need, I've just sustained a minor internal injury. A couple of days of rest will suffice. Xiaoran, please keep my jade safe. It's all I have that— "Oh no." Li Xiaoran slapped her forehead, saying, "The jade is still in the car. I'll go get it." Li Jianan grasped Li Xiaoran's arm, inquiring, "What jade?" Li Xiaoran responded, "We attended a jade rough stone auction at the Huiguang Hotel this evening. The brother-in-law bid on a glass-type imperial green jade worth 35 million and won an ice green jade worth 30 to 40 million against a wealthy second-generation rival. All the jade is in the password box in our car. I must protect it, the brother-in-law." Li Jianan glanced at Chen Haoyu, then at Su Yao, chuckling, "Yu Yao, when did you start dating?" Upon hearing her father's words, Li Xiaoran suddenly realized she had let something slip, feeling a wave of regret. Su Yao, having already come to terms with her feelings, held Chen Haoyu's hand, stating, "Uncle, we only formalized our relationship in the past couple of days, and Haven T had a chance to inform you and Annie." "Ah, I see that." Li Jianan nodded, casting a scrutinizing glance at Chen Haoyu. "Young man, what is your name?" Chen Haoyu replied, "My name is Chen Haoyu." Li Jianan said, "Thank you for saving Yu Yao and Xiaoran. These 4 bandits were extremely vicious, resulting in the deaths of 2 of our brothers and leaving 6 more hospitalized. In recent days, we have searched throughout Yanhai City without finding them. I suspect their target was Xiaoran, intending to use her to threaten me and force their exit from Yanhai." Chen Haoyu confirmed, "Your assumption is entirely correct. That I overheard that Scarface man say that Xiaoran had to remain alive while Yu Yao and I were expendable." Li Xiaoran gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "These people are despicable." Li Jianan gently stroked her hair, apologizing, "I'm sorry, Xiaoran. I put you in danger." Xiaoran shook her head. "It's all right. Dad, I've always been proud of you." At that moment, a police officer approached, first glancing at Chen Haoyu. He then handed a mobile phone to Li Jianan, softly stating, "Chief, please take a look at this surveillance footage." "All right." Li Jianan nodded in acknowledgement, accepting the phone and began to peruse its contents. Chen Haoyu immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, after finishing the video, Li Jianan could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, gazing at Chen Haoyu with an expression of disbelief, exclaiming, "You dispatched 4 armed thugs in 3 minutes, one of whom is a renowned master in the martial arts community. Mr. Chen, you truly are remarkable." Chen Haoyu, mustering his courage, replied, "I possess a modicum of skill." Li Jianan chuckled, "This seems to be more than just a little skill. Mr. Chen, there is no need for pretense. The Scarface man, known as Zhang Cha, was clearly shown in the video being struck down by you with a single blow, unable to inflict any harm in return." Su Yao playfully nudged Chen Haoyu, her voice laced with indignation. "You only know how to deceive me." Defiantly, Chen Haoyu retorted, "If I hadn't feigned death, how would I have known whether you liked me?" Su Yao scolded, "You are such a scoundrel. Now get up." "Yes," Chen Haoyu chuckled, rising from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and inquired, "Director Li, may we take our leave?" Li Jianan responded, "I apologize, but we need to take you to the police department for a statement. Despite Zhang Cha being a criminal, a life has been lost." Chen Haoyu sighed, "I anticipated this outcome." After the police secured the scene, Chen Haoyu, Su Yao, and Li Xiaoran followed Li Jianan into the police vehicle. Heading towards the precinct, Xiaoran tightly clutched the box containing jade that belonged to Chen Haoyu, leaving Li Jianan feeling quite helpless. "Dad, will my brother-in-law be all right? He risked his life to save us from those thugs." Li Xiaoran asked. Jianan reassured her, "Rest assured, Mr. Chen will not only be fined, but will also receive commendation from the police department. Su Yao inquired, Uncle, what exactly were those four thugs involved in? Li Jianan replied succinctly, drugs. Upon hearing this, Su Yao fell silent. Chen Haoyu remarked coldly, a master of the eight extremes, fist engaging in drug trafficking is a disgrace to martial artists. Li Jianan asked. Mr. Chen, are you also a practitioner of martial arts? Chen Haoyu replied, No, I belong to the Taoist tradition, Li Jianan noted, yet your skills appear to far surpass those of Zhang Cha. May I inquire what style you practice? Chen Haoyu responded, I practice Wuji Quan, a martial art utilized by Taoists for physical enhancement. Truth be told, it was my first time engaging in a fight using Wuji Quan, and I was surprised by its effectiveness. Li Jianan, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. They were already well acquainted with Zhang Cha's background. Once a prodigious martial artist, he had descended into a path of no return after accidentally killing a wealthy heir. Li Jianan had studied martial arts for a time, and although he hadn't achieved much, he possessed a keen eye. The video clearly demonstrated that Chen Haoyu had been engaging with Zhang Cha throughout, only unleashing his full power at the end to defeat him. The explosive force exhibited in that strike caused Li Jianan to feel an internal tremor, even through the screen. This Chen Haoyu was undoubtedly extraordinary. He needed to investigate further to protect Yu Yao from potential deception in the future. Upon arriving at the police station, several officers took statements from Chen Haoyu and the others. Su Yao and Li Xiaoran's statements were completed swiftly, and they were escorted by a female officer to a rest area. Only Chen Haoyu remained in the interrogation room, yet to emerge. Dad, it's been 20 minutes. Haven't they finished yet? Li Xiaoran expressed her dissatisfaction upon seeing Li Jianan enter. Li Jianan replied solemnly, Chen Haoyu is an extremely dangerous individual. We need to document his profile, that Li Xiaoran protested. My brother-in-law is humorous and witty. He saved my sister and me from those four thugs. How can he be dangerous? Li Jianan explained. Each of those thugs was responsible for at least a dozen lives, particularly Zhang Cha, who is exceptionally formidable in the face of such ruthless individuals. Chen Haoyu managed to dispatch them effortlessly in under 3 minutes from less than 10 meters away. Mark my words, he did so with the ease of a game. Would you not agree he is indeed extremely dangerous? Understand that her father was never one to exaggerate. Li Xiaoran exclaimed, Dad, is my brother-in-law really that formidable? Li Jianan affirmed, more formidable than you can imagine. Also, refrain from casually addressing him as brother-in-law. It could tarnish your sister's reputation. Li Xiaoran stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. Li Jianan sighed, feeling powerless against his spirited daughter. Su Yao declared earnestly, Uncle, I am resolute in my choice. Li Jianan's brow furrowed deeply as he inquired, Do you know what Chen Haoyu has done in the past? He abandoned his responsibilities to peddle fortune-telling and has been detained 5 times. Later, he was imprisoned for 3 months for practicing medicine without a license. Only in recent years has he settled down. People like him, not just your parents, but even your aunt, and I would oppose your association with him, Su Yao countered. He has already disclosed all of this to me. Uncle, not everyone who has been detained is a bad person. Li Xiaoran chimed in. Exactly, I refuse to believe my brother-in-law is a villain. Li Jianan was left speechless. He was curious about what kind of magic Chen Haoyu had cast upon his daughter and niece to earn such unwavering trust. After 10 minutes, Chen Haoyu finally exited the interrogation room. Li Jianan personally drove the 3 of them home. En route, Li Jianan asked, Mr. Chen, where do you reside? Chen Haoyu replied, Daequi community. Li Jianan paused, astonished, and asked, You and Yu Yao live in the same community? Su Yao calmly stated, Uncle, he has been living with me. We have cohabitated for quite some time. What? Li Jianan gasped, feeling a headache coming on. His niece was living with someone that if the Su family were to discover this, it would surely cause an uproar, especially with old Master Su, who might even resort to violence against Chen Haoyu. After a moment, Li Jianan exhaled deeply, regaining his composure. Yu Yao, have you truly made this decision? Su Yao replied firmly, I will chart my own course in life. Li Jianan asked, Have you considered the consequences? Su Yao's eyes gleamed with determination as she replied, I choose the path I walk, and I will bear the consequences alone. Even if I crash into a wall, I would rather perish than turn back. Witnessing Su Yuyao's resoluteness left Li Jianan momentarily speechless. Chen Haoyu felt equally shaken. Though the dialogue between Li Jianan and Su Yuyao seemed disjointed, Chen Haoyu, being astute, discerned the underlying message that it was clear that Li Jianan harbored reservations about him and Su Yuyao's relationship, while Su Yuyao was resolutely expressing her determination to be with him. Reflecting on this, Chen Haoyu looked at Su Yuyao, who was also gazing back at him with intensity. Even in the darkness, her eyes radiated brilliance and unwavering resolve. Chen Haoyu gently grasped her hand, and they exchanged smiles, their unspoken understanding evident. Upon arriving at Daequi community, Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao alighted from the vehicle. To their surprise, Li Xiaoran, clutching the password box, followed them out as well. Dad, I'm staying at my sister's place tonight. Please inform Mom, Li Xiaoran stated. No, your sister's place isn't suitable, Li Jianan retorted. It doesn't matter. I'm staying anyway. Su Yuyao smiled and added, Uncle, Li Xiaoran stated, we haven't seen each other for nearly half a year and have much to discuss. Li Jianan sighed, conceding, very well, I shall take my leave. Wait, Chen Haoyu suddenly called out to Li Jianan. Li Jianan asked, what is it? Chen Haoyu regarded him intently and said, Director Li, I am aware that you harbor disdain for me. Believing that a person with my past, having been incarcerated several times, is unworthy of Yuyao. Had I not rescued the two sisters this evening, I dare say you would not have spared me even a glance. Am I correct? Li Jianan stepped out of the vehicle and faced Chen Haoyu directly, declaring without hesitation, Indeed, I have perused your dossier and hold a disdain for your past actions. However, that does not hinder my gratitude towards you. For you have saved Xiaoran and Yuyao, and in doing so, you have indirectly saved me. Chen Haoyu nodded and replied, Understood. Yet I must convey that my rescue of the two sisters was entirely voluntary, and your gratitude is unnecessary. Furthermore, on account of Xiaoran, I kindly advise you, you may encounter a calamity in the coming days. Although it may not pose a significant threat, it would be wise to exercise caution. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Li Jianan, Li Xiaoran, and Su Yuyao shifted simultaneously, albeit for different reasons. The father and daughter believed Chen Haoyu was cursing Li Jianan, while Su Yuyao grew anxious for his safety. For Chen Haoyu's predictions had never been wrong, particularly concerning such calamities, which had already come to pass. Li Jianan laughed heartily and said, Are you making a prediction for me? Chen Haoyu replied, Indeed. Li Jianan scoffed. Should I pay you for your fortune-telling? Chen Haoyu responded coolly. If you believe, then you may. If not, then do not. Li Jianan declared. Very well, that if I truly encounter misfortune in the coming days, I shall present you with 2,000 yuan as payment for your fortune. Should I escape unscathed, I hope you will refrain from offering unsolicited fortunes in the future. With that, Li Jianan climbed back into his vehicle and departed in a huff. Watching the car slowly recede, Chen Haoyu shook his head and remarked, Truly a person will not turn back until they hit a wall. Li Xiaoran, with a sullen expression, approached Chen Haoyu and asked, Brother-in-law, why are you cursing my father? Chen Haoyu replied, I merely intended to offer a benevolent warning to your father. I never meant to curse him. Besides, he could hardly withstand my curses. Su Yuyao pulled Li Xiaoran, who was still eager to argue with Chen Haoyu, and said, Clarify your words. What exactly will my uncle encounter? Li Xiaoran was taken aback and asked, Sister, you cannot be serious? You believe in such superstitions? Su Yuyao stated earnestly, I do believe. The fact have long since proven that his predictions have never been wrong. Is that true? Li Xiaoran gasped, her disbelief evident. Chen Haoyu reassured them. There is no need for excessive worry. Director Li will likely sustain minor injuries and require a few days of rest. He is not in danger of losing his life. Su Yuyao inquired. Do you not possess a talisman? Could you not give one to my uncle? Chen Haoyu chuckled and replied, Would he even wear it if you gave it to him? It would be a miracle if he didn't toss into the trash before your very eyes. Hearing their exchange, Li Xiaoran suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. She was all too familiar with her aloof cousin, who rarely lied and seldom joked, if even she held unwavering faith in Chen Haoyu's fortune-telling. It left Li Xiaoran feeling quite apprehensive. Upon returning home, Chen Haoyu smiled at Su Yuyao and said, Let us not forget our wager. You still owe me a 2-minute French kiss. Su Yuyao nodded and replied, I shall not forget. Within 2 years, I will grant it to you. Chen Haoyu widened his eyes and sternly warned, remember, the timing of this kiss is at my discretion, not yours. With that, he retreated into his bedroom. Su Yuyao smiled playfully and chided. Such behavior. Observing the radiant smile on Su Yuyao's face, Li Xiaoran sighed inwardly. Her cousin was utterly lost. Meanwhile, Li Jianan returned home, burdened by thoughts that, is that not Deputy Director Li? You do know how to come home, do you not? Ling Qing, clad in a thin white nightgown, leaned against the bedroom door with an expression of discontent. One cannot deny that the women of the Ling family possess exceptional genes. Despite being in her 40s, Ling Qing appeared no older than 30, her complexion still fair and her beauty undiminished. Time had not left its mark upon her. Rather, it had bestowed upon her an added maturity and allure. If she stood beside Li Jianan, they would be the quintessential example of a couple with a significant age difference. Li Jianan offered a wry smile. Of course, I knew to return. I just did not expect to find you here with your precious daughter. Ling Qing's eyes widened. Was she not at Yu Yao's place? Li Jianan replied. The issue lies with Yu Yao. Are you aware that girl has taken a boyfriend and is living with him? What? Ling Qing exclaimed, her face blanching in shock. What on earth happened? You must clarify this for me. Li Jianan recounted the events in full. Hearing that the two sisters had been ambushed by four-armed thugs left Ling Qing pale with fear. Upon learning that Chen Haoyu had single-handedly diverted the thugs and engaged them in a life-or-death struggle in the underground parking lot, Ling Qing was deeply moved that it is in moments of crisis that true heroism is revealed. To gauge a man's reliability, one must observe him in the most perilous situations, and Chen Haoyu clearly exemplified that dependable man. After listening to Li Jianan's account, Ling Qing reached a decisive conclusion. Yu Yao has good taste. I find this Chen Haoyu quite commendable. Li Jianan nearly spat out the water he had just sipped. My dear wife, have you understood correctly? Chen Haoyu is a frequent visitor to our detention center. So what? Heroes do not concern themselves with origins. He engages in fortune-telling and superstition. Did not Zhou and Wang and Jiang Zia also practice divination? They engaged in superstition as well that he operates a clinic without a license. But those so-called experts have their credentials and yet fail to treat ailments effectively. Li Jianan found himself outmatched by his wife, exclaiming in resignation, Ling Qing, it is no wonder your daughter is so whimsical. She clearly inherited that trait from you. Ling Qing raised an eyebrow, proudly declaring, you have misused your words. Both my daughter and I are simply intelligent and clever. Director Li, let me tell you, that man saved your daughter, and yet you still look down upon him. This is the epitome of ingratitude. If I were Chen Haoyu, I would have already splattered you with a mouthful, Li Jianan replied. I do feel grateful to him. I simply believe that Chen Haoyu and Yu Yao are too mismatched. Their pairing is rather unsuitable. Ling Qing scoffed. Compatibility is determined solely by Yu Yao. It is not your concern. Director Li, do not forget that when we married, you were merely an ordinary household registration clerk. Had it not been for my insistence, could you have married someone as beautiful as me? Li Jianan shrugged and conceded. Fine, I admit I cannot win this argument. However, Chen Haoyu is not an ordinary person. After killing that thug, he remained unfazed, displaying no sign of distress. Such mental fortitude is not something just anyone possesses. Ling Qing pondered for a moment and said, do not disclose this matter to my sister and brother-in-law, just yet. Tomorrow, I intend to see for myself what makes this Chen Haoyu so special in Yu Yao's eyes, Li Jianan replied. Suit yourself that I am off to take a shower. These past few days have truly exhausted me. Ling Qing retorted, what? After finally returning home, you do not even wish to fulfill your duties? Li Jianan hastily replied, give me 5 minutes. Were it to be discovered that the illustrious deputy director of the Yanhai Police Department, Li Jianan, was so dutifully subservient to his wife at home, it would surely elicit laughter from many. The following morning, feeling somewhat achy, Li Jianan enjoyed breakfast before heading to work. Ling Qing tidied the kitchen and promptly called Li Xiaoran. Mom, did Dad tell you about last night's events? Yes, he did. I nearly had a heart attack. Thank goodness you and Yu Yao are safe. Otherwise, I would have held him accountable. It was all thanks to my brother-in-law. Mom, let me tell you, Dad is insufferable. He clearly owes his life to my brother-in-law. Yet he still claims he is a danger. It is utterly ridiculous. I have already scolded him. Today at noon, I will treat you all to a meal to properly express our gratitude to our Savior. You are indeed my wise mother. By the way, did Dad not mention anything about the jade? What jade? I am unaware. Last night, we attended an auction for jadeite rough stones, when my brother-in-law presented a piece of glass-type imperial green jadeite, large enough to craft 2 bracelets. Glass-type imperial green. Ling Qing could not help but exclaim, Shaoran, you must be joking, right? Li Shaoran replied, of course not. Not only did my brother-in-law acquire the imperial green jadeite, but he also won several pieces of icy green jadeite through a bet. Last night, a company CEO offered 80 million. I urged my brother-in-law to reserve the jadeite for our Qingyan jewelry company. It's in my possession now, and I will bring a piece over during lunch. Ling Qing anxiously said, no, you wait for me at Yu Yao's place. I will rush over immediately. The thought of letting Li Shaoran carry jadeite worth nearly 100 million made Ling Qing uneasy that, if anything were to happen, it would be too late for regrets. An hour later, Ling Qing arrived at Su Yu Yao's house with her financial manager by Zihiland L. I Shaoran opened the door and said, Mom, Aunt Bai, why did you take so long to come? Ling Qing asked, what happened? Li Shaoran replied, a patient arrived at my brother-in-law's clinic. He went to attend to them. Ling Qing was taken aback and asked, your brother-in-law is a doctor? Li Shaoran nodded and said, to be precise. He is an exceptionally skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. My sister mentioned that even the wealthiest man in Yanhai, Chao Li Shue, sought his help for a leg ailment, and the treatment fee reached 10 million. Ling Qing gasped, 80 million for jadeite, and $1 million for treatment. By this calculation, he has earned more in a few days than I have in most of my life. Li Shaoran chuckled, indeed. Mom, Aunt Bai, please have a seat. I will fetch the jadeite. Soon, a fist-sized piece of imperial green jadeite and several icy green jadeite pieces appeared before Ling Qing. Holding the imperial green jadeite, she examined it closely, saying, it is truly exquisite. Shaoran, does Chen Haoyu trust you so much that he entrusted the jadeite to your care? Is he not afraid we might claim it for ourselves? Li Shaoran proudly remarked, since the jadeite was auctioned. I have been the one safeguarding it, and why brother-in-law hasn't even touched it. He mentioned wanting to gift me an imperial green pendant and a pair of imperial green earrings. Unfortunately, I dare not accept. Ling Qing inquired, is his family wealthy? Li Shaoran shook her head, saying, my brother-in-law is an orphan who grew up in the Sunshine Orphanage. His wealth is a recent development. He endured much hardship before his lowest. He worked 3 jobs, barely finding time to sleep, while still sending 5,000 every month to the orphanage. That I cried after hearing my sister recount my brother-in-law's story last night. Ling Qing remarked, your sister must have heard it from Chen Haoyu as well? Li Shaoran replied, no, my sister learned it from the head of the Sunshine Orphanage. My brother-in-law never spoke of it to her. Ling Qing felt a surge of respect, saying, if that's the case, then Chen Haoyu's character is truly commendable. I Shaoran laughed. Of course, my sister is remarkable. How could she choose wrongly? Ling Qing asked, where is Chen Haoyu's clinic? We need to discuss the purchase of the jadeite with him. As they were about to leave, my brother-in-law had already entrusted the entire matter to me. I Shaoran handed 2 agreements to Ling Qing, stating my brother-in-law agreed to sell the jadeite to our Qingyan jewelry company for 70 million. We only need to pay him within a year. These agreements are already signed by him. Ling Qing glanced at the agreements. Her brow furrowed, saying, the terms in this agreement are excessively favorable for us. I must meet Chen Haoyu in person before signing. Li Shaoran pouted, it's fine. My brother-in-law doesn't mind at all. Ling Qing insisted, I do mind. This is a matter of principle. Li Shaoran conceded. All right, I'll take you to the clinic to find my brother Dash and Dash Law at the clinic. Chen Haoyu was conversing with Zhu Lan and Zhang Kuan. It was Sunday, and although he had originally scheduled to see Zhang Kuan on Monday, Zhu Lan, unable to wait, called him that morning. Chen Haoyu appreciated the forthrightness of Zhu Lan and reluctantly agreed. Sister Lan, acupuncture is essential. Damage to the Chong meridian is serious. It can lead to infertility issues and, more importantly, cause instability in a man's yang energy. With insufficient yang energy, longevity becomes a challenge. Although Mr. Zhang is still relatively young and may not feel the urgency, once he reaches 50, His health will decline significantly. By then. Even if treated, it may be too late. Upon hearing about the needles, Zhu Lan felt a bit uneasy. Chen Haoyu explained further. Upon realizing the implications, Zhang Kuin's face turned pale. Are you saying I want to live past 60? Chen Haoyu shook his head. Your health is in poor condition. At 40, you have the body of a 60-year-old. If the Chong meridian is not treated, whether you can live past 50 is uncertain, let alone 60. Mr. Zhang, don't think I'm being alarmist. You probably can't even run 300 meters now. Can you? Zhang Kuin forced a smile. My health is indeed not great. Zhu Lan shot him a sharp glare and turned to Chen Haoyu. Brother, although I have only met you twice, I feel a strong connection. Be honest with me. How confident are you in curing him? Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu replied, 10 out of 10. Zhu Lan nodded. Then I'll trouble you. Chen Haoyu added, Sister Lan, let us settle the treatment fee before we proceed. What will it be? Zhu Lan promptly inquired. How much? I'll pay you right away. Chen Haoyu replied, you should have seen my fee structure, correct? Zhu Lan affirmed, yes, the registration fee is 3,000. Chen Haoyu continued. For now, I will only charge you 3,000. If you become pregnant in the future, that will indicate I have successfully treated Mr. Zhang's infertility at that time. I would appreciate an additional 200,000. Zhu Lan smiled. Aren't you worried that I want to pay you then? Chen Haoyu pointed his eyes, saying, I trust my judgment. Zhu Lan nodded, took out her phone, scanned the QR code on the table, and transferred 20,300 directly to Chen Haoyu, stating, I have never misjudged anyone either. Chen Haoyu chuckled, thinking, except for your lover. Entering the consultation room, Chen Haoyu instructed Zhang Kuin to lie on the bed and lift his shirt to expose his chest and abdomen. Goodness, the layer of flabby flesh could yield 10 pounds of fat. Chen Haoyu silently replaced the gold needle he had just retrieved with an 8-centimeter-long one. Zhu Lan, witnessing this, wore a helpless expression. In a flash, Chen Haoyu skillfully inserted 3 gold needles into Zhang Kuin's perineum, the Chong, Qi Chong, and Shiguan acupuncture points, then flicked the needle tails. Instantly, the 3 needles began to tremble, as if electrified. Any traditional Chinese medicine master witnessing this scene would be astounded, for Chen Haoyu was employing the long-lost Sankai needle technique and the Qi-guided needle technique. The Sankai needle technique is reputed to revive the near-dead with just 3 needles. The Qi-guided needle technique is even more remarkable, using Qi to vibrate the needles, thereby unblocking the body's meridians. Once the meridians are open, everything becomes manageable. Such techniques can only be executed by traditional Chinese medicine practitioners skilled in Qigong. And Chen Haoyu's abilities far surpass the so-called Qigong, resulting in treatment effects that are exponentially better. Observing Chen Haoyu merely flick his fingers and the 3 gold needles vibrating, Zhu Lan was left speechless. Mr. Zhang, how do you feel? Chen Haoyu asked, flicking the needle again, directing his inquiry toward Zhang Kuin, who could barely open his eyes. Zhang Kuin replied, 1 word, refreshing. 2 words, very comfortable. That I feel a warmth circulating in my chest and abdomen. Chen Haoyu acknowledged that as correct. After about 10 minutes, noticing Zhang Kuin's body was glistening with sweat, he removed the needles. Zhang Kuin, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, asked, Mr. Chen, can we do that again? It was so comfortable. Chen Haoyu replied, too much of a good thing is not beneficial. The recent acupuncture treatment has significantly improved your Chong meridian, but what you require next is nurturing warmth. I shall prescribe a remedy for you, to be consumed daily for an entire week beginning tomorrow. Please return to see me next Monday. Zhang Kuin replied, understood. Thank you, Mr. Chen. After preparing the prescription, Chen Haoyu solemnly handed it to Zhang Kuin and stated, during this period, you must refrain from any intimate relations. Should you succumb to temptation, it could spell the end for you. Do you understand? Zhang Kuin promptly affirmed, I understand. Zhu Lan gave Chen Haoyu a thumbs up, exclaiming, brother, your acupuncture skills are truly remarkable. Chen Haoyu smiled modestly, saying, it's merely a minor skill. He continued, when you return next time, I believe Mr. Zhang's Chong meridian will be in perfect condition. At that point, I will prescribe individual treatments tailored to your respective health conditions for optimal recuperation. If all goes well, in a month's time, you shall be able to endeavor towards parenthood. Zhu Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, that's wonderful. Thank you. after bidding farewell to the grateful couple. Li Xiaoran entered with Ling Qing and Baijilan brother-in-law. Allow me to introduce, this is my mother, and this is our company as finance manager. Aunt Baijilan, Li Xiaoran introduced Mr. Ling, Ms. Bai. It's a pleasure to meet you both. Chen Haoyu greeted with a smile. Ling Qing waved her hand, saying, no need for such formalities. Given your relationship with Yu Yao, you may simply call me Aunt Ling. From the moment she entered, she had been scrutinizing Chen Haoyu from head to toe. With a physique rated at 90 and looks at 85, compared to those from affluent families, Chen Haoyu's appearance could be considered average. However, his bright, deep-set eyes and the effortless grace he exuded certainly elevated his appeal. Overall, Ling Qing found herself rather satisfied with Chen Haoyu. The title you suggested might not sit well with Director Li, Chen Haoyu remarked. Ling Qing replied candidly, pay him no mind, but I heard about the unpleasantness between you two last night. It was entirely his fault. The moment he learned you had been in a detention center, he formed a prejudice against you, which is utterly unreasonable. Chen Haoyu was taken aback by Ling Qing's forthrightness, saying, Aunt Ling, I appreciate your straightforward nature. Ling Qing paused for a moment before responding, I have a favorable impression of you as well. They exchanged glances and simultaneously chuckled, as they settled into their seats. Ling Qing inquired, Haoyu, was that couple who just left the clinic Zhang Kuan and Zhu Lan? Chen Haoyu, while preparing tea, confirmed, indeed. Are you acquainted with them, Aunt Ling? Old friends, she replied. What ailment did they suffer from? Is it serious? Chen Haoyu chuckled. Zhang Kuan had some issues with his meridians, but it has been largely resolved. Ling Qing responded with an O and shifted the conversation to Jadeite. Haoyu, I reviewed the sales agreement Xiao Ran drafted, and I find it somewhat unsuitable. Chen Haoyu asked, is it the price or some other aspect that seems inappropriate? Ling Qing answered, the conditions are too favorable. Haoyu, first, I want to thank you for agreeing to sell us such precious jadeite. It holds immense significance for our company. However, I heard from Xiao Ran that someone offered 80 million last night, while you're asking only 70 million, a full 10 million less, which is simply unacceptable. I cannot allow you to incur a loss. Additionally, regarding the payment terms, paying within a year is already a great favor, and we must include interest for that duration. Chen Haoyu smiled. Aunt Ling, are you doing this to avoid owing me a favor or out of concern for Director Li's position? Ling Qing replied, both. If you and Yu Yao were married, I would seize any opportunity, no matter how advantageous. But that is not the case now. Chen Haoyu nodded. Understood that in business, let us forego the interest. You may pay me 75 million within a year. Ling Qing pondered for a moment and then said, very well, it is settled. Jilan, please draft a new contract. Jilan acknowledged and exited the clinic. Having concluded their business discussions, Ling Qing began to inquire about Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao. Haoyu, have you heard of the Su family in Yindu? No, he replied, but I can surmise it must be quite a formidable entity. For ordinary folk, the Su family is indeed quite powerful. For instance, Yu Yao's father is on the cusp of achieving a ministerial rank. Given his age, should he succeed, you can imagine the implications. The most formidable member is the elder Mr. Su, who has stepped down from the deputy consulate position at this juncture. Ling Qing paused to observe Chen Haoyu's expression. Generally, upon hearing of the Su family's influence, most individuals would feel astonished, anxious, or even inferior. Such reactions are typical. However, Chen Haoyu exhibited an extraordinary calmness, almost akin to a tranquil pond. Having spent years in the business world and studied psychology, Ling Qing was adept at discerning other psychological states through subtle expressions, which often gave her an advantage in negotiations. Thus, she could easily tell whether Chen Haoyu was genuinely composed or merely feigning tranquility. No wonder her niece, who held lofty expectations, would be attracted to this man. His steadiness far surpassed that of many youthful individuals. Chen Haoyu poured tea for both Ling Qing and Li Xiaoran, casually remarking, such a formidable Su family still resorts to outdated arranged marriages. Frankly, I hold them in disdain. Impressive, Ling Qing thought to herself, offering an internal commendation for Chen Haoyu's scornful and dismissive demeanor towards the Su family. Li Xiaoran's eyes sparkled with admiration as she declared, brother-in-law, that's incredibly bold. You are absolutely right. Ling Qing cautioned, Regardless, Yu Yao is still a member of the Su family if you wish to be with her. You must gain the Su family's approval, which is no simple task. Especially considering your situation, you fall far short of my sister's criteria for a son-in-law. Chen Haoyu chuckled. Yu Yao possesses an exceptionally independent character. I do not believe she will seek a husband based on other standards, even if that person is a close relative. Ling Qing's brow furrowed slightly as she remarked, your presence may place Yu Yao in a dilemma. Chen Haoyu shook his head, asserting, Aunt Ling, you are entirely mistaken. It is the farcical arranged marriages devised by the Su family that ensnare Yu Yao in conflict. Even in my absence, there would be others like Li Haoyu, Wang Haoyu, or Zhou Haoyu. As long as Yu Yao's character remains unchanged, the discord with her family will persist indefinitely. If pressed too hard, she may resort to extreme measures to be why then it will be too late for regrets. Ling Qing fell silent. Gazing at Chen Haoyu before her, she felt as if she were confronting a sage brimming with life wisdom. The calmness, maturity, and open-mindedness he exhibited far exceeded the qualities expected of someone in their 20s. Suddenly, Ling Qing broke into a smile, saying, Haoyu, I have high hopes for you. Chen Haoyu replied, Thank you for your support. Aunt Ling before long, Bai Jilan returned with 2 copies of the jadeite sales agreement. Without even glancing at them, Chen Haoyu signed his name on the documents. Ling Qing teased, Aren't you afraid I might pull a fast one on the agreement? Chen Haoyu replied, nonchalantly, It's merely 75 million if Aunt Ling desires it. Take it. Consider it a token of respect from your future son-in-law. Ling Qing's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, You have a way with words. She continued, I'll let you in on a little secret. In half a month, it will be my father's birthday, and my sister will certainly attend. Chen Haoyu nodded, assuring her, Rest assured, no matter how much my future mother-in-law may disapprove of me or how harsh her words may be, I will not engage in conflict with her. Ha! Ling Qing erupted with laughter at Chen Haoyu's response, thoroughly amused by his wit. Just as they finished signing the agreement, an elderly gentleman and a middle-aged man entered. Mr. Tetsu, Mr. Su, what brings you here? Ling Qing promptly greeted them. The newcomers were Su Jiangwo and Su Hai, whom Chen Haoyu had met at the hospital. Su Jiangwo had recently retired from his position as a major general and held considerable influence in Yanhai, even commanding respect from a mayor. His eldest son, Su Jiang, had previously been a direct supervisor to Li Zhunnan, fostering a strong relationship between the two families. We have a matter to discuss with Xiao Chun, Su Jiangwo said. Xiaoling, are you feeling unwell? Ling Qing reassured him. Not all. Like you, I also have a matter to discuss with Xiao Chun, which I have just concluded, Su Jiangwo exclaimed with a smile. It seems that Xiao Chun is not only an exceptional physician, but also a shrewd businessman. Chen Haoyu replied, Su Lao, please do not jest. I am hardly knowledgeable in commerce. The IT is merely luck that I have unearthed a few pieces of jade. He chuckled, observing, From the looks of you and President Su, it appears that matters have been settled. Su Jiangwo responded solemnly. Indeed, everything has been resolved. Xiao Chun, our Su family owes you a tremendous favor. Chen Haoyu replied. Su Lao, you are being overly polite. That it is my duty to assist those in need. Hearing their exchange, Ling Qing was quite astonished. She was deeply curious about what Chen Haoyu had accomplished to warrant a personal visit of gratitude from a retired major general, even leading to such a declaration of indebtedness. Ling Qing was well aware of the weight of favors from the Su family, which only heightened her intrigue towards Chen Haoyu. She sensed that this young man possessed an air of mystery, far more complex than he appeared. Su Lao, please take your time to converse with Haoyu. I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Ling Qing said, recognizing the impropriety of lingering further. Su Jiangwo smiled. Very well, do what you must. Su Jiang may return in a few days for a night's stay. Perhaps you can all gather then. Ling Qing nodded, affirming, Certainly. Li Shaoran added, Brother-in-law, do not forget our lunch plans. Chen Haoyu assured, Rest assured, I will not forget. After Ling Qing and the others departed, Su Jiangwo looked at Chen Haoyu in surprise. Xiao Chun, are you married? Chen Haoyu chuckled. I would like to be, but the other party has yet to agree. Su Jiangwo inquired, Could it be Dr. Su? Chen Haoyu raised his thumb, saying, Impressive, you guessed it right. Su Jiangwo laughed. Dr. Su is talented and beautiful, yet her demeanor is somewhat aloof. Winning her heart may not be an easy feat. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and replied, "You are correct. However, with sincerity, one can move mountains that I believe that, in due time, I shall penetrate her defenses and win her heart." Su Jingwo said, "I hope you succeed." After a brief exchange, Chen Haoyu asked, "Su Lao, since President Su's issue has been resolved, is there something else you wish to discuss with me?" Su Jingwo answered in a grave tone, "I have an old leader, a dear brother. 3 years ago, his beloved wife lost her precious great-grandson. In her distress, she suffered a stroke and became a vegetative state, despite seeking help from numerous renowned experts both domestic and abroad. In employing various methods, we have been unable to awaken her. Xiao Chun, I wish to inquire if you possess any means of treatment." Chen Haoyu asked, "How old is she? What was her health like prior to her coma? Has the child been found?" Su Jingwo replied, "My sister-in-law is 73 years old and was in good health, often going to the market on her own. Unfortunately, we do not know where that wretched human trafficker took the child, and we have yet to locate him." Chen Haoyu furrowed his brow and said, "The old lady's condition is evidently a result of psychological trauma. She subconsciously resists awakening to confront the harsh reality of her lost great-grandson. Awakening someone in such a state is no simple task. It is not impossible, but it will be exceedingly difficult." Hearing Chen Haoyu's response, Su Jingwo's eyes brightened. "Do you have confidence?" Chen Haoyu shook his head. "No doctor in the world would claim certainty in awakening a patient in a vegetative state, and I am no exception that I can only promise to try my utmost. Success is uncertain." Su Jingwo exclaimed joyfully. "Wonderful! Come, let me take you to see my sister-in-law." Chen Haoyu resolutely replied, "I will not go." Su Jingwo was taken back and asked, "Why not?" Chen Haoyu explained, "Su Lao, it is a long-standing principle that doctors do not knock on doors uninvited. If you were a direct relative of the patient seeking my assistance, I would feel obliged to comply. However, since you have no blood relation, it would be inappropriate for me to visit and treat someone else. The essence of this principle is simple. If one were to show up at someone else's door, claiming to treat their illness, they would undoubtedly be regarded as a fraud. Even if the treatment were successful, the patient might believe their ailment was trivial from the start. Just the medical fees alone could lead to endless disputes. If, by chance, the treatment fails, the situation would become even graver. They would perceive you as lacking the necessary skills while attempting a task beyond your abilities, likely driven by greed. Hence, throughout history, no physician has ever voluntarily gone to a patient's home for treatment unless invited by the family." Su Jingwo replied, "Xiao Chun, my old leader holds a significant status. Must exceptions not be made?" Chen Haoyu remarked, "You are a major general. An individual of even higher rank would be a lieutenant general. Such esteemed figures are exactly why I cannot make an exception. Su Lao, you must understand that I hold no guarantee of awakening someone who has been in a vegetative state for 3 years. If I fail, it would not only be embarrassing for me, but likely for you as well. Moreover, at my age, should you take me directly to treat someone, even an ordinary person might harbor doubts." Su Jingwo nodded. "You make a valid point. I was reckless. Very well. I shall bring him to you tomorrow." Chen Haoyu smiled. "No problem." Su Jingwo glanced at Su Hai. "Did you not have a matter to discuss with Xiao Chun?" "Speak freely." Su Hai displayed a sheepish expression and said, "Mr. Chun, I must first apologize for my previous demeanor." Chen Haoyu waved his hand. "It is of no consequence. President Su, it seems you have suffered considerable losses this time." Su Hai lamented, "It feels as if I have returned to square one. I have already instructed my people to demolish the bridge and rebuild it. Fortunately, the government has not made things difficult for me, only demanding half of the penalty fee, but the total losses amount to nearly 100 million. Chen Haoyu inquired, "What about your brother-in-law?" Su Hai gritted his teeth and replied, "He has been sent away. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have fallen to the brink of bankruptcy." Chen Haoyu chuckled. "As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Perhaps this experience will lead to greater achievements in the future." "Really?" Su Hai asked with excitement. "Mr. Chen, do you truly believe I can still prosper?" Chen Haoyu suddenly understood. "I see now. President Su wishes for me to assess your financial fortune, correct?" Su Hai nodded vigorously. "Yes, that I plan to close the real estate company and invest in an online streaming business, and I would appreciate your guidance." With that, Suhai astutely pulled out his phone, scanned the clinic's QR code, and sent Chen Haoyu 10,000 yuan. Chen Haoyu smiled slightly and activated his divination abilities to examine Suhai's features. He noticed a faint golden glow emanating from his wealth palace, suggesting that once fully opened, it would shine radiantly. My goodness, this fellow is destined for great fortune. On the opposite side, Suhai felt a chill under Chen Haoyu's gaze. His heart racing uncontrollably, he perceived Chen Haoyu's gaze as sharp as a blade, yet deep within his eyes lay an abyss of profundity. As their eyes met, Suhai felt as if he were being thoroughly scrutinized, which made him quite uncomfortable, prompting him to hastily divert his gaze. After closing his divination abilities, Chen Haoyu pondered for a moment before uttering 4 words. Fortune's turn for misfortune. Suhai's expression lit up with joy. Are you saying that my investment in the online streaming company will be successful? Chen Haoyu shook his head. What I mean is that your financial prospects are promising, but whether you can transform that fortune into wealth depends on your own efforts. After all, fortunes can come and go. Suhai was taken aback. Fortunes can leave? Chen Haoyu smiled. How is the character for fortune written? It consists of the walk radical beside cloud. Whether it is financial fortune, blessings, or longevity, if one fails to grasp them well, they will float away like clouds. Nothing is immutable. It ultimately hinges on whether one can seize the moment. For instance, during the late Yuan dynasty, many were born under the dragon's fate, yet only Zhu Yuanzhang ascended to the throne. President Su, your greatest threat lies within your household's instability, and if this issue is not resolved, your financial prospects will undoubtedly be consumed by your misfortunes. There's no doubt about it. Su Jiangwo cast a glance at Suhai and remarked, Xiao Chan speaks the truth. The saying goes, a harmonious family leads to prosperity in all endeavors. If the rear is unstable, how can one aspire to victory? What a grandiose dream. Suhai somewhat awkwardly replied, Dad, rest assured, I will handle it well. Shortly thereafter, Su Jiangwo and Suhai took their leave. Chen Haoyu glanced at the time. It was already past 10. He decided to enjoy a cup of tea and read for a while at the clinic. It wasn't until 11:30 that he finally drove to Kongan Hospital to pick up Su Yeo. One must admit, the quality of the Land Rover is truly commendable. The 4 ruthless bandits from last night had their SUVs and vans utterly wrecked. Yet the Land Rover sustained only minor damage. However, it would likely take a week to have it repaired. After waiting for a full half hour in the underground parking lot, Su Yeo finally appeared before Chen Haoyu. Today, she wore a fitted yellow gown, cinched at the waist with a ribbon, exquisitely showcasing her perfect figure. Coupled with her stunning beauty and an air of elegance, she could only be described as ethereal. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Haoyu pressed the horn a few times, prompting Su Yeo to stride over as she opened the car door. A delicate scent of jasmine wafted into Chen Haoyu's nostrils. What perfume are you wearing? It's quite lovely. Su Yeo settled into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt, and replied, Chanel. As Chen Haoyu started the engine, he remarked, That's odd. I didn't catch a whiff when I dropped you off this morning. Do you not know that women keep perfume both at home and at their workplaces? It's never too late to learn. This morning, I signed an agreement with your aunt to sell the jade for 75 million. With repayment within a year. I heard about it from Shaoran. Thank you for helping my aunt, Chen Haoyu, and no need for formalities. We're family now. What if it turns out otherwise? Wouldn't you be at a loss? Huh? You didn't deny it. Instead, you posed a counter-question. This signifies your acceptance of me, in psychological terms, that I might also be taking advantage of you. Be exploited by the one I cherish, even without a tangible outcome. I would willingly accept. Upon hearing such a sentimental declaration, Su Yeo couldn't help but shiver slightly and said, All right then, you win. Ah, Chen Haoyu chuckled triumphantly. I came across that line online. What do you think? Quite nauseating, isn't it? Su Yeo smiled faintly and replied, It is indeed rather distasteful. Before long, they arrived at their destination, the Xinqing Hotel. Upon exiting the vehicle, Su Yeo immediately linked her arm with Chen Haoyu's. He smiled slightly, thinking to himself that her actions were becoming increasingly practiced. It seemed that his time to be officially recognized was drawing near. As they entered box number 6, they found Ling Qing and Li Xiaoran already present. Sister, brother-in-law, why are you two so late? I'm starving, Li Xiaoran exclaimed as Su Yeo shot back. Who told you to sleep in and skip breakfast? You brought this upon yourself. While speaking, she handed her LV bag to Chen Haoyu, who understood she wished to impress Ling Qing, that he promptly accepted the bag and pulled out a chair for her. After she sat down, he hung the bag on the back of the chair. The series of actions was remarkably fluid, as if he had performed them countless times before. Ling Qing observed everything quietly, letting out a secret sigh. It appeared that her niece was determined to be with Chen Haoyu. Sister, having a boyfriend makes a difference. I can hear a newfound confidence in your voice, Li Shaoran teased. You could find yourself a boyfriend too. I'm not done having fun yet. I wouldn't rush into locking myself down like you. That merely indicates you haven't encountered the right person. When I meet the right one, I still want tea date. Ling Qing interrupted their banter, saying, you two sisters should quiet down for a bit. Today, I'm here to treat Haoyu, not to listen to your bickering. Chen Haoyu smiled. Aunt Ling, it's just a few pieces of jade. There's no need for such formality. Ling Qing replied, all right, I won't indulge in pleasantries. Haoyu, how did you come to know Elder Su? He seems to regard you quite favorably. Chen Haoyu gestured toward Su Yuyo and said, Yuyo knows this matter best. She should tell it. Ling Qing said, no rush. Let's eat while we talk. Before long, the waiter brought the dishes to the table. As it was noon, Ling Qing opted for fruit juice instead of wine. During the meal, Su Yuyo recounted how Chen Haoyu had managed to persuade Su Jiangwo and Su Hai. After listening, Ling Qing expressed her surprise. Just a few days ago, Su Hai's construction group ran into significant trouble. Not only did they botch a nearly completed public welfare project, but several high-ranking officials within the company were also implicated. I didn't expect the underlying cause to be you. Haoyu, do you really possess the gift of divination? Chen Haoyu nodded and said, I can only say I have a slight understanding. I still fall short compared to Zhuge Liang and Liu Bowen. The three women couldn't help but laugh at Chen Haoyu's self-aggrandizement. I Shaoran commented, brother-in-law, your boasting is a bit excessive. Chen Haoyu chuckled, but offered no explanation. In terms of pure ability, with the cultivation level of a transcendent master. He truly was not inferior to Zhuge Liang or Liu Bowen. Ling Qing inquired, did Elder Su seek you out for fortune-telling again? Chen Haoyu waved his hand and replied, he wanted me to treat the family member of a comatose former leader. Ling Qing's interest was piqued in Yanhai, the only person Elder Su could refer to as a former leader, who also has a comatose family member, must be the retired General Yang Junsheng from our Xia country. Li Shaoran asked, Mom, is General Yang Junsheng formidable? Ling Qing replied, of course. For decades, he has been a prominent figure in nearly every war our country has engaged in, even after retiring for 7 or 8 years. He still wields significant influence in the military that I've heard that the consulate calls him every year to check in. Moreover, his son, Yang Hengrui, is the top official in our neighboring province, Lu Province. He's basically secured his position. Chun, if you can cure General Yang's wife, you'll be able to walk with confidence in Yanhai. Chen Haoyu shrugged and said, I never agreed to treat that elderly lady. Ling Qing was taken aback and asked, why? Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, a doctor should never impose. There's a world of difference between offering to treat someone and being invited to do so, and no matter how well Elder Su knows the Yang family. He is still an outsider. If I can resolve the elderly lady's ailment, then all will be well, that if not, it would be rather awkward. Ling Qing came to a realization and said, it's rare to see you so clear-headed. Come, I'll substitute drinks for wine and toast to your union. CEO's eyes lit up. And do you support us? Ling Qing answered without hesitation. You're my only niece, of course, I support you. Haoyu has a point. The Su family is vast and prosperous, and they still rely on marriages to maintain family development. I also look down upon that. This was the first time Ling Qing had expressed her opinion on Su Yuyo's marriage, and she stood firmly on Su Yuyo's side, which delighted Su Yuyo. She immediately raised her glass and said, thank you, Aunt. Afterward, she clinked her glass with Chen Haoyu's. Chen Haoyu understood the gesture and also raised his glass. Saying, thank you, Aunt Ling Qing downed her drink in one go and said, no need for thanks. Yuyo, in your affairs, I fear it will be difficult for me to intervene. At most, I can subtly encourage your mother. Su Yuyo replied, Aunt, I don't need any tangible actions from you. Just your support is sufficient. Ling Qing asked, next weekend, your mother will come to celebrate your grandpa's birthday. How do you plan to handle it? I'll bring Haoyu along, Su Yuyo said, turning to Chen Haoyu that he quickly affirmed, I'm preparing a gift. Ling Qing smiled broadly. You two are brewing something exciting. Haha, I look forward to that day coming soon. Li Xiaoran interjected. Mom, aren't you just stirring the pot? Ling Qing snapped her fingers and said, Correct answer. I am indeed that kind of person. Li Xiaoran was rendered speechless an hour later, after the four of them finished their meal. Ling Qing received a phone call. Hello, this is Ling Qing. May I ask who is calling? Sister-in-law. This is Lu Feng from the Criminal Investigation Division of the Police Department. Deputy Chief Li has been injured and has just entered the operating room at Yanhai First People's Hospital. What? Is it serious? Ling Qing abruptly stood up, her face filled with concern. Deputy Chief Li was shot in the arm. Shot? Did you encounter a vicious criminal again? Given Li Jinan's esteemed position as Deputy Chief of the Yanhai Police Department, it was virtually impossible for him to be shot unless he confronted a criminal face-to-face, which was highly unlikely. Lu Feng on the other end of the line paused for a moment before saying, Our criminal investigation team apprehended a murderer. Upon entering the police station, he suddenly went berserk, injuring one of our colleagues and seizing a firearm, coincidentally encountering Deputy Chief Li, who was there for an inspection. Deputy Chief Li and several colleagues engaged him in a gunfight. Although the criminal was ultimately killed, Deputy Chief Li was struck by a stray bullet in the outer side of his arm. Ling Qing inquired, What did the doctor say? Lu Feng replied, The doctor mentioned that the bullet's penetration power is limited, and it hit only the edge of Deputy Chief Li's arm. Therefore, as long as the bullet is removed, he should recover after resting for 10 to 15 days. Ling Qing let out a sigh of relief and said, Understood. Officer Lu, thank you. I will head to the hospital right away. After hanging up, Li Xiaoran wore a worried expression and said, Mom, I'll go with you. All right, Ling Qing responded, but her gaze turned to Chen Haoyu, saying, Xiao Chun, do you think old Li's misfortune refers to this shooting incident? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoran recalled what Chen Haoyu had said the previous night and exclaimed, Brother-in-law, you're truly amazing. Chen Haoyu remarked, I merely possess a bit of fortune-telling skill. Ling Xiaoran, you should go and take care of Deputy Chief Li while he recuperates. I want to join, as I don't want him to be displeased at seeing me. Ling Qing cast a deep glance at Chen Haoyu and said, All right, Xiaoran, and I shall leave first. Su Yao added, Aunt, I also want to see Uncle. Ling Qing nodded, saying, Okay. When the three arrived at the hospital, Li Jinan had already emerged from the operating room, his arm bandaged. Several police officers were seated on the benches, chatting with him. Ling Qing rushed forward and inquired, What's the situation? Li Jinan replied nonchalantly, Don't mention it. The bullet fired by the criminal ricocheted off the ground and struck my arm. I was left speechless. Ling Qing said, As long as you're okay. Thank you all officers for taking care of him. I will handle Old Li from here on out. Once he recovers, we'll treat everyone to drinks. Lu Feng, who had called Ling Qing earlier, said, Thank you, sister-in-law. Deputy Chief Li, please take good care of yourself. We will take our leave now. Li Jinan waved his hand, saying, Go ahead. After the officers departed, Li Jinan turned to Su Yuyao and asked, Yuyao, is it true that Chen Haoyu can read fortunes? He mentioned last night that there would be misfortune, and it manifested today. This revelation left Li Jinan utterly astonished, as Yuyao responded, Uncle, Chen Haoyu's fortune-telling has proven accurate many times. Li Jinan furrowed his brow and remarked, That is hard to believe. Su Yuyao smiled and said, Uncle, the art of fortune-telling has been passed down for thousands of years, so there must be some truth to it. Right now, your priority is to recover. Ling Qing added, Yuyao is right. Come on, let us go home. Li Jinan replied, I need to stop by the police department first to hand over some work. Ling Qing shot him a glare and chided, All you think about is work. Fine, it's a good opportunity to drop Yuyao off at the hospital. In the car, Li Jinan asked Su Yuyao numerous questions about Chen Haoyu. After learning about the series of philanthropic deeds Chen Haoyu had performed for the Sunshine Orphanage, Li Jinan's impression of him underwent a significant transformation. After Qin Qingqing became the head of the internal medicine department at Kangan Hospital, the first thing she did was adjust Su Yuyao's work schedule, all day on Tuesdays, morning consultations on Wednesdays, surgeries on Thursdays, and no night shifts, a privilege reserved for renowned specialists, resulting in a very relaxed schedule. Although some expressed dissent regarding this arrangement, no one dared voice their concerns. The reason was simple. Su Yuyao's boyfriend, Chen Haoyu, was the second largest shareholder of Kangan Hospital. Who would dare to complain? The two gentlemen who had just entered did not fare well. Su Yuyao felt that this arrangement was inappropriate and proactively offered to help out on Sundays when she was free. This led to her coming to work at the hospital today. In the afternoon, after finishing her shift, Su Yuyao arrived at the underground parking lot. She spotted Chen Haoyu holding a bouquet of roses. Standing in front of his pickup truck with a beaming smile directed at her, Su Yuyao approached him, confidently asking, "Is this for me?" Chen Haoyu extended the roses towards Su Yuyao, saying, "Of course." Su Yuyao accepted the bouquet. Unable to suppress a smile, Chen Haoyu inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Su Yuyao replied, "The people who used to give me flowers drove sports cars. You are the only one who drives a pickup." Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and said, "That is what makes it unique." Su Yuyao retorted, "It's too unique." Chen Haoyu asked, "How many people have given you roses?" Su Yuyao waved the flowers in her hand and replied, "You are the first." Chen Haoyu laughed heartily, opened the car door, and said, "Thank you, Miss Su, for your kind acknowledgement. Please, get in." Su Yuyao rolled her eyes at him and ducked into the car on the way. Chen Haoyu asked, "What is your grandfather like?" Su Yuyao was taken aback and exclaimed, "Are you really going to buy a gift for my grandfather?" Of course, Chen Haoyu turned to Su Yuyao and said, "I am very serious about you. Can't you tell?" Su Yuyao found it hard to endure Chen Haoyu's intense gaze, turning her head away, her face betraying a hint of shyness as she said, "I can't tell." Chen Haoyu chuckled wryly. "All right, that's my fault. I will make you feel like tea." Su Yuyao paused for a moment before saying, "My grandfather enjoys antiques and calligraphy." Her words undoubtedly expressed her stance toward Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu instantly beamed, saying, "Leave it to me." Su Yuyao shot him a glance, the corners of her mouth curving into a smile. Upon returning home, Chen Haoyu prepared 2 vegetable dishes and a delicious tofu cabbage soup, which earned him Su Yuyao as hearty approval. After dinner, the two went for a walk. Chen Haoyu, showing no restraint, directly took Su Yuyao's hand. Su Yuyao's body jolted, and after struggling a few times, she found that Chen Haoyu's grip only tightened. Scolding, "Let go." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Not letting go, not even if it kills me." Su Yuyao huffed angrily, "You're being a rogue." Chen Haoyu wasn't foolish. He could tell that Su Yuyao wasn't genuinely angry, saying, "If I'm a rogue, then so be it. I will only ever act like a rogue toward you." Su Yuyao snorted and replied, "I'm not the kind of girl who can be swayed by your sweet words. I'm speaking from the heart. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. What I do know is that you seem quite adept at pursuing girls with straightforwardness, that if you like someone, why be coy?" Su Yuyao, in this regard, I think we're quite similar. My skin isn't as thick as yours. Thanks for the compliment. As the two engaged in playful banter, they strolled leisurely. Su Yuyao seemed to have forgotten that her delicate hand was being held by Su Haoyu. Whether this was a genuine lapse or a feigned one, only Su Yuyao herself could ascertain. The following day, Chen Haoyu did not visit the clinic. Instead, he directly escorted Su Yuyao to the antique street. This street hosted a market every 10 days, and today happened to be one of those days. Countless stalls had already been set up along the thoroughfare, each adorned with a sunshade, creating a breathtaking vista that stretched as far as the eye could see. Having lived as the carefree sage for over a century in dreams, Chen Haoyu was undoubtedly an expert on Song and Yuan dynasty paintings and ceramics, able to discern the authenticity of these items solely by instinct. After all, these were objects he had frequently encountered in his past life, and how could they possibly deceive his discerning gaze? Moreover, the carefree sage himself was a master of the arts. Noticing Chen Haoyu's genuine interest in the wares at the stalls, Su Yuyao inquired in astonishment, "Do you understand antiques?" With a raised eyebrow, Chen Haoyu replied with pride, "Of course. When it comes to Song and Yuan dynasty paintings and ceramics, I doubt anyone in the entire Xia kingdom can rival me." Su Yuyao retorted, "You certainly have a way of boasting." After meandering through the street for a while, Chen Haoyu sighed, disappointment etched across his face. The myriad of so-called antiques at the stalls required little expertise to appraise. With just a cursory glance, he could discern that most were modern replicas, their value approaching insignificance. Yet these items were being sold for thousands, which was quite the eye-opener for Chen Haoyu. when it came to grandiloquent boasting. These vendors were truly unparalleled at that moment. Chen Haoyu's attention was suddenly captured by a middle-aged man with a wooden expression. Unlike other vendors, this man sat silently, smoking a cigarette. Chen Haoyu's interest did not stem from the man's demeanor, but rather from the ominous aura surrounding him, a presence that suggested long years spent near the deceased or in graveyards. Judging by his appearance and demeanor, Chen Haoyu suspected that this man might indeed be a legendary tomb raider. In front of the middle-aged man were only 6 items. After surveying the assortment, Chen Haoyu's gaze settled on a particular brush washer, a Southern Song Dynasty official kiln's Celadon sunflower petal washer. In his dreams, the carefree sage possessed a similar piece, crafted at the behest of the Southern Song Emperor himself, far more exquisite than the one before him. Following Chen Haoyu's gaze, Su Yao inquired, "Is there something valuable there?" Chen Haoyu nodded and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "It's a super rare find worth tens of millions." Su Yao was taken aback, her skepticism evident. "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" "Absolutely not. Just watch me," he replied. Approaching the middle-aged man's stall, Chen Haoyu squatted down and scrutinized the brush washer. "How much for this?" he asked. The vendor exhaled a puff of smoke, responding indifferently. "This Celadon sunflower petal washer from the Southern Song Dynasty once fetched a staggering 30 million at auction. I'm selling this one for 600,000. "Non-negotiable," Chen Haoyu queried. "This piece has endured for a millennium and still retains such fine condition, yet you sell it for merely 600,000. That's a steal." The vendor's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of wariness creeping in as he replied, "If you want to buy it, buy it. If not, leave. No need for idle chatter." Chuckling, Chen Haoyu remarked, "A piece of official kiln porcelain radiating a sinister aura. This must have just been unearthed, right?" The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes narrowing as he questioned, "What do you mean?" "Among the 6 items, 5 were counterfeit. Only this Celadon sunflower petal washer was genuinely excavated from a Southern Song aristocrat's tomb by the man and his companions a month prior. Originally, there had been over 10 treasures, but during the transaction, they were ambushed, his 2 brothers were shot, and the remaining antiques were shattered. In a fit of rage, the middle-aged man had eliminated those scoundrels and their boss. Afterward, he found himself unable to locate suitable channels for selling the items. Thus, he traveled from a desolate city to Yanhai, hoping to discreetly sell at the market. To this end, he had procured 5 fake antiques to mix with a genuine Celadon washer, testing the discerning eyes of potential buyers that if someone could accurately identify the washer, it would indicate their exceptional discernment of its true value, making the 600,000 price tag seem reasonable. The vendor was taken aback when the first person to recognize the Celadon washer was a young man, who could also deduce its recent excavation, igniting a flicker of murderous intent within him. Chen Haoyu immediately sensed this malice and smiled lightly, saying, "My dear brother, I have no interest in the origins of this item. I advise you to refrain from harboring any unwarranted thoughts with that." A formidable killing intent emanated from Chen Haoyu's eyes, directed at the middle-aged man. The vendor trembled, his mind conjuring images of a battlefield filled with clashing armies, though it lasted but a moment. He was drenched in cold sweat. As a martial artist who had practiced Bajikwan for decades, he understood the gravity of that brief moment of distraction. If Chen Haoyu had intended to kill him, even 10 lives would not suffice to escape that fate. That the eye of perception, he uttered, recognizing the technique. The eye of perception is a skill employed by martial artists to condense their essence into a gaze, producing a potent aura of intimidation that exerts a negative influence on the opponent's spirit, thereby achieving victory without combat. The middle-aged man had heard of this skill, but its requirements were exceedingly high. One must at least master the transformation of energy. Could it be that this youth was a master of that level? Such a thought seemed implausible. In truth, Chen Haoyu was not employing the eye of perception, but rather a form of soul manipulation. However, against a resolute practitioner like the middle-aged man, its efficacy was limited, lasting barely a second. "This brother has misunderstood. I'm not from the realm of martial arts," Chen Haoyu clarified without elaboration. "This brush washer harbors a formidable malignant energy. If someone unversed in how to dispel such energy purchases it. They may either fall gravely ill or meet with fatal consequences. 600,000 is excessive. How about 500,000? The middle-aged man replied. Your fist is strong. Your word is law. Chen Haoyu chuckled. Your words make it sound as though I'm bullying you with my power. Very well, 600,000 it is. I shall buy it. The vendor inquired, aren't you concerned about trouble? Chen Haoyu smiled. You executed your scheme so flawlessly that outsiders would never suspect a thing. What trouble could arise? The middle-aged man scrutinized Chen Haoyu intently, then retrieved a jade ruby from his bag, stating, as long as you don't expose me, I owe you a favor. However, I despise being indebted. If you agree, let this jade ruby serve to offset that debt. What do you think? Chen Haoyu fell silent, his gaze fixed upon the jade ruby, which appeared to be of mediocre quality to others. It might seem like a mere piece of Hitian jade worth several tens of thousands. But to Chen Haoyu, it was worth far more, thousands of times more, because it was a magical artifact, one that had been nurtured at a convergence of yin and yang for centuries. Once consecrated by a Taoist master, it could emit powerful positive energy, warding off all malevolent forces when hung in a home. Suppressing his astonishment, Chen Haoyu pointed at the jade ruby, his hand trembling slightly. You truly wish to give this to me? The middle-aged man affirmed, indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Haoyu replied, this jade ruby is of great importance to me. I cannot take undue advantage of you. How about this? Extend your hand. The middle-aged man was taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Chen Haoyu's words. Yet he extended his hand nonetheless. Chen Haoyu raised 2 fingers and gently tapped the man's Shenmin acupoint, allowing a stream of mystical energy to flow into him. If a Taoist master were to open their celestial eye, they would witness the malevolent energy within the middle-aged man dissipating upon contact with Chen Haoyu's power, akin to snow melting under the sun. The most profound sensation, without a doubt, was experienced by the man himself. Having spent years in tomb raiding, he had been adversely affected by this dark energy, and each night he felt as though a chilling wind assailed his bones, causing intense pain. Yet, Chen Haoyu's energy was like a warm current, soothing his previously frigid meridians and bones. Half a minute later, Chen Haoyu withdrew his fingers and remarked, I have helped you dispel the malevolent energy as a form of compensation for this jade ruby. However, I must caution you that engaging in such activities incurs a loss of virtue. The suffering you have endured over the years is a lesson bestowed upon you by them, that I advise you to consider a change in your livelihood. The middle-aged man recognized that he had encountered a contemporary master and rose to his feet, respectfully bowing to Chen Haoyu, saying, Thank you, sir, for saving my life. I have decided to wash my hands of this trade and return to my hometown to live out my remaining days in peace. Chen Haoyu nodded in approval and inquired, How shall I transfer the funds to you? The middle-aged man gestured toward the nearby bank, stating, A bank transfer would suffice. Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, Very well. The 3 of them made their way to the bank, where Chen Haoyu transferred 6 million to the man's account. In turn, the middle-aged man handed over the brush-washing basin and jade ruby to Chen Haoyu. Once the man departed, the previously silent Su Yuya could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, What were you 2 discussing? I didn't quite understand. As Chen Haoyu fiddled with the jade ruby, he replied, It's just as well that you didn't. Su Yuya pursed her lips and asked, Are you implying that you do not wish to explain? Noticing the slight change in Su Yuya's tone, Chen Haoyu quickly responded, How could that be? Su Yuya remained silent, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Aware that she sought an explanation, he continued, That man is a tomb raider, and both the brush-washing basin and jade ruby were procured from ancient tombs. What? Su Yuya exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Haoyu sighed in exasperation. Could you lower your voice? Immediately, Su Yuya moderated her tone, asking, Are you saying that these 2 items are stolen goods? Chen Haoyu clarified, Not necessarily. They only become stolen goods if the police catch them. Otherwise, they are genuine antiques. Su Yuya was rendered speechless, responding, Now I understand why you were previously apprehended by the police. That aren't you concerned that he might drag you down with him if caught? Chen Haoyu reassured her, I have already assessed that man's fate. He won't face imprisonment. Though his lifespan is limited, he has at most 5 years left. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yuya remarked, I see. His gesture of owing you a favor and gifting you the jade ruby is his way of thanking you for not exposing him. Correct? Chen Haoyu nodded, confirming, exactly. Pointing at the jade ruby in his hand, Su Yuya inquired, what exactly is this item? Why do you claim it to be excessively valuable? And what malevolent energy were you helping him dispel? Raising an eyebrow, Chen Haoyu replied, this jade ruby is incredibly rare. Su Yuya questioned, is it worth more than the brush-washing basin? Chen Haoyu scoffed, how can a flickering flame compare to the bright moon? Su Yuya playfully hit him, chiding, stop being cryptic and just tell me. Laughing, Chen Haoyu explained, this jade ruby is a rare magical artifact. Placing in your home can ward off all forms of malevolence. For instance, if you contract a severe cold from a virus while out, the usual remedies involve injections and medication, followed by a few days of rest. However, with this jade ruby, you need only embrace it while you sleep. And by morning, you'll be well. Is that really true? Su Yuya asked skeptically. You aren't trying to deceive me, are you? Chen Haoyu assured her, you will find out in due time. Su Yuya replied dismissively. Will we even have a future together? Don't forget, in 3 months, you will be moving away. Chen Haoyu grinned. If I move, it'll be together with you. I plan to buy a villa soon, and then we can live together. Su Yuya scoffed. Who said anything about living together? Dream on. Previously, Su Yuya had expressed similar sentiments, but her tone and demeanor now bore a stark contrast to that earlier resolve. The former was resolute, devoid of any room for negotiation, while the latter was tinged with playful reproach, reminiscent of a couple's teasing banter. Chen Haoyu chuckled, dreams are worth having. Who knows, they might just come true. Come on, Sudame, let us go sell this brush-washing basin. Surprised, Su Yuya questioned, didn't you say the basin is heavily cursed? Chen Haoyu nodded, indeed, but I have already neutralized the malevolence. When did that happen? I didn't see anything, she replied, puzzled. Since the transaction, she had witnessed no actions from Chen Haoyu regarding the basin. Surely he couldn't have simply held it to eliminate the dark energy. Yet, in truth, that was precisely the case. After taking the basin, Chen Haoyu had discreetly used his mystical power to eradicate the malevolence. Invisible to the naked eye, Chen Haoyu explained, as a master of my generation, dispelling such malevolence is as simple as eating and drinking. There is no need for such astonishment. Su Yuya sighed. Chen Haoyu, I genuinely cannot discern which of your words are truthful and which are not. Chen Haoyu reassured her. They are all true. You must trust that I hold nothing back from you. Su Yuya huffed in disbelief. I don't buy it. Observing Su Yuya's expression, Chen Haoyu suddenly burst into laughter. The previously aloof Su Yuya had now learned to act coy, which delighted him immensely, as it signified a distinct shift in her attitude towards him compared to others. Irritated, Su Yuya asked, what are you laughing at? Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Let us go sell the antiques, Su Yuya inquired. Where to? To Chen Guangyao's antique appraisal pavilion, of course. The pavilion was situated in the southeast corner of the antique street, covering an area of over 200 square meters, adorned with a quaint and elegant decor. Inyan Hai. Chen Guangyao and his pavilion were regarded as titans within the antique world. Many would bring their prized finds to him for appraisal, and if he confirmed their authenticity, the value of those antiques would instantly soar, underscoring Chen Guangyao's esteemed status. Upon entering the pavilion, Chen Haoyu's gaze fell upon the array of antiques displayed on the opposite shelf. To his astonishment, he spotted over 10 pieces of porcelain, all hailing from the Song and Yuan dynasties. Though their individual worth was not particularly high, collectively they could easily fetch $1 million or $2 million. Indeed, those involved in collecting were often quite affluent. Imu Bo, the proprietor of the antique appraisal pavilion. How may I assist you both? Inquired a middle-aged man in his 40s, rising politely from behind the counter. Chen Haoyu placed the black plastic bag containing the brush-washing basin on the counter and said, Mr. Yu, I have a Qing glazed sunflower basin from the Southern Song dynasty. It's something your pavilion would be interested in. Upon hearing Southern Song dynasty Qing glazed sunflower basin, Yu Bo's expression shifted, and he glanced down at the plastic bag on the counter. Feeling a sense of unease, he struggled to reconcile the idea of a Qing glazed sunflower basin with a mere black plastic bag. Could this be a scam? Yet, judging by their appearances and demeanor, they hardly seemed like con artists. Youth, I need to examine it closely, he stated. Chen Haoyu smiled. Go ahead. Yu Bo donned a pair of white gloves, carefully opened the plastic bag, and gingerly lifted out the basin. The more he scrutinized it, the graver his expression became. Finally, he inhaled deeply and placed the basin back down, declaring, "This is indeed a rare and exquisite piece." Chen Haoyu remarked, "Your discerning eye is commendable. What is its worth?" Yu Bo shook his head. "Its value is too high. I dare not estimate. Dear young friend, please hold for a moment. Our esteemed proprietor is currently entertaining guests upstairs." "I shall summon him down," said Yu Bo. Chen Haoyu responded with a soft acknowledgement. "Ah, so old Cheng is present as well. Very well, I shall await his arrival." Yu Bo then picked up his phone and dialed Chen Guangyao's number, briefly explaining the situation. After a short while, Chen Guangyao and three elderly gentlemen hurried down from the second floor. "Yu Bo, where is the item? You surely haven't made a mistake?" Chen Guangyao inquired, his voice tinged with excitement. A Southern Song Dynasty official kiln celadon petal wash is virtually non-existent in the market. The mere thought of someone coming to the treasure appraisal pavilion to sell such a piece is rather hard to fathom. The elderly friends, who had been sipping tea, could not resist joining Chen Guangyao upon hearing this. "Master, I assure you, it is undoubtedly authentic," Yu Bo asserted confidently as Chen Guangyao descended the stairs and caught sight of Chen Haoyu and Su Yao. He expressed his astonishment. "Dr. Chen, Dr. Su, what brings you here?" Chen Haoyu gestured towards the celadon petal wash on the counter, smiling as he said, "I am here to sell an item. Old Cheng, I recently stumbled upon a treasure at a small stall and would be grateful if you could take a look. If the price is right, I shall sell it to you." Chen Guangyao replied, "Dr. Chen, if it is indeed your possession, you could have simply called me. There was no need for such a trip." The other three elderly gentlemen exchanged incredulous glances, surprised that the typically proud Chen Guangyao would address the young man so formally. Chen Haoyu replied, "I had hoped to avoid disturbing you, but fate has brought us together. Old Cheng, would you kindly take a look?" "Very well," Chen Guangyao acquiesced, donning white gloves as he picked up the brush wash. With just a glance, Chen Guangyao could ascertain its authenticity, noting that its condition rivaled that of the wash which had previously been auctioned. After examining it, he set it down with a sigh. "The Southern Song Dynasty official kiln celadon petal wash I authenticated previously was regrettably beyond my financial reach at the time. To think I would encounter another today is indeed a stroke of great fortune." An elderly gentleman interjected, "Old Cheng, are you implying this brush wash is genuine?" Chen Guangyao nodded affirmatively, "More authentic than gold itself." "Dr. Chen, how much did you acquire it for?" Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu replied, 5,000. He preferred to keep the truth of his 6 million purchase a secret, knowing that otherwise, these old-timers would certainly question the provenance of the brush wash, leading to unnecessary complications. 5,000. Chen Guangyao exclaimed, nearly choking in disbelief. "Dr. Chen, you jest, surely?" "Of course not." Chen Haoyu fabricated. "The seller was a farmer who brought 6 items. The other 4 were mere trinkets, and only 2 were true antiquities that I purchased the lot for 5,000. What a masterful deceiver! If not for their knowledge of the truth, even Su Yao might have believed Chen Haoyu's tall tale. 2 antiquities. Chen Guangyao inquired, eyeing the black plastic bag in Chen Haoyu's hand. "Dr. Chen, might I see the other piece?" Chen Haoyu produced a jade ruby, gave it a gentle shake, and chuckled. "It is merely a jade ruby crafted from fine Hitian jade. Nothing remarkable." Chen Guangyao, with his discerning eye, immediately recognized Chen Haoyu's honesty and remarked, "Dr. Chen, I would be interested in purchasing this jade ruby as well." Chen Haoyu placed the jade ruby back in the bag, stating, "This ruby holds sentimental value, as it is my first treasure. I intend to keep it for my collection." Such a skilled deceiver. Observing Chen Haoyu retrieve the jade ruby without a trace of hesitation, Su Yao could not help but admire his cunning. An impatient elder urged, "Old Cheng, enough of the pleasantries. Are you buying this young gentleman's celadon petal wash or not?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Guangyao replied, "Of course I shall buy it. But let it be known, you shall not compete with me." "Now, that is not quite fair. Old Cheng, the victor belong the spoils. If we all see a fine piece, it should go to the highest bidder," chimed in another elder. "Indeed, you cannot let this young gentleman suffer any loss." Can you, old Cheng? Added a third elder. Let us draw lots for fairness, they proposed, forming a united front against Cheng Guangyao. Cheng Guangyao, caught between amusement and exasperation, replied, "Enough of this. I shall ensure Dr. Chen does not suffer a loss. As for the Southern Song Dynasty official kiln Celadon Petal Wash, it shall be mine." He then turned to Chen Haoyu. "Dr. Chen, let us discuss a price. The last Southern Song Celadon Petal Wash sold for 31 million. It stands to reason that its value has only increased over the years. How does 36 million sound?" Chen Haoyu nodded, smiling. "That is agreeable." Cheng Guangyao, delighted, exclaimed, "Excellent. I shall transfer the funds to you immediately." The other three elders had merely been jesting and were genuinely pleased to see Cheng Guangyao secure the item for 36 million. 5 minutes later, the transaction was complete, and Chen Haoyu's account reflected an increase of 36 million SUYao, witnessing Chen Haoyu effortlessly earning 30 million in less than an hour, regarded him with newfound respect. "Old Cheng, I presume you have no shortage of famous calligraphy and paintings here. I wish to purchase one as a gift for an elder," Chen Haoyu inquired. Cheng Guangyao asked, "What is your budget?" Chen Haoyu glanced at Suyao, who replied, "No more than 100,000, furrowing his brow. Chen Haoyu countered, "That will not suffice. It is my first time celebrating an elder's birthday. The gift must not lack in grandeur. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. Old Cheng, please provide me with a piece worth around 1 million." Suyao tugged at Chen Haoyu's arm, cautioning, "That is too extravagant. My grandfather would certainly decline. The limit is 30,000. Chen Haoyu sighed. "In that case, I might as well paint one myself," Suyao retorted. "If only you could paint. A self-made gift would undoubtedly carry more meaning than a purchased one." After a moment of thought, Chen Haoyu declared, "Old Cheng, I shall not purchase anything. I will create a painting instead." Cheng Guangyao chuckled. "Dr. Chen, you can paint as well?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I have a modest understanding of various arts, though I am no master." Cheng Guangyao remarked, "You are being humble. Your ability to discern the Celadon Petal Wash among numerous items speaks volumes of your keen, but I have no doubt your artistic skills are commendable as well." Chen Haoyu laughed lightly. "Old Cheng, your words are making me blush. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave at D. Oh, take care on your way." Cheng Guangyao bid them farewell, personally escorting Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao out of the treasure appraisal pavilion before returning inside. One elderly gentleman inquired, "Old Cheng, what is it about that young man that warrants such respect from you?" Cheng Guangyao touched the jade talisman at his chest and replied, "He is an extraordinary individual." The three elders exchanged astonished glances at this revelation. Upon exiting the treasure appraisal pavilion, Chen Haoyu took Su Yuyao to an art supply store, purchasing a plethora of materials for painting. On their way back, Su Yuyao, unable to hide her astonishment, asked, "You cannot be serious about painting, can you?" Chen Haoyu confidently replied, "It is merely a meticulous birthday painting. Nothing too complex." Skeptical, Su Yuyao remarked, "I hope your painting is presentable." Chen Haoyu smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. After all, he was a master of the arts. Creating a birthday painting was a trivial endeavor. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Su Jiangwo. He answered promptly, "Hello, old Su. What can I do for you?" "Little Chen, why is your clinic closed?" "I had to step out for a bit." "When will you return? My elder brother and I are already waiting outside your clinic." "Ah, esteemed elder Su, your efficiency is truly remarkable. Just yesterday, I mentioned that the medical profession should not be dismissive, and today you have already brought someone along that if I fail to provide a cure, would it not cast a shadow upon your reputation? Reputation is of little consequence. What truly matters is that glimmer of hope." "Very well, then. Please wait for 20 minutes with that venerable gentleman. I shall hasten to you at once." After hanging up the phone, Chen Haoyu sighed and remarked, "All right, I will first escort you home, then make my way to the clinic." Suyao replied, "Given the esteemed status of Elder Su and Elder Yang, you should head to the clinic first. After all, it is not far." Chen Haoyu immediately objected, stating that simply will not do. "Tiomi, you are of utmost importance, regardless of who they may be, even if they're the nation's leader. They must stand aside." A radiant smile graced Su Yuyao's face as she said, "Chen Haoyu, your words are becoming increasingly charming." Chen Haoyu chuckled. Truthful words are always pleasant to hear. Su Yuyao couldn't help but smile. After escorting Su Yuyao home, Chen Haoyu drove straight to the clinic. Upon exiting the vehicle, he spotted Elder Su and another elderly gentleman engaged in a game of chess beside a small shop. If Elder Su could be likened to a fierce tiger, then this gentleman could very well be regarded as the king of tigers. His eyebrows were long, and his gaze was sharp, seated with an air of dominance. He exuded a commanding presence, reminiscent of a dragon coiling around a mountain. Even from a distance of over 10 meters, Chen Haoyu could sense the intense aura of authority radiating from this elder, rivaling that of the famed generals of the Song dynasty. Chen Haoyu suspected that the number of lives lost by this man, directly or indirectly, must surely be in the tens of thousands. Otherwise, such an imposing presence could not possibly be cultivated. It was no wonder that someone as formidable as Su Jiangwo would willingly take a subordinate role to him. He was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Without a doubt, this elder was Yang Junsheng. Chen Haoyu chose not to interrupt their game, but instead approached Su Jiangwo from behind and observed. Yang Junsheng cast a glance at him before refocusing on the chessboard. 3 minutes later, Yang Junsheng executed a decisive move, exclaiming with hearty laughter, "Old Su, you have lost." Su Jiangwo protested. "I refuse to accept that. You merely launched a sneak attack. Allow me one more move, and I assure you I could dismantle your strategy completely." Yang Junsheng rolled his eyes and retorted, "On the battlefield, a single miscalculation can lead to total defeat. You truly believe your opponent would grant you a do-over?" Su Jiangwo pouted. "If they choose not to, so be it. That young Chen has a poor sense of time. He said 20 minutes, yet it is nearly half an hour, and he has yet to arrive." Yang Junsheng replied, "He has already arrived." Su Jiangwo turned around to see Chen Haoyu standing with his hands behind his back, smiling at him. "Young Chen, when did you arrive?" Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and replied, "Just 20 seconds shy of 20 minutes. With a chuckle, Yang Junsheng remarked, "Young man, you are quite amusing." Su Jiangwo rubbed his nose and admitted, "All right, I concede my error. I should not have spoken ill of you behind your back." Chen Haoyu responded, "As long as you understand, Elder Su. This gentleman must be Elder Yang, correct?" Su Jiangwo inquired, "Did you hear that from the second miss of the Ling family?" Chen Haoyu nodded without hesitation and said, "Indeed. Aunt Ling informed me that in the entire Yanhai, the only person you would address as old leader or big brother is General Yang Junsheng." Su Jiangwo chuckled, "Correct. She is quite astute. Teacher, this is Chen Haoyu, whom I mentioned to you." Yang Junsheng scrutinized him, his piercing gaze slicing through the air like a blade aimed directly at Chen Haoyu's eyes. "Is he testing me?" Chen Haoyu found Yang Junsheng's scrutiny somewhat amusing. Before a practitioner of celestial arts like himself, even someone with 100-fold greater bloodlust than Yang Junsheng would fail to shake his resolve. As Chen Haoyu contemplated, a vision of the cosmos, with all its myriad wonders and celestial bodies, flickered in his eyes. Yang Junsheng felt a jolt, his heart gripped by an overwhelming sensation he thought he had misperceived, and rubbed his eyes vigorously, only to find that the celestial imagery had vanished, replaced by Chen Haoyu's smiling countenance. "Elder Yang, it would be wise for you to temper your demeanor. Individuals like us rarely harbor grand ambitions. Should we come into conflict, it would spell considerable trouble for you." Yang Junsheng, having recognized Chen Haoyu's extraordinary nature, quickly clasped his fists in apology, saying, "My apologies. I was thoughtless." Chen Haoyu smiled. "No worries. Given my youth, it is entirely natural for you to harbor doubts about me. This was also the reason I declined Elder Su's invitation to treat your wife yesterday." Su Jiangwo, not comprehending their exchange, asked in confusion, "What are you two discussing?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I was merely jesting with Elder Yang." Yang Junsheng, regaining his seriousness, said, "Young Chen, I would like to formally invite you to treat my spouse. May I inquire if you would be willing?" Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Elder Yang, there is no need for such formality. As long as one is not devoid of humanity, I will offer my assistance. However, let us establish our terms. Regardless of the outcome, you must compensate me with a consultation fee of 10,000. Yang Junsheng grinned. "No problem." Chen Haoyu added, "I need to return home and dine with my girlfriend at noon, so let us not waste any more time and proceed." Yang Junsheng nodded. "Very well." Rather than riding with Yang Junsheng, Chen Haoyu drove his own pickup truck, following behind them to a secluded sanatorium on the outskirts. Two soldiers armed with rifles stood guard at the entrance, accompanied by 5 or 6 armed security personnel. This was the premier sanatorium in Yanhai, exclusively catering to high-ranking officials and their families. Yang Junxing's driver presented identification to the guards at the entrance. The guard saluted and opened the gate. Chen Haoyu followed their vehicle inside. The pathways within the sanatorium were expansive, devoid of towering buildings, consisting solely of individual courtyards, creating a pleasant atmosphere. The vehicle came to a halt in front of courtyard No. 6. As Chen Haoyu exited the car and surveyed his surroundings, he marveled. What a truly idyllic retreat. Su Jiangwo, hearing his words, laughed. Young Chen, what leads you to believe this is a haven for recuperation? Chen Haoyu replied. It is evident that this place harmonizes the dual energies of yin and yang. Prolonged residence here can subtly enhance one's constitution. Yang Junxing inquired, Young Chen, do you have knowledge of feng shui? Chen Haoyu nodded, of course. Those versed in feng shui often possess some understanding of physiognomy, while those skilled in fortune-telling typically have a grasp of feng shui principles. Elder Yang, like Elder Chen, are both military men. I presume you're somewhat skeptical of these esoteric arts? Yang Junxing affirmed, I believe. Chen Haoyu was taken aback and asked, why is that? A reminiscent expression crossed Yang Junxing's face as he recounted. Over 50 years ago, I participated in a war against a certain nation at that time. I was a company commander, leading over 20 brothers into a jungle to confront the enemy. Soon, an astonishing event unfolded. The opposition, employing some unknown method, summoned hundreds of venomous snakes to launch an attack on us. In a mere 10 minutes, more than 10 of my comrades were bitten to death, and my remaining brothers were in dire peril. At that critical moment, a strangely dressed middle-aged man suddenly appeared before us, producing a flute and playing a melody. To our astonishment, the snakes retreated as if encountering a natural enemy. Chen Haoyu's eyes sparkled as he remarked, the technique of using flute music to control snakes is known only to the shamans of Miaojiang. You must have encountered someone from Miaojiang. Yang Junxing nodded. You are correct. He indeed hailed from Miaojiang. Regrettably, I have yet to uncover his name, but I am aware that there exists a group of practitioners of the esoteric arts in this world. Young Chen, you should be one of them. Correct? Chen Haoyu chuckled. One could say so. Upon entering the quaint courtyard, Chen Haoyu's esteem for Yang Junxing significantly elevated upon observing the meticulously arranged vegetable plots, such a distinguished status and advanced age. Yet he still engages in the cultivation of his own produce, a testament that Yang Junxing has not forgotten his roots. Upon entering the living room, a woman in her 50s, possessing a commendable appearance and dignified demeanor, rose to greet them. Father, Uncle Su, you have returned, she remarked, directing her gaze toward Chen Haoyu thereafter. Yang Junxing introduced, Xiao Chen, allow me to present my daughter-in-law, Gui Bingjin. Bingjin, this is Xiao Chen. And a flicker of realization sparked within Chen Haoyu, as he immediately discerned her identity, wife of the esteemed governor of the neighboring province. Gui Bingjin scrutinized Chen Haoyu for a moment, a peculiar glimmer dancing in her eyes. She inquired, Xiao Chen, have we met somewhere before? Chen Haoyu replied with a smile, to my recollection, I do not believe we have crossed paths. Gui Bingjin responded with an O and said, perhaps I have made a mistake. Xiao Chen, I appreciate your assistance. Chen Haoyu replied, it is my duty. May I first visit the matriarch? Of course. Yang Junxing and Gui Bingjin led Chen Haoyu to the adjacent bedroom. Su Jiangwo remained in the main hall due to his discomfort. Chen Haoyu approached the elderly matriarch, taking her pulse. Although her pulse was significantly weaker than that of an average person, it was steady, indicating no grave physical ailments. From Su Lao, I had heard of the matriarch's condition. Her state of unconsciousness seems not to stem from physical issues, but rather psychological ones. Yang Junxing sighed and remarked, she is unable to confront reality, to face our grandson and granddaughter-in-law. Gui Bingjin recalled the grandson who had been abducted by traffickers, her expression darkening. Initially, she harbored some resentment towards her mother-in-law, but witnessing her current state, all grievances dissipated. Xiao Chen, we have consulted countless experts both domestically and internationally, employing innumerable methods in hopes of awakening her. Yet to no avail. Do you possess any solutions? Gui Bingjin inquired. Cleverly, Chen Haoyu discerned that Gui Bingjin was not entirely convinced of his capabilities. Her words primarily served to convey a message to Chen Haoyu. If your approach mirrors that of other experts, then it is best not to proceed. Were such sentiments articulated by someone less tactful, it may have caused offense. However, Gui Bingjin's manner of expression would elicit no discontent from anyone.